realistically, you know, if MSI didn't happen, if we could all just kind of wave our hand and say it didn't happen, like G2 should be the favorites in this one, but everything's kind of up for grabs.
MSI
you know, I
didn't
think that
happen,
FlyQuest
guys.
C9
MSI
could
didn't
do it.
happen.
Even Furia did look pretty good over at MSI
뭐야?
themselves. So
I'm
it's kind of an
here.
interesting group now that G2 have kind of fallen down a little peg.
맞습니다.
Maybe FlyQuest are the favorites here. It's kind of hard to
포니테일
say.
페미.
Let's turn our focus now to Group B, where we have
긴머리
another
장착.
European team, the
어떤가요?
reigning European champs in Movistar
어떤가요?
Koi, alongside
어.
CFO, the darlings of MSI, who got Hungu in the mid lane. Hanwha Life Esports, that's going to be their first match. And
첫
then
판부터
Movistar
한화
Koi
라이프
going up
e스포츠.
against GAM
이거
Esports.
참을 수 없는 걸?
I think this group
한화
seems a
라이프
little
e스포츠
bit
playing?
tougher here,
Let's go.
Finn.
I mean, it is definitely tougher. Also, two
니
of
머리
the
이제
PCS
갱생하나?
teams, the old PCS, the GAM Esports, and
감사합니다.
Flying Oysters coming in here. I
Thank you.
really have high hopes for this group. I think it looks really competitive.
Thank you,
The fact
thank
that
you.
it's best of ones will make it really like up in the air. It's gonna kind of come down to preparation. I
Look at
think
the long hair,
whichever
guys.
team is gonna come out on top.
And Brendo, let's let the audience know what you think about Hanwha Life Esports. Again, dominant
유튜브만
throughout the
하시는구나.
LCK,
어서
fell
오세요.
up short
하야.
a little bit to the
유튜브랑
road
트위치
to
이렇게
MSI.
두 개
It's all about
진행할
their
겁니다.
mental
오늘.
right now.
하요,
Were they able to
어서오세요.
bounce back
하요.
after getting smashed by T1 at road
What's
to
up, burger?
MSI?
You're supposed to
Then they
buy.
should do pretty well. But it's a
Brandon
best of one, right? I think anyone
Vargas.
could do
Brandon
really
Vargas
well in
is
this
here.
kind of format. I think that CFO looks great. They have a lot of experience over at MSI already, whereas Hanwha Life were kind of just
Hi,
twiddling
Mario
their thumbs as
Sapai.
they didn't quite make it. So could be
Today
a
will
little bit iffy. They
be
should be the
Hanwha
favorites,
and
but
GAM
who
time.
knows?
All
GAM
right, well,
time.
let's take a look at our
Gum
Aramco
time.
power rankings of the 12 teams. You got to see 8 there because 4 of them are already in the playoff stage. Favorites are got to be the 2 finalists from MSI, Gen.G and T1. Whenever those 2 teams play internationally, always a banger. Then
오,
it is anyone's
Gen.G
Legends who's
T1.
partnered with all gamers, so AGAL
EWC도
here for the
역시나
Esports
Gen.G
World Cup,
T1이니까.
Hanwha Life Esports and BLG. Then we got
I mean,
FlyQuest on in
Hanwha is
there
no
with
joke,
CFO
though.
as
Hanwha is no
contenders.
joke.
And then the underdogs. Very weird
한화
to see G2
생명
as an
뭔가
underdog
준비
in that
엄청
kind of
열심히
power
하셨을
ranking.
것 같은데 다들.
But alongside Movistar Core,
MSI
GAM,
보다가.
Cloud9, and Furia.
Okay, one sec,
I
guys.
don't know
It's a
what
little bit
C9's
too
doing
loud,
down
isn't
there.
it? So I'm gonna turn on the sound a little bit.
Like a tier below that.
소리를 조금만 줄이도록 하겠습니다.
Probably be maybe
Wait, this should be better now. Let me know how the sound is like compared to my mic. If the background sound is too loud, I feel like there's no point in co-streaming. You should just watch the actual stream.
Maybe they should be.
Should be able to listen to my voice a little bit louder than the background sound.
Again,
소리를 조금 더 줄여야 될 것 같은데? 잠시만요. 이게 소리가 너무 겹치면은 그 굳이 중계 방송을 볼 이유가 없죠? 그냥 메인 방송을 보는 게 맞아요. 소리가 너무 크면은. 제 목소리가 조금 더 커야 되는 게 맞다 이건. 오늘 스타일 왜 이렇게 이쁘냐고요? 감사합니다. Thank you. 이번에는 긴 머리 장착해봤는데 포니테일 긴 머리. Your hair is so good. Yeah, my hair is like moving around. It's really long. I tried putting on long hair today.
And then those elimination matches,
on the
the losers
VTuber.
play the losers. That's how we'll close out today.
No!
8 matches today, Finn.
No.
I mean, we're kind of starting with the dessert here. I think CFO versus Hanwha Life is the most hype out of all these games, and I think that's the game.
First time matchup CFO vs HLE. Oh my gosh. Zongli remembers. Zongli remembers the first time matchup.
You can see these 3 teams are the power of that region, and CFO was just
Oxtail instead of a
constantly impressive
ponytail. I
with their
love it.
gameplay, and I really think starting out today is really strong with this matchup.
Yeah, well, we've brought international teams here.
사실
We got
부위
international
구경이긴
cast, so
해서
let's send on
일단
over to casters for a
T1은
little
벌써
bit their insights on today's
8강이죠.
games.
지금 젠지랑 T1은.
Thank you very much, Digon. We are here at the key wall. As you can see, very
that.
fresh, shiny keys.
Atlas
right
and
now, but
Wolf
there will
are
be
here
only
too.
One left remaining. Only shards from
Respect
the
the
others.
hustle.
We're
Respect
excited
the
to see
hustle.
who is going to be able to pick that up. But now we're going to talk about our very first day of League of Legends and what our SMB match of the day
해요,
is going to be. Well,
Hi.
it's pretty obvious.
I think it's pretty obvious. I think you're going to agree with me. I think most watching at home are most looking forward to CFO against Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports on a 5-game losing streak.
저도 기회는 있다. 여러분 이거 단판이긴 하지만 지더라도 패자 부활전이 따로 있습니다. There is a loser's bracket, so even if you lose, it's a best of one. Like a group stage is just best of ones. However, even if you lose, you do have another chance.
CFO could take this series.
And if you lose both chances, then at that point maybe it's just skill.
Young prodigy Hungu versus the super soldier Zeka.
I'm the giant
Man,
rat
this
that
is gonna
makes
be an
all of the
absolute banger.
rules.
Back to you guys.
God damn, I didn't know you were a giant rat like that. Holy. FlyQuest, Reaper, Busio.
We'll have Cloud9 and FlyQuest later on, but joining us right now, thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsports, are
Hungu.
I guess the rising tide of the LCP. It is CFO.
뭐야?
As they're coming up against Hanwha Life Esports. I like the fact that they brought up previous history here for Hanwha Life Esports. Last time they were in international, they did win, but
I think
they
we're
did
gonna
not
cheer
make
for
MSI. That's going to be one of the big
Hanwha
talking
Life
points here,
Esports
Tim.
today. What do you think?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, to
Maybe
me,
we cheer for
when I watch
CFO as
Hanwha
well.
Life
Like,
play,
I kind of
it
like
really is
Hungu,
they
CFO,
have
and Doggo.
so much potential.
Doggo
I
is
feel
my
like they're almost
god.
a little bit too
Doggo.
impatient. I would
CFO
love to
원딜러
see
도고
Hanwha Life
선수가
come in
바이퍼
today
선수
and
상대로
really show them
과연
to temper
오늘
themselves down a
어떨지.
little bit, and I want to see a more
한국팀
calm
응원해야
and
된다.
collected approach
그러긴 해.
towards the game.
CK랑 한국 선수들 응원해야 되긴
Yeah, I think
하는데.
they should definitely have gotten a
When
little
does
smack in
EU
the face
play?
after losing the
EU's
T1
gonna
3-0
play,
at
I
Road to
believe,
MSI. I think that this team
today.
is better
Both
than what they
teams
showed
are
in
gonna
that
play
match,
today.
and I do agree
So if
with
you guys don't know,
Finn that
G2
they
and
should
Koi are
be up
both
there with
invited,
Gen
so
G
they're
T1,
actually
but
playing.
in recent
Both of them are
times
going to be
they
playing
haven't
today
really
as well.
found that form. So can they come over here?
We're gonna have an
so
NA
what
matchup
they're really
today
made of
too.
is really the question.
다
When
선생
you take a look
잘생겼다.
at this Hanwha Life Esports roster, it star-studded up and down. What jumps out at you when you think about them?
Mr. Zeus, what happened to
I think
hair?
for me, when I look at
What
Hanwha
happened to
Life,
hair?
especially in this match coming up, it's going to be a top lane focus because I think that Zeus is just, you know, such a good player. He's back-to-back world champion.
극한 직업.
Unbelievably good top laner, and then going up against
OMG,
CFO,
the
I think
esport
top lane's
pose.
actually where they
The
struggled a
esport
lot
pose
with.
where they
But
cross their
MSI,
arms like
they
that.
have the 6-man roster, but unfortunately in a best of one, that's not going to help you very much. And so I think both
이제 살찐 거
Driver and
근데
Rest look a little bit shaky
하나
compared to some of the other competition. And
그 유튜브 영상
Zeus is
보니까 그
probably just
이모님이
gonna,
밥을
run
되게
away with that lane.
잘해주셨는데
Yeah, we'll see what happens in that.
밥을
top
너무
lane. You take a look at the
잘해줘가지고
recent
살
results
찔
for Hanwha
수밖에
Life Esports. They
없어.
won the
맛있는 거
LCK Cup
먹으면은.
earlier on. That qualified them to first stand, where we got to see
Hanwha Life
them pull out
LCK
like
Cup first
Vladimir and get to
place.
use all
First
of
time,
the
first
merits
place.
of Fearless. Then during the LCK season, pretty clearly
Road to
the number
MSI,
2 team beat
3-0
T1
by
multiple
T1.
times.
So they
Had
couldn't make it to
close series
MSI.
against Gen G, but when it got time to go on the road and qualify to MSI, they
하나
fell
밥이
a little short.
유명하다.
Yeah, and
But it's only
it
HLE,
really is
yeah.
about the bounce
Gen
back
G and
right
T1
now. Like,
already
I don't wanna,
waiting
like,
in
hammer it
the
in too much
quarterfinals.
because we've all talked about it so
이미
much, but
그 8강 진출을
I
해왔기
am
때문에.
looking today at the mid jungle mostly because I think Hungu is just
I
such
still
a
think
talent
HLE is
coming
better than
up, and
T1.
I
Hey,
think
come
Second had a
on,
pretty tough
man.
series, honestly, especially
Hey,
against
hey,
T1
hey,
when I
hey.
rewatched it.
T1
And I
isn't
really
that
wanna
bad,
see
come
if
on.
Hungu can actually punish him not only in lane.
We did
but
beat
in
all
the
the
mid to
LPL
late game, where
teams.
sometimes I think Hanwha Life falls a little bit too short.
Well, speaking of Hungu, we have an interview standing by with him right now. Let's send on over to that.
Hungu Winterview?
Hi everyone, this is the pre-match interview for CFO vs HLE. By
Kitty.
my side is Hungu.
Oh my gosh.
So welcome to Saudi Arabia. We are currently in Esports World Cup. So do you have any thoughts that you can share with us for the fans since it's your first time in Riyadh?
首先欢迎你们来到
Kitty's my
萨
goat,
达
yeah.
然后你是第一次来到这里，你有没有什么一些想法或者是感受可以跟你的粉丝们分享的呢？
觉得这地方很特别吧，就是食物或天气吧，就这里蛮热的，然后食物就蛮特别的，第一次吃到，觉得很新奇。
Okay,
I think
someone.
it's a very special place, including the food and the weather. It's just, I'm very excited to be here.
Amazing. And because you guys are bouncing off MSI, you guys had an amazing performance at MSI, being the dark horses for the entire tournament. So when you guys went back home, what type of reflections did you
Former
as
Rat
a
Queen?
whole
Wait,
team?
why?
就是你们
Why
来到了
former?
MSI 的比赛上，当时你们是
FlyQuest
作为
vs
接
C9
纳
should be
队伍
cinema.
参加
Yeah,
比赛
I'm looking forward to that
你
too.
们回家之
Actually,
后有没有进行一些复
I'm
盘
looking
或
forward
者
to
是
that.
对比赛的感受呢？
Why don't you join
就
G
赶快
Sun?
紧
What do
急
you
复
mean?
航
They
我
don't
们
need
最
any
后
more
一场
people
就
to
输掉那
trans.
场 PO 吧，感受就是觉得特别可惜吧，因为
I'm too busy
这
being
场
a border
就有一
player.
点机会赢下来吧。
Translating is like official job.
Sad to lose the
Streaming?
best of 5 in
Fake
MSI,
job.
and we can just reflect on the final game and just rebound our
SMH.
conditions over that.
And I am aware that there was a CFO campaign around MSI according to CFO's progression throughout the entire tournament, and according to their kills or game score, fans would receive chicken. So I was wondering, since I was
Yeah,
told
they-
that
they
over
literally have to buy so many
2,400 pieces of
chickens.
fried chicken have been given away to fans in Taipei. So please let me know what
How
you have
many
to say
chicken?
for the fans that
2,000?
have already received the chicken so far.
就是我们有了解到在
2,000
MSI
鸡排
里面有一个就是送鸡排的那个活动，
鸡排
네,
왼쪽 분 이분 키티라고 이제 통역하시고 LPL에서 해설도 하셨고요. LPL 영어 쪽에서.
I think we played well, and I'm really happy that we can give away the chicken to the fans.
Yeah, I mean, of course he's gonna say that. Meanwhile, the CEO's crying tears. CEO crying tears. 치킨이야. 지파이 청에 저런.
对上了就是这卡选手呢，就是非常一个强劲的中路吧，然后希望我好好的准备。
선수가 내는 건 아니니까 그러니까.
Amazing, thank you so much, Hungu. Looking forward to your game, and back to you guys.
Let's go.
Thank you very much to Kitty
I'm covering stress
for that interview with Cheryl as well, and of course Hungu, who has just been an absolute stud.
도고 카이밍 선수 되게 날카롭게 잘하던데 MSI에서. 과연 오늘 바이퍼 딜라이트 상대로 바 선생님 상대로 괜찮을까?
Interesting up-and-coming player globally right now. I think he reminds me a lot of like these super talents that we've seen from different regions. He reminds me of like when Caps came up, when Chovy came up. He's right now is just so raw and he's just so much talent, and I would need to see how he develops.
Hello, finally a tournament I can watch during the day. Say, it's 6 p.m. in Korea instead of being like 6 a.m.
I mean, you consider that Jinjia has a lot of experience, and he should be one of the guys that is leading the squad, but also Doggo having fantastic form over at MSI. It kind of felt like he was trying to drag the team across the line.
This team is not a joke, by the way. CFO's not a joke.
It's very clear that they have a lot of win conditions throughout this roster. I do agree with BDOs where maybe the top lane
MSI wasn't 6 a.m. MSI was 4 a.m. for us.
At least one of them.
MSI was 4 a.m.
to show up here against Zeus because that's going to be a rough match.
Yeah, I've been
5 a.m. Eastern time in USA. Haha. Now you understand what it felt like for Asia when we watched MSI 2025.
Just all of his plays are, you know, so good.
페비를 주전으로 맞다기 바드 원챔은 주전을 뛸 수 없으니까요. EWC도 중계하시네. 어서오세요. 네, 중계 신청해서 중계권 받았습니다. 트위치랑 유튜브 중계권 받아서 트위치 유튜브에서 진행하는 중이고요.
So he's somebody that I've got my eye on, and yeah, I'm excited to watch him play.
Yeah, I think that's the fascinating part about this series. It's the fact
first time since Brazil MSI that the schedule was bad for USA. Asia, yeah, true. Actually, though, we have it pretty good for the most part. I feel like the best is when like when the tournament is in EU. That might be the best for every region.
What kind of form they're going to be able to come into, and how they're
it's
going to deal with the
watchable
best
for
ones.
EU, like EU, yes. It's also watchable for Asia and NA.
Oysters is going to be try to be
like the middle ground.
퇴근하고
퇴근하고 볼 수 있어서 행복하다 이번 대회는. 그러니까 아니 MSI 너무 직장인분들은 아예 못 보는 그런 시간대라서. I can't wait for Worlds though. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Worlds is gonna be in China though. It's gonna be I believe it's gonna be in Chengdu.
We kick off with the opening ceremony down on the stage. So Finn, who you got here for our
Good
first
day,
best of
Usapai
one?
I got Hungu Life, man. I still think they're one of the top dogs of the region, and I think
or if it's been like late at night or early in the morning for nearly the entire of the last second.
Hungu Esports. I think they're going to
true,
bounce back.
Nova.
Peanut and Delight are going to up their game, and
you're right.
Be on
we should
form
stop
today.
complaining. We had it bad one time. It's always bad for NA every single time.
Would just be wishful thinking. I think a lot of people are going to remember them
EWC 발로는 다 봤는데 운영이 느긋느긋해요.
사실
그런
CFO and Hungu
그런 문화인 것 같기도 하고 뭔가 되게 막 시간에 한국인 시간 딱딱딱딱딱 다 맞춰야 되는데 저는 뭐 괜찮습니다. 오시는 분들이 좀 불편하시죠 근데. T1 this is more continue. Yo, tell her, chill, okay? We won last EWC. T1 won last EWC.
My opinion on Fake has always been very high. He continues to perform year after year, so he's a big inspiration for me.
Caps is losing hair because of Carrier bar though. Carrier bar도 잠깐 보였는데.
만나고 싶고 전제가 굉장히 강한 팀이기 때문에 EWC에서 승리하고 싶습니다.
Yeah, revenge. 자, EWC에서 젠지를 꺾고 우승을 한다면 여러분 김치국 좀 마십시다. You imagine we beat Gen G, EWC Finals, and win. Get our revenge. 제발. 아니 근데 EWC가 상금이 훨씬 커요, 여러분. 생각을 해보자고. EWC, the prize pool is crazy. We're talking like $2 million. Okay? Like, if T1 wins this, like, they better re-sign, like, all our players. They better re-sign everybody. Carrier and all that. Yeah. 나는 그걸 껐습니다. 페달스를 멈춰. 진짜로 김치국이라도 마셔보자, 제발. MSI 결승을 너무 아쉽다. 그러니까 풀컵 경기 근데 진짜 젠지 상대로 3대 떡 안 당한 게 어디야. 전 진짜 다 왔다고 봅니다. T1이 그래도 젠지 상대로 막 3대 떡이 계속 나왔었거든, 결승에서. 오케이? Oh gosh, drums again. We have drums for MSI as well. I also say hi. Okay, what are they gonna do?
This is it. Less than a week removed from MSI, League of Legends returns to the Esports World Cup.
12 world-class teams, 1 trophy, and a shot at making history right here in Riyadh.
The greatest players in the world are here, and you are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
저도 5인원이밖에 이게 없는데
every fight, every fearless
화려하긴 하네요, 참.
up close and personal.
The reigning 2024 winners return to defend their crown, and it's heavy. But there's a
도란 웃는 거 보고 싶음. 아니 진짜 결승전 진 다음에 나 도란 선수 표정 아직도 너무 생생해서. 그때 2022년도 결승에서 진 다음에 캐리아 선수 오열하는 거랑 같이 겹쳐서 보이더라고 막 그 장면이. Did someone say Furia? But I thought we're having Hana into CFO today. Oh, they're just introducing the teams, I think. 아, 그냥 팀 소개를 하는 거야. 지금 경기를 하는 선수들이 아니라. I mean, Furia were goated. I think they played really well at MSI.
Coming up next,
they almost took down G2. They were so close to taking down G2. Now they're gonna have a rematch. G2 vs Furia rematch going on today, I think. 오늘 G2 대 Furia 이거 제 경기를 다시 할 거라서 재밌을 것 같은데. We'll see how much G2 improves. I know Broken Blade has been practicing a lot. Yeah, Fury almost beat G2, exactly. Also say oh hi. Caps. Caps is goated though. He was also playing super well, MSI. His team kinda sucked though. G2 kinda sucked, but Caps is playing good. 코이 너무 실망이야. 승부 예측에서 저는 당연히 코이가 이길 줄 알았는데. I mean, I don't know. Koi losing was a shock factor to me.
Up next, it's GAM Esports.
우리 애들 나오냐고? 우리 애들 나올 예정. 마지막으로 등장하지 않을까? T1이랑 젠지. Sleeveless turtleneck is very cute. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Levi, Captain Levi.
Cloud9.
이바의 병장을 조심해야 됩니다. 감 e스포츠의 소신. Cloud9? Wait, Cloud9 is here, yeah. Oh my gosh, Vulcan Bardo today? Vulcan Bardo? Vulcan's also really good on Bard, by the way. 벌컨 선수가 또 바드를 애용하고 좋아해가지고 오늘 바드 볼 수도 있습니다. And of course, FlyQuest, NA champions. Oh man, they're so close to taking that LPL. FlyQuest is so close. Yeah, they're cooked. Blabber Scuttle Crab, we saw it yesterday. This is the only
BLG.
C9. Oh my gosh, BLG. Bin! Giga Bin! Oh my Baytron. Oh, Knight. Elkin On did not have a good MSI, but maybe he's gonna show up right now. I think Baytron was a rookie, but a lot of people were criticizing Baytron. Unlucky. Hopefully he plays better. Huh? Who? Oh! Huh? What is this? AL has this new logo. I didn't recognize it. What?
Genji!
아니 왜 T1이 마지막이야 근데? Wait, Genji just won MSI. They should be the final. Toby! Finals MVP Toby. 초대 우승이었으니까. 아 그러긴 해 근데. Okay, to be fair, T1 won EWC last year, so they're definitely the defending champion, right? Maybe that's why they're at the end.
Here to defend their title, it's T1.
Uh-oh. T1! There it is! There it is! Carrion, Guma, Faker, Owner, and Dora. 뭔가 표정들이 안 좋은데? 피곤할 만해. 근데 며칠 전에 MSI 결승전 치르고 온 거라 T1 젠지. I mean, they literally 2 days ago they were in Canada, Vancouver. Now they're in EWC, Saudi Arabia.
What a lineup of superstars, but our next two teams will be the first to compete on the stage.
캐나다 사우디 시차 적응도 해야 돼요. 그러니까 우리는 방구석에서 중계하고 방구석에서 보는 사람들인데.
It's Hungu Life Esports.
엄청 선수들 엄청 피곤하겠다 진짜 다들. Everybody gotta be tired, honestly. Now, for example, Fury are flying back to Brazil and then they fly all the way to Saudi Arabia again. So, Teus! This is Zeus.
Flying high from regional dominance
Peanut,
and set on turning heads in Riyadh, it's CFO.
바 선생님은 항상 잘생긴 것 같아. 어깨가 되게 넓고 비율이 되게 좋으시다. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. 신 선생, 이 경기 진짜 궁금하네. 이거 MSI에서 우리 못 봤던 하나 라이프 e스포츠가 MSI에서 못 와가지고 너무 아쉬웠죠.
So many matches will be played over the next 5 days, and this right here marks
날골 엄청
the
세서
beginning.
한번 봐야 될 듯.
Let's do this.
I don't know. I think flying a CFO actually has a chance. I think they could actually. It's a best of one. You don't know what happens in best of one, by the way. Any kind of cheese can happen, and you know, like if it's a best of 3 or best of 5, it's really hard for underdog team to win. But 그 단판 승부기 때문에 충분히 어느 팀이든 이길 수가 있습니다. 참고로 G2가 젠지를 상대로 단판 승리해서 이긴 거야. 첫 판 이겼잖아, 한 잔에. 당연히 실력은 차이가 어마무시하게 나지만 단판 승은 이제 모른다는 거죠. 결과를 예측할 수 없다? 숨겨진 픽이나 숨겨진 이런 1렙 플레이 막 이런 거를 통해서 게임이 터질 수가 있어가지고 너무 빡센 것 같아 진짜. T1 젠지는 다행히도 이거를 안 해도 돼서 이미 8강 진출이죠. The thing is like a best of ones are completely unpredictable. G2 beat Genji in a best of one technically. They got completely stomped afterwards, but the first game they won. Same thing for FlyQuest. FlyQuest beat AL for first game as well. So
the big question mark is going to be how has Hanwha Life Esports
predictions going on, guys, by the way, in Twitch chat. If you guys want to bet your channel points or times.
We know the heights of Hanwha Life Esports, but we don't know their current form now. What they've used.
Oh my gosh, there's something on my monitor.
Or how they've used their time to bounce back from what was such a disappointing fall from grace there at the MSI qualifiers.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, and the power of being the underdog in a matchup is something that HLE are keenly
I'm watching
aware
on
of. As
YouTube,
you
okay,
mentioned,
yeah.
5 games
YouTube doesn't
in a
have
row,
prediction
that was
spots.
because they lost against Genji and they felt
You guys can
broken
predict in the
when
chat.
they had to take on T1, barely even showed up, and then T1 making it all the way at MSI. Wasn't quite able to take the trophy, but they've got another opportunity immediately afterwards here in Riyadh. So looking forward to seeing what CFO are going to be able to do, because
there it is!
feel like
we're starting!
시작이다요! That HLE are a pretty
we're starting.
I think so. They have some awareness based on first stand earlier in the year. And HLE kind of
판테온 ban!
we'll see whether they can turn the script around.
Instant
this
Pantheon
time.
ban.
And,
바루스 탈리아
take
판테온
some
똑같네.
advantages, but we are diving
Same
straight into the
patch
draft,
as
ladies and
MSI, by
gentlemen.
the way.
Already
So we're
Ariana
gonna
and
see like
Pantheon
similar
have
picks,
been
similar
banned
bans.
away as,
So
Hungu
cute, you
getting a
think
bit
you
of a
also.
nod for his robot ballerina there, which is kind of cool. Talia and the Varus taken away as well.
뽀삐 밴은 is interesting though. 뽀삐 밴은 신기한 게 피노 선수나 딜라이트 선수 둘 다 뽀삐를 굉장히 잘하는데 아 이거 준지아 뽀삐 밴인가? Maybe banning Poppy for Junjia. Junjia is really good too.
His last performance on the pick is still incredibly powerful. We'll see if they'll give him the opportunity to play it again. Maybe they think he'll make the same mistakes he did in that series.
I'm guessing they're going to be banning Mud.
Given that opportunity, but I think the pick is just too strong.
아제르 역시
taking away Zeka's Azir. This is a best of one. So we're not talking about Fearless. We're not talking about, okay, we give the Azir this game and we're going to go into a best of 3 later.
No Fearless.
We give up the Vi here, and I'm not 100% sure if I'm on board with that, to be honest, Atlas.
Peanut Vi?
Especially on the MSI patch, Azir is extraordinarily
러시네
strong.
Vi?
We've seen it perform exceptionally well. But like you say,
is going to play into
this is a
Vi
big
here.
tool
신장?
that Peanut now
신장
has
아니 뭐고?
access to.
Wukong Shinjao, something like
I'm
that.
actually kind of feeling it for CFO, because the Vi, like you said, just straight up didn't really work for Peanut the last time around.
위시에서 바이가 구렸다. 근데 그걸 하나 라이프 e스포츠는 경험하지 못했어. 하나는 위시에 없었거든요. 물론 구경은 당연히 다 보고.
It's a pretty unique lineup. The 6-man roster with Rest and Driver. They've chosen Rest for this, but he will be blind.
Rumble is a really good pick. They're gonna play Rumble Wukong or what? Rumble Wukong 같은 거 나올 것 같긴 한데. 이거 단판이면 단판. Fearless draft doesn't matter because it's best of one. Exactly.
Right now, looking for the Xin Zhao here with the Pantheon taken away. I think this is a reasonable option now as well. Going into Rumble is pretty bold here for Zeus.
I would agree, and this was actually seen as a counter matchup, as the Rumble was one of the champions that was able to cope with the Gwen even when she was relatively stronger earlier.
Usually you want to play like Galio, Orin into Rumble, but
we've seen like especially players like Doran just pick Gwen, and it doesn't even really matter what the lane face looks like. You just kind of get those scissors out.
It is as
원래 오른이나 뭐 럼블 상대로 오른이나 갈리오 이런 거 하는데 이걸 Gwen을 해버렸네. 신기합니다. Oh, Annie pick. I don't know if I like Hana's comp, guys. 하나 조합이 좀 근데 뭔가 좀 이상한데? 원래 왜냐면은 바이랑은 오로라가 자주 나오던가 막 그러잖아. Usually you wanna play like Aurora or something with Vi. Annie is an interesting pick, I think. 이게 들어가는 거를 애니가 사거리가 짧아서 앞플래시를 박아야 되거든요. 물론 눈앞에서 일어나는 거면 괜찮긴 한데. Galio pick is makes sense, I guess. Yeah, Wukong Annie was really strong, 100%. Wukong Annie was played by Genji in the finals, right? Okay, they lost that game though.
Game
3.
Super cool. So a little bit of extra experience up against one another. That was of course in 2021. Pretty good year.
그러니까 미드 탑 2AP라서 갈리오 좋다. 맞아. 갈리오가 근데 탱팬만 올리지 않을 것 같은데. 요즘 살짝 AP 템 섞어서 올리더라고요.
Pretty obvious here. The Kai'Sa works incredibly well for follow-up to the chain CC you can have with that Annie-Vi combo. So it's not surprising to see.
I wonder if Viper's gonna play Kalista.
Is quite strong here for Hanwha.
칼리 레나 다 하는 건 아니겠지 정말?
There's
no way.
Viper's
Kalista is really clean, but he's crazy if he locks it in. 울페 전설 새로운 신기록을 갈아치웠습니다. 칼리스타 영승 10패 신기록. 그러니까 니코가 생각이 나는 걸? I think Nico's really broken for CFO comp, right? CFO comp. 니코를 블라인드로 픽하는 것도 괜찮을 것 같은데. 타이밍 선수가 과연 근데 그럴까? I don't know if Kaiwin's gonna play Nico though.
Is available, Delight will be playing. Yeah, that's kind of how that one works. Instead, they're not going to take the risk.
Oh my gosh, no way they pick Smolder. No way. No way they pick a Smolder.
You have a little bit of extra protection with this Galio too, and the Varus is banned, but it does leave you open to something like a Caitlyn lane where you
Corki
can
makes
get
way
early.
more sense. Corki makes sense.
Corki much safer.
Caitlyn Brawl?
Looking like they may opt into the Caitlyn themselves here. Would of course
Caitlyn
be blind.
Brawl?
They won't be able to know what Viper's
이제
going to
픽하면
play.
근데 루시안 브라움 나겠는걸? They're gonna play Lucian Braum here, no? Am I drunk? There's no Braum ban. 브라움이 진짜 개사기인데? 브라움이 진짜 사기더라고요. 오, 루브라 나오겠다 이거. Lucian Braum or like what else is there to play?
You still will be locked down by Vi if you are ulted, if you're in range, even if you shift away.
And this is going to make things even more difficult because you can press the donkey whistle, as we like to call it, on the hunt with the Sivir and catch up to just about anyone. It won't give you a whole lot of power earlier on in the game, but of course we know what these ricochets can do later on, and there's not a lot of range on CFO's side. So the likelihood that there'll be some value from that W will be quite high, as there's the Rakan from Delight, of course, his signature pick.
There's just so much engage here on the side of Hanwha Life. The turn is incredible.
Yeah, Braum makes sense.
It is a good Braum angle for sure. I do think the Braum is
Barn angle.
Any sort of range you can grab would feel nice.
Kaiwing Barn is clean as fuck. He's gonna carry.
The issue I have here with this composition for CFO is this comp is so much premeditated on Doggo being able to land poke.
No way!
If you just toss in your equalizer,
아니 1경기부터 받으라고.
afterwards or just disengage, walk back, and then start adding in that damage, you're gonna have big problems here because if Galio goes in, he's gonna get chain CC'd. Gwen is gonna rip through that health bar, and there's just so much CC here for Hanwha.
From game 1? 첫 판부터 받을? Holy shit.
And then the follow-up Rakan ultimates.
Oh my gosh.
Angles are so tough, and getting into the fight safely as this Rumble are tough. And if you lose control of the map,
그러니까 라칸 11이면은 진짜 바드가 날뛰어요. 왜냐면 이게 라인전에서 절대 안 죽거든 이거. 바드가 막 진짜 이상한 행동하는 거 아니면은 웬만하면 안 죽습니다. Into Rakan, you don't really die on Bart, and then you have Sivir ADC. You don't really die at all in that lane. That lane phase is free, so you can just scale for free as well. Bart is like actually super countering to Rakan, and I believe like it's really good matchup. Bart has 100% pick rate at 2025 EWC. That's what I'm saying.
2014. Man, it makes me feel old, but it's really,
바드
really
화이팅!
cool that the history
하나
does
둘
have
셋
them facing
바드
off against one another in the past.
근데 이거
It's
바드
a beautiful
응원하면은
thing
하나
that, you can have such a long career in League of Legends if you're good enough, if you're storied enough. You can find yourself raising up a new generation.
But what if I cheer for Bart, I'm gonna have to cheer against
Hana
Hana.
To be legends themselves.
Oh well.
Yep, and now we are almost ready to get onto the rift for our very first
일단 그거
game of
모르겠고 바드 룬이나 봅시다.
2025. Seeing
Gotta
whether
look at
it is
Bart
going to be
runes.
Hanwha Life Esports able to brush things off, showing
Spellbook
us that they
Bart?
have had a bit of a reset, or whether
They haven't nerfed
CFO are
Spellbook
going
Bart
to
yet.
jump straight back
봉부일주
on the
너프 아직 안
horse
들어가서
after a
봉부일주
little
들고
bit
나올
of
것
difficult time at
같은데
MSI, but I think a lot of people
감전
were still
들어도
very
되긴 하거든.
impressed from what we saw
라칸
from this
상대를 근데
roster
봉부일주가 제일
for the
베스트인 것 같아요.
LCK.
라칸도 봉부일주 쓸
Here we
거라.
go, ladies and gentlemen.
We're
Loading into
starting.
game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't it cool with the keys in the skybox?
Yeah, it is very cool.
하나 둘 셋 바드 파이팅! Oh my gosh, she's using the new skin.
Again.
Where's the chroma though?
If you drop out, if you do lose
바드
both
이거
of
신스킨
these
여러분.
matches, double elimination
나온 거.
here in the group stage, the
Spirit
team will
Blossom
be
board.
crushed and you will be sent home.
Spirit Blossom board.
Hungu versus Zeka, such an exciting matchup because you have a player who's proven himself in Zeka over the last few years. His DRX run in 2022, at that time before he went to the World Championship to take it and win that title, we weren't super high on him. We were worried about his champion pool, but he's improved so much.
하나 응원 버린 거임 그 일단 본부줄 바다를 봐야겠는걸? 본부줄 힐바드 좀 주셔서 일을 먼저 찍기. If you grab the chimes, 2 chimes at least out of the first 3 chimes, you get level 2 first, by the way. You get level 2 first.
I feel like Zeka's never going to be able to kill Hungu, and maybe
second wave first melee minion.
Squishy, right? Like if you get your hands on it, you can fall over.
이거 Gunner, thank you for the light. It was really push out 1 and 9 months. Thank you.
That position, and it's probably just going to be let's
Welcome
get
back
some
to the
fun
Meeple
until we
family.
can fight one another, and hopefully these two teams are just going to stick
big
to who
boulder,
they
big boulder.
are, and we're just going to keep fighting all the time, which could certainly be a possibility. As Viper, with the only skin you're allowed to use on Sivir,
25원.
Protect
the wave, Mr. Porter.
Yeah, everyone
it's the best one.
It's
웨이브
like the
밀어야지.
best one by far. Unfortunately, it's also one of the rarest. Which does make things difficult to replicate back home.
Oh yeah, Doggo got a quadra kill on Ezreal, by the way.
So you can see
MSI.
already the wave clear pretty good for Sivir. This is just level 1. It's going to get way better later on. And when you have a
20원은 그렇게 쓰시면은 하지만 다들 이제 2렙 되죠? 오 뭐야 종 다 안 먹었네? 2렙 안 되는 거 보면.
You're always going to feel really good to
He didn't grab all the
rotate over
chimes
to
then, I
either top
guess.
or bottom objective, whether it's Dragon, the Baron, the Otacon. And then you have this vibe.
And both
to back
jungles
it
are
up so you
popping
can go
both
deep. The
sides,
vibe
yeah?
can
But
engage from so
both jungles
far
popping
away.
both sides.
So Hanwha Life later on are going to feel really good about what their late game looks like. Even if they're behind, they can play through those signs. If they're ahead, like I said, it's just so tough for CFO. So this early game is very important. I mean,
감전이라고? 아
CFO,
감전 안 들고
messing up an
본부에서
early
들었습니다.
trade, losing
바드가.
control of even one of these lanes could be so detrimental for what the mid game is going to look like.
Yep, and we'll have to see what's going to happen as far as like swaps and things like that. Right
Yeah,
now, we're
game
seeing
sounds are a
Zeus
little bit loud, but I'm gonna
possibly
turn
in
on
Jim
the
moving up
sound a
at
little bit
exactly
in
the right
general.
time. I think Zeus might just be dead.
Yeah,
He's
Jim
dead.
gonna move
He's super
in,
dead.
And there is a dash away. There is an exhaust.
와
for Zeus, but
바텀
no
동선
flash.
당연히 탈 줄 알고 이거 탑도 민 거거든요 이거. I mean everyone thought the Shinja was gonna path ball lane. Who the hell would have guessed he was gonna 3 camp into top gank? Nobody.
And frankly, almost no right.
Nobody.
To be that far. Now they are going to go for a quick lane swap here.
No, they're gonna swap Sivir top to grab the top wave. 탑 웨이브 이거 바뀌는 거 바드라고 11이랑 이제 라인 swap을 했네요. That's actually really interesting because I don't think Sivir was supposed to lane swap this early. But you have to when your top dies like that.
Well, Zeus is going to get a ward down this
Pokemon.
time. Skywing waiting in the brush. Snip goes the
선생님.
Gwen, but she is
Okay,
a little bit
Kaiwing is
far.
heal,
Moving
it's
up
fine.
there to light his
힐이
there
있어서
as
안 죽어
well.
근데.
But I think he's just a little bit too late. And so Zeus is going to make it
아니 잠시만.
It's just a little bit
제우스님?
disrespectful
Huh?
here from Hanwha Life Esports. I understand the idea. You can find that support.
Oh
you
my
put that
gosh.
pressure on. You can grab a
Someone
plate,
in the
you can
chat
push
was
away,
like,
you can
Hanwha is
pull
better
other
than
people
T1.
around
I'm
on
like,
the map,
I don't know.
Just going a little bit disconnected from the
They've
rest
been
of
like
the squad
literally
here.
resting
Gives
for
the
a
kill
month
over
now,
to the
guys.
Rumble, so rest.
Ever
Now
since
the
Road to
big
MSI,
victor of
like
this,
they haven't
already
been
in a
playing
matchup where he
for
feels pretty
nearly a
comfortable
month.
into the Gwen is
이게
just
진짜
chilling.
근데
It's not like, you
계속
know,
경기를
Hanwha
하다 온
Esports probably
CF랑
can cross-map here for
경기를
resources they
지금
pull
오랜만에
from
한 달 만에
CFO.
하는
This is
한나랑
being kind of
다르다니까
done.
진짜. 물론 당연히 스크림에서 연습은 따로 했겠지만 한계가 있다니까. 그건 좀 방심한 플레이다. 방심한 플레이.
LCK top laner in
MSI에서 한참 스크린 매일매일 하고 연습하던 GF 다르죠. 피넛이 탑 살려야 된다. 탑이 좀 많이 망하긴 했다 이렇게 되면. 회포까지 박았던 거라. It's double elimination, yeah. Best of one double elimination. So they do have another chance if Hana per chance loses here. I mean, the thing is with Bard is like you have a heal when you take heal on Bard is like.
A lead like this is going to feel absolutely
your
fantastic.
kill angle is really
you're
low.
certainly right about
You need
that,
your team's
as
help. Yes, since you don't have an executor in Knight.
It's a best of one, of
As
course.
you saw from there, the heal does save lives, by the way. 이천원 감사합니다, 원현님. Thank you.
Punishing greed always feels so amazing.
How, Febby?
In the
Ciao,
early
Jie.
part of a tournament like this, where you're like, oh, you know, beating Hanwha Life would be so huge for us. I'm not sure if we can do it. We're going to give it our best shot. Then you get a lead like this, you feel amazing. Now, Exhaust is committed.
Yep, Zest going to look for the 1v1 here as the Conqueror is going to proc. Snip comes down and he
Angry Zeus!
Copy!
저런!
But
That's so
Flash a little bit
close.
more valuable, and Zeus is still going to be able to stand his ground. Slight CS advantage here, but he's down 300 gold. After
he's
the,
still down
kill
gold,
picked
but
up by Rest earlier on.
Oh yeah, that was really bad.
Quite enough here for Zeus. He doesn't have TP
Oh,
advantage or
깜빡이다,
anything
근데.
like that either. He's going to stick around here and see if
날걸은 T1을 잡을 뻔했다. 그러네 생각해보니까. T1이 질 뻔했죠. 1대2로 지고 있는 상황에서 겨우 다시. Rest is just dead. No. 와, Junji is coming there. 노플이라서. Oh, Bordeaux's here. Fucking run. 바드 승장.
And HLE just gonna have to lick their wounds, I think. Not gonna let anyone die this time, though. I'll call it an improvement.
Okay.
I feel like there's a
very
obvious way you can look at how
is going what?
Hungu
Redemption?
plays.
No, he's going with kills
It was
first.
disrespectful, but it's unnecessarily aggressive.
Yeah, he's
given
building
how
with
the
kills first,
composition
right? For
plays
sure,
out. They're
100%.
hard forcing a lot of these situations that are so incredibly risky.
Support gap. 바드 응원방입니다. 여기 우리 방은 좀 바드 좋아하는 방이라서 참고 부탁드립니다.
And it's a lot of greed, and even though they survive this time, it is going to be a take care of the Dragon. Delight does have the smite ready, but not going to be able to
two
come in
smites
here
coming
and
through.
steal that
Kaiwing
one
actually
away.
had smite though.
There,
But that was his first swap, so that was like 600 smite. 방금은 600 쓰나 600이긴 한데 딜라이트 선수도 지금 600이었거든. 이게 수압을 여러분 참고로 봉불주 수압은 세 번째 스펠부터 스마를 해야 1200이 되거든요. 처음 수업을 저렇게 하면 600이야. 두 번째로 하면 900이고. Yeah, so this is why if you like first swap, usually you don't want to use first smite unless you're securing the dragons like that. Obviously, but 딜라이트랑 바이퍼가 안 보여요.
Triple tonic and cooldown boots versus obviously an MR building.
가려버리기.
Health stacking.
손으로 가려버리기.
It's hard to put a dent in that Galio. It does have a slight lane.
홍키 선수도 제카 선수 그러니까 애니 상대로 근데 갈리오가 뭐 무난하게 하고 있는 게 맞아 근데. 갈리오가 힘든 AP 챔프들은 메이즈 막 그 빅토르 이런 애들 아닌가? 제가 잘 모르긴 한데 막 오리아나 이런 애들.
The big win here for Hungu Life thus far is how much of a gold lead Viper has been able to generate. You know, it's a significant CS advantage he has.
아무래도 애니가 좀 사거리가 좀 짧은 편이라서 라인전에서 막
great trade here for
부시는 챔프는 아니긴 해.
So if you're a Hungu Life Esports
앞으로 가서 스킬 박으려고 하면 이제 상대한테 떠들어 맞으니까.
Well, that's one win con that seems to be stable. This is by no means an insurmountable lead here for CFO.
바드가 나오면 그냥 경기가 재밌어지면 맞아요. Essentially wouldn't get their act. They're probably sports C at World. So wait. Chill. What are you talking about, Damon and KT? Huh? What's the point?
I respect it. That was probably just not
괜찮아.
where he really wanted to go.
I think he
Oh, planned and calculated. He's gonna change his flash into another someone else. 괜찮아. 어차피 플래시 그 봉불주로 바꾸면 되긴 해요. 근데 바드는. Oh wow. He doesn't have flash. Heroic entrance got cancelled. Oh my gosh, Junji has doing it. Oh my gosh, the Bordeaux is here. Badu here. Bordeaux heal. No, Bordeaux Q didn't connect. Bench. Oh wow. Doggo was here though. 근데 밑에 시비르가 안 와가지고 이거 이즈리얼이 와. No way, the Silver's getting TP'd on by Rumble, by the way. I think she just runs though. 궁 키고 그냥 도망가야 돼, 이거는. 오케이. 병에서 죽었으면 그냥 완전 개소리라서. 도구 합류는 조금 이거 되게 날카로운데. I think Doggo they're just swapping better than Hungu Life right now. Oh, carrying no flash! Bordeaux down! They're overgreeding, I think. Look at Doggo though. Shouldn't take so much damage here, but...
Another Vault Breaker coming on through there as a Justice Punch to try and save him, but Delight, there's no real escape.
이거 잘하면은 근데 이즈리얼 트리플킬 나올 수도 있어서 조심해야 되는걸? Ezreal 트리플킬, they have to watch out, I think. Oh, they got one. Ezreal got Annie. 이거 봐, 잘못하면 트리플킬에서 다 도망가야 돼. 그 웨이브 또 박히는 거야. 탑에서 웨이브 또 박히고 여기서 구간 죽고. 하나 이거 정신 차려야 돼요. This is so bad because they literally lost like 3 waves during that fight. 방금 플레이를 통해서 탑에 웨이브가 다 박혀가지고 근데 이즈리얼이 지금 폭풍 성장도 하고 있고. This is Hungu looks kind of lost with the rotations right now. Because if you watch here, look at that. 보시면은 탑에서 싸움이 열렸는데 11일은 바텀에서 템포가 없는 상태라서 템포라 당연히 안 되지. 그래서 집을 가기 시작했는데 여기서 이즈리얼은 탑으로 수업을 하고 있거든. Ezreal was already recalled and he's running top. So he actually shows up. So it looks really bad for CFO. But if you look at Sivir's location, you know? And the Rumble respawns after he dies and then he TP's bot lane. So CFO is just actually playing macro like way better. They're actually lane swapping way better. 인원 분배나 맵에서의 움직임이 지금 CFO가 훨씬 멀뚱하게 잘하고 있거든. 여기 보시면은 잘못하면 진짜 이즈리얼이 트리플킬 나올 수도 있는 상황이었거든. As you could have gotten a triple kill here. Look at this, all those skill shots are connecting. 진짜 도와줄 수 있는 상황이 아니야. 이거 맞아주려고 하다가 다 죽어. 도고 개 잘해 근데. And Doggo Ezreal literally popped off at MSI. We're seeing it. 그러니까 이게 그 제 생각에는 11을 라칸이 너무 맛이 없었나 라는 생각을 하게 되는 거야. 이렇게 되니까. 근데 루시안 브라움이 풀린 상태에서 왜 루시안 브라움을 안 했지? 뭐 이런 느낌. 우리는 MSI에서 이미 루시안 브라움의 사기성을 봤잖아요. 그래서 그렇게 생각을 하는 것 같은데. 루브라 했으면은 이즈리얼 그냥 이즈리얼 바드? 대가리 패는 거예요 그냥. 지금 바드 너무 편하게 돌아다니는 게 확실히. Ginger is a really good jungler. Yeah, Ginger is like 100% having a lot of presence on the map. I mean, Peanut's playing good too, TBH. Like, he's trying his best. I think Zeus just has to make sure that he doesn't die anymore. Like, he's already died 4 times. 단판인가요? 네, 단판입니다. 딱 한 판 하고 이제 패자 부활전으로 내려와. 지면은 패자 부활전에서 몽코가 하나 더 있긴 한데 그것도 단판이야. 패자 부활전. 근데 솔직히 MSI에서 5판 3선승은 좀 너무 많이 길긴 했어. 플레이부터 5판 3선이라서 너무 피곤하긴 했어. 근데 보는 사람 입장에서 옥광이 계속 나오는데 결국 이길 팀은 그냥 이어버리고 뭔가였어. Doggo's just dead. Look at Zeka just killing Doggo there. 아니 이즈를 도와주는 사람이 없어. There we go. That's Hana I've been for. 그래 하나는 그래도 한타는 잘한다. Oh my gosh. There it is. Gold complete. It flipped, right? Gold flipped. 역시 이게 하나거든. 초반에 불안불안했는데 역시 한타는. 그러니까 이즈리얼 봐주는 사람이 없다니 이거는 너무 섭섭하겠다 이즈리얼. I mean, Ezreal was really fed. I'm surprised no one actually helped him. You know? Okay, let's actually rewatch this. Bordo completely whiffed the ulti. Jinjia gets it, but then everyone is just turning and then overdiving. Look at Ezreal. Look at Ezreal getting completely destroyed by Ani. Nobody helped there. 바디야 궁 그렇게 쓰는 거 아닌데? 페비나이트 행동을 하면 어떡해요? Hello, this Bardo ulted like he's feviknight. Like, come on, bro.
You can see Hungu not super psyched about how that one went, but still very even matchup between these two squads. As we can see, 400 gold means not a whole lot. And look at that, Hungu even managing to do
just
almost
gonna try to find out the
unfortunately, Viper is going to be able to
50
take
minutes.
that
Herald's
medal
coming
by
up.
an extra 1,000 or so. So nicely done.
주인장님 티어는 뭐 드세요? 뼈 아픈 질문을 하시면은.
Zeus though, there's no assist here.
오, 근데 이거는 살기 어려워 보이긴 하거든. 오케이. 네, 마그마입니다. 마그마. 주로 금화였지만 최근에 나이 이슈, 컨디션 이슈 때문에 마스터. I mean, that's actually just forced, but it worked, I guess. 방금 진짜 막 어이없게 들어와서 다이브하는데 이게 대처가 안 됐어. 하나 그런 actually. I think it's because they were setting up for the Herald. 보시면 15분 전령을 위해서 와드를 되게 깊게 해놨고 다 준비를 해놨거든. 근데 바텀에서 저 플레이를 받아치는 게 좀 늦었죠. A little bit late. Like if I was there, maybe they could turn it around. 근데 이거 탑 공작 타밍도 그렇고 엄청 소녀다 그런 것까지는 아니죠. I mean, the thing is, like, Annie's so far ahead of Galio now because of the lane assignments that's been happening.
I think very good, but because of how it ended up eventually.
I mean, Zeus is actually not that far behind in gold, which is interesting.
We'll just have to see.
Considering he died 5 times now.
Create some advantages because no turrets fell down or anything like that. Nothing truly meaningful. They just managed to get these waves shoved out.
탑내 이게 마스터 찍는 거 자체가 그래도 엄청 잘하는 거.
That overload on that bottom side. It can make something happen. It is going to be the Rift Herald started up.
경기력 MSI보다 좀 떨어진 것 같다고 날골이. 저는 근데 초반 운영은 근데 날골도 꽤 잘하고 있다고 생각하는데. 확실히 한타에서 하나가 우위를 점하고 있는데 과연 다음 한타는. Okay, Junji's gonna try to steal. Junji's here. Junji's here. Oh, Kaiwing just getting caught up. Oh, the Bardo lived. Bardo 승리. Bardo's alive. Okay, they just gonna get destroyed though. 바드 궁이 티버밖에 안 맞았어. Oh my gosh, the Bard ult completely keeps him whiffing it. 바드 산 거 자체가 좀 기적이긴 해 근데. And Junji got it, and he got out with the eye too. That's huge. 근데 전령 뺏긴 건 좀 많이 뼈가 아프겠는걸? Yeah, because I think with Heralds, like Hana could just push on mid tower for free, but they can't do it anymore.
Their objective control this game has been so critical.
And
now we are looking at in 1 minute's time here the Infernal Soul Point, which is going to give Ezreal so much power.
아니 바드 궁이 아니 이거 봐. Look guys, look at how Kaiwing just gets caught up. He went celestial position, so he actually lived there. 이거를 보면은 앞플래시로 바드를 와 이걸 산 거 자체가 말이 안 된다. 다시 보니까. It's crazy. Bard lived there. What? Celestial position and he didn't even have heals. So 갈리오 궁 실드 때문에 산 건데. 이즈를 잘 끄면 CF들 할 말 많아 보인다. 조합이 그렇게 나쁜 건 아니야. 럼블 신다운 막 든든하죠. 갈리오랑 해서. I think the Bard should just build like. Yeah, you should just lock it after. 다음에 그냥 솔라리 가면 좋겠죠, 바드가. 솔라리 앵글. 시비를 절대 못 잡는다. 궁 키고 2차 키고 그러긴 해. 시비를 잡기 빡세긴 해요. 이를 어떻게 빼가지고 이제 바드공을 올리기? 그 정도? 하드 CC가 갈리오 바드 끝?
His second, where he hits that big 2-item spike. So this is a nice window here for Hanwha Life Esports if they can get some.
I don't know. Hana's comp actually does have a lot of dives.
Hungu does not quite have his teleport ready, unfortunately, to join.
Looks like it might be a little bit of a rough game. Bard needs to start hitting the ulties.
No drop of the
for
Herald
CFO
here whatsoever. For
actually have a
CFO to
chance
try to
to win.
wrestle that prio away. A bit of a stalemate here.
시비를 잡는 바에는 그러니까 구엔이랑 애니나 이런 게 다 불편하니까 이게 CF도. 교전 보시면은 근데 CF가 계속 교전을 쥐고 있죠. Better enough Bard again? Okay. Boom. Okay, take the thingy! Never mind! Junja going in again? Oh my gosh. Oh, they're all dead. Goodbye. 07. 07 in the chat.
Unfortunately for CFO, I think
total. It was like 0-5. What? Nobody on Hana's team died. 아니 초반에 뭔가 열심히 잘했는데 결국 한타 되니까 그냥 무너졌네. 그냥 CF가 무너졌네. I mean, like, CFO plays so well early game, has really good swaps, really good map plays, right? Really good ganks from Junji, but it doesn't matter. Hana just fights better. Hana just fights better. Now they're 3k gold to hand. 3k gold to hand now. 서포 차이? 어허, 팩트 벤입니다. 지금 바드 궁 좀 아쉽긴 하거든? Bardo has been having some battle phase. 아까 첫 번째 궁부터 해가지고 조금 아쉽긴 해. 여기서 살리는 궁을 했지만 살릴 수가 없었다. 궁이 좀 애니 같은 애를 올려가지고 오히려 보는 게 나을 것 같았는데. 솔직히 하나는 MSI 와도 거의 뭐 3, 4등 할 정도로 아니면 1, 2위까지 노릴 수 있는 그런 팀이라서. 네, 그러면은 여러분 문제가 많습니다. 국제 대회에 한국 팀만 보낼 수가 없다면.
I mean, it's okay, Wolf, because this is a fearless best of one, so he's not going to.
북미랑 유럽 가뜩이나 힘든데 거기에 막 하나에다가 담원에다 KT 막 농심 다 온다고 생각해봐.
Just clear his camps, get
MSI가 아니라 LCK가 돼버리는 걸.
The gold is looking a little bit in the blue direction now, and with that dragon pickup, that stacking that we were seeing started, the CFO starting to wear off.
Yeah, I think it might be over, guys. It might be over for the board, though. Fucking run! No!
He's lying on the floor and Kyling's
Mr. Bardo! Come on!
Viper doing so much work at this point in time.
Okay,
Even
Mr.
when
Bardo live.
Bazin
살았고.
he is still just going to melt to these ricochets coming out. And I think from this point
Mr.
on,
Bardo?
it's
Where are you
going to
on
be really hard to stop this guy on the Sivir.
And you know, the Zeus was super far behind, but now he's 1,000 gold lead, he's got 2 items.
The panic ulti, that's literally me. He's just like me for real.
Which the wave clear cannot be overstated.
Yeah, Zeus was like so behind and dying like 5 times, but now look at him, he's 1k gold ahead of the Rumble.
At least doesn't block the Justice Punch, so
oh, Hongkyu's ult was so good. 네, 홍큐 선수한테 갈리오를 주는 게 페인이었다 이거. CF 지금 그 진짜 홍큐 선수가 다 해줘야 되는 그런 팀인데. I think they made a mistake. They should have drafted like a carry champion, like a damage champion from Hungu. But they put him on Galio! Like guys. I think the Rumble Xinzhao was also kind of weird because when you draft Rumble, you kind of want to pair it with like someone with RTC. Xinzhao doesn't really have RTC.
It's a very peculiar contest, and Delight is just like, man, if you're gonna stand there, if you're gonna go.
So I'm like, okay, maybe they should draft Nico, but then they drafted Ezreal. I was like, okay, well, and then they drafted Bard, which is like cool. I love the Bard though. But definitely have a lack of like hard engage to set up Rumble ultis. Because Rumble 할 거면 이게 정글에서 그 50이나 아니면은 스카너 그 MSI에서 되게 자주 나왔던 그 조합이죠. Because remember Rumble Skarn? That comp was like permaplayed in MSI. 스카너나 50이랑 해서 럼블공 진짜 다 뜨뜻하게 막 그 위에 CC를 걸어놔야 되는데. I think for CFO they just have to wait until Rumble like hits level 60, gets blown and curse. Oh, maybe they can have a chance. Maybe they can actually have a chance to win. 이제는 이제 제카가 화염 정정집.
You know, looking for picks like this so
제카 선수 진짜 잘하긴 하죠.
And you know, I feel
일단 이번 EWC 하나 우승 후보 중에 하나가 하나 라이프 e스포츠가 확실히 벤지나 팀원 충분히 이제 꺾고 이길 수 있으니까.
Once it starts to fade away, you start to panic, you start to make some smaller mistakes, you start to be a little bit indecisive in the comms.
Yuki, thank you.
We know what CFO is capable of, and some of these fights have been very sloppy. And it's not impossible to come back from here, but all those issues I talked about in the draft, like how blind you are on the map now, how difficult it is to clear vision, how difficult it is to find angles.
CFO가 이거 프리로 내려면 제가 말했듯이 이제 럼블 16렙 그냥 찍어서 궁 대박 나는데 궁 대박 나는 거 위에 그냥 갈리오 W 막 뚜껑만 먹으면서 다들 따닥.
Yeah, because there's a list of win conditions that are getting very difficult for CFO to overcome.
그렇게 한다고 해도 11일까 막 풀스펠 다 있고. 지금 라카는 지금 미카엘을 가고 있죠.
Of course, Zeus still has died 5 times in this game, but he's killed 3 people and has got 5 assists, has that lead like
네,
you're
이거
talking about.
MSI 패치랑
And so
똑같습니다.
that has been
Same patch as MSI
bandaged
by
up
the way.
and is A-OK. Not to mention the fact that the infinite wave clear is starting to be set up. Infinity Edge is now done for Viper.
This game's hard. This game's hard.
And there's a ghost that's been popped here from Delight.
No, it's a little opportunistic there.
Are those going redemption?
They're
trying to collapse on Gwen, but are they collapsing on Gwen or is Gwen collapsing on them? That's the question. 저거 잘못하면 다 죽는데 이거 잘 해야겠는 거. Oh, that Rumble is terrible. They're all dead. They go shut down, but like at what cost everything? They try to collapse on the Gwen, but the Gwen is collapsing on them. The reverse no you card coming through from Hungu like Esports. It's the way. 아니 근데 바드 개웃기네. 아니 카밍 선수 바드 잘하는데 이번 판은 좀 바드 궁이 좀 아쉽다. I really like the Bard ults are not on point this game. Not gonna lie. It's a hard game to play Bard to be TBH, but definitely at level 6 like he could have had more impact. Duties are not connecting here. What happened? 바드가 이래서 리스크가 너무 크다는 챔프입니다 정말. 근데 캐리어 선수가 바드 할 때마다 엄청 그냥 개사기 그 자체잖아. 근데 이제 저점의 바드는 이런 바드가 나오거든요. 페비나이트 바드가 나오는 거야. 이게 좀 막 스킬이 안 맞기 시작하면 그만큼 쓸모없는 챔프가 없어서. 그래서 프로 경기에서는 좀 안 나오는 편? 솔랭에서는 그래도 장인들도 많고 하니까. 페비 바드. 아 물론 카이밍 선수가 근데 바드 진짜 잘하시긴 하는데요. 정말 제가 많이 봤는데 큐도 그렇고 포지셔닝도 그렇고 궁도 좀 아쉽죠. 이번 판 전체로. I mean the Bard just missing every Q, positioning wrong, and also ulting wrong as well. Like it's hard. It's a hard game for Bard, yes. But Kaiming is also having a Bard game. It's a bad Bard game, so aka Bard game.
Hungu just can't seem to get any knockups because everyone's running so incredibly quickly.
Yo, Breska, thanks for the 16 months for the push.
Because there's a cease and desist thrown at him from Peanut every single fight.
So
he has real damage and the mobility just not able to do
거점은 진짜 높은데 저점은 진짜 낮아요, 맞아. 그냥 리스크 픽이고 저렇게 이제 한 번씩 나올 수 이렇게 프로에서 나올 수 있는 챔프긴 한데 그래도 막 라칸같이 국밥으로 나오는 느낌은 아니죠. 라칸이나 뭐 알리스타 이런 것처럼. 오케이, 보르도 실링? 까비. 전혀 까비지 않지만 까비. Second trying to assassinate somebody, look at that. 3.5 items on the Annie? 아니 근데 초반에 그웬 초반에 그웬 너무 많이 죽은 거긴 해 근데 I think it's a good team though. If Hunter Life Esports has like an early game like that, it might be really hard to come back. 만약에 막 LPL이나 젠지 T1이었으면은 근데 초반에 저렇게 실수 나오면은 이게 많이 빡세긴 해서 하나도 워밍업 반개인 거죠. 그웬 오데스 했을 때는 좀 분위기 안 좋았었거든. 영어를 너무 잘하셔서 위키 검색봤는데 바드 장인이라고. 네 맞습니다. 바드 장인입니다요. 바드 얘기밖에 안 하는 방송.
And once again, we're going to see a bit of a collapse attempt here for CFO, but everyone is
okay.
Zeus does have TP, could join at a moment's notice. This is so rough.
It's a lot of information for CFO though. We'll see whether they can utilize it here as Hungu in position for any ultimate that he's looking for. HLE now
the super ult and the E. Oh my gosh. Oh, this one's doomed, guys. 와, couldn't even kill by them there. GG. 그럼 끝났네. 대포션은.
Here for HLE, they'll take their incredibly heavy wallets.
CFO goes on to lose his bracket then in the Hunter advances.
WC in game number 1. I mean, it was a rough start though, Wolf.
It was, but at the end of the day, they're showing they are the stronger
Zeko
team.
Annie?
They have great team
Holy
fighting.
moly.
Coordination was phenomenal. Zeko with the flash double stun there. Cherry on top.
실력 차이가 너무 난다. 그러니까. Everyone was like, okay, CFO, strong team. Hanwha, you know, they haven't been playing. Okay, I don't know about everyone, but I was like that earlier, beginning of the game. And then Hanwha showed up, like, and just completely stomps. MSI에서 하나 라이프 e스포츠 어땠을까 좀 궁금했는데 확실히 CFO 상대로 양악하는 거 보면은 역시 하나는 하나다. T1한테 3대0 어떻게 당한 건데? 체급 차이가 나다. 아마 초반에 좀 라인 수업이나 이런 대처가 좀 안 좋아서 T1한테 당하지 않았나 제 생각에. 맞아, 서커스 당할. 초반에 조금 막 좀 이상하긴 했거든 경기가. 근데 이제 중후반은 아무래도 한타부터 시작해서 차이가 많이 났다. 제카 현실 체급. 제카 선수 진짜. Is that how it works out IRL, by the way? You can kind of tell, right? Although he's wearing a jacket? Yeah.
No, certainly not. Delight's Recon. I think the star of the show, though, he really
I think a lot of like gamers, like in the past, everyone made fun of them, you know, nerdy, in front of the computer all day, super skinny or super fat, whatever. No! Nowadays, like, LoL Esports, I don't know about other pro gamers, but LoL Esports pro gamers, a lot of them, like, exercise.
That we've loved to watch over the years. Yep. And thankfully, we're also going to be able to hear a bit
works out a lot. Like, Owner has big muscles too. When life gets hard, Zeka gets hard.
Will be getting down there
huh?
Pretty quickly, I'm pretty sure. In fact,
in game, of course.
Thank you very much.
What about the light?
After an amazing performance, maybe a rough start, but to HLE win their first upper bracket match, we have Peanut here with our Amazon winner interview. Peanut, I want to ask you first. A rough start for the season. You guys were able to win first stand, but then not quite qualify for MSI, and then you moved on to EWC. Were able to qualify barely.
I wonder if Peanut can understand. Peanut 선수가 근데 영어 좀 하시는 거 아닌가?
How was the preparation for the team for this tournament?
일단 피너 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 이번 시즌 조금
He's listening as if he understands English. I don't know.
첫 번째 퍼스트 스탠드를 우승을 하셨지만 아무래도 MSI 진출에 좀 실패를 하시고
EWC 롤도 한국인이 장악한다고. 이번에 발로란트 한국 팀들이 좀 잘했던 걸로 아는데 제가 보진 않았거든요.
준비하시게 된 것 그 과정을 좀 말씀해 주실 수 있다면 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
좀 닮으신 것 같은데?
아무래도 저희가 MSI를 진출하지 못해서 어쨌든 저희에게는 충분한 휴식 시간이 있었고 EWC를 위해서 한 대회 2주 전부터 저희도
From 2 weeks ago they were practicing for EWC.
대회 준비를 하고
와, 2주나 준비했다고?
좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같고 오랜만에 경기라서
I mean, we're talking about $2 million. They should have prepared like 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, so
guys, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but $2 million is a lot of money. I don't know.
Being said, we had enough rest time for us.
Even $2 is a lot of money.
A lot of MSI games to prepare.
I don't know.
So with that
in
in mind, we tried to show our best game as much as possible. And
아니,
this was our
2주
first game,
준비한
so we
거면은
couldn't play bring our
근데
best in our first game, but it was a rough
충분히
start, but
하나도 할
still,
만한 걸? 그냥 막
I think
쉬다
we're
온
gonna
그런 느낌은
show
아니죠.
much better performances in our next
$2
game.
million for a team sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people operating a team.
To play to get to this trophy at the end. But I want to ask you, is there a team that you're looking to face particularly?
이제 다음 매치로 이제 승자조에서 또 다른 팀을 상대하게 되실 텐데 다른 팀 중에서 상대하고 싶은 팀이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
이제 둘 중 하나이긴 한데 그래도 감 e스포츠랑 다시 붙고 싶고요. 이바이 선수랑 다시 한번 붙고 싶은 마음입니다.
GAM Esports!
Yeah, I mean,
GAM
it's of course like it's a choice from two.
I can't believe he didn't say T1 or Genji, but then again, he plays into T1 Genji every single time in LCK, every single day.
Absolutely. Well, that's it for our winner interview.
Levi shout out.
Let's go back to the studio to talk more about this match.
Levi 나와. GAM has to defeat. Who's GAM against? I think they have to play into Koi, I think, or something. 최악의 바둑판. The worst bar game.
They were able to lock in. The team fight supremacy came through, and the third season
자이칸 이킬 이즈리얼 봐주는 플레이만 아까 했었으면 몰랐는데.
$2 is a lot, right?
Yo, Stru, thanks for the $2. Appreciate it.
We all expected HLE to win, but in the end, it was
time to go buy an ice cream.
It wasn't a bit of a rough start, honestly, leading into this game.
Yeah, it was,
I'll do for a foot-long meatballs. Okay, you know, Subway is so good though. I used to eat a lot of Subway. Don't really do it nowadays.
A little bit fast and loose. You know, they weren't playing the tightest League of Legends you could ever say, but once the team got going, their composition really shone through. It was kind of
big.
Everybody going in the same direction. You've got Annie, you've got the Rakan, you've got the Vi. Everybody wants to just focus on one target, burst them down, and CFO just couldn't really handle the pressure once it did get to those team fights. So
바드는
sort of a little bit of why Hungu were the favorites in this one.
Yeah, and for those of you
바드는 손 들고 나가 있어.
on the day-to-day, this is such a good example of what they've been doing over the last, I'd say, like 2 months, Valdez, as it is a push,
$2 for ice cream in this economy. You'd be lucky to get ice cream
behind, and then they're able to just usurp in a
What is this?
team fight. Even though Zeus had like 5 deaths at one point, still up in gold. still up in gold on a Gwen who's going to be impactful. So a very tough thing to play against here.
A lot of good depths there. Yeah, a lot of good things happening in the top side. I guess I'm going to see if we can look at it later. But yeah,
곤세 혼자 손들고 있어야 된다고요?
Hanwha got everything they wanted. They got Vi on Peanuts.
차이 많이 나긴 했는데.
I remember that as from first hand being like the prime champion for him. That was like the game winner.
And Koi or GAM? I think GAM actually has a chance to beat Koi, but
they kind of just got everything they wanted, and they kind of did what they should do.
Yeah, I mean, it all came together. Their composition made a little bit of sense. You know, we were looking at the draft for the side of CFO. We were not very pleased with the Bard
BLG는 모르겠고 AL도 잘해가지고 AL Hanwha 이렇게 붙으면 진짜 재밌겠는데. I do want to see AL play into Hanwha and see how that matchup goes.
I know you were kind of.
Because we saw the AL Genji matchup, AL P1 matchup. So what if the AL Hanwha Life
This
Esports
Rumble
matchup?
picked first in the draft. He's like, I'm playing Rumble, guys.
Yeah, $2
so
gets
Rumble,
me
you gotta give
like a
that
big
guy
ice
some
cream.
setup. You can't leave that guy alone in the top lane with all these blind equalizers. I would love to see like a
한국에서 그래도
Rel,
아이스크림
like
꽤
a
먹을 수
Nautilus as
있죠.
that last pick to really give more help to the Rumble that kind of sacrificed his own matchup for the team comp.
You can see that
가격이
CFO
그렇게까지
got the
높진 않아.
idea halfway there as we
옛날에
take a look
진짜
at our
3,000원이
first highlight,
아니라
which is of Zeus getting bullied
막
on by
아이스크림 막
CFO.
300원, 500원 막 이러지
pressure
않았나?
from the jungle. They were like, hey, we gotta hold him down. We got that Rumble. Let's get it going.
I mean, like, this gang
so
was crazy
typical
for
Zeus,
Junjia.
'cause he got,
And then
like,
Zeus
pushed
just
in the
ran
match
in
of
here
it should not
too.
be pushed in, and then he didn't realize that, oh,
아니
he's
근데
actually
여기에서 진짜 와
Yeah,
그웬 이거
gangs,
이렇게 죽는 거
and then
보고
he
오 설마
overextended
이거?
here. He's
라고
like, oh, I've got my
생각했는데
team with
이게
me,
이렇게
right?
되네. 뭔지
Well,
알죠?
he's got the other team with him, I
Canada
guess.
is just
And then,
really expensive,
we
I
had a
guess.
team fight here over
눈이
the
연배가
Grubs,
그러니까
which
저
he got a lot of work done, to
아이스크림
be fair, in
500원
this fight, but he
시대에
did die, so we
팔았어
added it to the
가지고
real,
나이가
kind
좀
of just
있는
frontlining
편인데.
as the Gwen. And
아이스크림 500원이었는데 요즘은 아이스크림이 막 한 1,500원 정도 되지
I just gotta go in for the play. I gotta
1,000원에서
go for this. This one was another
비싼
death
거는
where we were like,
1,500원이고 이제
this didn't
싼
really have to
것들은
happen.
1,000원이면
It felt like
먹지.
whenever Junjia was done with this,
아이스크림 옛날에 500원이었어. 내가 어렸을
seventh
때.
camp on the map, which was
지금
just that
1,000원
Gwen.
됐어요.
I guess this was a 1v5, so like you can't do it. But despite him
아이스
dying so
깨끼?
much early game, it always felt like he
메로나
still
이런
had
거 막
push,
500원
he still had pressure,
해가지고
and no matter how much help he gave to Rumble, he never really
학교
achieved
앞에서 막
that
사 먹고
1v1
그랬거든.
pressure back.
Yeah, and I like just at least highlighting it because it shows the priority
바드가
that
좀 아쉽다.
Hanwha Life Esports
좀
has on
아쉽다.
getting
좀
lane
많이
pressure,
저점이었어.
and it kind of showed
카밍 선수가
the
바드
balance that you
잘하는데
need to have when you
오늘은
play
좀
against
아닌데.
Hanwha Life Esports and Zeus of
프로
focusing
스페인어를
him too much
하신다는
when
게
he's there to kill
사실이냐고? 네,
and
맞습니다.
needing to make other plays around the map because he still was a
영어를 이미
menace. And then
해가지고
at the third break for our highlight number 2, this is the team fight that exploded the game wide open.
Yeah, and I just want to say that
프로를
like,
배웠다요.
CFO
영어를
wants to
하니까.
contest this,
한국어도
but
하고
their
영어도
Galio
하고.
is pushing a top wave. Their Ezreal is like just arriving now. He's on the mid lane. tier
편의점에서
2, so
아이스크림
they're
바가
walking
제일 싼 게
basically
1,500원이라고. 아,
3v5.
편의점에서 아이스크림
And
사 먹음?
they don't
저는 그
have
무인
champions
그 있잖아.
walking
무인
3v5.
아이스크림
I don't think
할인점
anyone
그런
does.
데에서 1,000원에
Yeah, it was definitely a
먹는데
little bit confusing. I think that Hanwha Life Esports, even though their early game was messy, they really locked it down when it came to the team fights. Everybody was on the same page. The setup is always fantastic for them.
This is
And
just tragic. They should just stop showing
CFO,
this.
it was kind of the opposite, right? Junjia was like, we got to go in
It's
on
a
this,
complete
but
tragedy
nobody
here,
else was
coming
really
here.
on the same page, and then everybody else was kind of
무인에선
like
메로나가
filtering in
600원.
one by
저
one.
요즘
It was
메로나
kind of a
이런 거
messy
안 사
one from
먹습니다.
CFO, and that was essentially the nail in the coffin on that best of one.
Yeah, pretty tough because we didn't get to
요즘
see
먹는 아이스크림은 좀
Hungu and
가격대가
Doggo
좀 나가는
get
것들만
put in
먹는 것
positions to
같은데.
have those huge team fights other than that third Drake fight, which just didn't really go their way. And from there, Hanwha Life Esports, they know what to do with the lead and they close this one out.
I felt like CFO
예,
in
옛날에는
general, they
그냥
were
밥
kind of like
잡고 아무거나 막
indecisive
하드
if they wanted to actually
쭈쭈바 이런 거
fight
먹는데
Hanwha Life at
요즘은
specific
좀
moments. I feel like if you want to
한번
contest
먹을
these
바에 좀
dragons,
좋은
you
거
need to
먹자
have
이런
your guys
마인드.
with
자주
items
먹는 게
ready
아니니까.
on the spot
그죠?
because you have an Ezreal. He's a top champion. He wants to be there early before the
저
dragon
팥 별로 안
responds and
좋아.
hold them down a little bit to secure yourself
팥
an
맛이
advantage
나는
in the
왜
team fight.
맛있다고
If your
사는지
Ezreal is
모르겠어.
joining
되게
the fight when the
텁텁하고
fight
좀
is almost
이상하던데.
over, it was probably a bad fight from the beginning.
제
You
취향
shouldn't be taking those
존중하겠습니다.
fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely not.
제
All right, let's
취향도
take a look at the
존중해 주시길
updated
바라요.
bracket. With that victory, it is Hanwha Life Esports into the qualifying match. That'll
저는
happen
민트
a
초코
little
이런 거
bit later
좋아하거든요.
on
근데 민트
today.
초코 이런 거는
They
막
will
해외
play
이런 건
the
제품이라서
winner
좀
of
비싸던데.
Movistar Koi and GAM Esports.
누가 바람
We'll get you
비비비.
set up for
아니
that
할머니를
one in
만들어
just
놓으시면
a little bit.
어떡해요.
Final thoughts
할머니까지는
here
아니다
on
지금.
this series and how CFO can
유튜브
bounce
렉
back
겁나 걸린다고.
into this bracket, Valdez.
I mean, you said it earlier, like CFO is probably number 2 in this group, so for them,
제
it's
인터넷이
it's got to be a little bit of a road through the losers bracket, essentially. It's double elimination. They get a second chance. I'm sure that this isn't the play that they wanted to show.
Getting ripped off for ice creams? Yeah, I know, right? Like, why is ice cream so expensive in NA?
They should be the
That's
favorites
interesting.
going forward.
All right, coming up next, GAM and MCoy, and we have the face of GAM here to join
when I
us
was
on
in
the
NA,
desk in
like,
just a little bit. To go anywhere, you're watching the Esports World Cup.
There was like this really famous ice cream place in New York. I forgot the name though. Maybe someone can remind me. Anybody in the chat from New York? Also, living in the US is ridiculous. Everything is... Yeah, that's what I heard. Like the US prices, like for rent and everything, is really high now. You have to like share, like a 2-bedroom place, and it's like 3,500 or something, or like 1,500 per person.
Level
like,
up your
that's
gaming
crazy.
experience with over 8
That's
million
crazy.
playlists only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Yo, Wenex, thanks for the 2 months. I really appreciate for funding my ice cream addiction. Just kidding. I'm actually not that crazy on ice cream, but nowadays, because it's so hot in Korea, I've been eating ice cream more often. Maybe like, yeah, usually I never have ice cream that often anymore. In the cities, it's horrible? Yeah, that's what I heard. To be fair, NIC is literally the most expensive place in the US. True. True. New York was always expensive, but like now it's even more expensive. I thought Korea is a cold country? I mean, we have 4 seasons. We have spring, summer, autumn, winter, all of it. Like it snows here, but it's also really humid in the summer and like really hot. What flavor is your favorite? Mint chocolate chip. Mint chocolate. But honestly, I don't know. I really just like coffee or like chocolate as well. Just like I like chocolate flavor, I guess. I'll shock with how cheap things were when I went to Japan in May. Yup. Japan has been their currency has been going down a lot, I heard. So a lot of like things are super cheap when you transport. When you change your money to yen, like because of the yen value going down, yeah. 영어 발음과 속도를 못 따라가겠는데 오늘부터 방장님 봉사부 영어 실력을 늘린다고? 아, 어서오세요. 오케이 좋은데? Very good plan입니다. 실제로 우리 방송에서 좀 자주 보시는 분들 영어를 좀 하시던데 요즘. 근데 안 보는 거보다 낫지 않을까? 안 보는 거보다 낫지 않을까? 이거 근데 캠을 꺼야 되는지 안 꺼야 되는지 잘 모르겠는걸? I don't actually know the rules. Like they never said I had to turn off the camera or anything during the ad breaks, but just in case I'm turning off the camera, just in case. 영어랑 한국어 같이 나와서 맞아요. 외국 분들도 이제 한국어 배우시는 분들, 한국 좋아하는 분들이 이제 와서 보시는 경우가 많아서 한국어 연습한다고. Well, like I think it's funny how Koreans tell me like they like to watch my stream to practice English, and then we have like foreigners tell me they're like, Fevi, your stream helps me out with like practicing Korean. You know, it's like one way or another. We have like people, or we have Koreans who are speaking good English, or foreigners who speak Korean, like watching my streams. So I speak both. I'm like the middle ground. I'm the middle ground of like the two communities, right?
Brings the rising tide of the Pacific and GAM Esports up against the new kings of Europe. It is MKOI trying to get themselves the first win and into the qualifying round against Hungu Life Esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Valdez, and joining us, the man, the myth, the legend from around the world.
GAM time!
Owner, CEO of GAM Esports. Welcome, brother.
What's up, everybody? Hello, EWC.
Yeah, man. How's it being back here in Riyadh?
Amazing. We were here last year, but it's great to come back and actually be competing this time on the EWC stage and be able to represent the LCP.
근데 이분은 거의 뭐 지금
LCP has been popping off lately, right?
Yes.
Before, I feel like it was very synonymous with PSG
TV라고.
and Talon. Now back to PSG Talon.
아리랑 TV?
You guys, you have
영어는
CFO
못
as well.
알아들어도
What's changed in the region so far that's led to a lot of this success?
추인세만 잘 간간히
We're
넣어주면
excited
돼.
just to see, like, you know, with the tier 1
한국어도
league, the
살짝 그런 거
LCP,
있지
so
않나?
us coming from
이런
PCS,
거.
teams like CFO and PSG
네,
Talent
네,
from
네랑.
PCS coming together, and then
하이.
now it's like one big
일본어
region with
하이.
teams from Japan, Australia as well. So it's been everyone needs to level up. The competition is crazy out there. We had a really good, fun mid playoff run. You know, losing to
Vietnamese
talent,
leaks
not
in, fell
beating
off
them,
a
like,
cliff.
throughout the
So many
entire-
players got
both
busted for
seasons,
match
both
fixing.
splits,
Yeah,
and
that
then
was
coming back,
crazy.
taking
I still remember
them,
that.
to it was a 3-1.
So
and then
basically
taking
a bunch of like
CFO
Vietnamese
to
teams
a game
and players, they
5,
were like
but we fell short
kind
just by a
of
little bit there.
doing
But,
like
you know what?
betting on who's
Yeah,
gonna
it's just one
win
way
on
for
what
us to
champion,
continue
things
to
like
level
that,
up.
and they're fixing the matches.
I think right now the Pacific League, I think they're
It's
they're
because
never
they
been
don't
strong
earn
before.
much
Like, I
money
think
at
right
all.
now they're
Apparently,
actually a
Vietnamese
real
league scene,
threat
like
on the
you
world
don't get paid
stage.
at all.
Yeah.
And I think
You're
as
pretty
a
much working for
representative
free. So
of the European League, I'm a little bit nervous about this matchup.
You should be nervous, baby. You should be nervous.
여행 가서 심사 받을 때 영어 못하는데 추임새로 논다고 예스 예스 하다가 어디로 끌려가.
Always the underdogs, but we're here now. We're at tier 1. We've brought some of the best players.
근데
from our
한국
region
사람이
together
그렇게
to
막
join
어디
GAM, so
끌려가는 거
really
쉽지
excited to have
않은데
them here, showcase what
도대체
they got.
무슨 질문에 예스 예스를
I just think,
하셨길래.
you know, competition always breeds
좀 그런 게
a
있는 것 같아.
different level,
국적이
right?
좀
And
중요하긴
now
한 것
that
같아.
it's, as you mentioned, you know,
저도
the
이제 해외 많이
combination, you're all in
다녀봤는데
tier 1 together. It's
한국
like
그
you got all these
여건이
different
생각보다
rivals now
요즘
building
뭐
up. It's not just
나쁘잖아요.
Vietnam anymore. So I feel
뭔가
like that's
한류
definitely a
웨이브
big
때문에
part
그런가.
of the reason why you guys have improved.
Yo, you know,
Cibo
Liv,
looks
thank you so much
better,
for the
the talent
20,000. I
looks
really
great,
appreciate this 20,000.
and,
I don't even know
everybody's just
$200
chomping at
monthly.
bits to try to get that one spot now. So
That's
it makes it
crazy.
really,
Easy
really
Love
fun.
is
It's
paid
so competitive now, man.
$200.
Before, you know, we've been
No
very fortunate to be
way.
in the VCS and win
No,
back-to-back
I totally understand
championships,
why
and then
there's
now,
match fixing
coming in,
done.
we're not used
Like
to
that's
being
just
the
really wrong.
4th seed and everything,
I
right? Going into the
understand, but it's
playoffs,
still
we're
wrong,
4th seed,
right?
you know? But,
Just
you know,
because you're
I'm really
poor
happy
doesn't
to
mean
see
you
the
should
boys stay
steal
resilient,
other people's
not
money.
back
I know
down,
this is
and
not a
then
good
give it their
example,
all,
but
and,
if
we're
you're
very
doing
happy
something
to be
that's
here.
Yeah,
wrong,
in that
right?
post-game interview that we
It's-
just
it
had
is
on
becoming
stage with
wrong.
Peanut, he said
It is
he
really
was
sad.
asked,
I
"Hey,
think
what team are you excited
maybe
to play?"
that's
He said
why
GAM Esports.
having
How's that
more
make you
money
feel?
into
No,
esports
baby,
is a
we
good
want to
thing.
see that, all right?
Maybe.
Because you know what? Kiaya. He's been representing
Esports
for the
definitely need
LCP,
more
and he loves
funds.
actually Zeus. That's one of his idols and stuff.
If
So we
he's
want to see
struggling.
that matchup. I hope to see it happen. It's
And
gonna
honestly,
happen
I don't
next,
really
'cause
watch
we gonna
sports
beat
anymore. I only
you
watch
guys over
esports.
here. And you know,
Like I used to watch like actual sports,
messing
but I don't
with
do
you.
that
No, not
anymore.
really, but, you
Okay,
know.
what do you got to say about that?
Hold on, now let's
뭔가
let's
스포츠는 요즘 안 보는 것 같아요. e스포츠를 많이 보지 e스포츠는 별로 안 보고 좀 그런 게 있는 것 같아. 근데 e스포츠가 잘 되는 마음이 좀 큽니다. 저는 e스포츠가 잘 돼야 내가 이 재밌는 걸 계속 볼 수 있겠네. Oh my gosh, EU. Oh yo yeah.
In these last few months, they
Oh my
have
gosh.
really solidified themselves as a team that excels with their support and jungle duo. I think Elyoya and Alvaro, when they work in tandem, they're one of the strongest support jungles we have ever sent from Europe. And I think right now one of the strongest support jungles in the
이더웨이즈
world.
저번에는 진짜 막 포즈가 막 1시간 막 이렇게 기다린 것 같은데.
Help them fortify this
이
bastion that
정도
could be
기다리는 거는 뭐 MSI나 다른 거랑 비슷한
been really good
시간이고.
in the past internationally, and I think this team
Okay.
has what it takes to
I mean,
retake
it's
that
like what
front, but I
one
think
game is taking
it
like
all
an hour
starts with beating
with all the
GAM
wait time and
Esports
everything.
today.
So I
let's
think
go,
we're gonna be around for a while,
Yeah,
guys.
I mean, it's always great to see, you know,
We're gonna be watching for a
MCoy,
while because we have a lot of
Elyoya,
matches
who's just
today.
been driving that team forward for such a long time, the captain of that team, and then obviously
뱅픽 구도 설명도 해주시나요? 그냥 제일 짧은 별로 아는 건 없지만 대충 나분나분 거리긴 합니다.
So shout outs to Jojo Pune. And speaking of Jojo Pune, he's standing by with an interview right now.
I think that esports is gonna have to find other ways to monetize. Yeah, Riot is getting gambling sponsors next season, I
I
think.
would like to ask you about your MSI journey. I know it was a disappointing end to your run, so
gambling sponsorship.
Is EU doomed? And are you truly the savior?
I mean, it's kind of funny
Is EU
because
doomed?
I think it's like a couple best of fives, and people are always gonna over-exaggerate in the presence. So I think it's understandable because it builds up more hype. But I don't think EU is doomed. Of course, we're gonna save EU. So on the MSI, of course, we didn't, but we still have Worlds in this EWC.
Jojo was like,
so
"I'll save EU, don't worry," and then he didn't
talking
save
about
EU.
EWC, it is another international
이분은
opportunity for you guys to
한국계
prove
캐나다
yourself once again.
사람입니다.
So can you please share me some
네,
of your
그
thoughts about your
인터뷰 하시는 분
expectations
말고
going into
이제
EWC
선수분
this
얘기하는
time around?
건데
Yeah, I mean, I
옆에
think
키티분은
EWC is
이제
another chance for us just
중국계
to verse the best
미국인인
of the
걸로
best. I
알거든요.
think we always learn so much at this MSI when we verse the top teams, and we're doing it again. So I think we're all just taking this as a learning opportunity, and yeah, we get to for sure compete against the best. So we're just gonna try our hardest.
조조 하면은 삼국지 그 조조.
You guys are in Group B, so can you share us some of your
삼국지에서
opinion
나오는
about
조조?
potentially facing CFO.
Joe's just gonna pull a casual ult to save EU?
Yeah, I mean, I think
I really
CFO
hope so.
and GAM are kind of
But
similar.
then I kind of
think CFO is,
want
of
to
course,
cheer
a
for
very
GAM
strong
Esports
team,
as well.
But I think if we play our game,
Who do I
we
cheer
should
for,
beat them.
guys?
I think
Do I
HLE,
cheer
of
for
course,
GAM Time
a
or do
very
I cheer
strong
for
team.
EU?
They have Zika, the GOAT, so it'll be really fun versing against them too, and I want to see how I match up against HLE.
I thought I was saying Zeka.
I say Zika. Yeah.
Okay, well, hoping we will see this rivalry between.
You know how Riot could monetize esports very
you.
easily if they made skins.
Thank you very
Every
much,
single
Kitty,
time
and you got to
they
hear
made
some
skins and like
fighting
icons
words
and
there from
in-game
the man
like
who isn't
purchasable
short of any
things
words,
that fans
Georgia
can
Pin for
buy
MKOI,
in game
but,
and use in
we actually
game
have Levi,
to support their
captain of
team.
GAM, standing by right now.
I know they're doing that for icons, but like imagine they do that with like actual
GAM,
skins.
Levi, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's gonna sell
you
really
are
well.
about to go up against MKOI, and also this is your first time at EWC, so how do you feel?
Levi, đây sẽ là trận đấu đầu tiên em chuẩn bị đối đầu với em coi, và đây cũng sẽ là giải đấu EWC đầu tiên của em. Em đang cảm giác như thế nào?
Yeah, like same thing with Valorant. Exactly. They have that for Valorant, but not for League, which is sad.
So I think I feel very exciting. I think everything around here is so overwhelmed, so like so amazing.
Amazing, that's great to hear. So you guys are going up against MKOI and their jungler Elyoya. So please share some thoughts and opinions on what you think MKOI showings as of recent kind of allows you to understand what type of team they
성이
are.
편씨라서
So,
조조
can you let us know
편이라고.
what type of team MKOI is?
편씨 되게 엄청
Em sẽ chuẩn bị đối đầu với cả người đi rừng ở bên kia là Elyoya. Thì hiện tại thì em có những cái đánh giá cũng như nhận xét như thế nào về anh ta cũng như là lối chơi của bên phía đội em coi.
저번에 지고
Cảm
울었다고.
thấy Elyoya và MKOI đều là là một đối thủ rất là mạnh, nhưng mà bọn mình đã từng đánh bại MKOI trước đây và mình tự tin rằng trong ngày hôm nay mình vẫn có thể làm điều đó.
So I think like both Elyoya and MKOI is a very strong opponent, but we have defeated them before.
Who's the interviewer?
So
She's Kitty.
I'm highly confident we can defeat them today.
She helped me out with like a couple things like regarding co-streaming and all that. So.
Back to you guys.
Super nice. She also hosted me multiple times, by the way.
Thank you very much,
저
Kitty. And
키티분이
hearing from
진짜
Levi there,
너무
and to
착해요, 정말.
introduce GAM Esports,
여러모로
we'll
이것저것
give it over to TK.
도와주시고 막 호스팅도 해주시고
All right,
그래가지고.
EWC, we got GAM Esports representing the LCP.
I'm covering
the number one,
Kiaya's
the top
face,
lane,
but
the
here's-
one and only my man Kiaya.
Wait. I gotta, instead of moving, like I gotta move like this.
Pacific Go, aka Levi, aka Levy. In the
Covering.
mid, we got Eris. Eris is the young gunner, and coming in.
How about we
at
just
ADC?
Oh,
we got Artemis.
Okay,
And to
Chuck, can
round
you
it
see
all
me?
off, we got support, aka Elio, and that goes GAM GAM. We are Vietnam. Let's go.
Damn. I don't think I could have done it better. I knew I was going to do it better. Not only putting us on notice, but again, the rest of the world on notice. They have always been the underdog that have been able to find success, but now getting acclimated to a new role with success expected, international results expected. So season kickoff not making it there was kind of a surprise.
바로 먹고 바로
finishing
그냥
fourth, but the
한타
changes were
이후
made
바로 푸시하고
to
끝났어요.
be able to make it to MSI here.
Yeah, and I think like great comeback from GAM this spring and a great improvement shown by the team. And the player I'm actually most interested in today is Artemis, because I think
Artemis has been
especially
popping
at
off
MSI
100%.
showed great laning phases against
Nice
really, really good
ponytail,
players.
Very intel.
And
Yeah,
I think with MKOI,
look at this long
where it's at
hair,
their
right?
best,
Long hair
it is
now.
when Supa is in a good spot and gets that help from that support jungle.
Supa.
So my eyes today will be on this bot lane matchup, because I am a little bit worried that if Artemis can keep it up, it might prove a challenge for the MKOI boys.
I just kind of want to see GAM make it through so that Peanut can get his wish.
Wait,
fulfilled,
Alois is in the chat?
I feel like,
Wait. Dreams come true. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I do have TK right
No way,
beside
Mr. Push is in
me.
the chat.
His hand on my shoulder. No, but for real,
Maybe
I
we're
think
gonna
that
see a
Peanut
Mundo now.
He's not
Maybe
just
they
saying
will
that,
lock
you
in
know,
the
I think
Mundo
that
for
Levi
you?
is one of the more
Elyoya,
well-known
Mundo
players
jungle?
for sure on the roster, and he respects him a lot. Peanut
What's up,
does, and
Alois?
wants to meet him again. So for me, as
We think
not
GAM?
a member of either of these regions, I kind of want to see that.
No
matchup
way,
happen.
you don't believe in your region.
Yeah, on the opposite side.
It's your
That's
region,
the
though.
matchup. The man in the matchup that I'm
No?
looking at, it is Elyoya versus Levi. I think it can't be understated the type of character it requires to be a
You
leader
have
of
failed
men,
me.
and both these squads are synonymous with those leaders.
I don't know what happened,
Obviously,
though.
Levi for GAM and Elyoya for this current
stop
iteration of
believing.
MKOI, but it's just been so
There's
long-standing
no way,
for
though.
both those guys.
No way,
we
God's
gotta keep
news
in
to
mind that
GAM.
Elyoya
Then again, GAM
built
is like
this
pretty
team
strong.
with
You
a
never
bunch
know
of
what
players
happens
from
to them.
ERLs that no
Sometimes
one
they take
believed
out
in,
LC,
believed in.
SK,
He
LPL.
took these players on on his head, like he decided this. He brought this up to the league, and he believed in them, and he said, "Give me
Is Ewc gonna play Maokai today? That's the question.
And now they're standing here as the LEC
We're gonna lock
champions,
into
and they
Maokai.
made that journey beautifully.
무슨 시간이냐고?
And I think
지금
we gotta
이거
give Ewc
그
a lot
EWC라고?
of that credit, because I think the way
대회
that he has
진행
led
중입니다.
his battalion onto this
Group
stage he's standing on
stage.
right
Hey,
now,
Fevi, I love you.
I
Watching
think
from
this
Chile.
is the first step for him.
Hola.
They're always talking about
Buenas.
worlds, but I think this is
Buenas
a
noches.
great time for MCOI to get some
Korea?
international
Korea?
experience and keep growing as the team of stars they are.
Yeah, again, remember, they were kind of missing that one piece, trying to figure out what player it would be. In this
Levi
case, it was in the
did
mid
me
lane
in
for
solo queue,
JoJo,
so
and
I wouldn't
the
mind
whole
if they
season
lose
one,
it.
or a split one
Holy.
storyline was follow JoJo's plan. Didn't
I
quite go
mean-
well in split one, but they were able to figure it out in split two. Now, UTK, you
guess
guys
it
run
happens,
a six-man
but,
roster as well, or experimented with a little bit, just kind of like what CFO has done. What are the thoughts behind that, specifically in your mid lane?
So we actually have Emo, who's been with us since last year, and then we actually had Eris join the team this year, and he's like a young talent, right?
GAM's
so them two have
biggest
been
problem
playing
is
it
their
out,
mid
figuring it
laner.
out for
Like
that,
Emo
middle
and
spot.
Eris,
So we've
like
been
both.
using them interchangeably.
I don't
So it's
know.
worked
Their
well
mid lane
for
is
us.
kind of weak.
But this time we're going to see Eris
지금
start
이거
today.
GAM
And
Esports가
hopefully you guys will
MSI에서
see,
미드가 제일
later on
힘들었거든요.
when we take on some other teams after we beat MCOI today.
We'll see how they perform here.
Finish this.
대머리 감사장님
Take
아닌가?
it
네, 맞습니다.
right
감사장님.
now, brother. Okay, we've got a little bit more time before we head on to the stage, so let me just
방금
start getting some
구독했다고
predictions here.
찾아올게요.
What are
아이,
you thinking
감사합니다.
when it
Thank
comes to
you.
this series?
I think it's gonna be a nice MCOI win. I think they're just gonna take it all across the board. I really believe in Jojo Pio, and I think his laning phase is one of the best. Even Knight complimented his laning phase. I think going up against Aris, I think he should be favored in that matchup, and I believe in the whole
EU rank ladder is wild. Yup, that's what I heard.
Party. Come on, about
I
it.
kind of
Don't worry.
wanna.
Vin,
I
yeah,
don't
you
know.
get
I
his-
kind of want to climb EU, but I have like 300 ping.
What's
So.
happening here?
What I'm going to say is I think the
slow
LEC as a
zoom.
region has taken a little bit of a small step down. So I think this is GAM's perfect opportunity to step up in a best of one
Everyone,
and take the win.
everyone is
That's
voting
what
for
I'm talking about,
GAM Esports, I
right?
guess.
Yeah.
You want to know my
Quick
prediction?
EU trip
already
angle.
know.
You
We're
lone
about to
bar
let
players.
the world know what time it is.
Are you
baby.
sure? I saw all the
Because
bullying that's happening to Barty
you know
Nets.
it's about to be GAM time.
Get up, whatever this is.
GAM time, baby. All right, we're going to
GAM
take a
time.
short break. When we come back, we've got GAM and MCOI.
Our
Don't go
top
anywhere. You're
players.
watching the Esports World Cup.
Wait, Alois, did you play with Letherius playing Bard mid now? Did you see? He's about to hit GM, I think. He's like mid masters playing Bard mid. 경기 사이 텀이 진짜 기나. 그러니까 이 모든 게 좀 EWC가 보면은 좀 느릿느릿하게 진행이 되는 부분인 것 같아요. 확실히 LCK랑은 좀 다르다. 우리가 아는 거랑. Letherius is just built different. Oh man, sure. I think he's definitely the best bard in the world, in my opinion. My guy's skill shot was kind of crazy. Skill shot. I mean, obviously everything else works too, but bard skill shots are important, so. And all that stuff, like, you can take that somewhere else. I don't really want to have that discussion in the chat right now. I do understand your sentiment. You can join my Discord. There's an EWC chat. You can talk about that kind of stuff, your opinion, but probably not into a chat, guys. MSI 끝나고 바로 시작하는 거니까 선수들은 심심하진 않은데? 이거 끝나고 나서 심심하지 않을 정도가 아니라 너무 빡센 거 아닌가, 스케줄이. 생각이 들 정도로 MSI에서 뛰었던 선수들 다 다시 뛰니까. 그리고 이제 끝나고 나서 바로 이제 ACK나 정규리그 스타트거든. Like the main league starts right away, guys. After so what happens? MSI finish, EWC starts, EWC finishes, and then we have LCK starting right away, and like LPL, LEC, all that, you know. 오히려 죽음이다. 그러니까 휴가를 뭐 여행이나 뭐 뭔가를 하고 싶을 텐데 집에서 뒹굴뒹굴이나 하고 싶은데 그런 것도 못 하고. LCK는 다음 주부터 시작이다. 맞아. 저도 솔직히 말해서 지금 솔랭 방송 못한 지 너무 오래됐어. 솔랭 방송 따로 하고 싶은데 지금 계속 대회가 중계를 하고 있어가지고. I mean, I've been doing co-streaming for all these like tournaments and games, it's like I'm turning into like I'm turning into a kosher at this rate. Like what? I want to go back to like just spamming Bard and solo queue. What happened, feviknight? Hello? Just running down on Bard every game? Like I kinda miss that. Time to hate watch EU. Or Mickey, you're from EU. What are you talking about? You're hate watching yourself? Is that what happened? Hey, hi. Next LCK split is gonna be a banger if HLE doesn't crumble, yo. It's gonna be crazy. Next week is gonna be crazy. Genji 하나. 젠지는 MSI부터 EWC 우승까지 그리고 LCK까지 죄다 결승까지 가는 게 피곤하다고. 근데 거기에서 결승까지 가는 건 T1도 마찬가지야. 그래도 젠지는 우승이라도 하고 있는데 지금 T1은 고생은 고생대로 하고 있는데 지금 계속 2등 엔딩이라서 몰리.
Because I do believe that it's probably one of the best teams to take out towers, especially with this W as well. When you are full build with this champ, you probably like do a lot of damage to towers, and I'll play with demolitions as well. I think it will help me to just destroy as much turrets as I can, and I do think that he has a good wave clear as well, so I'll probably just be able to clear as fast as I can, so I hope that I'm not wrong. And for my runes as well, I went for like fleet footwork, so I can go fast. Maybe it doesn't
일정은 똑같은 그러니까
I do believe that maybe it will make
젠지 선수들은 고생은 하지만 그래도 뭐 MSI 방금 우승했고 상금도 탔고 커리어 쌓고. Okay, what are we doing? Destroy the Nexus as fast as possible? Yo, grab Lich Bane, yeah, 100%, and increase your AP. Wait, do you even need boots? I don't think you should build boots. Yeah. Okay, this guy's clueless. No offense. G2?
Minions are spawning soon. Let's see how fast I can go. Maybe I can finish with one wave.
Build,
this might be a bit optimistic, but...
What is this build?
I have like
yeah, no Nashers!
Almost 1 AP as well.
You trying to push as fast as possible and you build those items? Yeah, he's ruling it.
So
He's ruling it.
I think my build should be fine. I'm looking if I missed something, but maybe some movement speed could help. I didn't buy boots. I'm
He's trying to magic pen the tower, guys.
I think
Don't
more
worry.
AP might just be better. So let's see how this will go. Winds are spawning now.
아니 이분 좀 빌드가 좀 이상한데? 푸시 빨리 하려면 저런 빌드가 아니라 내셔 이빨이나 이런 거 가야 되는 거 아니야? 이시베인 빨리빨리 돌리면서. Towers do have MR? True, actually you're right, I'm the one that's stupid. feviknight being stupid once again, it's new. Okay. Level 18 6.
Nice, that's one.
Okay. Okay, but what about that one? Why does he have Horizon Focus though? You know?
It's two.
이분 누구냐고? G2 감독님? 아니 이분 G2 누구지? 갑자기 왜 생각이 안 나지? Guys, who is this guy again?
I want to keep my big auto attack for the tower as well.
Wait. Hold up.
Let's go.
Wait! He doesn't have minion wave!
10 minutes. Last wave coming.
And see?
Finish. Now.
That's not capped? Oh. It's not my bro.
That's 230.
결승은 20일에 합니다. 네, 이거 4일 동안 일어나는 거라서 오늘 첫날이고. 스큐몬! Yes! 스큐몬! Oh my gosh. 스큐몬드 선수. G2 정글러. 어쩐지 AP 템을 잘 모른다 했는데 정글은 그럴 수 있지. 나이를 믿는 사람이 아니기 때문에. A? PUBG? Oh yeah, Chess is in EWC now. Chess is in EWC. EWC 체스 들어온 거는 좀 재밌는 것 같은데. 제가 근데 체스 쪽으로 아예 아무것도 몰라서 중계를 안 합니다. 룰은 그래도 좀 아는 거 조금이라도 있어서 나물나물 거릴 수 있지만 체스는 can't wait to hate watch my region. But EU fans just hating on EU. I saw Faker.
Hello everyone,
Yeah.
welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Dgon here alongside Finn and Valdez, and we're just about ready to get our second best of one of the day underway. It is MKOI against GAM Esports, the reigning champs of Europe, against the upstarts from the LCP.
Please, we really do need a win right now. Like, I can't take another European defeat at internationals. I need MKOI to win this game for my mental sanity. I beg you.
Okay, if somehow KOI
You
loses
guys
here,
don't win this
oh,
one.
just like go next.
Where
Then
do you
guys.
go from there? Like, what is
Casual,
the next step?
reckless,
I don't
and
know.
false to
Because
keep them from
G2
having
kind
an
of fell down big time
Wait,
at MSI,
they're
and
called
now
together? Casual,
MKOI have
reckless,
proved
and
themselves,
bossy?
and
That's
it's up
crazy.
against GAM. On paper, they should be favored, but I don't know if I can believe in that right now.
Well, from a technical standpoint, the next step is playing against a CFO who lost earlier, and CFO looking good from the MSI. So, kind of scary situation here for MKOI.
Who are you rooting for,
this
Fevi?
pressure, Finn, as you know as a player, can be devastating.
I'm not gonna
if
lie,
you're not
like
getting
I like
positive
GAM
results.
Esports because
But
they're
also as a player,
underdogs.
this is
But
time where you gotta
I think
step
we're gonna
up.
be
You just
more
gotta
rooting for
take it
KOI
and
here.
show that you can actually perform in these pressure situations because this is what you live
I
for.
kind of feel
This is
bad
the
for
privilege
you,
of a
like,
pro player to be able
I
to
know you
stand
guys are
on
better
the
than
stage
this.
and compete in a game that you love. This is what they
Just
play
had a
for.
bad best of 5,
And to be
that's
able
all.
to play international against so many strong teams, I need to see an MKOI that is ambitious and excited to take the stage and make it their own.
You know,
Game
when
to
we
start
had
yet?
2K
No,
in
we're
here
still
earlier, he
waiting.
said maybe the best of ones with the
We're just
sneakiness
sitting
of
here
draft, right? You can
waiting.
pull out some sneaky things.
Wish
Would
me all
benefit
well
them,
with
but I
Sark,
think if
guys.
there's a team from the West that it benefits the most,
They're rooting for KOI out of
is a
pity.
team that's able to
Honestly,
do that. You play all the weird stuff
I
in the
don't
top
really
lane. It feels like Alvaro, one of the best
really
supports in the
care
West,
too much
can
about either team,
utilize
but-
everything as well. Let's see what they put together in this matchup against GAM Esports. The pressure is on for the reigning kings of Europe in MKOI. Will
think
they be
among,
able
like,
to move on to the match
EU
against
teams,
Hungu Life
I like
Esports, or
G2
will it be GAM
and
with the upset? Let's
KC.
find out as we send it on over to the stage.
I don't know. KOI, I don't really know much about KOI too much, so. 슬슬 시작한다고. We're finally starting! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. They're not even sitting in the deck. Wait, what? The players are not sitting on the tables though. Maybe this is like pre-filmed. 경기 텀이 너무 길다. 맞아요. 진짜. 너무 많이 긴 것 같아.
The ball is officially rolling here
여러분
at League
이쁜
of
채팅
Legends at the
부탁드립니다.
Esports World Cup. We've still
채팅
got so much more to come in.
Fancy, we are just getting started. Let's not waste a second and bring our next two teams out here onto the stage. Firstly, they are wildcards.
Really cute
with
avatar
teeth.
Femi. Well, thank you.
Underdogs on paper, predators in game. It's
So,
Movistar
if
KOI.
I'm doing the math correctly, it's taking like an hour and a half until the second game, like first game's second game. 이게 텀이 거의 뭐 1시간 반에서 2시간 정도 걸리고 있거든? 경기마다? 뭐 잘못하면 우리 새벽까지 들어올 수 있겠는걸? 한국 시간 새벽?
Fearless and fighting on all fronts. It's GAM Esports.
과연 저 프레스의 첫 희생자는 누가 될까? 그러니까 우리 솔직히 프레스 저 장면 보려고 온 건데. 뭐야, GAM is here. Levi's wearing the jacket.
The group stages of the Esports World Cup presents
It's
League
GAM
of
time.
Legends
GAM
continue.
time. Do we cheer for GAM? I still haven't made up my decision, guys. KOI or GAM?
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone. It is time to get onto the rift for the second time of the day here, as we are remaining on the top side of the bracket. No one going home.
네, 여기서
just yet.
유럽에 또
The
지면은
keys
근데
are
좀
safe
그러긴 해서
for this
KOI가 여기서
particular
이기는 게 맞지
match.
않을까?
But if you lose here,
KOI를
you're on the
응원하는 게 맞지
precipice
않을까요?
of getting it crushed.
It's a tough
그래도
group.
명색이
So, you know, you'd rather you take your chances against Hungu Life Esports, have that extra life,
4대 리그인데.
and then have the opportunity to study more games and get ready for that final match to potentially survive than to drop down to your last legs here. So this is a matchup that's really tough to predict. We talked about earlier in the first series, you know, okay, Hungu Life on paper, we haven't seen them in a while. They should be the stronger team. It ended up being a closer match than I think a lot of people expected because of that early game. Here, we look
I hope we get to see some good top lane
that,
fundamentals here.
you know,
Maybe
for a
Alois
little
can
bit,
tell us
of a
about the top lane
disappointing
matchup.
result
I'm
compared to what
clueless.
people had expectations for them. And then GAM coming off
Only
of,
thing I know
wouldn't
about
say
is the
necessarily
board.
a disappointing
Last game
result
board was
at
a bit of a
MSI
tragedy.
where they overachieved, were able to, as 4th seed, then
다들
fight their way
나오면 다들
through that
응원할 거
tournament.
잖아요.
So a lot of pride on the line here as well between these two squads. We saw
하지만
on the
바드는
desk, you know, you had
귀여운걸?
TK and
바드
Finn
그리고
going at it with
뭔가
each other a little bit.
프로에서 자주 안
You can
나오는
see how much
픽이라서
this
요즘
means
자주 나와서
to the
좀
Vietnamese squad. You see them on cam now here. Aries solidified himself as a starter
응원을 하게
actually
되는 것
at
같아요.
MSI, and that will continue here in their first match of EWC 20.
I like GAM. Everyone's cheering for GAM. Seeing GAM reminds me of the time they were showed in the screen as Ewc's 3rd seed in Worlds 24.
As well. Levi's been with the squad for 6 years.
Yeah.
It's actually insane.
Oh,
of course, spent some time in
yeah, they put
NA,
Faker and they
been
put
sort of
they
around the
labeled
world and then
they
settled
labeled the mid laner as
in,
Faker. I
in
was like,
Vietnam,
oh.
back at home. And it was very cute
Okay, we're
hearing
sourcing
that Peanut wanted to face off against GAM as well. Of course, if you guys didn't know, the LCK is actually incredibly popular in Vietnam. Like, Vietnam is a huge place for, like, a lot of the LCK fans. And so a lot of the teams actually visit Vietnam a lot to go and hang out, stuff like that. So
Artemis and Ellie are really good bot lane. As I said, GAM's biggest problem is their mid lane.
Towards Levi
Their
actually
bot
in
lane,
this
I
graph
think,
here for
might
Envoy.
actually
The Nocturne and the
destroy
Pantheon,
Koi's
two
bot lane. I wouldn't be
global
surprised.
Side lane empowering champions were taken away.
First pick of
Jojo looking
Aurora?
for a very early prio on this
Whoa.
Aurora, and a draft like this where the
He saw
Nocturne's
Chobi's Aurora
already
and then he's
banned
like,
away.
okay, I
It's a little
gotta
bit
play the champion.
surprising.
Broken ass.
And speaking of surprising,
broken champion.
I don't know if we're you know, you're not supposed to talk about the hovers, but
드레이브는 좀 아닌 것 같은데 아무리 봐도. Yo, Sonny, thanks for the 9 months for the fashion. So welcome to
I'm
People
assuming
Family.
that they're just going to have a little bit of a think and then decide what they want to do. 5 seconds to go.
Sounds like 롤이 인기가 없다고.
Consideration instead for Levi.
이번에 중동 주변에 롤 서버가 생기긴 했죠. 메나
Something that
서버라고.
we're too surprised about, and
인기
also
없는
he's
건
going
아닌
to be
것
able to
같은데.
help them with a lot of these mid to late game skirmishes.
They could put Ares on Galio here.
Orianna,
the other big one is
Wukong?
the Orianna that's now being
Without
covered.
Nocturne, I think next good combo
back
is
into the forefront
Wukong
at
with
MSI,
Ori.
and that is going to be what he decides to go with here. Ultimately, great ball carrier in the Wukong, great setup and follow up to the Shockwave
요즘
there.
오리아나가
And
되게
the Galio
많이
great with
올라왔구나.
Wukong and great
Orianna
into the
has
Aurora,
come
so I
up
thought
quite
that
a
might be
lot.
something
At
they would
MSI,
consider,
she
but
wasn't
ultimately
perma pick
do
ban, but
decide
now
to
she's
go for
getting
that
perma
Orianna,
pick ban.
fighting fire with fire
Towards the end of
in
that
a
MSI.
very tough, very skill-based matchup
Ever
there in
since
the mid
Faker,
lane.
BLG,
As Yone
Orianna.
is the consideration you have to think when you see a Sejuani like that. And this could mean that either of these, the Aurora and the Yone, are flexed mid and top lane. So Sol lane's relatively unknown
I think that
here
is a Yone
now
top.
for
I think
MKOI.
that's a Yone top.
I'm feeling
Irwin
if,
likes
like,
to play
as the,
like
Yone
really
is locked
champion
in,
top.
I reckon that's probably for Jojo.
So I would be
Nguyen is
surprised.
one of
Like
these
Jojo is
players
gonna
that
play
does like to
100%
just
the
play
Aurora or
whatever.
what?
Certainly
뭔가
has
탑에서
played
근데
a bunch
요네가
of
나올 것
things
같고
even
저
this
미드가
year
오로라 같죠?
as looking for a top lane
Jojo
FPI,
did
of course, a
perma pick
superstar for
Yone
this squad.
at
Somebody can
MSI,
take
but he
into
didn't
what is
perform very well.
likely going to be that Aurora towards the top side, and it is going to be the Ambassador.
He was getting kind of gapped a
Don't know
little
whether it
bit.
necessarily feels like an easy matchup there towards the top side, especially in the early few levels.
Well,
but as the game goes on, it's gonna
주인장이
get harder and
웃음소리가
harder
티모
for the
같다.
Aurora
그
side lane.
그런 소리 많이
Definitely
듣긴
feels like now
합니다.
that Aurora is 100%
그나마
going top lane,
옛날보다는
and that's the
웃음소리가
advantage you
좀
have as the one who picks the two
나아진
flexible
거긴
solo
한데 옛날엔
laners.
진짜 티모가
As
됐어.
the enemy has to kind of decide what they want to play, and you get the advantage there because it's still relatively unknown. This is a pick that we've seen
탑로라
PI play
LCK
a lot
출장기
in the
때좀
past.
왔다.
Ezreal's
맞아.
going to get taken
너프
away.
이유는
A
좀
pretty safe
탑에서는 안
80
보이는
carry
편이긴
into
한데.
what is so much dive already here for GAM. So makes a ton of sense. Corky's gone. We could just see a Xayah ban here as well. Similarly, relatively safe into this comp. I'm always the kind of guy who talks about how Xayah's not that great into Wukong because
Xayah
his
recalling
CC will
goal
persist, and he can still get on top
He
of you.
gets
But
to press that button again. It's kind of unfair.
it's really good with the relatively
자야를
short range
배날
comp, though, that
것인가
Envoy already
그것이
has with
문제로다.
the Yone and the Sejuani
이즈가
setup.
도망을 잘
That's
가니까
what
이즈
my
배냈는데 거기에서
expectation would be
자야까지.
if they
아니
want to
루시안
continue
브라운
with an
이런 거
80 carry
신경 쓸
ban
거야.
here on the side of GAM Esports.
And I know we just saw it out of Viper, so it is something that I guess is fresh in our minds. But Sivir is another champion with self-heal. Obviously, that's what they're looking for because these champions
the 0-10
dive
Kalista?
forward. There's no peel so far here on the side of MKOI, so anything with safety. The Kalista is not it. The amount of Kalista hate was
they're banning
absolutely
Zaya
insane,
themselves.
by the way, at
Interesting.
MSI for decent
Yeah,
reason.
Zaya's pretty good
but I
into
think
both
she is
comps.
still something worth fearing in certainly
Kai'Sa?
the right hand and the right position.
I'm a little bit surprised by MKOI's decision to ban
Wait, what about
Xayah
Lucian
themselves,
Braum or
'cause,
Caitlyn?
Like I said, I
Like,
felt like it was a
are you
relatively
gonna say
safe pick
Caitlyn
for
Karma?
them, but it just
캡틴
opens up
카르마
this
이런 거 나오나?
Kai'Sa, which is so obvious
한타가
for
너무
the
구리긴
draft
한데?
here. It's a dive composition from GAM. Yes, you have the Yone, you have the Aurora, you can control a lot of space, but this gives Artemis so much agency here to follow up on
MF
any
for
type
Con?
of CC that
MF
lands
Rel?
from long range.
이포를
Will be a tough
이렇게
matchup
콤보로
to play
나오나?
into what looks like is going to be Supa here
MF Rel,
locking in
maybe?
that MF. We do
MF
have the
into
Rel
Wukong
still
Orianna?
available.
Kai'Sa
Classic
feels
combo. They've
really
got so
bad.
much stuff. When you think about how
That's
Rel
crazy.
works well with Yone and
Koei
the
is
Aurora
trolling, I
and the MF here.
미포를
it feels like a
근데
no-brainer.
그
But
오리아나
that Alistar
50인데
is still
안베사까지
available. It's
해서
been a pretty common
미포가 궁 쓸
counterpick
상황이
into the
나올
Rel.
수 있을까?
So, gonna give it a
안베사's gonna ignore
extra
everybody and just ult on
consideration
MF every
Yeah,
single
there's
fight
a bit
and
of
it's
time
GG.
ticking
Alright.
down here, Wolf, as we can see. So we'll see what Alvaro
Because,
wants to do. It is
Kai'Sa's
gonna be
gonna fly
that
in as
Alistar.
well.
And a pipe, Elio, I don't know about that one.
I think Rakan makes more
To
sense
be
here.
hyper-aggressive and has recently found some success.
라칸이
as
나오는
we
게
know.
맞죠 이거는 근데
There is the Rakan
50이랑
lock-in
해가지고 같이
and
들어갈
a
수도
very
있고
standard-looking draft coming out from GAM
Oh,
here.
I like
On the
GAM's
MKOI side
comp
of
a lot
things,
better,
there is
guys.
a lot of power, a lot of
But I
damage.
think definitely
Yeah,
Koi
they're
have a
gonna
lot of
need stars
tanks.
to align
So
early on
if, for
in this game,
example,
get
if
a
GAM
snowball
cannot
rolling, because
properly
otherwise I think
like
that GAM, like
combo
5v5
their
v5,
ultis and stuff like that,
exactly
they can
what they want to do.
rapidly
VCS is
fall
known
apart.
As
Like,
just teamfight simulator as often as
코인은 뭔가
possible.
오래
They're
싸우면
getting everyone
좋고
together,
감은
just
궁극기
throwing
막
down.
이렇게
Yeah,
콤보를
this is the
원복
perfect
콤보를
combo.
하면서
GAM's comp to me
라라라
has a
이렇게
very
쓸어버리는
clear
그림이
identity.
나와야
You know,
되는데
it's put
그렇게 안 나올
circles on the
경우엔
ground,
당연히
lock up
요네랑
that CC.
오로라랑 막
You know,
스조랑
the
이런
Immortal
애들이
Miss
좋죠.
Fortune is going to really struggle if you're not winning the
감이
fight
좋아
by
보이긴 해
default. If
근데
the Yone
뱀픽이
isn't getting a
뭔가
big ult, if
APL이나
the Alistar
HK에서
isn't
나올
buying
만한
space, if the Aurora
그런
isn't on that
안타
flank
위주
angle, you know,
픽을
I feel like so
많이
many things
좋아하거든요.
have to
요즘.
go exactly right for MKOI.
I
The
will
ease of
see though,
execution
Jojo
here
is
for
playing
GAM's
Yone mid.
composition makes me feel
We're
very
winning with the
confident
Aurora
that
top.
they should be able to take the win if both teams play perfectly. Now, MKOI though, this is a team
Jojo
that's super
loves
skilled,
to
right?
see
Jojo
Yone
on the
pick.
Yone, we know what he's
I don't know,
capable of.
guys.
I think if the execution is
조주편
crisp,
선수가
if it is
근데
really good and they can
지금
control the
그
early to mid,
MSI에서
his composition absolutely can work. But going into a series like this where
요네
the teams are
픽을 하고
relatively
별로 맛이
evenly
없었거든.
matched, I gotta go with GAM's draft. I feel like it's just so much simpler and it's hard to mess up.
Yeah, GAM is Gigabyte Marine.
100% agree
Exactly.
with you, actually. I think this is going to be
Marines.
quite a
GAM
difficult one for
Esports.
MKOI to get through. And of course, sometimes there's a mistake that's made. There's something that goes wrong in the early game, and that allows that snowball to move forward. And like, if you've got top side of the map going well, right? Sejuani Yone can kind of just win a game by themselves.
아니 너무 근데
if
주미를
things
너무
are
많이
put in the right
땡기셨는데요,
position.
선생님.
But if they don't do that,
부담스러워.
this 5v5 is so terrifying.
아니
to
주미를
GAM.
거의
Really,
콧구
just pick themselves.
콧구멍이
A
다
lot of
보일
things that
정도로
get a
땡기냐.
lot done very early
They're
on.
zooming in too much,
I
I
don't know
think.
how Super gets to play the game.
부담스러워.
It is going to be hard.
We know, like, as we are kind of resident dislikers of Miss Fortune in general, and I think this is the worst position for her to be in right now.
Yeah, as we jump into the second game
No way.
of
Pool party Yone.
EWC 2025.
Wait, did you guys see the new skins coming
I think
out?
one
Like the
for
new
these two
like
teams would love to have their chance to face
Powell,
off against
Ari, and,
Life Esports in that upper bracket. My big question is, does the MF even run cleanse in this comp? Because I don't know how much it's really going to help you. Like having barrier and the extra combat ability, I think is better than.
Yeah, just take teleport, man, so you can get back to lane after they inevitably
He is going to
kill you.
take barrier, which makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to get a lead in that lane against Artemis, who obviously does, in fact, also take the barrier. He could have theoretically taken cleanse into this comp, but I do think that's the correct call from both AD carries here. But man, this one, I feel like MKOI, they're so confident to lock this in. And when you see a draft like this, oftentimes, especially, you know, someone like me who obviously has watched a lot of MKOI's games, watched their performances at MSI, but isn't inherently familiar. It's not my region.
Yeah.
I think when I see a draft like this team knows there are inherent risks with it, but they're okay with that. And I like to see that in a best of one.
Yeah, I do too. Certainly shows confidence, but we have seen hubris punished in the past. And we'll just have to see what GAM is going to be able to show us here. Of course, TK really
NEC가
letting us
경기력이
know
전체적으로
that GAM are
오락가락하는
going to be
편이라 예상이 안
And
된다고.
I think after so many years of this guy's charisma,
과연
we all
알바로
agree.
선수가
We all
알리스타
believe.
근데 킹왕짱이긴
I want to say
하던데
about the early game here is
MSI에서도
top and bottom bottom lanes should be massively prio favored for MKOI.
알리스타를 되게
you have this
잘하시더라고요.
MF here that's just going to be looking to poke down the Rakan Kai'Sa lane. Really tough for Kai'Sa to compete
yeah,
early on.
Philius
With the
is
Alistair's weak level 1,
I didn't know he was so like buff like that.
Range
I thought he
advantage
was like
here
a
goes to
Hui
Mirwin
kind of
in the top lane, of course, into this Ambessa.
like a Victor Hui type,
You do
but
miss
no.
your skill shot, but it's gonna still prompt the electrocute. Very annoying for Kiaya early. The mid lane is where Ares has obviously a little bit of extra power, as Elio is going to lose half his health there.
Yep, does have a little bit of a sustain advantage, I guess.
I mean, you just have to pull away from Kai'Sa.
Is
Can't
going to
really
be there
push.
for Alvaro as well. So nothing too much.
And
to
Wukong
worry
knows
about.
that, so he's actually like strong pathing top. Look at Wukong. 우공이 근데 탑으로 동선을 짜고 있기 때문에 라인을 당연히 땡기는 거고 애초에 라인을 땡기는 게 카이스가 맞죠? 라인 미는 거 좀 빡세긴 해. 알리스타 상대로. WQ 받으면 이제 막 플래시 빠지거든요.
Yeah, the problem is Kiaya, like he's running the electrocute as well, which is quite unusual for Ambessa, but he wants to have those bursty trades. But you sacrifice a lot with that. You're going to have a Conqueror, you're not going to have Frast, you're going to have some of those other stats you would normally get with your Keystone. So
nothing unusual going to happen here so far.
He's procking it back, but still losing. Doesn't feel great in this
I don't know, Yone just got
game.
nerfed so much. I don't know why Jojo Pyong keeps picking it. I thought it was a top Yone.
Keep an eye on how this top lane matchup is going, because you can see CS not looking like it's too much of a worry.
아니 근데 요네를 왜 계속 하실까 진짜?
At this point in time, as the rest doing a decent job here in the mid lane.
Why do you keep playing
going down lower and lower.
The champion is
Of course, that is just how
a little bit nerfed.
In this matchup, range versus melee, things like that. We've said this before. But so far, RS really controlling this lane.
Good spacing, yeah.
As the Orianna wants to do.
Because she can ramp up those autos and really start to do some serious damage as Yone is trying to trade. As Levi is up here. Mirwin does have his flash available, but he's going very aggressive.
Yeah. I've seen this one before. This exact gank happened in the first game of EWC. Kiaya dashing forward,
방금 판에서 나온
but it is not quite
Mooney
going to work for Triumph.
I mean, he leveled up anyway, but I think, that is just so tragic. I don't think he actually cancelled any
It
autos.
was very close. I think that was a really good calculation there for Mirwin. He's like, I can't get out of here.
This literally happened last
game,
except last game was a 3-cap gang. This one was a 6-cap gang.
I need to go back in. I need to
캠프 6개 돌고 오는 거라서 이거는 좀 너무 뻔하긴 했다 근데. I mean, this is like, okay, the 3-cap gang is hard for Zeus to react to that, because that's very unusual nowadays. But a 6-cap full clear gank into topside pathing, like come on man. You gotta place a word for that, my guy.
It is actually fortunate.
Wait, I don't know. I'm not a top laner, but I mean, yeah, you're trying to bully and push the way, but at least you should place a word and respect the gang time.
Okay, Gaia going in once again. Does have that null magic mantle to try and help him out against Moen, but you can see, yeah, these top lane trades.
괜히 죽는 거랑 오로라가 죽는 거랑 차이가 크다.
I mean, you have straight back on the horse. You have so much damage as Aurora, and you have the weird
비슷한 느낌이긴 한데 서로 AP지만 그거는 확실히 그 후반이 말이 안 되게.
You could continue to just auto attack as she walks away, so you kind of always end up winning those trades, you know.
Yep. Working quite nicely so far.
요네는 젠지 하나가 픽하면 무섭다.
GAM has been a Levi team for like 6 years,
워낙
right?
요네 고수분들이 좀
This is the
많이
guy
계시기
that takes
때문에
so much
그쪽은.
control for this team. He coordinates them. He's the ringleader. He's the guy, and he's got first blood. He's on a Wukong as well that wants to race to that level 6. And if he has a tempo advantage, the amount that he can control around these objectives on this map is going to be absolutely obscene. And we've already told everyone about how well this composition team fights together. Moen is going to be able to go into stealth momentarily. That will help him against this Ambessa, but
Under as a top Aurora, do you max W? No way,
like
right?
That, nothing to worry
Maybe
about.
in the past.
Slight gold lead here for the Ambessa. So GAM,
you should be
like
maxing Q
all the
now.
boxes so far, and MCOY gonna have to find something. Around one of these objectives.
A little bit of prio.
다이아티어 요네 장인인데 이 선수 요네 숙련도 낮아 보입니다. 오, 이런 거 좋아. 장인 분들이 이제 물론 티어가 중요하긴 하지만 노하우가 있잖아.
Which will end up being a mountain drake. We'll end up waiting to see what the soul is going to look like here, but those stats will always be valuable.
조조편 선수가 요네를 지금 MSI부터 되게 많이 픽해가지고 나는 진짜.
A little bit of prio, it gets punished. But still, the fact that the Wukong gets that kill is the one big wrench in your gears right now.
Is stopping the recall.
Could have been attempted steal here from Elio, just have the unsealed.
코이가 더 안정감이 있다. 일단은 앞라인이 좀 튼실한 세주언니가 나온 것부터 이미 든든하긴 하거든.
to his soul, and
근데
these top
감은
laners continuing to
한타
have
킹인데? 한타 킹?
basically half health throughout the majority of this matchup.
Levy is less.
감 조합은 진짜
He doesn't
한타.
quite have it yet. Yeah, Grand Entrance comes in, decent
너무
pulverize there
좋아요.
for Alvaro, who's controlling the battlefield for now, but that is a clone set up here for Levi.
I don't think
And the
GAM
Drake
needs to
is gone,
contest
guys.
this. Like,
We do
just
not
wait
need
until
to
you're level
fight
6
right
and then
now.
you start fighting at
They are
level
going
6.
to
You win
remember
every
that.
single fight, by the
And,
way.
that is just going to be
Wow,
the
Elio's
grab picked
training
up.
to smite,
by
like, what?
Levi thought he could just get one extra
And he
minion
just
there
smites
in
the mid wave!
trying to look for a gank there, and he was really
아니,
just trying to
봉피츠
lurk
스마를
around
그렇게
the
사용하면
corners.
어떡하냐고.
Emma Pulse, they do have to use the flash. Elio gets himself out of there, but no Grand Entrance.
Like,
Can't use
I
that
mean,
to
if you
escape.
take Spellbook
So he's
and
gonna
your
have to load
smite is
the
so
summon spell.
important, by the way. Don't swap it to smite on your first song. 첫 번째 수업에 스마를 쓰시면 안 됩니다. 참고로.
Just gonna be a lost flash here for Elio. Nothing too crazy from that exchange.
It's only 600. I keep mentioning this, but I feel like pro players just maybe they're not too.
Yeah, you can see
They're not
Levi
too
with a little bit of
comfortable
time
with
on his
Spellbook,
hands,
like,
perhaps, and maybe he
even
can
if they're
use that
pros,
to
like,
save his bottom lane.
That doesn't mean they know everything about
Elio is going to be
the
able to
game,
get
right?
multiple Artemis, things will be fine, but Super and Alvaro having a good
바꾸려고
time here
한데
in this
그거
lane.
저거는 애초에 그냥 스마
And
자체를
that is
바꾸면 안
precisely
되지.
what they wanted. Being able to
그러니까
play
스마를
around
이제
this
힐로
2v2
바꾸려고 하는데
is
애초에
really
그냥
important
저렇게
for
하면 안
the
되는
early
이유가
stages, and that has allowed them to claw
확실히
back a
그
little bit of
스마를
this
그렇게
gold.
해버리면은
Get to work on his,
이제 이따가
camps
이제
that are now
지금
back
나오는
up once
고호충도
again.
그렇고
We'll be looking for a
용도
little bit of a reset
그렇고
before we head
그
towards
심지어
Rocks.
전령까지
We'll be up
스마가
in,
4차
12
스펠
seconds time.
네 번째까지 이제 스마 못 쓰거든요. 한 번 사용을 하면은 3번을 기다려야 되기 때문에 3번을 다른 스펠을 사용을 한 다음에 사용이 가능해서 용 스틸 하려고 하면은 근데 첫 번째 스마는 600이라서 어차피 스펠을 그 스틸을 못 합니다. 참고로. 정글이랑 같이 스마를 타이밍을 해서 스틸할 수 있긴 한데 1200이면은 충분히 스틸할 만하거든요. UI가 좀 헷갈리긴 해 근데. UI가 조금 헷갈리긴 해. 뭔가 MSI UI 처음에는 싫었는데 그것도 적응해서 괜찮았다가 이제는 조금 헷갈리는 부분. 감은 앞라인이 없어요, 맞아. 돌진 조합이야 그냥 들어가서 리포 뭐 오로라 이런 거 터트리고 싸운다? 요네? I don't understand how RS is down in CS, that's painful. Yeah, RS has actually been like trading really well, but at the end of the day, like look at him, he's actually down like what, 7 CS? Oh, he misses early though, like he actually... They don't have damage though. Koi! Over... Oh, they don't have the damage. Oh my...
There's a kill for Kiaya as well, and that could not
사고다 이거는.
for the LEC representatives.
This is a horrible situation here from Movie Star Koi. I mean, that's the kind of dive where it feels like a foregone conclusion. Like, yeah, I got this set up, but I mean, the ult was early from Kiaya, and it put them in a position to
you have
where
to save your
Alvaro
region.
had to tank
When
so
are you going
much
pro,
damage
by the
early
way?
that they were kind of doomed,
I was
right?
thinking,
Super
if
is such a
Dawes can go
squishy
pro,
target. Get on top
what
of him
about
with
Alois
that
can
Wukong
go pro
Cyclone.
too?
Nice attempt there from Elioya to try to spare
They're
the
in a
second
permaban
kill,
ribbon,
trying to slow them on
You
the
can put it on the
chase
jump.
there, but he still ends up going down. So 2 kills over here to the side of GAM on the exchange.
I mean the dive on the best of this, guys.
They
Look
have
at this.
piece of
The
warfare.
only damage is MF, right?
Early ult here from
그러니까 미포밖에 딜이 없어 그리고. 문제가 세전이 알리스타가 막 버스지를 넣을 수 있는 건 아니라서 저거를 미포가 타워 끼고 막 잡기도 되게 빡세죠? 패시브 때문에 같은 애만 계속 평타를 때리면은 평타가 되게 약합니다.
Elioya not so much.
Little frustrated as we could see there. Still early days, but that is a real gold lead now to the tune of
I mean,
about 1,000.
guys, remember, Hana last
Artemis
game
now
into
switching
CFO,
up
they
here
look
towards
completely
this top
lost
side. We're gonna
in
try
the
and
early game.
defend as Super back
They
on
ended
it
up winning
one
the game
more
anyway,
time.
so
Still has a
we still don't know.
really large lead, 23 CS.
전반
or something
하나
like that. See how
초반에
many of
또
these Artemis is
피스가
gonna be able
나왔었고
to
막
pick up.
그랬는데
Should be a couple. As the
이겼잖아요,
Akacian
결국.
rain is
저희가 아직
coming down.
모릅니다.
Alvaro just
이걸로 막 게임 터지던 수준은
babysitting.
아니기 때문에.
Super comes up, no knockup to come on through there. Good pulverize. And the Void Seeker is not going to land. Bullet time coming on
That's
down.
a pretty good ulti.
That is a lot of power. You can feel some of the frustration here out of the MKOI bottom lane after things didn't go so well before.
Kind of like, it's a good ulti because you not only do damage to the enemy team, you also clearing the wave and pushing the wave in
they're
like
going to be
that.
able to turn that into a dive or anything like that. Maybe an additional plate will go over split. between this bottom duo here for MKOI as the defense.
And honestly, like
here
for MF,
the side
for
of
2v2, you can't really just
Levi
ult team
does have
plays.
his ultimate backup available, and he's lurking here in the
Colin
mid lane.
Kaiser
He's such
can
a
like
great ball
completely
carrier. There's such
outplay
a
you
great
and
combo
dodge
you
your
can set
ulti
up here
out.
onto Jojo
Oh,
Pion if he ends
like
up unbinding his
ulti
soul
on
too
first,
early.
like MF ults
Velio
first is
actually finds
better.
a really cool
Actually.
angle here to come over and steal
그러니까
away
이게
some
2대2에서
of these
솔직히
Raptors.
교전을 할 때 막
But at the end of the day,
라칸이랑 카이사 막
I mean,
들어오고
it's
하면은
Raptors for Dragon, right?
미포공
Because
맞추기
bottom side is
어렵거든요.
actually under
가만히
control.
서면서
Kiaya
미포공
right
쓰는
now,
거
top
자체가
side,
말이
they
안
couldn't
돼서
set up that dive. They're trying to look for it now, but it may just be too
그냥
late.
저렇게 라인 클리어
Artemis
플러스
gonna have to do
딜을
some funny
같이
business here to try and
교환하는
get
거.
himself out, as it is just a dead
Clean!
Elio instead.
Elio
So they'll
did
just
have
take the
flash,
guaranteed
but
kill. On the
look
board
at
now,
that.
MKOI, but they'll have to trade that one for
I mean, if it
the
doesn't
Dragon,
work
like we were
first time,
talking
you
about.
just do it again,
So
right?
on the board there themselves.
뭔가
Infernal
아까는
Soul
탑에서
for the first
한 번
couple of
던져가지고
games in DWC.
더 이상
That's a bit,
바텀,
bit
그러니까
fiery.
탑을 더 이상 안
Mitigates the
가준다?
weather
그것도
hit
안
a little
되고
bit, as it is quite
다시
warm.
가져서
It is quite warm as Levi's gonna look for the
이러면은
dive
나쁘지
here.
않죠? I don't know about this though. I
Standing
don't
still
know.
underneath this turret. Yeah, not picking up the aggro just yet, and that's the extendo auto attack.
I think MF is 1.2k lead is pretty good.
3-0-1.
허블 타워까지
Yeah, he is
먹어서
massive
코이가
now.
아까
MKOI will get
다이브
first
실수한 거 다
Yeah,
만회한
ulti
거
comes out from
같습니다. 이
Jojo to get
정도면.
himself to safety, but that is ulti's traded from our mid laners. First
But,
up,
Ewc
going to be a
Dice here
big
is
deal as
really
Artemis
bad.
facing down Super here as he ults in.
Huh?
Finding that killer instinct
Uh-oh.
angle. Elio looking for the quickness. Can he flash forward? He does manage to find an Elio in position, but he's just that little bit too late. And that
Greeting
is
for
immediate
one more
bottom
wave?
lane from GAM, making things happen. Permafrost coming on through to slow down.
Oh, but
Vince
Artemis has some
Rakan as
flash
Artemis
rounds.
trying to get that fancy footwork to
노플이라-
work, but he is not going
No,
to
I
get
mean,
out.
not Artemis.
And Alvaro,
Elio
he
said
just
too.
says, no, Elio, you are dead
Yeah,
one more
Artemis
time. So
didn't
2-1
even
in
flash.
the end, a good trade
Although-
for MKOI and a good
I
response.
mean,
It does
at
make
the
you
end
wonder
of the
though,
day,
what could
if
have
you do
happened
not,
there.
like, are you
Also
gonna lose
matched
on
the
anything?
TP
No
on
dragon on the
topside
map.
there.
You
He
don't
had
really
his
lose on it
ultimate
too much.
used moments before
근데
onto
용도
Jojo
이미
Pion.
근데 나간
You know, as you pointed out
상태라서
in that last exchange, so I don't know
나쁘지
if he
않은 것
would've
같아.
really gonna
요루랑
turn the
킬
tides
먹이는 거
there,
되게
but
좋고요.
he ultimately
Yoru getting
decides to
kills is
take a
super
plate
important.
in consolation as MKOI
she got
do
double bot
bring
lane
things
and
back. A relatively
she
close
got ganked
game
as
here.
well, so-
Slight gold lead here for MKOI, but
I mean, the game was looking a little bit rough for Aurora.
5v5s we haven't gotten to
Unlike
just
Gwen,
yet.
she doesn't really
It's the
scale
main
that well
reason you and
either,
I
so-
kind of agreed that the draft edge
Getting
goes
some
to
gold
the side
funnels
of GAM. We haven't
into
quite gotten to that stage of the game
Aurora?
just yet.
Not
This is
too
a really
bad,
cool
Squirquy.
play here from Artemis. Stacks up his passive, gets
나
that
여기에서
final auto
솔직히
here. You
이거
can see there's a moment of
미포가
hesitation
실수한
that
거긴
was like, no, I
한데
can reach him.
이거를 또
Barrier here
오로라가
is well
텔포로
timed for
캐치를
Super, but it's
해가지고
still not enough. The
또
problem is
살아나자마자
the
바로 탑으로
overextension here where the
했고.
TP does come through
Solo
and they
AP
end up
this
getting
draft,
more
yeah.
than what
You're right,
GAM was able to
actually.
get. You could see he still wanted to live there.
Can win.
Obviously, I was not too happy about dying, but I think his team is probably happy about the end result of the play in general.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Leandros
like,
is
there's
a
some frustration,
interesting build,
obviously, for Super, but there was some
I don't
revenge
know if I like Leandros,
immediately
but
found,
what are you supposed to build on
for
Aurora
the
nowadays?
LEC squad, so should be okay.
리안들이 맞아
Like
근데?
I said,
상대가
I'm
그렇게
also
막
just
체력
waiting
많은
for these
템포가 많이 있는 건
5v5s.
아닌데
Want to get some more of these skirmishes set up because Levi needs to utilize the Trinity Force that he's got extraordinarily early in this game.
여섯 번
Make
point.
stuff happen, as the steel caps as well already done. And this Wukong is just going
Real
to be
Bone Boy is in
extremely
the chat.
Yeah.
very, very scary.
Bit of an assist there from Ares means that Elio over here is
If you know what to build on
the
Aurora.
farm in the mid lane. Yeah, finally does come over here and finish those ranged minions.
It's a
but that was bit
self-report.
bizarre. You know, in the bottom lane, you know, you could in the top lane matchup that's now being played out in the bottom lane, you can see Kiaya feels really comfortable in this matchup. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot tougher for him, but he's got the Eclipse online. He's really holding his own. As Supa's the target.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
no
going in,
flash,
Levi
they're
finding
just
the
hard
angle, and
diving
MKOI
on it.
like, well, sorry, what do you do?
와 이거거든요.
Not all they can do
우공
about it, but now
라칸.
GAM are also gonna
Wukong
transition this
Rakan. Wukong just
into
flashing in and
Avatar
Rakan just
in the
going in
mid
without
lane.
E and then E and then W. Like
Potentially,
old
not
W.
quite
Like
enough
what the
minions,
hell?
so
Can
they'll
we
stay
just
standing.
We mentioned it in terms of 5v5s, but this
I
immobile
just
misfortune
really didn't like
is just
this
so
MF pick. Once
incredibly
you see
easy to kill
Wukong, you can't really
and pick
play
off
MF.
with the draft that GAM has
Wukong
here.
Kaiser,
And
you
sometimes
play
you feel immortal when you're farming mid lane when you have that early bloodthirster because you're like, well, I got my shield, I'm chilling. Almost nobody can break me. The enemy AD carry can't even really interact with me in a positive way. There's no trades.
아니 근데 루시안 브라움은 열려 있는데 왜 안 하는 거지? 뭔가 알지 못하는 스크린 데이터가 있나? MSI에서는 루시안 브라움 되게 좋았는데 미포보다는 한 100배는 더 이쁘지 않을까? Or not even like, I don't know, K-Brawl, K-Karma, I don't know, something.
Hasn't quite been able to kill the minions. It's the red dots that have been his worst enemy in this game. And Super has certainly been able to just farm it out a whole lot better.
너무 죽기가 근데 편해요. 플래시 있어도 살기 되게 빡센데 플래시 없는 타이밍에 계속 저렇게 공격하니까. I think Levi's just popping off there. Look at that, 4 kills, Triforce completed.
The Herald will be feats of strength here for MKOI, so we'll secure that one as He's going to try to use this turret to deny minions, of course, in the bottom
yeah,
side.
I don't know if Koi's gonna contest the dragon
for the
here.
objectives, but I think GAM wanted a
Flash
little bit
is
more
coming
there.
up for a map, so maybe they're gonna try.
Play disrespectfully, try to
이거
defend
근데
the
아직
turret,
그
they
골드
could get a dive on
차이는
him.
카이사보다 1200원이나 앞서는 상태.
That was 2 waves.
And like you mentioned it earlier, like okay, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Merwin once the
탐
Ambassador
캐치가
comes
아닌
online.
이상 못
But I
살린다.
feel like outside of the early game, Kiaya has really showcased that there's a
탐
matchup
캐치
we
비포는 또
absolutely
픽할
can
수가
go toe-to-toe
없기
in,
때문에.
even once we hit the mid game as we have now. And the fact that they're playing through him a little bit here in these moments shows that GAM did have a strong game plan here, even outside of 5v5s in the side lane.
Interesting. He doesn't like instant shove the wave. He holds the wave, waits for his team to walk up, and then he starts shove.
If they are going to make things happen, teleport in from Ares as a setup around this dragon is occurring. Mkoi in position though. And
it's happening,
nice
guys.
Oh,
Elio just going in.
Maybe an exit by the death chamber. No, Elio able to get himself out with a bit of a
He used everything on an Alistar.
Scary.
방금 알리스타한테 모든 걸 다 썼는데 이거 맞아?
That wave is pushing into the bottom turret, and full control does, for the moment, go to Merwin here.
This is the overlay that I don't understand.
Did
you see that teamfight overlay, like the little damage grab thingy? Like, what? It doesn't really make sense.
Infernal dragon. This will be the second dragon for either team.
방금 overlay 뜬 거 그거에 좀 말이 안 되는 것 같아. 이게 훨씬 낫죠. This overlay makes sense. Like, I can see what's going on. The other one doesn't really make sense.
To a reasonable size, but this is a little bit
Everyone's
rough.
getting cooked.
Good response.
He has some flash now.
Going to be a tough one.
Yeah, good response though, grabbing a lot of that turret health here, and we'll buy the time.
Does that mean
for
GAM's
the
just gonna
reset
get dragon then?
They have vision on this dragon as well. Looks like for a moment they were going to contest.
What do you
they don't get the TP
mean?
here for Merwin, and they're just going to let this one go over to.
The longer the game goes, the harder it is, because Kai'Sa's gonna start involving her Q, W, E.
You know, when you look at the top side of the map here for GAM,
Q, E 막 이런 거 막 그거 지나하면서 카이사는 가물가스로 먼저 괴물돼가지고 용 같은 거 주는 거 좀 안 좋은데 어쩔 수 없는 부분. 오로라가 밀려나서 어쩔 수 없어.
MF won't necessarily matter if Supa can't channel full ultimates in these
키워는
fights, right? If he's not
어디냐고.
protected, if he's not good for, and that's my biggest concern here.
마스터
because
그랜드 마스터
threats
받을
are quite
원팀입니다.
large on the side of GAM as well.
Yeah, and this is what we illustrated earlier on, right? Like, this is going to be a very difficult game for an MF to play, and it has proven to be a difficult game for MF to play. When GAM decide that they do not want Super alive,
these champions with evolutions are really OP and
that's
broken.
what it looks like.
People who play evolution champions must be really boosted.
Right? Get to a position where he can do some big damage with these ultis. As Merwin, he could get a bit
Says
of a
the
super
cosplayer.
treatment as this Wukong does too much
Like,
damage.
okay, someone report this over.
If you look at what the cross map is here, there was a group up for Mkoi on the top side.
아니 오로라 탑 왜 했어? Why did you play Aurora top? What do you mean? You can't even lane into Orianna? 아니 야, 이건 ganks, but 그러니까 50한테 갱을 당하긴 했어도 오리아나 상대로도 1대1이 불편해. 솔직히 저렇게. 지금 CS 60개 차이 나는데.
And once again, they know where
Oh
their
my
pressure
gosh,
points are.
127 CS, so low. He has less. Aurora has a less CS than Sejuani jungle. That is really bad news because you're like the only AP champion on your team. I still don't like Leandre's. I really don't like Leandre's. 리언드리보다는 뭔가 버스트를 해줘가지고 한타 임팩트 캐넨처럼 궁 써가지고 막 버스트 임팩트 이런 거 있으면 어땠을까? 제가 좀 롤 알못일 수도 있긴 한데 리언드리 오로라는
Orianna is getting scarier and scarier. But I just keep looking at this 5-0 Wukong and wondering.
게임이 반쯤 완성이 간 것 같다. 조금 많이 힘들어 보이긴 합니다.
With the resistances he has, it's hard for like Jojo to take him out.
Yone can do super play.
Almost into using his ultimate in an awkward spot and then winning the longer fight. But you're playing
Jojo,
MF,
you're the final hope of EU.
Doesn't quite work that way. I think MF can be good into dive.
NA player
even though
is
it sounds
the
counterintuitive because she's so
hope of
immobile,
EU, guys.
if you're winning. Like if you're ahead so much, you just kind of channel your cone into their dive and you die, but you did enough and it doesn't matter. And you kind of end up sacrificing yourself for the greater team fight. Especially if you have a secondary carry like the Aurora in this case. But I just don't feel that Mkoi are in a position to where
GAM was gonna look for a diver.
근데
다이브나 이런 거 미드 타워 밀면서 막 그냥 막 들어갈 수 있었는 줄 알았는데 미포가 궁을 안 써서
Orianna has been slightly behind this.
감도 그냥 안전하게 하는 거지. 아는 거야. 아니 우리 괜히 무리할 필요 없다. 우리 카이사 조금 지금 힘들긴 한데 좀 기다리면 괴물 되고 이 상체 차이 좀 많이 나서.
And like you look at it, and you mentioned Jojo.
The crazy part is
he's
like
got 1.5 items. Levi has 2. Like, and he's a
Levi
jungler.
is so fun.
It's kind of all skewed. It's feeling a little bit unfair. But in the neutral, you can see that MKOI are able to get money from the map quite effectively. They're closing that gap slowly but surely. And if they can make the magic happen...
is a monster.
Oh
no! Oh, he's gonna ult the else. Maybe he can live.
Utilize the weirding here and gets out with that between worlds. So like, there's.
They're gonna just do Autocon.
That's a good thing. The fact that he survived, but now there's gonna be no
they
ultimate
can,
here for the Aurora and possibly an
Aurora
angle
이러면은
onto
타워
the
저겠는
Otacon
걸? They're gonna have to give top tower.
Kia is hiding on the map as well. He's not showing. They don't know if he's
Just kidding.
rotating
TP
up,
committed.
if he's TP to a ward.
100% Koi wants to
not
not
seen on that
just
wave
give
that
this
JoJo
for
pushes
free.
through, but it's really difficult for MKOI to make a decision here that
You don't
favors them
know.
because they can't start the Otacon right now. They don't have enough damage. And so they do end up wrestling Prio away, but
서로 싸움은 하기 싫어하는
they're the
팀인데.
ones pulling the strings. They're the ones
Both
pulling
teams
MKOI
don't
around the
want to
map
fight
right
it. They
now.
just want to farm.
And every
Is that what
time Kia pushes a
I
wave
guess
into
Koi's
JoJo, they
conflict.
have
If
to
you
wonder,
farm
like,
it,
is that
they do
MSS
have like a
TPing
late
in, or
game
are they gonna
Sejuani,
turn to
late
the
game
Otacon? Because they just
Yone.
don't have a lot of map control right now. They're fighting tooth and nail for this vision here on
Big
the
tanky
river, as you can
Sejuani.
see, but it's just being cleared repeatedly as GAM keep MKOI in the dark.
Yeah, 45 seconds on the next dragon. That could
한판
be the
승부라서
next
승부 걸기
avenue for
부담스럽다.
attack on the GAM side of things. Super looking like he
지금
might
이코
get
이미
though.
나온
The whole
상태긴
gang
한데
is
다들.
here, so it will be a dangerous
Well,
one.
GAM
but
has
they
like
just
2
brute
items.
force
Look
this
at
out
that.
of turret.
Kaisa, Orianna,
GAM
Wukong,
able to take
and
that one
Abyssal.
down
All
pretty
of them
comfortably.
has 2
I
items
think
right
there's
now.
a tiny window here for MKOI to try to do Otacon as Kia is catching that wave.
Meanwhile,
bottom
Yone
side,
doesn't have a
but
second
they're not
item yet.
pulling the
Okay,
trigger on
now
it, you know? Everyone's
purchase
heading
it
in
at
that
home.
direction, but their turn is kind of
요네는
awkward here.
드디어
They're
이제 템이
running
나온
an
상태고.
Alistair in this composition. They're
세전이
going to
오로라
TP up
빼고는
to
다
this top
나오긴
side, try
해서.
to look for it,
딜러들이.
and
This is
GAM will be
crazy. This
decisive
is
here.
crazy.
Elio's going to back. He does have TP, can rejoin
EU.
instantly. GAM are going to have to make that call.
Otacon
Kia
call.
also hasn't TP'd yet. Here it comes, double TP from support and top.
Yeah, you can see this Otacon
T1
is going
시계라
down pretty
모르겠다.
slowly.
Otacon.
Levi able to get into position over this wall. Down to 5k. We'll see whether there's going to be a
Okay,
turn
they
from
do
MKOI.
have,
Super's positioning
smite, don't they?
pretty good right now. Now as the headbutt gets Levi out of there, but he flashes forward.
Oh, wait, the smite, no! Oh, Levi got it. Wait, no, this fight though!
He's looking to save it and they'll
Jojo!
demolish the fight.
Jojo saving EU. Okay, they got the objective. GAM got the objective, but
money into their pockets.
They might even get one more here onto
Ares can
Ares.
control it. I don't think he's gonna die.
Jojo under that turret doesn't look too bothered about it, but it looks like Ares will be able to make his way out.
And they got mid tower push as well. That's huge.
So patient.
요네공 대박 진짜. 방금 그 장면을 위해서 요네가
픽이
되었다고. And Dragon secured even if they lose the second.
Really nice ultimate, but Jojo Pyun is able to turn around the last possible second.
Oh, 가은은 뭔가 아쉽겠는걸? 가은 e스포츠 방금 궁연기가 좀 아쉽다. And like how did Artemis die without even flashing or ulting? Like what happened?
As the Otacon falls on the other side.
Oh, my region, holy.
From GAM though, and I think that this was a pretty obvious play from MKOI, even though they had vision control.
Look at this, look at this.
The reaction here from Levy is good. Backs away.
Oh, the Aura did so much damage, and the MS ult, not too bad, could have been better, but most importantly, the Orianna ult just only targeted one. Meanwhile, Yone ult hit everyone. 방금 오리아나 궁도 그렇고 연계가 너무 아쉬운데? Like, look at that, the Yone...
That's why I was saying, like, this comp has inherent risks. And this team said, I'm okay with that.
Orianna ulted the full HP MF, did 0 damage.
Look at
Of
this
the
moment
4
here. Just so well played. A game-saving move from Jojo.
Yeah, absolutely was.
Hey Jojo, my bad. Have to write another apology letter.
Even before that,
My
right?
bad, Jojo.
So
I
many
doubted.
cooldowns,
감사합니다.
using that
I doubted your
on
role.
and then finds the ultimate angle to hit everyone on the side
EU
again.
lost
We
of
mentioned
Jerry.
already, this is a terrifying team to 5v5 into. And Jojo said just like, no, it's not. I'd just be better. And that's what he did.
He certainly did. I think the game is still
다른
playable
놀다가
here
윤의
for
궁만
GAM. I
같이
don't wanna,
맞았다.
you know, overstate
정확하게
the last
파악하셨는데.
fight, but it's the kind of fight for
방금
MKOI gives you
한타를
hope
한
that
줄로
even
요약하자면
in these
바로
types
그
of circumstances, given the right clutch, given the right angles, given the right circumstances that Jojo was able to judge there.
50템, 50템도 되게 잘 나왔는데
Even in the face of so much CC.
I mean, if they have a good combo, the Wukong ult, Orianna ult combo with Rakan, like they can win.
Correct. They ended up getting it stolen away, but they won the
The
fight.
Otacon fight, they were all kind of lost. They were not focusing correct targets, not chaining their CC and ultis.
As GAM wanting to show that they can win
We'll
some
have to
of
see
these.
now, though. They do have
3,000 health,
let's
level
see.
14 on this Wukong. He is still
25
very
minutes,
scary,
Baron
even
did
though
come
he just
up.
did get shut down. As Gaia
Dragon
fighting
in
against
3
Jojo,
minutes.
of course, Jojo able to match this Ambessa a lot
I think
better
nothing's gonna
than
happen for the
the
next
Aurora.
30 minutes then. Until the next
Certainly
dragon,
true.
both teams wanna
A
avoid
lot of
fights
side lane
maybe.
control in the top side of the map here. as
Okay,
well.
just kidding.
Oh,
Artemis getting caught up.
Doesn't really like being here.
Oh, wait, Elio's tanking for
Able
him.
to try and save his AD carry, and in fact, he does so completely.
He did, he saved his ADC.
He did nothing.
Oh,
he
this
used
Rakan was
every
aiming at the
single
whole
button
game,
he
now he
possibly
did something.
could, and that was enough to save
Okay,
him.
that
Yeah,
recall
was
location was kind of
really
bad.
very clean. I
방금
suppose he
이거
could have like self.
라칸이 한 건 했는데요. 이거 이번 판 솔직히 라칸 플레이가 조금
either way, he
괜찮나라고
sacrificed
했는데.
a lot of resources to keep Artemis alive.
이거 살리는 거 한 건
And that would
했다.
feel really bad.
그 이게 제일
if there was
중요한
an objective
게
up that we were about to fight for, and
근데
you're like, oh
카이사가
man, like
플래시가
now
빠진 게 좀
Elio
많이
doesn't have any of
아픈데?
his
I mean,
his
카이사's
doesn't
no
have his ultimate
flash
here.
now,
He
so
used the
that's-
exhaust, so he doesn't have his exhaust. But
No flash for the Baron,
will be
no
back up
flash
his
for
ultimate
the
when
Dragon
that
fight.
next fight breaks out here in 2 minutes.
Dragon
off the
in
next
2 minutes.
Dragon.
Kaisa's
Assuming
no
we'll have
flash
the
for
Baron
full win
fight
in
before
15
then.
seconds.
So good heroic play there to keep Artemis alive.
This is so close.
It's a close game, and for a while it seemed like it really just wasn't going to be. Yeah, and now I'm suddenly invested. Now I'm like, wow, this is
요네 집 가서 3코 나온다. 이제 무한의 대검 가고 있죠. 요네 is trying to build IE now, so I think Koi's just gonna not do anything until Yone grabs IE. There it is! Yone's IE completed, Jojo Pelham, 3 items. Now they're gonna fight every fight.
3 items done here for Jojo. And
huge
I don't
goals
know
and
how GAM
CS
is
gap
supposed to
coming
stop
through
this
from MF as
outside
well
of them
to the
just
Kai'Sa.
avoiding his re-engages that he's able to do, or closing
too
in,
bad
being
considering
able
how
to
the
catch him in a
2v2
side
turned
lane
out, like
could
the
be
dive
another
turning out.
opportunity here.
그러니까
The safe build
초반을
that we see
지는
from
팀이
Ares makes
오히려
sense. He has the
이기는
Zonias early. He's looking
느낌인데
for Void Staff now third,
뭔가
which is going to be
이상한걸?
a lot of damage. It is going to be very powerful in these upcoming fights, but
초반에 좀
can he finish
이상했잖아
that Void
코이가
Staff
다
before we
탑에서
get to
다이브하고
it?
근데
And, you know, just
그
70
이후로 뭐 아무
seconds
일도
behind here is
일어나지
the real
않았다.
question on how much gold he's sitting on, but that's going to be a big spike
정직한
for him.
한타는 이제
Also,
감이
really
힘들어
close to
보인다.
16,
맞아.
like that's such a huge spike for his ultimate. Doesn't quite have it yet, and in fact, like this is such a good angle here. Another great judgment call for MKOI because there's no vision here.
Rakan is so
for
far.
the
Look at
side of
Rakan's
GAM.
location in the base.
Reset, and MKOI are just like, you guys aren't going to do your
라칸
due
너무
diligence. We
먼데
will
이거?
just take this objective
Levi has to
away.
go for steal. Levi has to go for steal
Void
here.
Seeker to try and get some extra vision back as Levi goes in.
Oh,
but Jojo says,
Levi
"I
just
found you."
perma
We're down to
CC.
14. That was very scary, but there's no one in the
What do
pit,
you mean?
so
They're
don't
gonna
you
lose
worry
Dragon
about
now
that one.
too,
They
'cause Jungle
kill
said.
Levi once again. Jojo able to get over that wall, and honestly, he's been such a hero for this team.
I feel bad for Levi. He like I don't know.
Just you have to know how to stop that Wukong.
그러니까
It's such a
리바이
slippery
선수가 좀
champion. Get into the
불쌍한데?
pit, look for the steal, which he absolutely would have gotten. We know. Based on
아니
that
바텀이
smite timing,
오히려
but they shut him down. Speaking of shutting down,
이렇게까지 밀릴 줄이야. 강 esports 바텀 잘하는데. Wow, they're all just getting. I don't even know what they're gonna do. Dragon. They're just gonna try to get inhibitor, swap mids, push through inhibs, Dragon after. 이러면은 그 억제기 밀고 미드 억제기까지 밀린 다음에 용까지 먹히게 되는 걸? 게임 그냥 갔다 이거.
just really
앞라인이
two
없으면
big
이게 문제다.
objective
맞아.
calls
진짜
from
이게
MKOI playing around
진짜
their
프로
vision
경기에서
and the map so incredibly well. Great macro game. Jojo really
앞라인
being the
꼽고
glue
차이가
that ties
너무
it all
많이
together though
나는구나.
with his clutch plays. Without them, that wouldn't have been possible. But you saw, you know, Kiaya was
I
trying
guess
to push
instead of
bottom
Kai'Sa, they
side.
should
He
try
has
to
to
pick
back
Alistair
instead
or
of
what?
not be a trade. This inhibitor turret for
카이사
nothing there in the
4픽에서
bottom
카이사를
side.
픽하지 말고
Bruin who
거기서
has
알리스타를
TP is now
가져가야
gonna go down
된다.
and clear that wave as they
그런
can go
생각을
ahead and
하게
take this
되는 거죠.
dragon. While he also puts the pressure on
굳이
that
알리스를 안 할
bottom
이유가
turret.
없긴
This is
했어.
a moment where you have to decide whether you want to just hard push here or go for a really risky contest. As they're going for a
브라움이
risky
나올까
contest.
무서운 건가? 그러니까 알리스타 픽하면 상대가 루시안 브라움 할까봐. 감 조합 좋은 거 맞아? 감 조합 이거 LPL에서 되게 자주 애용하는 픽이거든. It's over, man. They can't even kill anybody. GG. Okay, this Aurora kind of ended this game, but it worked
What a
out.
snapping of the neck we saw here from
Better both
MKOI.
wins.
3 back-to-back
Better
decisive
mid-wins.
calls on objectives. The third one, the simplest of the 3, but it's the one that ends the game. As GAM make a desperate attempt to look for the contest. Shut down again.
쪽편
is
요네
Levi on
증명했다.
the attempted steal.
MSI에서는 증명하지 못한 요네
Good
이번에
ultimate there, but it's
EWC에서
just not enough. A
첫판부터
clean
활약
ace
좋았고요.
will win the game here
GG.
for Movistar KOI. And EU will rule the day here in our
EU
second
ruling?
matchup at EWC 2025.
That little interaction between Elioya and Jojo was my favorite part about it. It was like Elioya saying, thanks, buddy. Thanks for winning that game for us. Because things were dicey in the early game, and then Jojo said, no, remember, I am the savior of Europe. Europe. And he
쪽
certainly looked like it here in their first game of EWC.
20일 일요일 결승이다. 네,
love the confidence, you know? Like I think
대회가 엄청 짧아요. MSI랑 다르죠.
This is going to be tough. This is not going to be an easy draft to win with. You have to have
NA
plays
saving
like
Europe again.
there, or you're just going to find yourself falling further and further behind if you're not
I got the
ready
reference.
to play this. If you don't trust your teammates enough to play this, you just won't end up having that success. But they pull it off in the end against all.
Yep.
Try again. Good try.
We're going to be able to talk to the man of
W,
the moment
good try.
here. He's standing alongside
Best
with
of
Ian,
both,
so take it away, Jojo.
단판 승리입니다. 단판 승.
Absolutely, thank you very much, guys. Bobby
So what is going to happen now? CFO has a plane to GAM. Is that what happens?
On the main stage,
CFO랑 GAM Esports랑 그럼 서로 상대하는 건가?
You were
그럴걸요?
so clutch. Some incredible hero players there. Your team started slowly, but then when you found your form, it all started to click.
NA saving
Yeah, I
EU
mean,
once
I think
again.
This was a bit rough in the early game, but we got our items and we set up a good fight for us. So I think we just all played the fights pretty well, and they messed up one-shotting me, so we just took advantage of that.
Do you think that this is another amazing opportunity for you to showcase what you can do? You've given us a taste of what to expect from Jojo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like MSI was improving so much, and I still.
경기 텀이 엄청 길다. 다들 그 얘기를 많이 하는.
How important is it to get off to a winning start here at EWC after how you went
귀걸이
out with
진짜
MSI?
잘 어울린다 근데.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Obviously, if we lost this game, we lose one more route, so it's a bit rough. So it's really good we win this game, and we just focus now on the next game.
Is that
On the
earring
flip
like
side,
real
you win one
diamonds?
more, you're in the quarterfinals. HLE next. What do you make of them?
Jojo
Yeah, I
just
mean, of course,
flexing
HLE is a
diamond
good team. I
earrings.
think if we focus on our own game, it'll be a really close match.
찐
So,
다이아인 것
really
같은데?
strong confidence
조조
that we
선수
can take it
돈
on
많이
top.
버으셔가지고.
Great performance. Can't wait to see more from you. Thank you very much.
아니 왜 번쩍번쩍 하잖아 막 이만한 거가. 좀 이쁜데 귀걸이가. 네 경기 단판입니다. 단판. 대신 패자 부활조가 있는. There is a losers bracket, but it's the best of ones for group stage, guys. C9 vs Fly, yeah. We're gonna have NA vs NA next.
Scary start there for the side of MKOI, but they're able to battle back against GAM
NA's too strong,
Esports and make.
Look at Aura damage!
proud and make
I was
one man
flaming
on this
for.
couch
I was flaming Leandre Aurora. Look at the Aurora.
So scary. When I see that
feviknight doubting
Mbessa
again.
getting so
My
many
bad for
early
doubting.
kills,
He was getting gapped so hard. I did not believe. 아니 리안드리 오로라 이거 아무리 봐도 되게 구렸는데 딜량 봐봐. 결국은 증명했다. 조재편 선수의 요래. 그리고 이제 미리웬 선수의 오로라까지. 오로라 빌드. 탑 오로라 이거 맞아라고 하면서 CS 막 60개 차이 나고 그랬었거든요.
Dominating the top lane, Wukong was so fed, but then somehow MKOI just found the fight.
오로라 엄청
Great
말렸는데
to hear
딜이.
from Jojo. Korean blood, NA passport, but EU talent. Getting the victory there, as it is a
KR,
win for
NA, and EU
MKOI.
all mixed
And then
together.
on the side
Jojo.
for GAM Esports, you see why they are so dangerous.
거의
They
won?
are
야,
able
거의
to
won
play
that,
early and
KR,
figure it
welcome
out.
back.
But it was just these couple of critical moments
Yeah,
where they started
Jojo
to
had
falter
an
when it got
insane
50-50.
four-man
That
unit
composition
ult and
doesn't
just
quite,
won the game.
play itself as easily.
Yeah, I felt like they struggled a little bit when it came to approaching objectives that MKOI had started. I feel like MKOI started objective and then kind of dared GAM to face check them, come into them, and I don't think they like found the correct angles. Their Orianna was a little bit cut off in the fight. Their Wukong had to flash in just to get a smite. That was a 50-50. In general, I could see the preparation for these objectives being something they really need to work more on if they want to have a little bounce back in this tournament.
All right, let's take a look at the
8강이고요.
Otacon fight, which is something they
내일
would be able to
8강이고
prepare
오늘이
for better
그룹스테이지
next
이런
time,
느낌.
especially at that state of the game, where again, GAM looking okay, but weren't quite able to get over the line here, Medios.
단일을 골을
I
막은
thought that
guys.
Otacon fight was really huge, and it was, I think, a combination of a good play by Alvaro and maybe a bit of a mistake by Levi here, because generally on Wukong, when you're this fed, what you want to do is go in with your ulti and then use your W to reposition, avoid some damage, and then, get the double ulti when you use the second charge. But he uses his W early, gets knocked over the wall, and then has to flash in. So basically, he's no ulti, or no flash, no W, trying to go in. And at that point, it's just so hard to get anything done. So, yeah, I think that was a really bad fight for GAM.
Yeah, again, just that full channel from the Misfortune was pretty brutal here. But who else jumped out at you
That
for
moment
the
was
side
when the
of
game ended,
MKOI
by the way,
here,
Kara.
Finn?
You just saw,
Because
right?
we've sang the plaudits and praises of Jojo Pyun.
분석하기도 빡세겠다고. 너무 타이트해서 경기 끝나고 자고 바로
Merwin
경기.
was getting really targeted by GAM, and I feel like
거의
I
뭐
don't
그냥
think there's a lot of teams in Europe right now
주말에
that plays
그
heavily
경기를
towards
다
the
몰아넣었기
top side
때문에.
like
근데
GAM
그만큼
does.
경기도
I think
되게
MKOI was a
빨라.
little bit unprepared
단판이기도
for the
하고.
amount of
이제
pressure that was being put onto Merwin.
제가 알기로는 8강도
So I do enjoy to see him bounce back like it is,
그냥
but for me, it was
3판,
that
3판
Jojo Pyun and Elyoya,
2선인
like,
걸로 알고.
despite the goal lead for
Long
GAM,
hair Fevi?
Elyoya
Yeah.
got almost all
Really
the
long
early
hair
game objectives.
pony.
He started the game with 2 dragons and got the grubs.
Long hair pony.
So I feel like while GAM was getting all these plays onto
보는
Merwin, it's not
입장에서는
like
좋다.
MKOI was sleeping.
오히려 막
He
몇
was still
주간
getting things
일어나는
on the map,
그런
and it gave time
대회보다는
for Jojo Pyun, my
그냥
stand-up
딱
player,
보고 끝나긴
to
해서
really scale and get those items and find that critical fight that brought MKOI
yeah,
back into the game.
stand-up player
Yeah, I
100%
think the
Jojo.
team play in macro
100%.
from IMKOI was also impressive to me because in these
I think
games
that one
where
fight
you know,
pretty
you've
much
got
won
the
the game.
comp with a lot of front lane, they got Sejuani, Alistair. They should
That
win
fight
fights
just
front to
won
back,
the game.
but,
Like GAM
you know,
just
when
fell
your
apart
top lane
at
is
Atacon.
so far behind, it can be hard to
T1식
actually get
아타칸
those
그냥
setups
너네 와
without the other team having
이렇게
a lot of
하면서
angles,
부르는
letting you
거야.
a lot of
아타칸 막
flanks.
치면서
So I
상대가
think
막 급하게
MKOI
와가지고
managing to
뭔가
find
하려고
the
하다가 이제
angle to
한타
start
이기고
Otacon,
아타칸
get a good
먹고
front to back
용
fight,
챙기고
and
미드
then to get
밀고
on Baron
게임
kind
터지고.
of is a testament to their macro. Because I think it should be really hard for them. You
T1이
get
또
that
그런 거
situation
되게
when you're so
좋아하거든.
behind in your
옵젝티브 봐.
side lanes. So being able to do that, execute it was
근데
huge for them.
그렇다고
And so
이제
much of this comes back to that draft that we saw
대응을 안 하면은
earlier
그냥
again
그대로
when we
바로
were going
먹히거나
through pick
아타칸
and ban in the
먹히니까
green room,
이게
and it was,
T1식
what are
서커스
they
맞아.
first picking? Okay, the Aurora. Finn called it out right away. It was like, yeah, we're going Sejuani. It's going in the mid lane. Merwin will be able to play it on the top side of the map, and it really
Aurora
helped them
pick
out
was
there to
crazy.
get the victories. We take a look an updated bracket here. We've got
그거 하다가
our
맨날
first
털리니까
matches
그거 이제
in the
잘못되면
book
이제
for the
게임이 그냥
Esports
가는
World
거고.
Cup for League
도박
of
쓰라고 해야죠.
Legends.
Hail
It was
Mary
Hungu
play.
Life Esports with the victory
Okay,
over
this is what's
CFO
happening.
and Movistar
Hanwha into
Koi
Koi is gonna be
getting a
so
much,
cool
much needed
to-
win
oh
for the
my.
LEC to have a
Hanwha
qualification
Koi
match
이거
later,
재밌겠는걸?
which means we will have both LCP representatives playing for their tournament lives later on today.
It's
Those
gonna be
elimination
hella
matches
fun.
will be matches 7 and 8
Oh,
later
7
on. So
Koi.
hopefully in about like 4 to 5 hours.
No, I mean,
we'll see.
Hanwha
We'll
did
see
look
how fast
shaky
some
in
of
the
these
early
matches
game,
go.
but so did
that
Koi.
means sooner rather than later, Hanwha Life Esports and Movistar
뭔가
Koi
서로
to qualify
비슷하게
into
이기긴 했어,
tomorrow's
근데.
games. That feels
뭔가 초반에
pretty good.
흔들리고
I
초반에
feel
좀
like if you're an
오
LEC
이러다가
fan
이제
and I'm gonna make
결국은
you
중후반에
be the
그냥
LEC fan
쓸어버리는
this time.
그런 느낌.
Yeah, welcome.
It's a
I mean,
dumb
they got JoJo.
100%,
It's
really?
basically you know, honorary NA team. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
gotta
I
feel
don't
bad for
know.
LCP. You know, both of their teams are just
I
instantly
don't know,
in
guys.
that
I feel
knockout
like top
stage, and
Zeus
it's probably
and
not gonna feel
Merwin is
good
gonna
for
be
either of
interesting.
them because it's either you're getting knocked out or
Zeus
you're
was
having to knock
angry
out,
today.
you know,
Angry Zeus
the other team
on
from your
Gwen.
region. So yeah, definitely not where you want to be this early on.
Yeah, especially after the fact that
Is
like,
that
you could be proud of those
Guys, that
games,
blue shirt
especially
guy,
if
is
you're
that
in a best
Meteors?
of 3 series, best of 5 series, you'd be able to bounce back, but it's part of the format. Best of 1
like-
is so brutal.
Brutal. There's no time for mistakes.
I couldn't
and if you
recognize
slip up,
him
you will
because
get
of the
put down.
mustache and like
And
I think he
wanna
gained a little
see
bit of
some
weight
fights
too
in
as
those
well.
teams because I think both CFO and GAM, they didn't really give me that much to be excited about. I really like
That's
how
Meteors.
GAM played towards top side, but I
아니
think CFO
메테우스
today,
그
they
여러분
didn't
옛날에
make it a
롤
little
프로
bit
선수 있잖아
disjointed,
C9
and they didn't really put
어.
up a lot of a fight against Hanwha
아니
Life.
수영
So
기르시가 이제
looking
좀
at the
뭔가
matchup, I need to see
오랜만에
both
봐서
teams
그런지
reinvigorated
몰라봤어. Yeah, that's him. I looked at him and
Yeah,
like
definitely. Well,
I was like, oh,
we
I
have
recognize
a
his
special
burst, but I
guest
couldn't think of who
joining
it
us
was.
here for just a second, so he's getting mic'd up right
I'm
now as
old,
we take
yeah,
a look
we're
at the
all
stats
old.
one more
We know
time here.
Meteos, then you're kinda
MKOI
old.
with the victory over GAM.
Look at that Merwin damage. He was
yeah.
getting targeted, but
Oh,
he's
Lord.
doing so much damage in this game. What a bounce back from him.
That's so impressive, honestly. Just
Time
going
to take
from
your
being unable
ibuprofen?
to
Yeah,
lane, you
and
know,
go to
we
bed.
saw Mbessa with the Eclipse just proxying bot lane, not even letting him get XP.
Can we start
He
was
game
like
3
0-2,
already.
managed to find a good
상근이
TP,
빨리
get back in the
시작하라고.
game, and just have some massive team fights. I don't know.
I bet the players are like setting up their
that's really hard
stations.
to do.
That's
And
why.
this really does highlight
So, like,
why
sitting
this
down,
Aurora
plugging
build
their
is so
keyboard
common, why
mouse, and
these
like they're
Asian teams
testing
really
out their
prioritize this Aurora
headset.
so much, because
Like,
he doesn't just get super
their in-game
tanky,
setting,
he also gets
룰
so much HP from
세팅이랑
all the
뭐
stats
키보드,
and
마우스
also much damage from the
세팅,
amp that
화면
despite not
이거
having as many
본인들
items as
이제
them,
모니터
he
화면
puts in
세팅도
so much
다르겠죠.
damage.
그런 것도
All right,
세팅하고.
well, joining us now after the
방송
victory
소리 체크,
and
헤드셋
representing the
체크고.
LEC Proud is the man in the top lane. It is the mad scientist, Merwin, joining us.
There it is!
Bienvenidos. How are you
The
feeling,
Aurora
brother?
player, Merwin, is here.
I'm pretty chill. Was a pretty chill game 1, I would say. Even when I trolled a bit, I found a way to recover, you know. And yeah, I would say, I mean, we well played well. I think until I connected into the game, I was making a lot of mistakes, but then I think everything just went
리바이가
automatic,
아쉽다고
you know?
골드는 가장 많이 먹었는 것
With Best of
같다고.
Ones,
그냥 그 아타칸 한타 한 번이 그냥 너무 아쉬운
the
느낌.
team knowing that you had to do
거기에서
it
진짜
here
집중력
and in the next
있게
series?
궁연계 빡빡
I
해가지고
mean, honestly, I
미포
just leave that to mindset.
쓸어버리고 이랬으면
Our
어땠을까?
coaching staff, I don't really
아쉽네요.
mind too much. I say, I don't really want to play this champion. I prefer this
하나
or
경기는
this.
첫 판에 했습니다.
And they just
아까
go with that.
6시.
So yeah, to be honest, I'm happy with the preparation they do. So I
Just woke up because of the
have
heat.
confidence in them.
EWC time super curse.
So cool to see players have so much trust in the coaching
Marcel.
staff, because there's a lot of
Turn on
coaching
the
staff that
AC,
has gotten
come on.
flack for the fact that they don't really
Guy.
know what their players' strengths are, and to see a team with that much trust in their coach, I think that's really nice to see. And also welcome my brother from Europe. I want to ask you, were you used to this much pressure from a top jungle? Because I feel like in Europe, not a lot of teams play as heavily for top as GAM did and usually do.
I mean, I already knew from the moment they choose red side, they were looking most like to look for a counter top. So I just choose like a strong top line that I know I'm comfortable with, and then in the game they were looking around top lane a lot on side. And honestly, it's my mistake because I didn't really expect it, and I think it's easy to fix it. I just wasn't prepared in the game, and they punished me well. So, so yeah, I mean, props to them because I think they did really well. But yeah, I think for next time, if I play into them or something or other team that will play around top this match, I will be more prepared and I will play better around vision, more with my jungle, and not doing this solo plays of a top laner. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I did not listen to what I was saying.
In that game when it was, you know, they kind of had a pretty big lead early on,
like, sorry, I kind of zoned out a
it
little
was
bit.
Kind of rough, you know. There was that bot lane situation where Ambessa was taking your tier 1 turret. You couldn't really walk
I think
up.
it's the English accent.
How do you
When the
feel in
English
those
accent is like
moments
too
where,
fast and too
you know, I think
like.
for a lot of us who play top
too
lane,
much,
we've
I can't really
experienced something like that,
understand.
and it can feel kind of hopeless. But you managed to keep it together. And
This
find
is
some
why
good
when
plays.
I watch movies, guys, I have the
honestly,
English
just like-
subtitles.
Like
Even if I
sometimes you
speak
can-
English fluently, I
you
like
can
having
do
the
everything you
subtitles
want,
so I
you
can
know, and
read.
you have to drop like 2 waves.
Especially
or
when it's
3,
like a British
but
accent
I
or
think
some,
we just did a
some like
mistake there.
Irish
Like we should
accent
probably
or
be covering and
some
I
crazy
should
accent.
stand their tower and play it, but we didn't do it. I just need to adapt. It's like, for example, in the
It's
first
kinda
time
hard
I
to
died, I should
understand.
just be
Yeah,
respecting my
that's
mistake
what I'm
was my word,
saying.
it was coming soon, and I
I
just didn't
know.
do it. So in that moment, I actually accept the mistake. It's fine.
Accent is
And
pretty
I
thick,
would-
yeah.
I just found my way to
My
recovering
accent is
Atakan
pretty thick
in
as
that
well.
fight.
I have
So
like a
you
weird
just,
accent.
Waiting for enemy mistakes too when you're behind doesn't need to look for the
Spanish
perfect play,
accent,
and
yeah.
it's how we managed to
Boy
combat
is
this game.
Look
a
at that. Everyone at
Spain
home
team.
with solo queue. You don't have
Like
to fix
Casey's
it
French
right away.
and then
He waited until
Boy is
Otacon
Spanish,
to
I
make the fix 20-something minutes into the game. Merwin,
선수들도
congratulations on the victory. Best of
귀찮겠다고.
luck in
근데
your
뭐
match against Hungu Life
선수들 돈
Esports.
버니까
We're going to take a
돈
short break. When we
받으면서
come
하는
back,
거죠.
we will set up our Group A match. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
어쩔 수 없다 근데. 그래도 이 정도면 작년보다 훨씬 더 빠르게 진행되는 편이긴 해. 작년엔 진짜 오래 걸렸어요, 진짜. 아무 이유도 없이 막 포즈 같은 것도 걸린 거 같고, 막 딜레이 같은 거 막 1시간은 기본으로 딜레이 걸리고 그랬어. Devin, your English is better than most Americans? No way. Let's go. 아, 어쩌러 감사합니다. Thank you. 맞냐, 언니? 정보 T1 유니폼을 새겨진 레지 글로벌은 사우디 왕세자 모하메드 빈살만이 세운 부동산 회사이며 사우디아라비아 비전 2030의 관광지 개발 메가 프로젝트 중 하나로 다들 보면 부수적 네 맞아요. 그 이번에 새로 그거 유니폼에 새겨진 것 때문에 해외에서 막 논란이 있더라고. 해외에서 막 사우디아라비아를 되게 안 좋게 생각하는 그 서양에서는 되게 안 좋게 생각하더라고요. EWC 자체도 되게 안 좋게 생각해요. 그래서 저는 뭐 그런 정치적인 거를 굳이 여기에서 발언을 하지 않도록 하겠습니다. 네, 제 입장은 어느 나라든지 그 과연 깨끗한 나라가 있을까라는 생각을 하기 때문에 e스포츠가 지금 돈이 많이 절실하게 필요한 종목이라서 근데 라이엇도 그렇고 다 이제 지금 프로 팀들도 다 이쪽 다 온 거야. EWC 하러. 한국도 사우디아라비아랑 되게 빈살만 왕세자가 한국에 오기도 했었고 있는 것 같아요, 확실히. 요즘은 뭐만 하면은 다 이렇게 좀 이슈가 좀 있는 것 같은데. MSI도 여러분 MSI도 상금이 25만 달러로 내려갔었는데 이번에 100만 달러로 올렸거든요, MSI가. 근데 왜 그런지 아세요? 사우디가 다 스폰서해서 그래요. 빈살만이랑 사우디 쪽에서 다 EWC에서 스폰서를 했기 때문에 상금이 100만 달러, 4배가 다시 된 거야.
This time against the representatives from the Latin America South, LTA South. It is Furia joining us here.
근데 그거보다 높은 게 EWC 그거 상금이 더 높아. 2배야.
Yes, upset minded.
EWC 자금 문제가 아니야. EWC는 200만 달러인데 그 MSI는 100만 달러라서 EWC가 2배예요. 200만 달러. 무대는 더 작고 그리고 이제 4일 정도밖에 안 되는 시간이라서.
Gone back with a tail between their legs and just trying to keep their head down and just try to focus on what they can do better because they have
그 스폰서 EWC 스폰서가 들어왔기 때문에도 있습니다. 찾아보시면 나옵니다. 그 MSI 중간중간에 계속 EWC 광고도 나오고 그랬었거든요.
And we need to see him make his magic happen.
I think this is a huge game for G2 just because, like you mentioned, in MSI they really didn't look like you're used to G2 looking.
Esports World Cup.
Such a strong Western team. One of them that has beat T1.
It's basically like think of it like Olympics but for esports.
Really far
like
in
different types of esports.
They're almost always that team that you can rely on. But obviously MSI they went out real quick and they didn't look like themselves whatsoever.
A
kind of
G2?
weak drafts and weak play. So
we're back.
Yeah, hoping to see him bounce back.
Yeah, after a string of European titles back to back to back, now 2 domestic leagues
Fnatic
fall
waiting
out
room.
of their way. And right now, standing by with an interview is Kitty with Hansama. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-match interview between G2 and Furia. By my side is the AD carry Hansama. Welcome to the interview.
I hope Hansama plays better.
MSI journey and how you guys
MSI gameplay was not good.
So can you let me know what type of reflections the team has made so far before coming over to EWC?
FNC Poby waiting room.
I mean, for sure we talked a bit and touched on what went wrong. It would seem like playstyle wares a lot more than the draft.
비 엄청 쏟아지네. 맞아요. 하루 종일 어제도 그렇고 계속 비와. 하루 종일 비 오기 때문에 다들 조심하시길 바랍니다.
So there's a lot of conversation around you and Lebrov as a bot lane duo. So going into the competition, what advantages and, might I add, disadvantages does your team have when it comes to this bot lane duo?
I mean, I still feel confident, me and Labrov, that we can always have a solid laning phase. I think that's been very inconsistent throughout the MSI, but I think we just need to focus up and actually find the champions that we actually want to play. I feel like there's a lot of champions in the bot lane and we're like maybe not sure of like, oh, let's play this, let's play that, but I think we need to be more confident in what actually we want to play and pull it off on stage.
And for my final question, will you buy LDR next time?
Yep. Maybe.
Thank you.
Oh, yo, flaming the LDR? Come on now.
Kitty is like Diamond or Masters, I think. So she knows what she's talking about, making sure that Hansama itemizes correctly.
Kitty is like Challenger in OCE, but I think she's like Masters in EU.
In Furia.
저분 중국인 유튜버 아니냐고? 저분 그 중국계 미국인으로 중국계 호주인인가? 중국계 호주인으로 왔는데 저분 호주 서버 챌린저예요. 그래서 유럽 서버는 마스터급으로 게임 잘하시는
G2,
여성분.
this man had Broken Blade's number in a multiple of games. That was not a one game off. That was a series of demolitions in the top lane. And I want to see, hopefully not that happening again because I need Broken Blade back in form.
I want to see Furia hover Warwick every single
Broken Blade is good. Hey, as long as he doesn't like run it down on Warwick, we're good,
for Broken
right?
Blade, absolutely. And what sticks out to me with this team is that I feel like
he's doing the
Furia
Faker
was a really
pose.
interesting Fearless team because they have so many different picks that they pull out, especially bot
Wait,
lane.
everyone's
They were
doing the Faker
playing
pose.
Stuff like the Neela, they were playing Ashe Seraphine. Combos that you don't really see anyone else
대상형
playing. So
포즈인데?
I'm curious how they're going to adapt to a best of one where, it's just pull out your strongest comp, play your best, and, you don't really have to be as versatile in a best of one. So Yeah.
The fact that they all are familiar with against each other due to MSI, I think is so fascinating. It adds yet another layer here. And for Furia, a lot of the time when you think of CB LOL and LTA South, there hasn't been that consistent team that's just been there. And this is one of the newer teams in international stage where you don't have like a player that is
안녕하세요. 대회 끝나고 나니 바로 대회네요. 모든 팀 화이팅아예요. 어서 오세요.
No, this is still a young, fresh roster getting yet
Furia.
another opportunity at international experience. With
Getting the
Coach
rematch,
Pinkard,
guys.
coming
Getting the
down from
rematch.
his
G2
experience,
Furia
long
rematch.
time in North America, winning the championship over with NRG, then moving down there to the LTA South. It's a really unique opportunity for them to surprise G2 in a best
You
of
look
one.
great today, Fabio. Thank you.
We have seen an LTA
New
South
long
or
hair, trying out
Brazilian
new
league
long
like it
hair,
was
and also
before
trying out
that
sleeveless.
has been constantly
Turtle neck.
improving year after year after year. And I think we're approaching some kind of culmination at least, because I feel like they have really worked on their fundamentals across multiple years, and they've really played
한국에서는
catch up. And I
크런치롤은
think they're
안
about
사용하는
to
것
catch up
같은데.
to a lot of the other regions. I mean, we
해외에서는
all know Korea's at the
크런치롤이라고
top,
애니
but I've
보는
seen
그
these teams get better
플랫폼이거든요.
for every single year. And I think now we can
한국은
finally say this is
넷플릭스가
a
애니가 되게
strong
많은 것
team
같은데.
that you need proper preparation against, or they will beat you.
보고 싶은 게 있다? 넷플릭스 이런 거 열면은 애니가 막
It is the longest standing, most successful
It's kind of interesting how like Spotify recently came into Korea, but like Crunchyroll, we don't really use that in Korea. We use Netflix to watch anime
I
in
might
Korea.
have to go against my native LTA brothers.
I used to watch
and
anime
G2
through
in this
Crunchyroll
one.
as well.
I think that even though
Until I came
Furia
back to
had a really
Korea.
good showing at MSI against
라프텔,
G2, I
맞아,
still think
라프텔.
that G2 is just such a strong team. And
라프텔이라고.
obviously they had some
애플
issues at
두 개.
MSI, but you know you can
Hunter
have a
x
bad
Hunter
tournament,
Family?
bad
Have you
couple
watched
days
it? No,
doesn't,
I haven't.
spell out your entire
It has
team.
like a lot of
So,
episodes, right? I don't really
think
like watching.
they'll
Like,
get it.
Naruto has like hundreds of
G2 win,
episodes,
baby.
like
I can't
Bleach,
go against my
like,
region,
One
of course. I
Piece.
think they will take
Too
it. I
many
think they're going to take the
episodes
lessons
to
from
catch up, like
MSI.
Fairy Tail and all that.
And I think they will finally get into a form where we can be proud to call them our LEC representative.
Yeah, and again, more experience for Toots in the middle lane. up
디플은
against,
그 로키,
the Western
로키
GOAT in
그
caps, who I feel like
마블
that is so
그거
invaluable
보려고
when you have an
디플
opportunity
봤었죠.
to play against someone like that, scrim
디즈니
against someone
플러스.
like that, and then put it all on the line with stakes there, knowing
로키
that it's not an
재밌긴 했어.
elimination game, so you're
네,
not going to
좀
play outside of your body. As we have a little bit delay on stage, so you're going to stick here with us for just a little bit longer before we head on over to that huge matchup. One more lane that you want to take a look at up and down. I know that you said the top lane because of the history, because of the Warwick pick. What else?
I mean, if top lane is where I don't want to
Best of one really helps you to. I mean, G2 is better than Gen G in the best of one.
I think it is still the G2 jungle support. I think they've shown,
I mean, I'm just kidding.
well,
Obviously,
Gen
Gen G is gonna beat.
kind of an
The thing is,
inconsistent part of
G2
this
did beat
roster,
the first
and I
game.
feel like we haven't
100%.
really seen Scuman and Labrov be able to sync up in the
That's all I'm
mid to
gonna
late
say.
game, or at least in the early to mid game.
Just put
where
Skuma,
you
the
need that
Maokai,
support
Labrov,
jungle
and
to work
Rakan, easy
together,
win.
Create skirmishes and take vision deep
Skuma
in the enemy
on Maokai
jungle.
duty.
I feel like Skuma
I mean,
sometimes does
I
his
feel
own
like
thing,
EU,
and
they
Labrov
just
maybe
love
sometimes
playing their
follows
Sejuani
Sama a
and their
little bit too much.
Maokais. They
And
really
I
love
really want to see
so.
them focus heavily on just making plays together.
Yeah, I really like that because thankfully we've got a guy who's played that role at a pretty high level for a long time and has had such unique different supports, starting off with Lemonation, then moving on, I think
Lemonation! Oh my god, that is a
had
name that I haven't heard of
I
in
think it
years.
was over at Optic, and then
Anybody in the
with
chat
Stun. How
know
important is that
Lemonation,
jungle
the name?
support synergy, especially when you're the new guy
Yeah,
on the
like
team?
what the hell?
It's huge because it kind of affects the entire map.
Holy,
having
I'm
vision.
feeling like an
And
unk and
in the
rare
earlier days of
unks and
League, you know,
unkies in the
junglers
chat.
had sight stones or
Hi, oh my
trackers
gosh.
you get worse on your own, but nowadays you can't really do that as much. So it's really
Wait, what's
important
next?
that
We're gonna
you
talk about
have good synergy
TSM
with your
next?
support, so you know the timers. It's not like when your
자,
support wants to get vision, you
레모네이션은
have to clear
정말
your
오랜만에
camps or
듣는다.
vice versa.
와,
Well, I guess
북미
your support's not gonna
선수였거든요.
clear your camps hopefully, but anyway, you know, you just got to be synced up. And
확실히 그
I remember having
C9
really good
전
synergy
프로
with Aframo
메테우스
for this.
정글러
That was one thing that when
분이라서
me and him played together just felt really good, you know. being
옛날
on the same
북미
page, and then you can make a lot
시절
of plays. It's
LCS
super hard
조금
to play
보긴
against a
했었는데
team
그때는
that's
진짜
that in sync because
와
what
LCS
turns-
경기
it
그냥
feels like their
리그
junglers just walk
경기만
into
해도
your
막
jungle and oops, there's
20만,
an Alistar playing
30만,
me from behind.
50, 그
So
정도
that can
찍어요.
be really tough to deal with. And
최정성
I think
시대.
that's something that G2 has kind of been
북미 1랑
known
시절이요.
for
그러니까
internationally.
물론
is they have
트로피는
those
모르겠지만
really
일단
creative
비오십
style
면에서는
of play,
북미가 정말 잘 나왔었어. 요즘은
supports like
LCK가
Mickey X
제일
and whatnot.
귀여워가지고
I think
비오십이
they
잘 나오는데.
kind of bring that magic that is so hard to play against. And obviously LeBron's newer. I think he's more of
딜레이도 아닌데 경기 텀이 이렇게 긴 거임 그런 거 같아요. 선수들이 다 이게 단판전 하고 나서 다 뽑고 막 설정 다시 소기어 하고 다시 와가지고 선수들이 또 인게임 설정, 모니터 설정 막 별의별 거 다 만들어야 되잖아요. Back in the old days, back in my day, we used to have a elimination and a team called the TSM. I don't know if you guys know about this team, but Team Solo Mid. Darius, Daron,
and I think that's why sometimes we've had maybe more
Bjergsen and Doublet,
by Hansama,
we all know Bjergsen and
I feel
Doublet,
like
but
those two at the jungle support role are trying to figure out how to play together. So it's been a lot of BB and Caps driving it through. Hansama being able to clean up fights if they get to that point, but still
경기장이 2개로 나뉘면은 딱딱딱딱딱 돌아가면서 셋업하고 빡빡빡 이렇게 진행할 수 있는데
that seems to now have a lot more directive over this last
이렇게 화려한 경기장은 솔직히 꿈이라면 정말 돈 많이 들기 때문에 이게 하는 건 좀
super important, but even some of his other games for
번쩍번쩍한 이런 경기장 정말
he was I think the only guy doing
비싸죠.
Kaisa.
이런 거
He was still doing Kaisa into IE, and he
Hi,
actually lost
Fabi,
every single Kaisa game doing
hi.
that, whereas the champion had a very high win rate otherwise with the normal like on hit.
T1 경기는 18일이다.
He
네.
also did the bruiser corky thing.
8강부터 시작이라서
And yeah, just some really kind of out there builds.
4강인가?
So
젠지
I would like to
T1은
see them
8강인
just
걸로 아는데.
kind of go back to their roots, do maybe a little bit more standard play as far as builds go.
대장님 이거 두 번째 경기 맞나요?
And
세
yeah,
번째.
hopefully we'll see that.
방금 우리 두 번째 경기 봐.
Yeah, Finn, when it comes to these best of ones and we're thinking of these sneaky picks and unique
I'm a
picks,
cutie pie.
why don't you give us a couple that come to your mind that you feel like could alter a game plan
I'm a
here?
cutie pie.
Ooh, it depends.
He plays for
right?
what team was it?
Blue side. Suddenly your creativity is a little bit limited because you can't just blind pick
Shifter.
weird champions. If you blind pick weird champions, they'll pick a good meta
Do
champion.
you guys
and
remember
won't
Shifter?
be
I'm
able
a
to
cutie
breathe
pie
it.
boy.
But if you are red side, that's when
or
you
was
can
it
really
curse?
find your niche counter picks, or you can
And then I
come
think
in
with Dom,
with a
right?
strategy to
I will
pick
dominate.
champions with good synergy. A lot of the times,
Back
it's
when
better to
Dom
pick
was a pro
champions that
player.
work well together and want to do the same thing than picking your absolute best
Same
matchup.
Vicious.
And that is
Yeah,
like
Same
kind of
Vicious is like a
philosophy that lot of teams have adapted
TFT
the
player,
last couple of
TFT
years,
streamer now, right?
where it is way more important
Scarl,
to,
yeah.
for example, with your
Scarl's
junglers,
also TFT as well.
Your solo laners are drafting around your junglers. If your
Scarl
jungler wants to
streams a lot
farm
of
and then
TFT.
skirmish, then you're picking something that can skirmish with him. And if your jungler wants to
face
just
of
farm
League.
and play slow game, then you're also picking a
Odd
slow
one?
farmer. So it's finding
Odd
what
one.
kind of
I
works
don't
within
know.
tandem and in symbiosis like
Orange,
that,
I
I think is the
remember
most
Orange.
crucial to be able to find a good draft.
Yeah, but when it comes to deciding early on how you want to play in this best of one Meteos, knowing now that like it is a knockout stage, you get one game, I guess. Would you rather be on the scale and win side, or would you rather be on the let's try the unique pick?
We're just naming old pro players right now. Yeah, we are.
Well, I don't
옛날
think I
프로
would go for
선수들도
the
하면은
cheesy
또 이제
angle,
우리도
like trying to
한국
just surprise
쪽에서도
them with
많죠.
something they've never seen
Like
before.
in Korea,
I know
we
that
have
G2's had a lot
old
of
pro
success with
players like
Maokai,
Prey.
So if that's open, I would expect them
Cube.
to go for it. But I would
Just
also
name a
assume
couple.
that nobody's going to give them Maokai when it's their most successful jungler by a lot.
지금 외국 분들이랑 옛날
Yeah, I mean,
Bunny
I think you generally
Fufu.
just go for
Oh my
comfort
gosh,
is
that's
what
a
I would
name that I
do.
haven't heard of
Play
in a long
whatever
time.
comp and
Bunny
style
Fufu.
fits your team the best.
When
You
I
don't
first
really wanna
started
lose the
streaming,
game
I
'cause you
remember
played
Bunny
something you
Fufu
didn't
was really
understand
famous
that
for like
well,
Thresh.
or tried some crazy pick and have it
being like,
backfire. So I think comfort.
All right. Well, we'll see
Crazy
what is comfortable for
Thresh.
both these squads. It seems like they're comfortable over at the stage now, so let's get into it.
Kanya.
The first match of Group A, it is G2 and Furia.
참고로 이거 불법 방송 아닙니다. 이거 저 EWC 다 연락해가지고 신청해서 다 정식 루트로 중계권 받아서 하는 거예요. I am officially allowed to co-stream EWC. By the way, I already have applied and I got all official.
It is
good to go
so
from
good
EWC side.
to
So.
have League of Legends back at
어이없네.
EWC as all of these teams continue to battle for that huge $2 million prize pool. And as our upper and lower brackets of our group stage continue to reveal themselves, it is time for another inter-regional battle.
That's right. We have two clubs with millions of fans backing their every move. So let's welcome the first one on stage. First, we have
나 저 뭔 소리인지 모르겠는걸? 저 뭐야?
fighting for survival in this tournament, and they are unpredictable, unbothered, and unbelievably dangerous. Please welcome G2 Esports.
이러면은 이거 구독자 그걸로 바꿔줘야 될 것 같은데. 잠시만요. 야, 보시네, 보. 나는 왜 저러나 했는데 보시에요. One sec, guys. YouTube chat is going crazy. I gotta moderate some of this.
The best Brazil has to offer, and they're here to show the world why. It's Furia.
It's a heavyweight clash.
깔끔하게 다 처리.
It's time to find out.
어이없네. 난 진짜 나 불법 중계 뭐 이런 얘기해서 불법 중계 아닌데 억울해질 뻔. 깔끔하게 편하게 그러니까 보시야 보. 저건 사람이 저렇게 빨리 똑같은 얘기를 할 수가 없습니다. AI로 하는 거라고.
Looks very handsome today, but you don't need to know. Thank you, brother. You're doing good. You're doing good. It's good to cast with you again, actually.
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, and it's a good one to start off with.
사람인 줄 알았네. 그러니까 잠시 소란이 있었습니다. 근데 저거 참아내려면은 그 멤버십만 채팅하도록 바꿔야 될 수도 있습니다. 저런 애들을 차단하면 어떻게 하냐?
International matchup, but we're gonna rematch so soon after that first.
Sorry, there's like some kind of bots in my chat on YouTube, so I'm trying to solve it. 1 second, guys.
I feel like for G2 who didn't
trying to solve it
their usual standard.
Oh, it was rough, and G2, if you haven't been keeping up with this year, have had a rough year. It started all the way back in winter.
슬로우 모드까지 키고 막 이럴 수 있긴 한데 그거까지는 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
They weren't even a part of. Go to spring, same deal again. Koi smashing their way through, making sure that MSI, #1 seed representative for EU, was not G2 again.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, is that even though G2 came out as the victors, I think the pre-series sort of expectations going into it, you know, I think
유튜브는 좀 저런 게 좀 문제긴 해. 근데
so going into this, I think if there's any player who I think is looking for a better
다행히도 우리 매니저분들이 고생이 참 많으십니다.
And normally when you ask players, hey,
유튜브 매니저, thanks for all on YouTube. Like you guys are really helpful.
Like the bigger top laners.
It's so easy for making new account on YouTube and typing some weird shit in the chat.
I want to go up against Furia. You know, they got the opportunity.
Just say you're bound all of them, or have it like sub-only merge.
A little bit because he kind of got gapped last time.
He really did.
Okay, I'm restoring though.
You and I talked about in the car on the way here. One of the worst international performances I've seen from Broken Blade. I think a lot of people have seen as well. So
everyone just constantly talking about Broken Blade and having a bad play. Broken Blade 선수밖에 얘기를 할 게 없긴 해.
Pantheon is open Orcs, and that's just a no-brainer here, isn't it?
That's crazy. They're opening Pantheon.
요네
전판 요네 보고 요네를 밴하는 건가? 퓨리아 좀 판테온 주는 거 아쉬운데. Insta Wukong Annie, so they know they're gonna pick Pantheon. They want them to pick Pantheon.
Team fights and just proactivity. It feels like the team who had the edge there really was having the driving force in those games. See what G2 opt to go for in response here. Likely to pick a mid lane pick, I would think.
That or early support for Labrov might be a question. We did see this quite a lot.
Yeah.
Do you get a pairing with it early? Yes, you do. Labrov on Engage, I think EU fans know. That is so damn important.
Yeah, this Senna really strong combo.
Okay, Hanzama Senna, pack it up, guys. Why does Labrov just love Nautilus? Like, what is it with Nautilus and Labrov?
You can't pick your full bot lane here.
I mean, remember G2? Lucian Nautilus? That thing was crazy bad. G2 마지막 경기 다 기억하시죠? 그때 루시안 노틸러스 해가지고 노틸러스가 트런드를 그랩으로 끌었었는데 Labrov can press R? True, like pressing R is pretty broken, but bless you, Femi, thank you, Alex. Bless you, thanks, Sketch. LeBron? Hey, come on, man. Labrov will do it. I believe in him. The Senna pick is a little bit questionable though. I don't know if I like it. I'm not that big on Senna. Senna가 좀 근데 제가 별로 안 좋아하는 픽이긴 한데 확실히 G2가 좋아하는 픽이 또 Senna거든요. like G2 loves Senna, and also FlyQuest Master loves Senna. They always pick Senna whenever they can. I wonder why you don't pick Tom Kencher, you're picking Nolus instead. 뭔가 세나 탐 켄치가 더 어울리지 않나 근데? 애니 50이면은 탐 켄치가 먹어주는 것만 해도 1인분인데. I'm sad, like why no Tom Kench? I guess they want more CC, they want more engage. 뭔가 판테온이랑 더 교전 같이 할 수 있는 그런 챔프를 원하는 것 같아요, 뉴틸러스는.
See what they have to go for. Even a top lane ban wouldn't be too crazy here, especially as it is going to potentially be counter pick.
Man, look at all those bans on Caps.
I do like that you brought up the Kai'Sa.
They banned 4 champions from Caps. They banned Yone, Caps' Talia, Akali, and Ryze now. 아니 근데 캡스 선수가 많이 무섭긴 해 근데 저렇게 배란만 합니다. 에이스라서. Ruler Senna was the best. Yeah, Ruler is crazy.
Broken Blade feels really comfortable on some of these tankier tops. You know, Ornn has often been a big pick for him, so if he feels like he just wants to go for that, knowing they're going to have the counter pick on the other side, he could.
Oh wow, Furious conflict is scary.
Something with strong laning, you know.
과연 이번 판 우공은 어떨까? I mean, GAM Gigabyte Marine also played Wukong, and Wukong was really fed, but Levi couldn't carry, so we'll see how it goes.
Find the momentum in the mid game and close the game out before that really comes online. I mean, that's what I feel like.
Ruler kind of has 4 bodyguards.
You know, setting the pace of the game.
If you're picking Senna, you definitely need bodyguards.
Looking to come in, so a lot of disengage, a lot of peel, and it feels like
how does Senna live?
That style of composition where they know they need to protect the Senna, they need to stop this dive from Furia making their way in.
I don't know.
And the Scab of the Week has so much value here. On top of a strong mid jungle with the Pantheon, there's a lot of burst potential there.
When Caps was the best player at MSI, everyone's saying it's like he was one thing
Kong, Rel, and G2.
It is nice to see them put priority towards solo lanes and not just mid, because now top here,
I guess
it is a blind Renekton.
They have enough damage top side. They have like Syndra, Pantheon, Renekton. They have a lot of damage. They can't just hard dive Senna. 근데 세나만 물면은 판테온, 신드라 그리고 레넥톤 정도면은 상체가 굉장히 세서 충분히 볼 수 있지 않을까.
Cannon's a great option into it.
Ambessa? I don't know. Ambessa into Renekton feels really bad.
It's definitely a matchup where, you know, you're going to do pretty well in the side lane later on, but I think Broken Blade's fine with the Renekton. I think
뭔가 되게 붉은 계열 챔프들 골랐는데 마지막에 잭스는 되게 파란 계열이잖아. It's like they pick all these like red champions and then they pick Jax who's all blue. Like I'm talking about the color, by the way. Because look, Annie, Wukong, Corki, and Rel, all of them are kind of like red orange.
I like the insurance policies, and I feel like
red
Fury
orange
doesn't
color.
really have that big insurance policy. Where if it goes late, they have something to bail them out.
Worm tone,
really
exactly.
Into mid-game
cool tone champion
so
with worm tone
we don't need more scaling than the center, really.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this Jax, guys.
We're not falling apart. The top side is going to have a lot of
Guigo is pretty insane though, so we'll have to watch this.
There's eventually going to come up on
웜톤이랑 쿨톤. 그러니까 쿨톤 점프를 웜톤, 50, 애니, 코르키, 렐 다 웜톤인데 배경화면이
early game strength.
잭스가 저기에 어울리냐?
And to put it plainly as well for G2 in a best of one. When I see a comp like this, I say, okay, you've given priority over to Caps, but how is that support jungle going to pair up? How is that support jungle going to get them through the early part of the game? Because as Finn was saying on the desk, that was something we really didn't see over at MSI. That is something that they have been struggling with, that other teams in the LEC have not. When you have, you know, El Yoya and Alvaro, like, as a comparison, you think, well, yeah, Skumon and Lavrov aren't even there. I'm yapping on about LEC Orcs because obviously...
Why'd you cast LEC? I didn't know.
I cast LEC
really?
now, yeah.
Oh,
You've never checked on me.
Of course I have.
Been so far, have you?
Casting LEC?
Nice
no
well,
way.
I've been checking on you and I know... You think
이거 되게 이쁘다.
this best one could be a little bit spicy, I hope it does. Furia versus G2.
영혼의
It's a
꽃
grudge match, it's a rematch. A
느낌이다.
best of 5 was the distance over at MSI.
Stage is all fine, but who put the study tables in the middle?
And we talk about how the game opened up. Furia opened up with a big bang
mean?
against G2 at that last international.
What do you mean study tables, my guy?
Let's see if they can do it again.
There it is.
That's not what you want to see. No.
Another delay? 벌써 그만. 멈춰.
Well,
stop it. What do you mean?
You know what? It's better it happens at the start.
True.
Always better happens at the start before we get into the game and breaks the flow of it.
We'll find out what it is. We're waiting for an update, and as soon as we know, we'll let you all know at home as well.
Especially when it's players' first game at a tournament. Could be something like peripherals,
Check
could be
the
something like
mics.
in-game settings. Normally something that's pretty easy to solve, so hopefully able to get that one sorted out pretty quickly. But yeah, I think
I really hope Broken Blade plays better.
Won their match,
I felt really bad for him. Everybody,
especially when there's not much
everybody was booing him for
to
his
turn things
performance.
around with the format at this tournament.
I mean,
you know,
today we had Jojo Kim prove himself.
And you can have those 2 losses
today. Yeah.
So I think, especially with the fact that LEC's other seed has already secured 1 win, they are safe today. MKOI cannot go out today.
Trust. Broken Blade gonna carry you today.
Kind of need
Just trust me.
I mean, ideally, they want to get this win. They want to be in the same position. They want to at least be safe for today, make it to tomorrow.
True.
Even
카페맨의 광고 나올 뻔?
and being safe.
다들 조용하게 그 인트로 딱 보고 있었는데.
Yeah, a lot of redemption.
Okay, we're starting.
G2 looking for this match.
And we're in finally away from the pause. It was an audio
there
issue, but it is solved
the keys
now.
In the sky.
I see the keys flying over Summoner's Rift as well. Let's get into it. Now, Dan, you already talked about it. It's a lot of send it for Furia. You know, there's no, I guess, scaling
유학
example
프레스는
that
아마
can be made of
내일부터
something
볼
like
수
the
있지 않을까?
Smold of the Gwen. You're talking about an epic
해가지고
ban. Jackson
떨어진
side
팀.
lanes maybe, but let's see how those side lanes are at 15, 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the comp.
Yeah, the trophy gimmick is still in place. They're gonna do it like live on the front of the stage.
You know, if you kill the center, if you manage to
gonna be crazy.
Later.
Oh, it's double G2 Labrov. He's got the extra power of G2, but that support's going to get engaged on.
Labrov?
Down, he holds in place.
Use the flash!
Away.
Looper.
New target, and Furia
oh
had the damage.
My. Why are you even auto-attacking? Just turn around and run.
Remount, and a cleanse won't save his life. In fact, one more auto, and IU gets it. First blood over to Furia.
Why are you even turning around to auto-attack? You have to fucking run all the way, bro. 아니 그냥 평타에 때리지 말고 도망이 가야
extra advantage in lane. You burn summoners from the enemy bot side as well. So I think just, you know, G2 kind of lazily walking in there.
True.
What do you mean?
Really have the information to go for this. They see the round like, hey, let's just go for a quick little trade.
My region aware.
Right? Who has that stun available? I think didn't know that IU was there, and
I mean, if Handsome just kept heal and then keep running and then flash over the wall, maybe if he has a chance.
Rob had to burn the heal to try and
I
get
don't
him
know,
out.
maybe Rel's just gonna flash on them anyways.
With the flash on Fury, he's gonna try and burn to get over that wall.
아, 모르겠다. G2 진짜 왜 이러냐고.
Yeah, really good early momentum.
What happened to G2?
It's a slight advantage in terms of summons for Fury because they got Hands from Handsama, but not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But definitely the start you want.
Well,
그렇게 딜 잘 넣었다.
IU. Bless you, Orcs.
기분 굉장히 좋죠 지금.
Right.
Runes?
As a good luck sneeze.
Yeah, good luck
maybe.
Start the game off, yeah.
Oh, I liked it. As Crashdown comes in again, good dredge line from Labrov, but his aftershock is down, so...
Oh, a little bit mistimed. I think Jojo wanted the level 2, and there was one minion super low on HP that didn't get finished off.
Yeah.
But still, finding these good trades, getting that early
G2's
pressure
only
down,
caps.
what you like to see. And if you keep the pressure on this bot lane,
no,
stop Labrov from leaving lane, because I think the Nautilus Pantheon is a really strong duo. They both have that single target CC. Very easy if you catch someone slipping just to burst them down, to focus them.
Yo, Guigo is crazy. Look at this guy.
But if you keep that Nautilus
but
trapped in lane,
Scumon's coming though.
Now Scumon heading top. Oh no, this is not a good
Diego has everything.
3 camp into top gang.
He's trying to chunk him out first. The flash engage, nowhere to move.
Goodbye.
Diego down in the dirt.
He didn't even need to flash, but he did it anyways. 빨리 잡고 빨리 이렇게 캠프로 돌아가는 그런 판단인 것 같은데. 플래시 안 써도 저건 죽었죠. 너무 멀었어. 타워라.
Considering,
they did know. Labrov does have aftershock this time though, so Hans gets a bit of soul trading out of it.
G2's speedrunning EWC.
This was the sore point, the
did you guys watch a YouTube video where it was like talking about all the League of Legends speedrunners?
And just giving a bit of help.
Airport speedrun.
That
leader is goated.
I remember that Aatrox opening up the series. And as an EU fan, that was horrible to watch. Broken Blade getting a bit of a reprieve.
Oh, wow,
We saw the top wave is seeing some good mid lane trades. Looks like top wave is either going to become a slow push or was just frozen so that Gigo has to go in response. The one good thing is that Flash wasn't burned, so Scumon makes a return. His Flash will be the difference maker.
확실히 애니는 빅토르가 제일 베스트인 것 같은데? 애니 상대로 우리아나 빅토르 이거 두 개?
And
I don't know, like every time I see Annie, she's always doing okay in lane. Only time she has a hard time in lane is into Victor.
A return gang, that would really be painful.
LCK에서 그래서 애니 할 거면은 뭔가 빅토르를 견제 밴하던가 막 그러던데. 아니 오히려 애니를 주고 빅토르를 가져가던가. 공항 스피드런 그 영상 있거든요. 해외에서 유행하는 영상. 그거 재밌더라고요.
The near
airport speedrun any percent videos funny, yeah. Hey, some people in the chat know what I'm talking about. That video is hilarious.
Just that auto attack in the end, Hans Summer. All about those trades so he can get the souls up as well.
Yeah, auto attack range from Annie is really high.
Early. I think
but her auto attack is really weak.
At 20 minutes, it was like 60
compared
souls
to like a Victor E or something.
80 carry center. So already within reach as Hans Summer gets the pace on the way.
I mean, you kind of stabilized the game as G2 after the level 1 mistake coming through. And now LeBron has flash. So good. 근데 이러면은 그때 노틸러스가 플래시 생겨서 뭐 초반에 손해본 거? 골드 손해본 거 빼고는 솔직히 바텀 라인전은 다 무난하게 하고 있거든.
Back now. I mean,
the question is, are they going to swap it? I don't know if they're going to swap it.
Be done. Tatsu's only level 5.
How many stacks does Senna have?
Trying to bait it out, and they went forward. They were trying to hard push away with Valkyrie. Now you're getting punished for it. Forward in the margin. Flash and Cleanse burns out as well, but it's not done yet.
They have the recall now.
Riptide out, but LeBron with no hook.
Do they have a TP to swap? They don't even have a TP. Jackson Annie doesn't have TP. 잭슨 애니 템포 없어서 그러면은 바텀 이거 웨이브 풀어줄 사람이 없으니까 원래 이렇게 바텀에서 밀려나면은 수업을 시키고 탑을 바텀으로 보내고 수업을 하긴 하는데 템포를 타면은 웨이브를 손해를 안 보겠죠? 근데 저거 이제 웨이브 프리징된 거 잭스 손해 많이 볼 예정. But Jax is going to get a badly frozen wave because of his bot lane losing the 2v2. Yes, they didn't die. However, the wave is really bad. The wave stage. So wave stage on the swap is just super bad for Jax now. So already Renekton is ahead in levels because Jax lost a wave that crashed top tower for the swap, and now Jax is going to be frozen on the wave as well. So he's going to try to head straight there.
Up for 2 minutes, so it's not like this push is going to lead to anything, but LeBron and Jojo
just making sure it's all okay. 이게 탑이 많이 보는 느낌이긴 합니다. 요즘 수업을 보면은 물론 바텀도 손해를 볼 때가 있지만 수업을 할 때 확실히 바텀에서 힘든 게 탑이 다 짊어지는 그런 느낌이긴 해. 초반 라인전이 죽진 않았잖아 한전에 그러긴 해. 죽었으면 더 문제긴 했죠. Yeah.
You can see Lavrov was looking for the angle there, and it looks like a good angle. Yanni just gets blocked, doesn't find it. Tati gonna take the dragon in this situation pretty much for free, so happy to pick that one up. You can see on the other side, Skuman gonna punish him and look to take away his red buff in return. No real response in time. You can see Tatu did reset, but I don't think he's going to be in position soon enough.
If Lavrov gets anything here, there is a Pantheon ult to Skyfall down. Skimon, his finger on the trigger.
Skimon's gonna grab red and then try to dive top, or what's happening?
It's not like
they don't have sums on Corgi, so they might actually look on Corgi. 코르키 스펠 없긴 해서 이거 보나? 근데 이거 바로 그냥 오공이 와주네. Tatu's covering though, so very well played by Wukong. Bot lane was about to get dove there, and Corgi is gonna fall behind super hard.
Start to back away, but he got the red buff. He is looking at the Raptors. This could be a little riskier.
An overstay, maybe, you think?
That 0 looks like a 9.
Touch is in more of a position to move, so he will just back away from that one.
It's like the eye test.
That's the right call.
Let's just track this early.
Like when you go to the eye, like eye doctor or whatever.
It's a 700 gold lead just about for top, and that's a broken blade.
They show you like an 8,
and, the fact
and then you're like, is that an 8 or is that a 2?
Complete role reversal,
it's like
from what we've just recently seen in the last best of 5 between
digital 8 and a 2
we did get
looks
that gank top lane, but I don't think that really explains hugely the Broken Blade has.
And yes,
I mean, obviously,
our glasses are around.
Matchups, but Broken Blade being
I wear glasses right now.
Redeem himself. Now looking at these.
Imagine not wearing glasses. I play League of Legends every single day for the past 10 years.
He's trying to find a way in, but
of course I'm wearing glasses.
One taken, but Pantheon's Q with Smite there. You see it. 2 should be a quick take.
Only losing her eyesight.
Cyclone early, but Tatu's going to flash second.
Oh, going so hard. Oh my god, Labrovich is dead.
With an auto, Tatu takes a kill. Skewmon can't get there in
아니
time.
방금은 그냥 노틸한테 모든 걸 저렇게까지 들어가면서.
Yeah, LeBron maybe a little bit
I
overextended.
mean, at the end of the day though, G2 did get 2 boy guards. So you're gonna take that trade any day.
Sometimes the synergy between this jungle and support not
quite there. I think this disconnect does get punished by
Furia.
방금 50 풀스펠 다 뺐고 나쁘지 않은 거 같죠?
G2 get the advantage to get the 2 grubs, but LeBron going down there feels a bit unnecessary. But a good punish from Furia.
할 거면 근데 저렇게 깔끔하게 처리하는 게 맞아.
guys at with grubs? Do you care about them?
애매하게 스프레드나 스킬 아끼려고 하다가 살아나가잖아. 그러면은 더 손해야. 어차피 턴은 그쪽에 낭비했기 때문에 할 거면은 킬 딱 잡아내고.
How do you feel about
My eyes are full from Doggo, so no from the. No, Tao. What do you mean?
One of these things where, like, if you can deny the third, great, but it's like
we have technology now. We can wear glasses and like classic,
I mean,
classic, whatever.
Yeah.
but I feel like dragons are more often leading to wins, right?
They feel more universal dredge line.
Okay, Potter W's away.
And we see it
Oh,
again.
Labrov is
coming in.
deep.
A punish onto Labrov. No stun yet. Tibbers comes out. 3 members there. Skewmon
Yo,
goes
they have
on
to
enemy
commit. Yeah,
jungle.
Labrov is
Tibbers
ending
set
it. Otherwise,
back
if they
over
don't
top.
commit.
With the ult from Caps as well. There's no
Oh, wait, Caps!
Might make one happen.
Oh, Jojo. Oh, Toots just sidestepped the center ulti. That was really well played, no? But Norris is dead.
But he's found a clone with his W.
Oh, Broken Blade angry.
Broken Blade picks up a kill, but in the end,
Broken Blade 지금 800원 800원 차이 벌리고 있는데 잭스랑.
Kind of surprising because I feel like G2 had a lot
I mean,
of power.
Jax is just
there,
pushing top,
with
but
them
there's gonna be a
moving
TP top
over.
from
But maybe a little
Broken Blade,
bit of
right?
split focus.
Yo, what is this top gap? What is going on?
I think they could have got a bit more, especially as now
Broken Blade
Hugo gets that plate in the top lane as well, a bit of gold in his pocket.
And the question is whether that trade's really going to matter
this game,
too much, because the
Renekton's
kill
absolutely
over
gapping the Jax.
still keeps him in that lead quite healthily, picking up the wave on top of that as well.
I mean, this Crocodile is going to be strong.
Stride breaker soon too as well,
Top
right?
Godfather.
We have an advantage in the top lane, advantage in the jungle. This trio on the top side.
I think Annie played that pretty well.
It's
It's surprising she sidestepped the
really feels online
Senna
as they're approaching their one-arm spikes. The jungle already has it.
뭔가 방금은 근데 노틸러스가 물렸는데 오히려 물린 게 아니라 상대방이 물린 상황이 돼버렸죠. 저기에서 플래시 노틸러스 물렸네? 뒤로 빼야지 이렇게가 아니라 그러니까 여기에서 포지셔닝이 노틸러스가 물리는 포지셔닝? 응 아니야 바로 그냥 역으로 같이 봐주니까 확실히 팀게임이라는 이유가 있는 것 같아. 무조건 플레이를 같이 해주면 안 좋은 플레이처럼 보이지만 그게 좋게 되니까. I mean, look at this damage from Broken Blade.
He just ends up a
Boom,
little
boom,
bit overextended, unable to get out. He just kind of come back into the fight, but I think G2 could have come out more favorably in that fight, all things considered. Maybe the focus was a bit cleaner. Maybe they just
the movement was clean. Yeah, I'm impressed. But he,
Yeah.
obviously, the Caps
Trying to
is
do that now. Once
outguessing.
again, a fight in the enemy jungle. G2 just want to keep going. Go to Magnustorm, keeps them in place, and Labrov is going to be the burden of bad
They're
news.
fighting
Skewmon
so
gets
deep.
stunned up,
Like
but not
what?
enough damage.
G2?
Labrov is going to sack again as Tattoo just
아니
finds
근데
yet another kill.
아까까지는 괜찮은데 아까까지는 뭔가 노틸러스 좀
I mean, of all supports, Nautilus
포장을 좀 하려고 했는데 방금은 좀 많이 기쁘다.
You can just die on repeat, on repeat. 0-3-0 right
Labrov,
now for him.
0-3-0?
I'm not having the best game. And G2 are still
I mean,
ahead,
I was
right?
trying to
And,
like
you know, they still have this Senna
say
who's
like
scaling up,
earlier
but,
like she was baiting the enemy team, but that wasn't even a
which
bait
they will
just now.
happily take.
That was not a
Dragon is
bait.
up and available though, and G2 still
way too
have,
deep,
I
my
would say, a
guy.
bit more control over this area. But you know, with their support dying a lot, they keep forcing him off the map. It's hard to
wow, is that a solo bolo?
Hang on, couple more autos waiting for the Counter-Strike. Broken
He's gonna wait for
his flash is
Q.
available. But now he has to time it with
Jax
the
has
Counter-Strike.
flash
All
as
it
well,
takes is a
so-
flash auto Q. He's looking,
Oh!
and he'll take it. A second kill for BB.
Oh, he feels good about that one. Redemption after the last time these two top laners matched up. Broken Blade
아니
finds
진짜
the
G2
solo
이거
kill. Tattoo
브로큰
was there,
블레이드
trying to offer cover.
휴식하고
Isn't
오전
able to do
이거
anything. Dragon goes
살아났는데
over to G2 as well in the meantime.
BB
And suddenly this game is looking super favored towards the
BB
EU
is back
representatives.
guys.
That's
BB
a
is
stride
back.
breaker on his back as well.
By
The
top
counter take it while
laners.
supports battle it out down bot. And Plate maybe almost denied for G2 as they get that wave in. Skewmon now
쟤들
making the move to
이모티콘
take
되게
Scuttle,
귀엽죠.
but as you said, the gold is starting to brew, and the only lane that was really down was Han Summer, but he's a center. We talked about it earlier on in the draft. Now at almost 40 stacks at 13 minutes.
잘 본인은 이제 섹스도 플래시가 있으니까 상대가 플래시 Q 박으면 나 뒤로 플래시 써야지 이런 느낌이겠죠. 반응이 안 돼.
You just thin the waves out repeatedly, and you can just kind of put the center down mid, clear the waves, pick up the souls.
please and third.
It's the other members of the
I
team
mean, he's
who are
already
going to
like
carry you
can't get any
forward,
worse than this guy.
and then you're just that insurance policy for the team.
Is he gonna pull the all Nautilus special? Oh my gosh, almost giga throwing.
Cap Scuttle is good. There's a lot of burst potential here. The Unleashed power is up and
I
available,
think
but
with
maybe not
ulti
enough
that was a
orbs
kill
to play
maybe,
with it.
perhaps.
Yeah, I mean this is level 10 caps, but he's nearly level 11.
애니가
I think
근데 너무
maybe a level
힘든데?
11
와.
ult might have been a bit close, right? Whether we would have gone down on that. So Broken Blade now looking to focus him. His ult's very close to being up though.
It is, and if he can clear the minion wave here, he might get
Oh,
enough
he
of the
doesn't have
rain of
flash.
anger to get to 50%. The
No
crash
ulti
down the
either
CC
yet.
chain. Center ulti
Oh,
buys him some time.
what
but
is
the cycling
me?
will not get him to safety as IU just takes away another.
Oh, so sad with how close that ult is to being available. The extra health that it gives you and
Okay,
the Q, it made a difference. IU, yeah, taking some tower hits. But it's a good shutdown that comes
Jungler,
through.
Doggo.
And this Corki is getting a lot of gold. 302 right
Pantheon's
now.
going top.
And the spikes will be coming in
It's
soon.
gonna be Pantheon ulti here.
Return play on the
Pantheon
top side,
궁 쓰나?
maybe?
Panthers coming in, flying from the sky.
From mid bush,
mid
mid-river bush into top lane tower dive.
Both sides of the map that make the kills come alive.
Yeah,
You know,
really
Ryan,
easy pull
I
off
think there's a
that
problem with the
Pantheon
Pantheon
coming in.
ult
Human able
range.
to finish that one out, and will be first
I
tower going over to Furia, so they'll get
Mr.
the
Rocky?
feats of strength. But a quick response from G2, and you know the game is not.
판테온은 진짜 저거 궁 사거리를 높여야 돼 아무리 봐도. 방금 보셨나요? 미드 이 부시 안에 있으면서 탑 다이브, 탑 타워까지 궁이 닿는다는 것 자체가 좀 많이 사귄 것 같은데.
Composition for Furia, where they need to start finding some big fights, need to be getting some backline access, and really
글로벌이 있는
maybe deal with the
정글러?
problem is this Renekton.
녹턴이 딱 생각나긴 하죠. 정글러 중에서. 근데 라이너면은 솔직히 저런 궁 쓰면은 이제 웨이브 손해를 보고 가는 거잖아. 갱킹을 하고. 그러면 물론 웨이브를 먼저 민 다음에 궁을 쓰면 몰라도. 확실히 그런 라인을 비우는 게 없기 때문에 정글 판테온이 그렇게 사귄 것 같아요. 이게 탑이나 미드보다 정글 판테온이 사귄 이유가 글로벌을 궁을 썼을 때의 그
And she's on a ward and they know her stun was just used. So W on a 3-second, 4-second cooldown. They're finally the tip is out, but what will that do? Scallowing gets the wall, look away. Caps will take kill number 1 and G2 are going to open up an inner.
Okay, this is a
that
storm,
great
guys.
Yeah,
What
I
happened?
think maybe thinking right mid tower.
Furia was
we have the long range of a center. Don't need
at
the
MSI,
Herald to break
Furia
the
was actually
mid-tier one.
beating up
Instead, just
G2,
going for
but-
that influx of gold from this top tier 2.
MSI에서는 푸리어 G2전에서 플레인 스테이지에서 되게 비등비등했거든. 오히려 G2가 막 힘들어하는 상황들 되게 많았는데 오늘 보니까 이거 되게 일방적으로 끝낼 수도 있겠는걸 라는 생각을 합니다. 이렇게 되면
As you said though, waiting for this Corki to get the second item.
혹시
Waiting,
신드라,
I
판테온,
should say, for
레네톤은
Toots
너무
to get the
강력하다.
first item as well.
바텀이 힘들긴
Zani's very
하지만
much behind the curve.
40분 게임
And he
하면은
bursts
근데
as well. I think something that we're trying to
40분 게임
realize is
하면 또
not
모르긴
all
하
that massive at one items, maybe two.
I mean, that's the thing with Annie is that, you know, support Annie was a thing for so long because even if you are behind, you still have that CC. But there's such a big difference between an Annie who drops a full
MSI, both
combo
teams went
one-shot
to
you
game
and
5
an Annie who
games,
drops
but
a full
G2 still
combo and
look
does,
good.
what, like 50% of your health?
I don't think they
and
look
then
good.
you just
It
gotta wait for the
definitely look
rotation,
close.
or you gotta wait for Q for W is stride breaker slow. Are you over the wall? And some are not going to find anything else. G2 moving as a 4-man unit.
You know, she is a burst mage, and when you don't have that burst, it feels pretty bad.
Top through like 7 fights in a row.
Sad title, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Gigo caught out. He's got a counter strike. That'll buy him
You're
some
talking
time,
about
but
Broken
LeBron's
Blade at
waiting. He
MSI, or
knows
are you
the
talking
flash is
about
coming.
Guigo right
Drexline
now?
as well.
Guigo is the one
Time
to
is
buy.
caught with the depth charge. Gigo will go nowhere, and
Goodbye.
G2 will play with their food. Third time here for Scubon.
아니 이건 그냥 뭐
G2 are playing so
게임이
well, rotating
끝났는데
around the
뭐
map, taking
정신
these
못 차리고
towers,
있습니다.
finding
프리야.
opportunities to punish the setup they have. With this
오늘은
single
뭔가
target CC really
언더독
paying
그
off for now.
MSI에서는 비등비등한 상황도 많이 나오고 했는데 역시
There's no way they can
단판에서의
contest this. There's no way they can contest this dragon. And G2 are taking more and more this
그러니까 이거
game.
1세트가 되게 막 일방적으로 끝나는 경우가
17
많구나.
minutes, almost 18 minutes. And again, 60 by 20 is like the margin. That's like the hey, we've
정신
had a
못
good
차리는
center game.
중.
Yeah, I mean, all that early trading has really paid off.
It really has, yeah.
And the thing as well with the 80 carry center is obviously the reason.
이럴
whether she's
때일수록
played 80
확실히
carry or support
강팀들이
always comes
좀
down to like how much souls she gets based on the balance changes. But you always
경험이나
get less
이런 것도
souls as an
많고
80
그래서
carry
그런가?
compared to
캡스 선수도
fasting center, right? It's because you get the
경험 무시
items in
못함
return.
진짜 대회 경험.
But if you're able to farm more souls because of the trading, it
단판
feels so good.
팀원들
If you get those
위험함.
souls online quicker as the 80 carry center, when you get the items as well. So, Hansam are feeling great this game. We have items
단판
online
안
for
해서
Caps as well.
다행이다.
He's got the
오늘은
torch and the
하나
cosmic drive. So
이미
the dots gives you that
경기했고
constant
그러면은
movement speed.
오늘 더
So
이상 한
valuable
팀이
on a
없는
center
걸로
in those
아는데
fights.
Plus the
No more
ability to
Korean
just
teams
walk
play
away
today,
after
right?
you
I
get
don't
your
think
pick
so.
or after you get your setup right. Feels nice as a 1v1. Tipper's going to come down, but Toots, it doesn't end here. Broken Blade has his flash available. No Q damage. Might help out Toots surviving here as he looks for the chase.
Yeah, Alt Burn was looking for it, doesn't find it. I mean, Tibbers is a pretty short cooldown, so it's not a big deal for Toots to end up burning it, but yeah, the Renekton is scary. Mirkrez as well just means harder to keep down.
Oh, round two. Stun is up.
Stun is up? Yeah.
C9 Fist flying
Tibbers is
next.
still up and available, and there's members collapsing. Oh, they've spotted.
They have, but
Not gonna
too
be
far
there.
out of range.
Yeah. Takes a good window to dip out of that situation. Yeah,
BLG AL already
in
next stage.
Like I was talking about, it's not stacked yet, but I feel like it's not enough. You know, you have a 0-4-0 Jax in the top side. Yes.
혜연이 혹시 8강 확정 4팀은 A그룹, B그룹 어떤 식으로 나눠지는지 아냐고. 솔직히 저 진짜 아무것도 몰라. MSI 결승 보고 이제 며칠 후에 봐도 AWC라서 아까 포맷 설명하긴 하던데. 첫 경기 전에 포맷을 좀 설명하긴 하던데 아시는 분이 좀 알려주시면 좋기도 하겠고요. Anybody in the chat know about the format, by the way? For like quarterfinals and like how does that work? Like A group and B group, like how does that work?
Icons up in 5 seconds down in bot. Furia thinks, well, this might be the fight we have to take, try and force it. TP up for Gigo as well as 4 members hover around.
NSI 수비로 시드가 결정됐다고.
Labrov here though, maybe nearly picked.
They're gonna find him. It's a stun. It's a crash down, and there you go, Labrov. Nothing else. No, he flashes over.
Labrov lives.
Doesn't want to commit the cyclone right before a potential fight.
No 0-4, Nautilus.
He's just a mage. Doesn't have the base to take out the Nautilus, and now.
Yeah, Fury is gonna fight this. Fury is gonna fight this.
Cleanse away. Gigo's in now though. Cap stepped up to the wave. Gigo trying to punish his Skumon is out of Counter-Strike range over the wall. They're gonna find
Hansa must flash now too.
Now they're deep. Tattoo has no way out. Flash away from Scatter the Weak. G2 are playing back the fight. Wukong's lost his ult.
바텀 웨이브 안 좋아서 바텀 웨이브 핑 친다. They're pinging the bot wave because bot is kind of crashing.
I feel like this is weird for Fury.
And it's gonna receive it.
Don't get me wrong, getting hands on a flash, getting the flash from Labrov, but
I haven't checked it yet, honestly. I'm just like, I don't know.
They don't have the Tibbers anymore. I'm not sure
Professional
if you
streamer.
The resets are coming in. They can't stop the dragon. I think G2 just take this.
레일 그거 아껴서 다 살려준다. 레일 그거
She's not even up yet.
방금 궁 썼으면은 무조건 잡긴 했다. I don't know. Rail should just ulted, I guess.
I mean, you can still get yourself some deep vision here.
당연히 잡는 줄 알았나 본데.
I guess the extra G2 stands for no game too. Yeah.
That is what they can take
just
right
a standard format, no losers bracket from quarterfinals.
Hold
okay.
off on that. GG2 Labrov is just
8강부터는 패배에서 패자 발전이 없다고 하네요. 그룹 스테이지만 반판이라서 그런데.
If they're all stacked around the Arakan.
Jojo need one hell of a 5-man. He's angling for it at 5k, but Broken Blade goes right. The rest of G2 go left. He's going to hex flash and
they kill match in round 1. It's like they have, since they have a losers bracket, it doesn't really matter too much, I guess.
Toots is going to flash in with Tibbers. It's a bit split though.
Oh, Tushus gets one shot by Caps here. Hansa might just full HP gunning down people with the Senna in game, of course. Like holy moly. I mean, IU got Norris, but this is absolute cinema. Absolute stomp coming through from EU.
G2 respond in force and only the
그래, MSI에서부터 이렇게 하면 좋은데 G2 MSI에서 너무 힘들어했습니다요. I don't know. G2 was struggling a lot at MSI.
34 pedals in
pocket. I kind of smacked my mic. I mean, this is a good engage from Toots, but just not enough follow-up, not enough damage. 50이 아직 궁이 없어가지고 방금 애니궁이 되게 좋았거든, 풀궁이. 근데 거기에 호응이 안 됐죠. No follow-up at all on the Annie, so it's like really no damage.
Well, I guess in a best of one, kind of rough as
look at that damage dealt by
미시랑 결국이 결과 그렇긴 해 결국 결국은 프리아한테 G2가 이기긴 했어 막 힘들어하는 판들이 있었는데 아니 MSI랑 결과가 똑같으면은 설마 젠지
G2 they're starting to dot the I's cross the T's at 23 minutes here they charge in through bot and another inner for their troubles.
Yeah, it feels like inevitable at this point. 73 stacks
이번에는
on this center
기피코
now.
T1이가
Doesn't quite have the rapid fire, but
hey.
the range really starting to be a major issue.
이거 MSI 제방이라고? MSI를 농축해서 하루 안에 다 보는 느낌? 플레인 스테이지를 하루 안에 다 보기.
A much needed recovery when it was really revenge on the line for Furia pushing them so far. You can see opposite sides of the map right now. It's all about that trade for objective bounty, but double in a turret. That's all that's going to be taken while Skubon solos the dragon. Tattoo's like, I'm just going to try and take jungle, get some gold back, but they are down almost 10,000.
Furia basically gave AP
mark.
Yeah, it feels really rough from this point of the game.
Is that how it is? Is that
like
a good comparison?
Just try and find a Hail Mary. If you overstep, just gotta send it. I think
same
playing
logic.
slow from this point on isn't gonna help you.
Yeah.
There's
okay,
no
I mean, I guess also giving Pantheon like
especially
I don't know.
as a rapid fire
Pantheon
as well.
just boss the champion.
I think you just need to
판테온은 그냥 주면 안 된다. 저 챔프는 정말 너프 할 때까지 계속 밴을 해야 되는 게 맞는지.
Also, I mean, we talked about a lot of people getting in the way. Broken Blade has already got himself a Sterix Gauge. Third item's going to be Spirit Shojin here, most likely.
I've been like banning Pantheon in my solo queue games. I don't know about you guys.
4,000 gold ahead. That's one way to
that
say he's
champion
back.
is disgusting.
I mean, all it took was one gag. I was saying it before, Orcs. Skewmon went up top once. And Broken Blade maintained and developed.
Surely G2 don't lose.
Lead throughout the game.
The thing is, like,
come on, if G2 loses,
it was a good move from Skewmon, but
it's time to go bold.
Yeah, I think the individual performance from Broken Blade.
G2가 지면 대머리 볼디나이트
the matchup is going to be Renekton favored early.
Boldynight angle.
He built up a massive
Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you, Tom Tom.
Continue to find angles and find value on this.
We're watching EWC right now.
Biggest lead
we finished co-streaming MSI and now we're co-streaming EWC, and after EWC we're co-streaming
LCK.
LCK. We're turning into full-time co-streamer. What happened? No, we're going back to bar, guys. 다들 솔랭 방송 곧 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. EWC만 끝나면은. Don't die? 방금 한 명 잡을만 했는데. No way! Roll got out too. I think they just all got out.
Somehow Furia get out with all 5 heads alive.
Trying to come into the rectum, but he's just so tanky and the damage just
Renekton's level
isn't
15
there
right
to
now.
cut through him.
15레벨이라서 지금 탑에서 2렙 차이. 2렙 gap between top, mid, and jungle, 2-level gap. But if you watch Senna and Gorky, they're same level. And Gorky is the only one with a goal lead.
A 0-4-9.
Yeah? Gorky has a goal lead into Senna, but doesn't really matter because Senna actually has a lot of stacks right now.
And if it's like this, that's fine. I mean, seeing Labrov just kind of send it.
Total damage number 1.
Look, some of his stats win ideal.
Yeah,
I'll admit it.
I agree.
8강 LCK 팀이 3개고 LPL 팀과 다른 팀들도 있다고. 8강이 진짜 꿀잼이죠.
Not a KDA player. One of the highest insults in League of Legends, isn't it?
You know, I don't think Ego's a KDA player either this game.
No. Also a compliment. He's had a roughie. G2 are just putting in the final touches, aren't they?
세나는 지금 초반에 CS 아예 그냥 CS를 안 먹는 거지 세나 유행이었는데.
Once again, the grand Starfall and Skyfall rather. Broken Blade's found his angle and Tuts is just an auto away.
요즘은 CS까지 먹어서 진짜 좋은 거긴
It's not bad.
아니 아까는 분명히 세나가 쓰레기라고 생각을 했는데.
It's going to be Jojo who makes it a 2-for-1. Broken Blade gets the
I don't know. 아니 이론상 근데 진짜 퓨리아 조합도 할 만하지 않았나요? I think Furia's comp is fine. On paper it looks fine. 초반에 세나 놓칠 진짜 힘들어했는데.
It's something though.
아니 미드 탑 정글이 다 캐리를 해주는데 뭐.
G2 control this area, set up this Baron.
I mean the thing is like G2's mid, top, and jungle are all carrying. I think the Senna Nautilus were getting completely destroyed right from level 1.
The flash away from this, losing access to
1렙부터 너무 힘들었었는데 그거를 막.
I think Joji did a great job appealing here, buying time.
I mean, like, Gorky actually getting the shutdown like 1k gold is huge, by the way.
And that big one.
Renekton 쳐다 먹은 거 좋긴 한데 그거 가지고 뭔가 게임이 풀릴 것 같진 않거든.
Yeah, at least Labrov, he can dive, but he can also land some pretty good hooks here. And Skewmon got ahead early as well, but he's just quietly achieving in these team fights.
I really don't want to go ball G2. Stop throwing.
It wasn't really in the fight, I think.
Boldynight incoming.
90 stacks now from the center.
Boldynight incoming.
Plus that rapid fire cannon. Firmly online, I think.
이론상 괜찮은 것도 양쪽 실력이
and Cap's got to hit level 16. Just have the 120 stacks. You know, very stacking game for
그래도 우리
G2.
브라질 형님들 굉장히 매섭게 잘하는데.
And the scatter of the week's apparently look even better. Labrov close to a hook.
Oh, that W from Corgi was so crucial. We've been dead otherwise.
Into the mix, so with the Blackfire torch, there is a lot of extra
이쯤 되면 세나 지금 뭐 지금 스택 보시면은 91 stacks completed for Senna. It's not too bad. Kind of late though. Actually, no, 91 at 28 is fine. Because usually get around 60 at 21.
Fury just try to defend the jungle that
근데
they can.
20에서 21분에 한 60 정도 나오긴 하거든. 58에서 60 정도 찍더라고요.
You have the Krogs. I don't think he's that bothered.
지금 91이면은 되게 잘 싸웠네.
But clearing the vision out, doing a good job of this. Is that one
I mean,
more?
Skewmon
Just spotted though. You can see the one he's clearing right now.
Senna's stacking is not too bad.
There's nothing else really. They're going for these really shallow wards. They're getting cleared now. Touch, he's in trouble.
It's a dredge line scatter of the week, and with the Starfall in the back line, Skewmon has found himself another angle. He's got GA. He cares not.
G2, just flip it on Baron or something, I don't know.
There's a Baron, there's a Dragon.
Don't force it in mid lane. 미드 타워 저거
I mean, with
절대
one
못
down, you can
미는데.
move towards the
바로는
Baron, but it
먹어야
looks like
돼.
Skewmon just going to take the Dragon, the easy objective. Oh, Jojo.
Walking into a Renekton, not what you'd call ideal.
바로 이 시야가 하나도 안 돼가지고 마음만 급해가지고 몸이 저런. I mean, the thing is they have zero vision on Baron side, so that's why like as a support you're like, oh my gosh, they're doing Baron, I gotta go ward it, you know?
Actually quite clean.
And an enemy team, of course, just camping the bush like that is
games
so
we've seen in the past couple of months, and
good block.
They're working away. Fury have no contest, no clue. Baron's up now as well, and as you said, Sol's already picked up. Baron is just the nice little cherry on top.
I mean, Dragon Soul, Crown Soul.
Yeah, it's nice. They pick up the Dragon. They can reset. They can head towards the Baron. They still have control of that area. You know, super out a bit more, and then you get like max time.
개인적으로 궁금할 때 쓰나 저걸 팔자가 원딜로 카운터 칠 수 있음. 전라인 주도권 조합으로 터뜨리거나 상체에서 돌진하는 조합 쪄서. 세나를.
True.
But it just feels like an impossible situation though. You're just being choked out of vision so
일단 예를
frequently.
들어서 세나 그 MSI에서 세나 상대하는 거 보면은
the timing, the window is short. You can see members of G2 moving over. The opportunity to get vision has ended.
라인전 센 거 해가지고 라인전에서 그냥 폭발시키는 그런 느낌. 예를 들어 이번 판도 솔직히 코르키 렐이 폭발시킬 수 있었는데 상체 차이 때문에 폭발을 못했거든.
But that doesn't show the Baron, you know. That gives some information. But Tafu
그거는 뭐 무슨 원딜이든 똑같지 않을까?
And then maybe
제리가 나왔어도 초반에 막 라인전 잘해놨지만 미드탑 정글 때문에 시간 벌어지고 제리 잘 크고. And this one's gone, guys. I'm sorry to say to Brazil fans or Furia fans, but this one's kind of gone. Oh man, EU is just popping off today, I guess. They're playing, I don't know, like it's impossible.
While the rest of the fight happens around mid. Skewmont again.
Top is looking, but it's looking kind of doomed.
Safe. Escape of the week won't land this time, but while Gigo dies, off to our left. Tattoo is just dead on our
complete
right.
stops today. 오늘은 그냥 일반적인 게임들이 많이 나온다. Are you trying to clear the wave because the game's gonna end? But honestly, the mid wave's so big that they're gonna just push their mid. They don't even need to push this. They just push their mid. 슈퍼 미니언 웨이브 끼고 끝내면 되는 거라. 코르키는 뭐 최선을 다했다 저거는 어쩔 수 없다. 코르키 무죄 땅땅땅땅. 코르키 무죄 땅땅.
G2 have arrived in a big way.
Did Hans buy LDR? No, he got Black Cleaver. No LDR today.
Kick things off.
You see a big smile on Broken Blades face.
What tourney is this? Is
and I think he's feeling good about that matchup. You know, set himself. He wanted to go
no ball feviknight today
against Gigo. He wanted to prove himself, and I think he really did. And that was a clean game overall. I think the last time these two teams faced against each other, it was
good
scrappy,
news for G2 fans. Broken Blade looks like he's awake now. Not too bad. 아니 MSI에서 브로큰 블레이드가 얼마나 힘들었냐면 929 선수는 방금 잭스한테 솔킬 계속 달고 막 라인전 밀리고 뭐 난리가 났었습니다. 플레인 스테이지 가서 안 보신 분들은 다시 보기 보시면
a bit more of a strict gameplay.
It is only a best of one, but we do have losers bracket yet again.
A strict measure around those objectives,
right? G9 이제 FlyQuest죠. 그거 남았죠. G9 FlyQuest playing next. After this
I'm glad it looks like we might be hearing from Caps because
someone turning to Senna
really got us through MSI and really got G2 into a some kind of powerful position.
Someone driven
again on this Syndra.
Yep. You know, I think everyone performing pretty well. I think Labrov had some rough moments in the early game, but I think kind of brought it back later on.
Yeah.
And I think Fury is not really able to get off the ground running in. Even though, like, on the damage still looks like a lot.
Wait, why is the coach, like, helping out the cleanup? Broken Blade needs to go to the bathroom or what?
But that was kind of about it.
Well, we're going to hand it over to stage, though, because Caps is standing by with Fancy, ready for a post-game interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after the stellar win from G2. I have Caps with me for our Amazon winner interview. For the first question, I just want to know, what's it like playing a back-to-back international tournament so soon?
I mean, it's pretty fun, actually, especially because we didn't have the best performance at MSI. So it feels great to have another chance and really show that we took some things away from it. So I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. So you guys struggled a little bit in LEC this season after dominating LEC for so long. Is this your redemption arc at the EWC?
For sure, that's what we're looking for. I think we have made many mistakes this year, but every time we try and learn a little bit every single time, and we're looking to put all of it into effect.
Amazing. All right, so you're playing next either Cloud9 or FlyQuest. Who would you rather face?
Probably FlyQuest. they beat us at MSI, right? And we would like to get some revenge against them.
All right, absolutely. So that's
Gold one is Brazil challenger. Hey, yo. Mods. hey, that's shitting on the entire region. That's what we do every day, actually. I do that myself too. I'm always like, haha, EU, haha, NA.
Victory here for G2 as they're able to bounce back and make it 2-0 through the early parts of the group stage for the LEC squads. And this one, not so much in doubt. It was close all the way through, I think 5-5 until we got to the Otacon. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And it is a victory for G2.
Honey, when is the last time we saw Broken Blade smile like this?
Finally, I have a sliver of
Happy Broken Blade?
Region. I love what I've seen today already.
Jungle
and
Gap,
I've seen
you
a
think
G2 that came in and they respected Furia. They did the proper preparation and they came in and they played as they should. Amazing series by Broken Blade or game by Broken Blade. Big redemption from the MSI and
I mean, look at top 2's damage along with Scuba.
It wasn't a very close game.
Never give Pantheon over to them
again. Even for a little bit, but then Guigo started dying a lot, and Broken Blade kind of just took over the show. And Skuma was doing a lot from the jungle as well with some of his
Toots actually did a lot of damage. I think most of his tippers damage.
Felt like Furia never really got their footing
PB
afterwards.
딜량 1위 싫어하냐고
To be honest, didn't really show their best stuff. G2
아니
did
우리가 봤던 그
I like what
MSI
you were saying,
Broken
Finn,
Blade도
like
맞냐고.
they showed up, they showed respect. And they
Broken
knew,
Blade,
you know, this is
angry,
the best of one. You gotta win this one, otherwise you're going down to the
He was spamming a lot of Rumble, by the way.
match,
Broken Blade was spamming like
rough,
Rumble
so,
Jace, Rumble Jace, Rumble Jace, Rumble Jace.
G2, but potentially
After
some
MSI.
bigger opponents left.
Yeah, that gold graph is what you want to see if you are the favorite here, right? We've seen a lot of, you know, changing of maybe the guard, changing of some of the power
Lebrov's
rankings
kind of
over
ended
the
it
last
this
several
game,
years
but
for Europe, but nope, G2
okay.
keep it nice and simple.
Warm-up
and
game,
the
cool
gold lead
field.
basically came from the bottom side of the map. Senna, we know, scales later on. Corki able to get lane pressure.
포니테일 패배가
But other than
흑가슴
that, in the top
모습이요.
lane, it was not a repeat of the MSI match that everyone's gonna remember. It was Broken Blade getting it done.
Yeah, he was voracious. He kept eating it up over and over again.
요네 팬은
I don't know. I feel like
아니었다고
like
한다.
G2 into his drafted heavy comfort.
Probably shouldn't have banned out
Yuri.
Yuri.
It's a champion. He's been very strong on domestically. Syndra coming out from Caps is a little bit of an EU special. You know, we have Nemesis and Los Ratones really liking that champion.
Los Ratones mentioned.
I like his answer to these low range kind of burst mages.
T1은 젠지만 잡죠?
Because the E of the Syndra makes it so easy to kind of keep them away from the back line.
가능할까요? 지금까지는 근데 MSI에서 나온 그 결과 그대로 나오고 있긴 함.
EU versus NA match later on today because of this result, and that is something I
no
am
upsets so
very
far.
about.
Yeah,
no upsets.
We are definitely poised for
the same results we saw at MSI. We are seeing the same thing here at
This one all shook up in
so
this
far.
game with,
we'll see how the C9 vs FlyQuest goes because we did not see C9 at MSI. C9이 근데 MSI에서 나온 팀이 아니기 때문에 C9이 과연 어떨지 궁금하긴 하거든요.
Yeah, and this
rematch LCS finals.
Usually the one who falls behind early really struggles to get back into the game just because of like when these champions.
I feel like Caps playing Syndra here is just trying to hide the pick.
In the fight here, Rainton is gonna find a really
prepping
beautiful
for the quarterfinals.
Flash Q, big disrespect here from the Jax to stay. He really wants that cannon minion, but he did get it. Maybe he thinks worth, but
was that a Q flash from Broken Blade? That was a Q flash, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then
방금
it comes down to the third death as well. I feel like G2 were really pressing the, okay, let's go for the weakest guy button. And, you know, great first gank, follow up with the Pantheon ult there on the
that was a goofy play from Guigo,
He's just not in the game, right? He's just not in the
Guigo
game.
probably just had to go
minute
home.
one, essentially, and it's hard to win a 4v5.
Yeah, and then finally, over at the Otacon, it was time to try and work the way on in. We're thinking maybe this is G2 starting up a little bit too early, taking the shred damage from Otacon, but not the case. The fight ended up going their way.
I mean, this looked a little bit sketchy. The Annie ult looked a little bit scary, but I think G2 held their formation really well. With a really strong showing here in the fight.
I mean, if you watch this, Annie flash engage, no Wukong ulti. 50이 궁이 없는데 저거 Annie 진짜 조금만 기다렸다가 하지.
They had to wait and be patient, but they were impatient because Ataka was about to get taken, right? 아타칸이 먹히니까 마음이 급한 건데 마음이 급할수록 이게 돌아가라는 그 속담이 있잖아요. So when you're impatient, you have to kind of like take it slow a little bit. It's like you're Yukongasa ulti, you can't really go for that kind of play.
We had the interview last year, just felt like it was just last year. Congratulations on the win, man. How was it?
Thank you. It was great. It was great playing on stage. It's a cool stage. You know, the headsets and stuff, they are nice. Nice to play.
That's right. Hit all the talking points right there, Broken Blade. You know, it's been a interesting journey for G2 so far this year. You know, it is Furia, but wins, how do they really change the mentality of the team when you're getting them done on the stage?
It feels good. I mean, especially after like a pretty rough performance, you know, in MSI. We go into this tournament with a much better mindset, much more confident mindset.
We all remember the Warwick gold.
We are the team, you know, like we need to think that way, and I think it was a good first game.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, what kind of adaptations did you take from that MSI? Because I saw you come back to Europe and spam Jace, Rumble, and solo queue. Was that more for your coaches, or was that actually something that you want to put more work into?
I guess you're gonna have to wait and see.
Oh, we're gonna see the Broken Play Rumble, I guess. We might see the Broken Play Rumble.
You should have planned, I guess, is for the future, right? You take this first game, it feels like, okay, your mental's back, you're back in the driver's seat, you are the team to beat. How far do you think
GAM
you're
and Furia gonna speedrun MSI EWC back to back?
Kind of prove that you're back against.
I mean, right now, I really want to play against FlyQuest.
Minor region, it is what it is. Minor region.
You know,
it's hard.
It's gonna be a best of one. It's very volatile. Anything can happen, right? In this best ofs. So I really just want to beat them, especially convincingly. I don't want it to be close. Obviously, it's a bit of, you know, emotions in the game a little bit, but at the end of the day, we just want to win the whole tournament. Of course, that's our ultimate goal. And judging from our last international tournament, a lot of people are gonna say it's not, you know, expected or whatever, but for us, we have to think that we can win. We have to think we will win. So right now, that is our mindset until proven otherwise.
Yeah, and I wonder how you see that matchup with Bwipo, like, because he's quite unorthodox as a top laner. Do you think of him as like a strong laner? Do you think of him as a champion, a player that really likes to make things happen on the map? What kind of category would you put this player in, or is it even possible to put him in one of these boxes that are so conventional?
For Bwipo, I would put him in a category as like a smart player.
Why
I think
Bwipo?
He moves well around the map, and the way he moves around with his
smart
champ, like, his champs are always like weird, right? Sometimes he plays like Garen and stuff, and he knows when to proxy the wave, he knows when to pressure the mid wave after proxying and stuff like this. Not a lot of top laners know exactly what to do at any stage of the game, but Bwipo's been around for a long time, you know. He's kind of like Mervin, as in like the kind of champion. He plays weird champs. I always play weird champs, you know, don't get me wrong.
A Warwick player saying a Garen player has weird champion pool.
Always fun, but it's boring.
Do we believe in EU? I mean, EU so far today has shown up like.
But he's still very.
Koi look a little bit shaky, but G2 look dominant
just because they like stat check you.
Hi everyone, what's up, Jackie?
Yeah,
Hi.
I mean, like he plays Seth, he plays Garen and stuff like this, you know, like.
Oh my gosh, Jackie, how is it over there in Casual's community?
Play against that stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah, two top laners nerding out over here.
I don't know what's going on, man. Things looking kind of scary over there.
You know, obviously,
no comment? It's cooked?
Everyone wants to win, ultimately become the title winner here at the Esports World Cup. But what is one goal that G2 has for this tournament other than ultimately defeating everyone? What's something you want to take away heading over to the LEC?
Let's say the most realistic goal is for us to beat an Eastern team. That I think is something that we really want to work towards for this split, for this tournament, and for next split. I think it would give us.
It has calmed down a little bit. That's good.
And like just a lot of confidence in.
That's very good. That's very good.
That we can actually win a lot of.
I mean, it was like. It was almost like a witch hunt going on.
The most real answer.
I know you can, like,
there you go.
can't say
back
that,
to the winning ways with G2 with the victory over Furia.
Like,
Congratulations,
a lot of other
Thank
people, including myself.
On the desk. We're gonna take a short break.
Look, Brendan Valdez, like even Kitty, all these people, like, and all these pros and teams. Like, I don't know.
The Esports World Cup.
Even Riot. We're all partaking in it. If you're gonna throw the stone on Casual, you gotta throw it on all of us, honestly.
Like, I'm not even getting paid or anything. I just applied for co-streaming because, like, we're chilling. I was gonna watch it anyways, but I just really enjoy, like, cheering for T1, and T1 was playing, so I was like, okay. Oh. T1. 또 얼마나 기대를 하는 건지. 괜찮아. 지금 1분 30초 기다린다고 하네요. 광고 시간. 보시면 C9 플레이퀘스트랑 이거 그룹 B, 그 다음에 이제 하나 코이. 한국 팀은 하나밖에 없으니까 하나 코이전 보고 이제 한국 분들은 이제 자러 가면 될 것 같은데 방장님 목소리가 너무 좋다. 감사합니다요. 땡큐 베리 감사. Please T1 at least win this one. Rage? It was looking rough, guys. I mean, EU's looking like they're here to play the game, so we'll have to see how the Hanwha Koi matchup goes, which is gonna be after the C9 FlyQuest game. Yes. I do want to get some water, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break. 저도 잠시 휴식하고 오도록 하겠습니다. BRB. Let me know if C9 Fly starts playing and I'm not here. I'll be back. 잠시 휴식하고 오겠습니다. Bye bye. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome back to the space. It is Digon here, along with Medios, Valdez, and joining us, CEO, owner, and just the heartbeat of Cloud9. It is C9 Jack. Welcome, brother.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, man. It's great to have you here. Just wanted to get your quick thoughts here on the LTA North, being back here, getting the opportunity to play international play. How does that, I guess, work out here for Cloud9, and how beneficial will it be?
I'm pretty excited to be here. We missed MSI, obviously, so having this event to be here to kind of have another international event to show up in is really exciting for us.
Yeah. All right. Talk to your boss.
Hey, Jack. There are some rumors that C9 was doing real well in scrims against the MSI teams. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so usually when you miss an international event, it's really hard because you kind of are behind with all the teams that went out to the events because they get to practice against all the top teams in the world. It's really nice having it in Vancouver because we could actually scrim just like all the other teams are actually participating, but we're a team that's not a threat to anyone out there. So the top teams would be happy to scrim against us to show us their best because we weren't a threat at all to them. And we actually did really well against the Eastern teams, which is kind of surprising. Historically, we kind of just get stomped, but we were very competitive, which is nice and give us a confidence boost coming into this map.
Are you hitting the classic "the gap is closing" kind of storyline here?
Listen, I mean, scrims are just scrims, you know, so we actually got to see how they do on stage, but it still feels really good to actually be competitive in scrims.
I'm curious, what is different about Cloud9 at this event? You know, we have so many different strong teams. Do you feel like you guys can beat some of the best teams here? And what unique way can Cloud9 do that compared to some other teams?
I mean, our players are certainly capable of beating these teams, but we do have a very young team. Not every single player, but two of our key players, our solo laners, are quite young. One's a true rookie, and the other guy's been with us for 1 year. So being on a top stage against these top players, they need to have confidence. And so we'll see how they do, but if they can play the way they have been in scrims, we can win, and we can get pretty deep. So we'll see.
Let's zoom out real quick and take a look at the Esports World Cup as a whole. You have a couple of teams here at the Esports World Cup. What are the goals for Cloud9 as an organization since they are one of the global brands in esports?
Let's see. We've got our League of Legends team. We have a FIFA player here, and we're going to have Call of Duty coming up like in a week. It would be wonderful if we could, place highly with all three teams. That would be the goal, of course.
All right. Well, it looked like you had one more question here for Jack.
I was just going to ask how the team's holding up with the jet lag, because I was on the same flight as you guys, and I'm feeling it for sure. Is that how are the boys doing?
It's tough. Like, seriously, it's tough. Like, we all wake up super early. I see, like, the team chats, like, at 5 a.m., like 6 a.m., anyone hungry? Let's go eat. I'm just like, oh, my God, you guys cannot sleep. And then we get to, like, lunchtime, we eat a meal, and it hits pretty hard. And I see the guys, like, doing, like, squats, trying to stay awake and running around. But I think, like, from like our scrims last night, they were in the evening. Once they locked in the game, they woke up. They were excited. But I wouldn't lie, there are a couple of them taking naps between that first game and the second game for 15 minutes. So, it's tough.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to see him in international, and I think we're going to see some good stuff.
Hell yeah.
It is an international tournament, but it is a domestic battle here, FlyQuest and Cloud9. We had TK Nguyen on earlier to introduce his team, GAM Esports. So let's put you on the spot. Cloud9 being introduced with their roster with Jack.
Oh, okay. You realize I'm on jet lag. Throw me under this bus like this, but okay. You just want to go through the whole roster?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. So Thanatos, he's been with us for 1 year now. So he's got a year under his belt, and when you have a rookie come on, you kind of you expect like a certain trajectory of growth. And, his summer of last year was a little bit slow, but we really saw coming into this year that it was picking up. And I would say he's ahead of his trajectory where I expect him to be as a player with 1 year. Going into Blabber, like he's my mainstay. He's been with me forever. I love that guy. I think he's the GOAT of NA. So we all know him. Then going into Loki, our true rookie. I think he's 19 years old now. Again, you have certain expectations on a bar you expect him to be at as a rookie. I think he's actually exceeded my expectations, so I'm very proud of the work he's been doing. We got Jesper, who's returning, but he left as a support, came back as an AD. I think he surprised everybody in his levels play. He's absolutely crushing it. And Vulcan, he came back to us, like when he was on us, he absolutely crushed it. Then he had a couple of years that weren't so great, and a lot of people are starting to question his ability, but I think he's proven everybody's a top support in our league, so I'm super proud of Vulcan.
While jet lagged, everyone, C9 Jack able to give us the insights on the roster that you know and love for Cloud9. Going to be very, very fun to see them do battle here against FlyQuest, the team that we've seen them go up against and now are really kind of leading the line here for the LTA North. What makes FlyQuest so difficult to play against in your mind when you see it from your lens?
I mean, they are a very experienced team. Yes, they have some young players, but they've been playing together over a year now with that same roster. So they really know how, their strengths and weaknesses and play to their strengths and weaknesses. And I think through this year, we really struggled against FlyQuest at the beginning of the year. And you could see as the year went on, we got more and more competitive with them to where I think we nearly almost, had them in the last, almost at LCS finals, LTA North finals. I think at this point, like it's like a coin flip on who's going to win. They're a great team, but we're great too. And so I think we'll see what happens on stage, but I believe that we can win.
Yeah, it was a best of 5, game 5 split decision. That's how close that one was. Valdez.
Yeah, I was just curious, you guys didn't quite make it to MSI, but you got to see FlyQuest, kind of the representatives from LTA North over there doing quite well. Was that inspiring for you guys? How did you feel about the team and Inspired as well, doing so well over at MSI?
I mean, he's an incredible player. I mean, I love watching him play. I thought they were doing really well. I was disappointed that they weren't able to go further. I think they definitely had it. But it's good to see, I think, our region as a whole leveling up.
All right, well, Polska Grom for Inspired. We also have Busio standing by, who has a little bit of Polish heritage in him, so let's send it on over to him, standing by for an interview.
Okay, I'm back. Just in time for the Busio interview. Let's go.
Pre-interview with
맞아요.
Busio, the support player. Say hi to everyone.
Hello.
Is it the official stream? The Femi seller Twitch account to Ryan?
No.
No.
Because you guys were able to go
I'm here.
all the way to game
Sorry,
five.
I went to the bathroom and I also have came back with the food.
Well,
Because I didn't not eat dinner today.
Like our
오늘
goal
저녁을 안
obviously was to beat
먹어서
an Eastern team,
I
and
brought
we
peanut
fell
butter
short,
on
so
bread.
We just rewatched the games and we're just trying to do better.
Okay,
and egg.
Also, I know on Twitter you are quite active with
두유랑
the type of photos you
peanut
post.
butter
So, do you
바른
have any
빵이랑
tips for
그다음에
the
이제
audience on if they
구운
want to
란.
gain muscle or if they want to get that body, you know?
Oh, I mean, thank you. But yeah, just go to the gym and just eat healthy. Yeah.
Go to the gym and eat healthy, guys.
Just like FlyQuest.
Okay, let me write it down.
I'll see you on stage and back to you
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Just
Thank you
be
very much,
healthy
Kitty,
for head.
There with Busio, who's just been kind of growing as a support. Jack, you've always had an eye for picking.
He has a
young
girlfriend,
talent and
Zephyros.
being able to cultivate that talent.
And the
FlyQuest now
girlfriend
being
is
able to
close
do
friends
so
with
a
Kitty.
couple of players. What is usually an attribute or something?
Busio's
you're
girlfriend
looking
is
for when recruiting a new
you know the girl who draws like cats
That's
on
a really
Twitter.
Good question. There's a variety
Yeah.
of things that I'm looking for, as well as
Basil,
a lot of resume
Basil.
checking. Like
Basil
getting
or is it
checked, getting
Basil?
with either past teammates, past coaches, and see how that goes.
Basil.
And if you
Yeah.
kind of check off.
And
like, hey, this guy's
Basil
playing
is, like,
solo queue,
good
he
friends
seems
with
like
the
he's a very
kitty.
serious player.
The girl
His
who just
former
interviewed.
teammates like playing with him. His coaches liked playing with him. Then
What?
You have your one-on-one interviews and kind of understand what those goals are, and
Huh?
they line up with your team's goals.
Yo. This is new.
organization,
This is
and,
news that I did not hear about.
So,
Lucky guy.
there's all those boxes I need to check, and if those are checked, then that's a good gamble.
All right, about 2 minutes before we head to
전 못
stage.
참고
So,
크레페를
Gideon, when you look
배달시켰다고
at this
하나때
matchup
먹으려 했는데
here,
11시 넘을
I know that you might be
듯해서
looking at it with a little tint.
Unbiased.
크레페라니.
But unbiased here. Go ahead.
근데
Give me
뭔가
what you're looking for in this series.
디저트류를 배달로 먹을 때는
hopefully Jack's
so
not listening to
나도
this.
모르게 좀 뭔가
Q&A dynamic, and now you
식사류랑은
got
좀
the,
다른 느낌?
Yeah, well,
boss dynamic.
저만
you know,
그런가요?
I'm always gonna root for Cloud9. You know me. I think they're extremely good, and we've obviously
뭔가.
seen a lot more FlyQuest. They were at MSI. They're a really good team
가서
too.
먹거나
but
배달로
I
먹거나
think
사람을
C9,
찐다.
they're just
먹는 거
very
자체가
aggressive.
문제지
We've
않을까.
got Thanatos top lane.
그래도
who's
괜찮아.
just
저녁 안 먹고
an
드시잖아요.
incredible laner.
저녁 대신에
very,
먹는
very good
거니까.
at the carry style champions, which I think is like super hard to be good at. Kind of Zeus Keen-esque in the way he plays. So I think that's a really big asset to the team. And I just think their team play is really strong. So yeah, I think they got it.
Yeah, I think legitimately, like Cloud9, they were close in the finals up against FlyQuest. There were multiple angles there. I think there is a way for them to take this victory, and it's a best of one, and anything can happen. And FlyQuest,
C9 and Fly is probably
they
the
have to play all in MSI, and
most
I'm
even
sitting next
game
to
so
Jack,
far.
So I think Cloud9's going to take this.
I actually have no idea who's going to win.
Win, Jack.
That's tough. But I'm gonna have to say Cloud9.
When it comes to how they win, there's
Cloud9
more,
owner.
You've obviously owned the team and
오랜만에
ridden along
본다.
all these different rides every time they go to an international event where it's a unique situation where Cloud9 go from
맛있으면
being
0칼로리.
the favorites within domestic league when it used to be LCS into LTA North, then going international and then having to kind of be an
치킨은 사람 안
underdog
쪄요.
and
사람 내가
figure out ways
쪄요.
to win. When it comes to that kind of strategy, not that you would tell
없는
your
사람이
coaches,
찐다는.
whether it was Reaper at the time or Lemon at the
Everything to
time,
Ghost Girls now?
would you rather
Are you talking about
do
Uma
something
Musume?
cheesy
Oh
and try to get a
my.
sneaky edge in draft, or would you rather play standard, see where you're at, and win that
I
one?
don't play Uma
I mean, it
Musume,
kinda
guys.
depends
I have
on the
no
team
plans
running
to play
which
it.
event, right? I think in the past
It
we
just
had
looks so
VB,
stupid to me.
kinda
I'm
cheesy
sorry.
sometimes
If
to
you
get
enjoy
my
it,
way through draft.
good on you.
But I think, like, honestly, I love being the underdog, and because I think it does something for the team.
Why
It
do we
brings them
need to make
together,
everything into
and they're
anime
always
girls?
supporting each other,
I don't
and it's
know.
kinda against you against the world. So that's what's really special to me.
Like
about,
horse racing and like
international
horse
events,
race
when
based
people don't,
games.
Like, I may not be
It's
believing
not cool,
you,
but
and
why
then
can't
you're
the
able to
horses
get
be
really
horses?
tight as a unit and get through
Why you
it,
gotta make
and
them
when you
into
get
like
the wins? They're super special.
All right.
teenage
Jack
girls?
from Cloud9, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. About 90 seconds away from tossing to the stage. So, who is going to be the MVP of this game? We have our Sony MVP that we will name at the end of the day. I have a feeling it's going to come from this match here. So, Medios, who you got?
Well, It's probably one of the junglers, I would guess. You know, when you see these two teams play, it's like Blabber versus Inspired to me. They're both insanely good junglers. I think that Inspired has had a really good year just lately. He's extremely consistent. He's one of the players you never really expect to see him feed. Whereas Blabber is one of those players that, in my experience, he was always the hardest jungler to play against.
It's not about the anime girls, it's about the stats going up, making the speed stat hit the limit.
He can do some explosive plays.
But there's a lot of games like that, you know, gacha games like that.
Yeah, you know, I think
I do understand, like, horse racing itself is, like, pretty cool.
I'll go for Thanatos, you know.
Horse-based gacha game, and then you add in like the weave anime factor.
We've already
anime
seen
girl
some top lane
factor.
dominance. I think he can
Obviously, it's gonna pop off if you have those combined.
Okay.
I'm gonna get mine
Final one. Yeah, get yours in.
It's Thanatos' day.
All right. Thanatos' day. We'll see if that's the case. We have the
Wait until she realizes it's a roguelike?
The LTA North going head-to-head
No way.
once again.
Roguelike horse racing?
Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Let's get to it. The final match of the Group A.
Heavy shoulders? Yeah. We have the sleeveless. Wearing sleeveless right now. Debbie, do you ever do variety? I think the last variety game we played was on Expedition 33, which you can find in Let's Play, the vault videos on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. I don't really do variety that often, but once in a while when there's a game that I really want to play, I do want to do. Like Super Mario Odyssey, which is a long time ago, yeah I know, but... Expedition 33, I got a big recommendation from one of the other streamers called Polypuff. Polypuff recommended me, so... 방장이 뭐 먹냐고? 빵이랑 피넛버터 먹는다고 했는데 빵이랑 피넛버터랑 구운 난이랑 두유. 저녁 안 먹어가지고. Mario Kart variety? Yeah, I do play Mario Kart sometimes. You play Deltarune? No, I never played Deltarune. No, I didn't. I did play Undertale though. I play Undertale.
History. It's the same rivalry with new stakes in a best of one with big implications. Fancy, what do you think? Should we bring out our next two teams?
미국 버거킹이랑 한국 버거킹이 한 10배 정도 깔끔한 느낌?
FlyQuest.
미국은 버거킹이 되게 가서 먹으면 되게 건강에 안 좋은 그런 막 이미지가 있거든. 야채도 한국은 되게 막 신선한 야채 많이 넣어주고 그런 거 같은데.
The iconic squad was absent and MSI.
바로 시작하면 좋다고.
Another chance at glory. It's Cloud9.
Cloud9. C9 Loki. 저분 이제 미드라이너 한국분. 탑에서 타나토스 선수 아닌가? C9 Thanatos as well. I think Korean top Korean mid laners. Quad is the only Korean on FlyQuest. 2 Koreans vs 1 Korean who's gonna win, guys. 주변 선수 키 큰 거 보냐고. 유럽 분이라서 확실히 키가 남다르구만. 북유럽이 진짜 키 큰 사람들 진짜 많은데. 바이킹의 후손들. 기아가 스폰서, 맞아요.
I gotta say, I'm looking forward to it because NA versus NA is a blood rivalry that I need to see happen.
Yeah, and you know,
K
this bracket will also get LTA against LTA.
Oh no!
We have this is, and then we have just G2 in the mixer in this group.
True.
I do think though, even though obviously there's a second chance if you lose this match, the difference if you're
Team with more Koreans win unless one of those teams is Team Liquid.
It means that when you go to those quarterfinals,
yeah, what about the Team Liquid? Hungu, where's Team Liquid?
Up against Gen G or T1 or against BLG
They're not here.
or AJL, and you'd much rather avoid Gen G or T1 in those quarters. So you definitely want to come through as that first seed. You definitely want to go through the winners bracket. There's a lot on the line here. And it's been a while.
저번은 이제 한국에서 이제 자나 때나 치즈직에서 트위치에서 진행됐던 대회에서 보였었던 리프레드 감독님.
About how they got some good scrim opportunities while teams were in Vancouver. Which is a big
제가
benefit
진짜
because often if there's an international in between and it's somewhere else
옛날에
in the
몇
world,
년 전에
it's hard to find
누가
when teams are on
딱
break.
초대를 한 거야. 자유랭크인가 이런 거에 초대돼가지고 딱 들어갔는데 그때 리포레드 감독님이 계셔가지고
FlyQuest did as well when they were playing in MSI and put in some good results.
뭐지?
I mean, we have more efficient data on FlyQuest as well. I love that you bring up the scrim point because
그때 친추가 돼 있는 걸로 압니다. 룰
teams that I know would be coming
클라이언트
to them
친추돼
and be like,
있는데.
hey, we don't want to scrim anyone who's live on air. We don't want to scrim anyone who's live.
I played FlexQ. It was a couple of years ago. I was invited into like a FlexQ game.
Going to Fly quickly though.
I don't even remember who invited me. It was like a pro player that I had added, and Reaper was there.
It just came down to a couple of crucial mistakes. That out of bush experience.
I was like, oh my gosh, Reaper. I try not to fangirl too much.
Watching,
I feel like
because it's kind of cringe.
It's a repeat of last year when they had that series against Gen G.
The Reaper, the coach.
It's so amazing, but it's also so
뭐 먹냐고? 아 지금 이거 벌써 세 번째
again.
얘기하는 건데.
I
remember literally every single time someone's asking me what I'm
I mean,
eating.
it's heartbreaking again that they went through a similar experience, but it's also crazy.
통밀빵이랑 피넛버터 이거 발라가지고 하고 있습니다.
The hope is that this time
그럴 수
they
있지.
can
지금 왔으니까.
find the opportunity. They can
아까
find
대답할
a way,
때는
chance to take
안
all
계시고
away. I had the chance to
새로
speak
들어오신
with,
분이 또
Busio
물어볼
yesterday,
예정.
and he was saying this time, this tournament, they want to take down one of the Eastern teams. They want to take
Okay.
down one of those teams
Kaiser first pick is
waiting
crazy.
in the
FlyQuest.
knockout stage. They want to beat them in a best of 5.
Pantheon
They do
banned.
need to get there first.
전반 판테온
Find
밴
that first opponent on
풀었는데
the way. They are
이번에는
looking
확실하게
at Kaiser
해내버리네요.
as a potential early pickup here.
That is just a constant Bwipo hover though.
글로벌 궁이
And
너무
Masu
상이다.
obviously loves this pick too.
정글
Azir is
글로벌
up and I'm gonna give Quad something pretty stable here in this BO1.
Yeah,
Azir insta-picked. Taliyah's open too. Taliyah's open.
Him targeted. That was something that happened in the BLG series when he was up against
탈리아가 오픈인데 이거 탈리아 안 할 이유가 없지 않나? Relect and Talia maybe.
Wow. So will early
You don't have
prioritize
to even pick it. You can just
instantly
pick in third.
looking towards that Renekton 4th Anatos. A lot of confidence in that
Oh,
pick. We did
Renekton.
just see Broken Blade run away with that one.
And the Trundle slammed right after it, probably assuming that, hey, with the Azir, you'd love something like a Sejuani. Now that's maybe out the window.
탑에나 정글에서
C9 had the
탱
Tully on
챔프
free
나오면
here, or
트론들
did they
되게
choose to run
뜨겁거든.
that
트론들 궁이
in
진짜
for more of a kill lane
탱커
with individual
상대를
CC?
It also
좋아서.
means that it's very hard for Bwipo just to pick a tank into the Renekton, now that the Trundle's on the opposite side.
트론들 좀 빨리 뽑은 것 같긴 해요. 근데 MSI에서도 막 요릭 트론들 그냥 AL에서 요릭 트론들 그냥 박던데.
Can obviously go more AP builds, so the Trundle's going to have its value, but can be flexed into a lot of different
Hey
areas.
Fevi, what are you eating? What are you drinking? Breathing, smoking, seeing, hearing, tasting? Yes, nice good.
And then
what do you mean?
Looking towards that Nocturne, a lot of control, and also kind of hard for the Trundle to disrupt. Instead, goes for that Poppy. So
I don't
feel a lot of
smoke.
disengage so far. Looking at
Thankfully.
Cloud9's composition.
I heard it's really
They're
hard to
struggling
stop
close
smoking once
distance
you
a
get
bit on
addicted.
Azir. But will be that Slayer coming out very popular into
Talia
the Azir.
pick?
We saw this
Yes,
time the
R3,
LCK
that's what I thought.
When Azir was picked, Talia
Talia
was the
pick 역시
response
나오고요.
to some great
Talia
success.
is really broken. I think it's the Azir Talia matchup. We saw it many times in LCK. I'm not too big of a fan of this.
Could as well. Could be that Poppy support. So a little bit
지금
more
이 조합은
flexibility
근데
for
저는
FlyQuest,
별로 안 좋아합니다.
with the picks they've taken.
일단 보면은 트론들 레네톤 탈리아 오 엄청 막 든든하고 큰 형님들 막 있고 한데 확실히 그라가스 아제르까지는 괜찮지만 그라가스 뽀삐 2가 근데 아제르 궁 이렇게 넘기는 거에 뽀삐가 벽공을 할 수 있거든 아제르 궁에 그런 콤보 빼고는 솔직히 뽀삐도 서포스를 돌릴 수 있긴 한데 봐야 되거든 공치로 가겠다 Senna Van makes sense. They have a lot of front line over there. So Sven could have played Senna. Sven went from like support role and now he's swapped back to ADC role.
Everything you pick here, you come in all guns blazing. Let's get the best picks, best comp, best everything. And do you see that Senna coming out? And I think that makes sense when you are thinking about the fact that you have that longer range Azir and some good disengage tools. I mean, you would love to maybe have the Senna yourself if you're in FlyQuest position, but I don't think you'd be able to get it when you are on that blue side. Lucian going to come through as a ban though.
Fishing for a Corki or something here for Sven, you think? Like
no Lucian Brahms allowed.
I'm thinking about big 80 carries that are left up and available.
I mean, there's still a lot of options.
There goes Nautilus as well. Point and click engage is kind of down unless you go support here on 4.
I mean, we often see Nautilus picked as... I mean, even if it's Poppy in the jungle, Nautilus is often one of the supports who does better into Poppy, because even if she puts the W down,
you still get it.
Still connects,
and with the W, you get enhanced range from W, right? That auto attack.
Yeah.
Ezreal!
I do like the Ezreal though, because into like Shroomer Shuffle, into Gragas Engage, in a Poppy, these picks I don't feel like have as much effectiveness into an
이제
Ezreal.
뭔가 맛이 없는데 근데 할 만한 챔프가 많이 없나?
We've seen him.
I don't know.
play
Ezreal, I feel like
Coltsman.
I don't really like the champion.
Oh,
We might actually see Bard here from Busio. 진바드 각이긴 한데 트런들 이즈리라면.
Interrupting if you can get him range, and obviously does have a long range.
And Bard is really good into Trundle by the way. You can just pour it out. So.
A long range. You know, the fact that you have the Jhin, you have the Azir.
I really don't like Jhin here.
This Renekton.
Yeah, this comp is kind of crazy.
This with a lot of confidence. It doesn't feel like a fun composition to play that Crocodile into.
Are we gonna see second game of Bard redemption Bard game?
You don't get too excited, man. We're just gonna wait and see.
Oh, yeah, we'll hold off for a second.
What do you think? A Vayne top?
Karma?
Karma would enhance the lane presence, and it would mean that it's gonna be Poppy in jungle. Which again, kind of assuming that's the way we go. Also, a nice takeaway from Ezreal Karma here, so they don't have a powerful 2v2.
More strong lane
and then
phase.
For the side of Cloud9, I feel like you do want.
바드는 안 나오는 걸로.
Like the Rakan, I think even though obviously it's ranged into
No
like a
Bard,
melee,
I guess.
think you can still survive the matchup. You could go Bard here. I know Vulcan is pretty keen on the pick. And the ult's pretty good into the...
Yeah, Busio is not the only Bard player. Vulcan plays Bard too.
I think you can have an advantage over the Karma. Karma is going to outtrade you a bit, but you have that sustain.
Okay, the first game of the Bard we had, Kaiwing play Bard, that was a bit of a tragic Bard game, but...
when it comes to 5v5,
골콘 선수도 바드 좋아한다니까, 진짜.
You know, a lot of pick potential still for Cloud9.
I wonder if we're gonna see like Guardian Bard or you see Spellbook Bard. 봉풀주 바드를 과연 제대로 활용할 수 있을지 한번 봐야 되겠는 걸.
I think FlyQuest, you know, it comes down to just playing at a distance, but I think Cloud9, if you free up
진카르마는 근데 좀 라인 좀 빡세긴 해서 좀 봐야 되지. 근데 요즘은 라인 수업이라는 게 존재하니까 적당히 하다 그냥 수업해서 라인을 안 쓰면 되거든. 네, 이거 끝나고 하나 경기 또 합니다. 이제 하나 대 코이 지금 upper bracket 벨크 스테이지에서 이미 한 판 이겼기 때문에 위로 올라가거든. 이거 다음 거 보고 이제 한국 분들은 주무시러 가도 될 것 같고요.
They weren't really happy with it. Busio wanted to do better, but I think the West still said, "Hey, look how close you came."
이집 바드 좋아, 나쁘지 않아요. 아까 지긴 했어 근데. Ezreal Bard earlier lost, but I think
was Gen G last year, 2024.
Considering they don't really have like a lot of forms of dives,
but it was also only in
definitely
recent
playable.
memory where an
Bard is
MSI
definitely playable
FlyQuest
here.
almost took down one of the behemoths of the LPL. Now it's a best of one. It's simple. Win this, better position, qualification spot, and move into the rest of the stage, move into the knockout stage rather.
Are they playing on a study table? I think you're like the third person to point that out.
T1
Everyone talking about the table looking like study
GNG.
tables.
You gotta win here first. The NA rematch of the LTA North.
하나, 둘, 셋. 바드 fighting! Bordo fighting! Where's the T1 Bard?
A lot of water.
Oh.
It's ocean Drake as well.
It's so serene, isn't it?
Yeah.
T1 바드 어딨어?
It doesn't really
carry a board.
It's clean water, isn't it? Like you just. Yeah, it's clean. Summoners Rift, they clean the water each time. Like it's not like
아까도 바드가 영혼의 꽃 바드 해가지고 졌는데 이번에도 설마 T1 바드 안 사용해서 지는 건 아니겠지?
Imagine if it was like people cleaned after 10 champions of the Rift.
That's why you get Chem.
바드 fighting?
He cleans
Ward
the
of fighting?
No, that's when it's dirty. That's when no one's cleaned
Predictions?
it. Oh, right. I was gonna say if it's
Let's
like
check.
an ocean soul,
I
then
think
that is
maybe
kind of clean,
mods
isn't it?
are.
It kind of sweeps through and like recycles the
This
water.
is the oh my gosh, W star on Bard.
No.
바드로 카르마 상대로 W 1렙 W? 와 이거 고수의 향기가 느껴지죠 이미 시작부터. We can already smell that this Bard knows what he's doing. Right? Into Karma, starting Q makes no sense because you try to hit the Q, you're gonna hit by mantra Q, and Karma's gonna outdamage you. So what you do is you start W, and you're gonna pull the wave because you can't really push into Karma. 웨이브 컨테스트 어차피 안 되거든. 트런들 탑으로 보내고 바드는 라인 땡기면서 W 먹으면서 라인 버티면 됩니다. 3 cups of coffee, that's what I'm saying, right? 3 cups of coffee. W 지금 2개 들고 있는 상황이라서 바로 원딜한테 사용해도 되고요.
And get the ball rolling. That's what you want to see. Talia 6. Move across the map.
You have 2 minutes to go.
Another Renekton here.
Thank you, Karan. Karan the best mode.
Just going to try and nullify this lane as best as possible. It's annoying for Renekton, that's about it.
I feel that's what Gragas has just been so good at. And, you know, he did get some
bullying start. 근데 저런 거 Q 하나하나 못 맞으면은 근데 카르마가 또 구려지기 때문에 get more W's in the bag. Welcome grabbing chimes for mana. Grabbing the little chimes on the ground gives you mana, XP, move speed, temporary move speed. Really big.
So the wave, you're doing fine. And I think especially given
불포 그라가스 자신감 있다.
the style of player that Thanatos is.
아니 레넥톤을 보고 그라가스를 뽑아? 뭔가 미쳤죠.
All it needs to do is just say, okay, you really picked the Renekton.
Come on, Sven, stop tanking all the Qs. My God. 바드 할 때 빡치는 거. 원딜이 막 저런 진 Q 같은 거 맞으면 너무 열심히 먹이고 있는데 이게 안 되잖아. Karma's like a time bomb. Yeah, you have to like win lane really hard. Exactly. 초반을 되게 강력하게 이겨야 되는 게 카르마라서 가면 갈수록 바드가 훨씬 좋아요. So with Bordeaux and late phase, you're trying to just like not lose lane too hard. Yeah, you could lose lane.
That's new information.
But like losing lane like 4 to 6.
No, boop is like
it's fine.
Boop.
But if you lose lane like 2 to 8.
Yeah,
that's really not good.
Is the nose touch.
Then Karma has an advantage,
and
obviously.
Bop is, you know, actually that's a tune, so both of them don't make sense.
Bop feels like over the top, like on the head.
Oh yeah, that is a bop. But if you
well, earlier G2 vs Furia, yeah, G2 completely dominated.
I don't know what that is. People
they
can't see me
were,
right now, but I am attempting it.
Probably for the best.
Absolutely stomping Furia today.
There is not currently a camera on us. Blab up. He's going to spot out a ward. Whippo is low on mana. What do you think?
The body slam's on cooldown now, but
T1도 그때 5세트 블라인드 카르마 너무 아쉬웠어.
It does seem like a risky dive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
아니 블라인드 소퍼픽은 어쩔 수 없긴 한데 확실히 카르마가
ideal, but wasn't really an opportunity. He's just going for the reset into the TP. I feel like when you have a Talia on one side and you have a Poppy on the other, the side lanes always need to feel threatened.
Yeah.
You know, these two picks are two of the best picks in the game for like finding opportunities to dive the sides and challenge the sides.
goes in, thanks for combo.
Teams are just looking for those windows where if someone makes a mistake, if the wave's at the right time, you can look to punish. Do you see the swap coming through with Masu moving up to the top side? TP will come through from Whippo.
카르마가 왜? 카르마 그 베릴 선수 바드 상대로도 5세트 카르마 블루 선픽 나왔었잖아. 그러다 이제 바드한테 된통 당해가지고 PTSD가 있습니다, T1 팬은.
For now, Thanatos is just going to hold on the wave. Vulcan is on the move. The power of having
Vulcan is just going to try to proc his little thing. It's like 40 gold per auto attack, so.
Because he has safety, whereas like, oh, Jin stepped up to the wave. Look at this. I'm going to get a trade.
Yeah, I mean also when...
Oh, wait.
The wave is not in a great
spot. I don't know if they have enough damage though. Kiri nothing there.
Masu has to reload though in 2025.
No damage yet. No damage yet. The wave's kind of bad though. Wave가 진짜 안 좋아서 근데.
And it's a good swap from FlyQuest because you'd much rather have the Gragas in the 1v2 situation.
I mean, they're just trying to grab Dragon here. 탑에서 레넥톤이 손해를 봐도 어차피 바텀에서 우리는 용을 먹고 있다 이런 느낌. 바드를 올려보내면 아무래도 용 쪽에 만약에 뽀삐, 그라가스, 아지르가 막 들어오면 소폭이 없는 상황이라. No way. Thanatos might have to flash here, or is he gonna be able to get out? 이 정도면은 근데 플래시는 사용한 건 아니라서 레넥톤도 잘 버티고 있는 편? 하지만 웨이브 지금 한 3개 정도 탔거든요? Like 3 waves burning is really bad.
TP gonna be burned, but TP to where? Bot to match.
Yeah, so we'll go down there, but did not have a fun time for this past
couple minutes. Hang
out there.
Here! Ooh!
Cloud9 might find something here.
It's a good pillar as well.
Oh, that is a nice pillar, but like, there's no cube from Bard.
Not into a wall, but
아니 근데 that pillar is kind of trolling his own team as well. Like what? Bard was trying to walk forward, he couldn't walk forward.
But it's not going to lead to anything else.
I mean, when you have a Poppy and a Karma, the double speed up, it's so hard to really hold Clyde accountable there.
Thanatos got the wave shot in.
No barrel roll set up.
I mean, he already lost a lot of waves at that point though, so everyone else.
Just gets a chunk
That's
again.
a problem.
Yeah, good amount of damage coming through.
Thanatos did just back and TP in, so if Whippo can chunk him out that much where he has to back a second time, that'd be horrible.
At the end of the day, the Gragas was also losing out on the bot side as well.
And just really showing that FlyQuest, you know, happy to sort of put this pressure down onto Thanatos. The swap coming in has really punished him. And you know, Cloud9, they got the dragon.
아까부터 이상한 사람들이 많이 계시는데요. Busio라고 하네요.
Spot on a ward. They're going back to the normal 2v2. It's just
불법
going to be in the
준게
top lane, of course.
불법 준게 아니라고.
Wave in a nice spot for the time being for C9.
불법 준게
there was a window
아니라고.
there where they could have swapped again, you know, when Wippo had priority, but they opt to sort of make the decision. No, we've given up Dragon, we want Grubs. So they keep their bot lane
MSI
in the
공식
top side. So we'll
공식
definitely
측
see FlyQuest
중계하는
towards
디코
that.
방에 들어와 있고 다 얘기돼 있는 상태인데
So fun and interesting.
연락을 먼저 받았습니다. 그쪽에서.
I mean, shouldn't complain. It's better than watching tanks v tanks, but to be fair, Sam
다
these
보시지.
days
그러니까
is
또
actually
되게
one of the most fun champions to watch.
저 어떻게 근데
I feel like Sion just breaks the rules.
막을 수 있는
That's all
방법이
the
있나
tanks have, you know,
따로?
with the trading he goes for.
Oh my god, like his damage early is just not okay.
Do you remember when
EWC
he just got
starting
reworked
today?
and
You're going, you messed up.
maxed his raw
You
to
played
Slayer,
already.
and it just did so much.
Okay, I mean,
He
he's
just
gonna play
fire
again.
Minions,
We have Koi
people,
into
he play like snooker.
하나 Life Esports into Koi after this. 그 다음에 하나 코이전은 무조건 봐야 될 듯.
Yeah, it was very funny. Not to play against, it's horrible to play against.
목소리 이쁘다.
still
감사합니다.
remember,
Okay.
like, even going further back, old AP San before he got reworked. You know that he sent out that little pixel?
Yeah, the stun.
Yeah, he chunks you for like half your HP.
Be they present?
Champion is
No
cool
way,
for
Gwenny,
a
it's your
ride,
birthday
I'll tell
today.
you
I
that
just
much.
read the second part of your message. Happy birthday, Gwenny. Happy
They've not
birthday.
to stop again, not contesting the grubs at all. So Cloud9 are just going to take these and.
Are you
they
eating
kinda
some
had
good
lots of
food
these
today?
objectives.
A celebration?
All things considered, I think Cloud9's super happy with this.
Yeah, bringing the game back into some kind of favoritism after what happened early to Thanatos. 3 grubs. Really nice here. Quadnet even going to walk towards them. Busio now clearing out vision. Yeah, not a contest in sight.
And look, at the end of the day, right? Thanatos is still pretty close to farm compared to Bwipo.
Yep.
This isn't a matchup you're going to stomp anyway, playing Renekton into Gragas. 2 objectives in the bag already.
It's a later contest though for enemy grubs, or Krugs rather. Raptors, we got there in the end, but just taken away. Bloodman
I
moves
mean,
away.
at this rate, what are we going
Inspired now
to do
setting off
here?
the red buff. Vulcan's still hovering nearby, but remember there's a Weaver's Wall from Loki, so if Blabber chooses to play this, as he seems to be going top, that Talia can be there in a
I mean,
flash.
the Bardo is just chilling, but I don't know.
Opportunity to steal away camps.
Okay.
I guess you're not really complaining as Bard. Into Karma, you're just chilling.
I think FlyQuest
Such
at this
about.
point really need to start putting some priority towards those objectives. Can't just let Cloud9 keep taking all of them. This could end up being our first bigger fight of the game.
It's been lulling a little bit so far, Orcs.
Yep.
People say you write scripts, you know?
Do they?
Yeah. So do you write the script for this game? Yo, people are sus on you. Why everyone so sus on you?
카르마 라인들 엄청 세게 가져가는 것도 아니고 그러니까 풀캐 조합이 조금 이렇게 무난하게 가면 괜찮은 조합이 맞나라는 생각이 들기도
Oh, is
하는데.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See this in this game, you know?
Okay, well let's see.
I mean, this one's like being really slow.
It could be. There's potential.
거의 무슨
Ooh, it'd be good timing, wouldn't it? Well, we got a 50-50.
지금 퍼블이 아직 안 나왔습니다. 10분째.
Okay, both teams are setting up, but Wippo did just TP top, so. I mean,
그래도
he is trying to
진지를
play here to
아지르가
move
있긴
down.
해.
Thanatos is
그
about to
되게
have his
든든하죠,
TP.
아지르.
It looks like Wippo wants
They
to
do have Azir, so I mean,
get some
FlyQuest, I
chunks out of
guess they're
Thanatos.
just
I
gonna
think
be like
Thanatos could
sitting
just play
back,
this wave.
scaling with Azir. Wait until
I'm not sure
Azir
if his
starts
TP is
getting
gonna be up in
items.
time, though.
I think it's 15 seconds. I think Thanatos is actually not too bad. So advantage here for Cloud9. Bwipo, as you said, just used
Oh wow, the dead man's plate build coming through from Vulcan.
He's in mid, he can just trail on down as
Holy giga chan. I haven't seen dead man's plate on Bard in a long time.
Cloud9 already picked up first
다들
drag as well.
바드로 막
Dragon
그냥 막
stacking.
미카엘 가고 뭐
I
이러는데
think that's a pretty good position.
보시면은 망자의 갑옷을 가고
It's
있거든요,
not gonna mean too
바드가.
much.
템을 저렇게 가는 게.
I think Blabber, he's considering starting up the dragon.
Are we doing this again, are we?
It's refreshing to see like such an aggressive
Body
build from
slamming.
Bard.
Again, just annoying as Gragas gets
I'm
more
so
health
tired
and
of seeing Mikhail's
Thanatos just can't really chunk
you
through
know,
it. Trying to keep him here in his lane
celestial
as much as
position
possible.
Mikhail's
With
Bard.
these trades, Bwipo's doing a good job.
Yeah, I feel like Thanatos, if you want to commit to the dragon, needs to get into a position where he can reset and TP.
Yeah.
But I think Wippo's trying to put pressure on him so he can't, and then if he does go for that,
플라이퀘스트가 후반 밸런스가 더 낫다? 일단 이즈리얼이 있는 것부터 뭔가 후반이 조금 그렇긴 한데 이즈 레넥톤? 유통기한 대표 레넥톤 원래 빵통기한이랑 이제 레넥톤의 후반 두 개.
Things like that, like build up to big conclusions like Dragon, right?
요즘 근데 빵 토끼안이 없어졌어. 옛날에는 진짜 빵 태운. Wow. Flash used, but I think FlyQuest you take that every day because you got the dragon there, and you're just trying to scale us here into late game. We're gonna see like first blood at 20 minutes at this rate, guys. I don't know. I'll wake you guys up when they have first blood. I'll just scream into my mic and wake you guys up. Levy, you was a Dragon Rush.
Has himself a
I'm watching some League of Legends games today.
That body slam out, but he knows there's no way going through. The pillars up as well. The bop away.
Boom!
Inspired you, hero.
Oh my, Buipo survived. He didn't have flash. That should have been a free kill. 방금 펍을 각이었는데.
It looks like such a free kill. I gotta ask.
그래서 아까 플래시 빠진 거 잘 공략했거든요.
If one of them had flashed it, could have finished off Buipo maybe. But then
뽀삐 진짜
more
미쳤다.
members of FlyQuest were coming, so maybe you flash.
Professional baseball player? Is that what it is?
Difficult to decide in the moment. By the way, Inspired with a great play to save his top laner. And Cloud9 got to feel frustrated on the back of that one.
Ox, you know, you and I watching MSI.
I mean, all lanes are winning from FlyQuest.
Inspired was insane. I think one of the.
I guess you could say his play was pretty inspired.
Okay, he's fan is angry.
You're gonna go there. You're that kind of guy, aren't you? Cloud stop.
Hello, Femi. What's up, Chris?
You know, it's just not your day.
Not my.
It's just not your day.
Super saver going.
Man, I'll tell you one thing though. Inspired, best Western jungler of the tournament. I'm happy to say that. Maybe it wasn't hard, considering how some of the others were performing, but...
That's a pretty lukewarm take.
Okay. Best jungler of the tournament, how about that? Exhaust under Buipo.
I mean, Buipo has no flash, he's getting caught out. Oh, the stun into the pillar! Oh, 너무 맛있고 이즈리얼을 먹었어 그것도. 방금 보셨죠? 이게 바드 Q가 스턴각이 안 나오는데 애니비아 그 벽이나 트런들, 기둥 이런 거 까닭을 만들어준다.
I don't need a reply. I
remember I actually like back when I first played Bard, I used to duo queue with like Anivia player. Like my friend was an Anivia player, and then he would just like time the wall, and I would time my Q on top of the wall. Like that combo is broken as hell. Time it right.
But the difference is that he has AoE range. You know, he
same thing with Chono Pillar.
50 range around the target.
That was not a Barton angle.
Sometimes I'm not smart.
Sven?
In a straight line is the arcane shift.
At least you know your weaknesses.
I mean, nothing else happens, so it's fine, right?
I fault myself for not.
부유포형 이유 같은 거 모르고 그냥 자기가 하고 싶은 거 가는 거임. 그러니까 살짝 저런 마인드가 그냥 잘 풀리면은 정말 사기인데 이렇게 좀 어렵다? 그러면 좀 더욱더 힘들어지는 경우가 허다하죠.
You say it so subtly, or you replace another word in front of it, just so you don't seem like an idiot.
Yeah,
that's constantly me. I forget people's
Sven's
names
doing
all
a
the
little
time.
bit of trolling, yeah.
Hey mate, good to see. Oh man,
Sven
so
doing
good to see
slight
you.
bit of
You said
trolling.
that to me when I saw you.
Yeah, but I remember you, Dan.
Oh, okay, that's close.
People that I have constant interactions with, don't worry.
Why did you look at your wrist when you said that? What have you got written there?
Everyone from the crew's name.
Bro, they're going in! Oh, the Bartleby is so good! That Blabber gets up! No, he doesn't. Wait, he does. No, he doesn't. No, he does. Okay, he doesn't. 야, 저거 바드가 살릴만 했는데. Wow, FlyQuest just popped the game open here. They also get the feat of warfare. 무력 행사 스택이랑 이렇게 되면은 방금 트런들 살림을 했는데 그 관문이 좀 아쉬운 부분? I think if the portal wasn't there and then he made a portal on the Harrow Pit, then he could have actually saved him. Harrow Pit or Baron Pit, whatever you want to call it. 방금은 바드 관문이 좀 아쉬운 편? 다 살렸는데. 와, 관문 위치가 좀 안 좋아가지고 못 살렸어. 결국 마지막에. 아지를 궁을 관문 타고 그냥 도망가면 됐습니다. Korean is here? Yup. His call is just popping off right now. 1.7k lead onto Loki. Thanatos does have a lead, but it's like barely a lead. It's like, what? 12 gold?
And they have
Top
pretty
gold
strong
doesn't
frontline,
do
pretty strong
anything.
disengage tools, but it's not like
However,
I think sometimes when you
1.5k
have, like, a
gold,
super
that's a lot
tank
of
with,
gold.
like Aftershock, like a Sejuani, the Chun can get a ton of value, but it's like this more AP build from the Gragas, like more hybrid. And even the Poppy, it's like the Sundered Sky. It's not going to be like a full
역시 미드 게임.
raw tank stats
Bard.
build. So I think they're feeling
Vulcan,
pretty good right now.
he tried his best.
Dragon is up and available.
And the heal
One
was so
Dragon
good
apiece.
too. I thought maybe he
Cloud9
could
kinda
live.
set up, deny vision in
sad.
the area and dare someone to face check.
I wish you could see the replay, but it's okay.
Will FlyQuest find an angle to move in?
Focus on the dragon.
Well, that control ward's doing a bit of work. Inspired now on the way, but walking over a ward is the level 11 Poppy with Keeper's Verdict.
Okay, Bard has ulti
It's
for
head.
mid, no?
Herald's going to be dropped in mid. The ride going to be
미드에
taken.
그냥
FlyQuest saying no to
바드공
get the
박으면
dragon.
그만이거든. Dude, boom.
Tempest Fate. Okay, let's wrap around.
Wait, he's going around, wrapping around.
Turn? No, it's a little bit too far.
I thought, I thought maybe he's gonna do a U-turn and then do another crash onto it.
But I don't think it charges
나
because
저거
you got in,
솔직히
right?
저 U-turn 해가지고 한 바퀴 더 돈 다음에 박치기 하는 줄. 진짜
It does
개
not.
무섭네.
I thought they changed it.
I thought at one point I thought they did too, but everything changes every patch. So look,
Yeah, everything changes every
They
patch.
changed the
Pretty much
change.
sums it up.
But
If
still,
you don't
you're
read
right.
patch
it'll
notes,
lead to
every
turret
single
going down,
patch
bit of damage
is
from the
such a
claws,
huge
so-
change to everything.
And FlyQuest still get another turret out of the back of it.
And they already got first tower top, so it doesn't matter
I thought
too
they
much.
changed it where if you like didn't hit the wall, it then charged anyway.
I think if you hop out and it has to.
Yeah,
you
they
have
already
to
got
get a turret and then I
feat of
think it
strength because
charges
of feat of
again.
warfare and feat of powers.
Look, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what Shelly's all about. I don't even know what that thing is, bro. It looks like a crab that,
It's
like.
a Rift Herald.
No, it's. I know it. Shut up! I know what it is. But, bro, it looks like something that's had too much of like Ribena or something, you know. You remember that? You grew up on that. There's like the purple
Yeah, I've
grape.
seen the adverts.
Yeah. How does it? That was not that good for us. I don't.
Well, you know, overall, generally, everyone's pretty close, apart from Quad, just a 2,000 goal lead on this Azir.
Just himself, yeah.
Yeah, he is very strong right now on this pick, so prepare for him just to shred. And I feel like they're going to struggle to deal with him when he has so much protection in this game, so many anti-dive tools, and there isn't really that clean dive ability from Cloud9. It's going to be very hard for Vulcan to land an ult onto an Azir with all his mobility.
What a professional new Vevi model!
We're
liking the new
outfit.
outfit?
Just pumping damage out as his Azir.
Yes, I'll
Quad's
try.
in such a great spot.
Which now, by the way, I have to also say another member of
Doggo
Ship 9
father.
is Masu, who's got Busio
오늘
with the
과연 바드
Sorellias,
승리할 수
and
있을까?
with Youmu's as well.
Can
He's able to
Bardo win a
force
game
shot
of League of
walk up with
Legends?
an Enchanter, his Tempered Fate flash.
Oh, no
And
flash
we'll
of
speak
the...
about
Oh
it.
my
He
gosh, that's so good.
breathes and lose the summon up.
Bard's gonna have ulti
Good little
up
pick
in
there,
1 minute, so
attempted
it's
by
fine.
Vulcan.
Yeah, a little bit greedy for the
Boulder
wave there from
Ruthie?
Masu.
It's
The
coming
thing
up,
is, as
it's
a Jhin with Ghostblade, with a Karma near you, it should be very hard for a bar to ever hit ult on you, but Busio was a little bit away from you. I think if the communication had been like, hey, I want to walk up, be there for me. If he got shielded, he wouldn't have to flash.
True.
Unfortunately, summon a bit. Good play from Vulcan, in fairness. And he's now looking for Bwippo, maybe? He's so tanky. Look at that health bar.
He's just always moving around, trying to find a pick. Whippo,
Oh.
1 versus 2. Vulcan puts his thumbs
Bard
in the
using
air,
emotes,
but
no
Whippo
damage
just doesn't
though.
care.
He's got the Winter's approach
Bwippo's
now.
huge.
I feel like he's just... It's not even just the fact that he's so bulky, because he could have gone full tank and obviously hasn't. But he's
Bwippo's
like, he
just a
also
big
pumps
fat
a good
tank.
amount of damage for how tanky he is.
Can't really roam on
Range
that
is
on
closing
Bard.
up on 10 stacks.
Blossom
Good amount of
completed
AP.
with the
The
Deadmans.
range by just a bit out. Pillar in the
Maybe
way
Mertress
again.
coming
Now that the
next.
water cooler's down though. Let's have a
I don't
look
know
at
if he's gonna
Fiverr
build boots.
fighting for his
When you
camp.
still got
Fiverr
Deadmans, you can
gets the
actually
bigger
sit
one
on your
as
first tier
Masu
1
looking
boots
to
and
pull
then
shot,
try
hits Sven
to
instead of the turret, and this mid turret
build your second
consistently
item.
under siege. The range again, the poke is starting to matter more and more here from FlyQuest.
오, 이러면은 타워
이거
이거 같이 봐줘야 되는데. 랜슨 하수요, 블루도 mid tower.
FlyQuest curtain call going to be pulled up. That cancels the recall almost. Vulcan just in the way.
Jhin tickling
Now
people.
the curtain call's down. Whippo is moving in. So they can
Jhin
siege
ult
again.
is like a percent health damage, so
Cloud9
the
did
less
a good
health you
job
have
defending
left, the
this
more
mid
damage
tier
you take
one.
from
They
Jhin
did it
ulti.
before with Vulcan's ult to
So when
stop
you're
the
full HP
Herald.
like that on Bard,
Been the TP there, just
no
trying to hold
damage.
it up.
No.
Trying to, especially against
Jhin
an
ult just
Azir,
does
I think
no
that's what's
damage.
really problematic when it goes down, because he can just walk forward. When he gets mid prio, slam his own turret.
슬슬 진지를 힘이 나온다.
I think
진
Cloud9
일단
really
플래시
built on
빠졌기
that
때문에
to happen, 'cause I think
다음
they'll just
한타 바드공을
allow
봐야겠는걸.
FlyQuest to get so
Bardo
much
maybe
more
can
control of
ulti
the middle
the
of the map.
flashes Jhin, but I don't know if they should overdive for Jhin.
FlyQuest heavily focused on
As
looking
your
for this,
ult
though.
might be a big problem
And
here.
with rapid fire cannon on Masu, if he walks up, gets in range, you can get some poke down.
Tempered Fate, minion wave. That's cleared out, but again, C9, and their wave clear really relying on Sven, all able to walk up in melee range. And continues Fly committing 4. We like our Nayrams here, don't we? Oh, it just brings in more people. We'll get to 30 minutes, there's going to be 5 there.
You know, I've heard so many times we say like the Korea Rams, like Korean Rams, but like, you know, this is back to the roots.
This is where we all started, isn't it?
Yeah, where it all began.
I mean, honestly, Bordel's gonna be back up, so it's fine.
You know, back in the day, like season 1, 2,
Bordel
part of 3,
is just for decoration.
OC2 had to play on NA at 140.
It's gonna be back up, don't
And then
worry.
they transferred us and they gave us the
바둑은 쿨이 1분이라서 근데 괜찮아요.
What a skin. I
그냥
love that
던져서
skin.
그냥 막는 느낌?
It's a great skin.
Okay, so it's a fantastic skin, you're right.
It's phenomenal.
Imagine giving Australians who love the
Yeah, he's
pool
going rocket
and the
nice.
beach,
you know,
giving them pool party
That
skin.
mounted to rocket without upgrading
Yeah.
boots.
Oh, flash, hang on. Explosive cast, Sven. He arcane shifted first, but
Bro, Sven, you crazy! How did he react to that?
Zogs, you know,
Sven, you absolute
and I
monster.
only played
이제를 방금 반응은 좀 쫄았는데.
That's a great
Dude.
it's a therapeutic ducky.
I mean, they get to Botar then from that. C9 is actually going to be pretty happy for that trade.
therapeutic champion to play, isn't it? He just far more game until
예,
you
그라가스가 위로 올라간 타이밍이라서 이거 턴을 빼고 이제를 안 죽어줘서 미드 타워도 안 밀리고 바텀 타워까지 밀었죠. 게이득인 부분인가.
It really has changed that.
그걸 마스터야.
NA
Huge.
both teams just trying to find something out of these mid lane towers. Dragon is up and available though, so that's the objective to look towards. It's only 1,000 gold lead for FlyQuest though, considering there's a bigger lead before.
Oh, you're cheering for Masa. I thought I saw Go Masa and I thought it was Go Sven. Go Masa is so random.
Lane partner, but Whippo does have that.
You're just a massive fan. Understandable.
True.
Have a good day.
Come through.
I'm a Busio fan, but I also like Vulcan.
Before as well.
And Vulcan's playing board, though. Gotta cheer for Barnes.
I mean, a guy who I think was probably one of the weaker links at MSI.
Look at Karma's items, like wow.
Is having,
cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction.
Like,
and more cooldown reduction.
I think he obviously in the series against
Meanwhile,
BLG
the Bordeaux just sitting on the damn man's build.
He was playing against Knight, who's the strongest performing player on BLG, and they really targeted him in the back.
Yeah, that's also true.
He is now on a pick he's really comfortable on.
Should have an advantage on this dragon here. Reasons because Jin doesn't have flash yet, it's really uncomfortable for Jin. As your TP is late as well, we'll have to see the fights.
TPing in, so C9 are not going to get this willingly.
탈리아공 좀 맛없긴 한데, 오, 진 no flash yet. 진 노플이야. 잡았다 이거. 진 잡았다. 나이스. 볼더! 바드가 이걸 진 플래시 뺐거든 아까요. Oh my gosh, Bard ult literally blew the flash, and now Jin didn't have flash for 5 minutes.
Really well played there from Cloud9.
Meanwhile, Bard has ulti every single minute.
Phenomenal angle onto this Jin, not getting the
I
opportunity
mean,
to
that
do
means
much
that
of
they can
anything,
do
not
Atacon as well.
giving him the
That's
chance
like actually huge
to
for
get that ult
C9.
off her now. They're
They
looking
swapped
towards
the...
Atacon. I don't think...
I don't know if they can do Baron though. Baron is coming up in 30 seconds.
But I think it's just going to
But
be
everyone else on the enemy team gonna be alive.
So. TP down for that. FlyQuest lost a lot. They're going to look for mid turret, but
이게 플래시 없는 진이라서 이거 교전 봐야 된다고 생각했는데. 미드를 밀어서 근데 FlyQuest도 기분 좋은 편인가? FlyQuest did get mid, so maybe they're happy.
Again, C9, they're starting to get this ball rolling
다들
in the game.
궁에 걸린 애가 누구냐고.
I will say though, the Atacon, they only got 16 petals, so not the highest value one.
근데 진도 플래시가 없는 상황이라서 watch the Jin here, by the way. W를 사용하는 그 타이밍에 바드공을 돌렸기 때문에 이거 맞을 수밖에 없어요. No flash, you're using W, so you'll just that. It's impossible to dodge the Bard ulti. W 안 사용해도 바드공이 뚜벅이들은 당할 수밖에 없는 굉장히 큰 동그라미이기 때문에.
Nero looks happy. I think Reaper looks happy to really see his face, but you'd say C9 moving to a much better
Bard just
position
lost the champion.
It just felt like a case
Blame
of
Riot,
like,
what can I say?
We're running out of time versus this Vizier scaling.
Bard nerfs waiting room, won't check.
This gives a good chance for C9 here, even though they're out of turrets.
I mean,
now
they just don't have enough engage.
Saved by Blabber with a pillar. But Orcs we're into the thick
They
of
must
mid
play
game.
Bard too broken.
The thick of mid game, not mid game.
카르마가 좋은 줄 모르겠다. 카르마 진짜 초반에 많이 강하게 많이 해야 되는데. 초반 라인전을 위해서 픽하는 건데 초반 라인전을 바드랑 반반을 간다? 그럼 이제 큰일이 나는 거죠. I never thought I'm gonna say this, but I missed the MSI layout. I know, right? I don't know. It was hard for me the first day, but after day one, I got used to the MSI layout. It was really nice because I didn't have to look at all this, and then look here, and then look here, and then look here. I can just
that
look
thing
at
like
here.
guy's been a 26
I
minute
only
thing,
look
like-
in the bottom and then I look at everything.
But then you do that much damage.
Look at that damage.
But I think credit to
I know
Cloud9,
everybody
they
was
knew when
shitting
their
on their
spike's good, they knew
UI
when
and
they
like
were
I also didn't like it. Like
Oh.
first time UI was bad.
Let's not talk
First
about
time
it.
was
We should
bad.
zoom in on that.
But the new MSI
But,
2025
and they
layout
kind of
was actually
felt a lot
not
of
bad.
confidence going into that
It's
one
actually
with the
quite
item
good.
spikes they had. And also, I think Bard is one of these picks where even some of the great bards, right? You know, Kerry has a bard's game.
그러니까 UI
We've
진짜
seen him have
MSI
some
UI는
games
정말
where it just wasn't hitting.
좋았는데
It's a
그냥
pick you have to have so
저거는
much
좀 걸리긴
confidence. Even
했거든.
if you're a player who's typically confident on the pick,
Yep.
you can have a flub, right? But Vulcan's been getting some good value. You know, he
Are we
got the
talking
flash
about
from
Bard?
Matthew.
Yes,
He
we
then
are.
punished him in that fight by connecting the ult. It's not easy to do on a champion like Jin who has so much
And
movement.
he might do it again. I mean,
Oh,
Matthews
double
walked
stone
in,
connecting.
great.
Fucking rolling with the portal.
Great binding. The cosmic binding keeps him in place. And FlyQuest just thought they were
내
going to
다들 진짜 레전드네. This is the bar gameplay just makes me so happy. Look at him, he's just trolling it.
I was hoping for something more,
Perfect.
but you know they make the decision disengage. still a good
Professional
stun,
gameplay by the way.
and FlyQuest
Professional
unable to find
border.
something more there.
I just
Well,
really
yeah,
love
ran
the
for a little
Deadman's
bit longer.
Mertreads build.
Baron is up, sitting and
I was
waiting,
gonna
but a
say
minute
he
20
needs to grab
until the big
Mertreads
objective,
ASAP
which
into
is
their
gonna be
comp.
that
They have
fourth
too much
dragon for C9
AP
if
damage
they
and
can
low.
take it away. Whippo's going to fight
Mertreads
Thanatos in the
is
meantime.
really not too
Busio
bad
might be
here.
caught out. He's backing here. There's the Weaver's wall, and maybe again another
No
cosmic
fucking
fighting
way.
for the setup. The shot doesn't connect.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Inspired keep the
Bonk.
verdict away.
뽀삐
Deadly
궁이
flashes,
아까부터
no stun,
대박인데
no
근데?
root. Meanwhile, Bot
No
Quad
way.
gets a shutdown on the Thanatos.
Shutdown
Two
on
versus
Mr.
one.
Thanatos.
Thanatos almost made it a trade.
Yeah, good shutdown, and also the fact that
I don't
Matthew
know,
and Busio
guys.
didn't need to use
I mean,
flashes
Thanatos
there.
was
And they're trapped in
60
by the
CS
wall,
out of the
pretty
Gravis.
big.
강화스가 근데 라인 사이드를 안
especially
받고
with Dragon
계속
with Soul
합류만
in
해가지고 CS
45
차이가
seconds.
60개 정도 나는
Still,
것
good
같은데.
pickup. They'll definitely take it. And Cloud Soul potentially
That
coming
is a
through,
Bard
that move
Glazer
speed,
always.
valuable.
Always a Bard Glazer.
Both teams looking towards that. I think Quad, his flash being down, a little bit of a hit. Thanatos has lost his as well, so
Bard is cleansed
one
now.
summoner down each. I
Nothing
think
really to
the
cleanse,
Empress
but-
Divide should be up and available in time though. We'll
The
see
good
how
thing
the
with
setup
cleanse
goes.
is you can use it anytime you want. You don't have to like actually target enemy champion or anything like that
That's
to
a
use it.
significant spike. Now Quad.
Just to get your spellbook stacks.
Oi.
Oh, he was trying to look for the 1v2. He
He
almost had it. 와, 1대2인데 저 플래시까지 뺀 상황이었네.
Now Vulcan in
Okay,
trouble.
Vulcan did cleanse the W. That's bad. 클렌즈 저렇게 뺀 거면 나쁘지 않게 뺀 거죠, 그래도.
Waiting for Dominus. Spotted out by Ward.
Yeah, good ward from Busio. I thought he was going to
방금
face check
따라토스
into him. I'm like,
선수
the
되게
level of the
매서웠습니다.
karma would not last long there.
한 끗
Keeps the
차이였다
cover.
이거.
Whippo's now playing defense. Dragon's getting low.
Waiting for Vulcan's ult. The tempered fate could change everything here. It's 6k
I mean,
on the
look at
Dragon.
that.
Blubber gets a hefty chunk though. It's Quad in
Boom.
the back again. Ulti burned out and Blubber is just healing it all up.
Is
Tempered
it
fate
Loki?
out the shove,
Loki?
doesn't come through. Inspired
Huh?
to steal, but will he find in the end? No. Blubber gives
Loki,
away.
Loki, what happened?
Soul right into his back
Oh
pocket.
my gosh,
He
that's
flushes
Baron.
on the wall to survive. Meanwhile,
바로
Doggo
나갔다, 이거.
have been battling it out the whole time.
Oh,
With
Thanatos
Curtain
gonna
Call, it's run
run.
out of range.
He's
Thanatos
he's
now
getting
has a
out.
slice and dice minion wave. He'll
Dragon's-
run for his life, but the damage. in
Dragon
Dragon
secured, but at
has
what
been
cost? The
done.
Baron?
We'll see. It looks like Master might just be able to clean this one up.
I mean, are they even doing Baron? Yeah, they are. But Jin is here.
Could just be a deadly flourish.
아지르가-
For the Infinity Edge and the damage Sterix gauge.
Oh,
Full
goodbye,
shot delayed, deadly
Thanatos.
flourish away, but
Only so much you can
again,
dodge.
that
You
is a
can't
cleanup.
really dodge
Three
point and
dead
click
in
all
the
the time.
end, but a permanent
야, 하지만
cloud
이거를
soul
만약에
Baron.
But all the time, the AE carry not being here.
They've got it.
But the TP's enough. They're
아,
able to force them
트런들이
away.
진입하기에는
And
빡셌다.
will be Baron picked up.
오,
It's a
까비.
big boon for FlyQuest. You know, yes, they
Actually,
lost the
very
Cloud
patient
Soul,
from
but
Inspired.
able
Waited
to get a
out
bunch of
the
kills in
Ezreal
return,
early,
able to get
zoned out the
Baron.
trundle, and then you
A
burst
huge
it.
gold
Right.
swing in their favor, and honestly, I think overall, you'd say that's worth it.
야,
You see
여기에서
Blabber ends
보시면은
up using
탈리아
his
봐봐.
ult
Look at
over
Talia,
the
by
wall
the
of
way.
Whippo just to keep healthy,
Tally's trying to do
which
damage.
means you can stay alive for the dragon, but so many tools
And
are
then he
big.
flash forward!
Flashes into
Missed
the
the W!
shove, doesn't manage to find it, doesn't time it right, and gets punished immediately.
탈리아
Follows
선생님?
down the Vulcan. The
Mr.
fight is
탈리아?
over. The dragon
Huh?
secured secured, sure.
What happened?
But it's just scattered to the winds for Cloud9, and
I mean,
now
you didn't have to do that at all.
4,000 gold lead.
Bartle
for
was fine,
FlyQuest.
but like you just
Very
don't want to
control of
commit
the
like
game.
too hard like
You have
that.
the permanent cloud soul buff for Cloud9. But,
누가 보면은 아재를 궁으로 누가 넘긴 줄 갑자기 앞으로 들어와서 깜짝 놀랐네. Like that makes sense if you're playing all the champions that's harder, but I think Tony just have to do like front to back damage, and go for the occasional seismic shoves, like occasional good W's.
The ability to make it so that Cloud Soul never gets to be utilized here is.
I mean, Cloud Soul is really broken for C9 though, so that's
picked up as well, but caught out as Whippo first, shoved back, and Whippo caught in no man's land. FlyQuest all the way up towards his top side of the jungle.
walking into the bush like that.
A great pick, you know, one of the best things to get when the enemy team has
I mean, he's building Zonias, but he doesn't have it yet. Oh, nice sun from Mr. Bordo. Bang.
Tempered faders on the wrong side of the wall. No, rather right here for Loki.
Tyler getting caught out. Okay, Loki has those Zonias
FlyQuest now want the re-engagement forward again. Quad is just ordering to death.
Quad! Bordo just exploded! 바다 터졌어. Or has like no MR right now.
And dying.
I mean, that was like a little bit greedy. I think they killed Dragons. So I think C9 was like, okay, let's look for more. And Tyler ult just wasn't good. They got out. So wow, Quad's just gunning them down. 쿼드 선수가 진짜 북미 1랑 미드라이너 맞네요 정말. Quad is #1 NA mid laner. So.
Thank you to Thanatos.
It's not like they have any opportunity really to punish. The recalls
야,
are so
아즈르가
fast,
지금 너무 세서 이거
5,000 gold
확실히
lead for FlyQuest. Get 3,000 Aaron power play that came through.
Loki can't play Talia? Oh,
and this is really where it backfired. Yeah, they get the pillow on
or maybe he's just having a bad game. Could be having a bad game.
The stun comes through.
This looks fine in the beginning.
But this is where the overchase
or an ult
is.
froze Karma.
Trying to step forwards here, and he's just
in the middle.
I mean, no flash on Talia. He can't really walk up like that.
And yes, he has the stasis,
뭔가 몸이 계속 아까부터 탈리아가 몸이 너무 앞으로 쏠리는 느낌이긴 한데.
The stun from the
oh, the WQ auto kills the Bard.
Barber just managed to dodge away, but that could have been so much worse. I feel like that could have been game ending if any more mistakes were made there for Cloud9.
Thanatos 잘하고 있어요.
I think Loki just needs to calm down a bit. This game isn't over yet. FlyQuest have gotten a lot from that.
탈리아로 인파이팅. 그러니까 아칼리나 이런 것도 아니고 살짝 좀 아쉬운 부분이긴 한데. I mean, this one seems a little bit over. FlyQuest should be able to.
So far ahead of. You know, I mean,
look at that. Like look at this, guys. Look at this.
Lane opponent is 40 ad. Only Sven close, but he is super
total
strong.
Gold 16.7k gold for
This is extremely strong. You see for the total gold.
Oh man, this one's rough. I don't know if Azir is ever gonna die. Azir has a Secret Guard now completed. 지금 보시면은 팔목 보호대가 있거든요. 아즈르가 이제 절대 안 죽을 것 같은데. 팔이 다 짧아. 바드공을 던질 수 있긴 한데 아까도 봤듯이 바드공 호응하려고 하다가 탈리아가 오히려 죽는 모습이었거든. 아즈르가 당연히 뒤에 서 있기 때문에 빡세거든. C9 actually has very low range if you look at it. Talia, Renekton, Trolldom, all of them are low range. Not much hard to see, so Azir is going to be very untouched.
Means that, you know,
they're going to be very untouched.
Talia combo just doesn't do anything, especially this kind of anemic Talia who just doesn't have the damage. Now Thanatos getting some pressure in the side lanes again.
You're not live on Chiswick? Nope. I only got the rights to stream on YouTube and Twitch, so that's why we're live here.
Cloud9 even find their way in.
취직에서 중계를 했으면 한국적으로 했기 때문에 트위치, 유튜브 이거 안 돼가지고 영어 쪽으로 EWC는 중계 허락을 영어 쪽으로 받아가지고 아쉽게 되었습니다.
Oh man, that feels so bad. It's 14 seconds. He does have TP. He does have TP, so he can get back, but they don't have vision in the
영어가
area.
편해요, 한국어가 편해요. 아무래도 영어가 방송할 때 좀 더 자주 쓰는 언어긴 해도 한국어 편하긴 해서. 이제를 허리 꺾이나. 너 causing binding and not connect. Board the bird. Oh wait, Azir's getting caught out. That is in the front. Oh, the Zonia's coming through. No fucking way. That seismic shot had to connect before the Zonia's. Timing is just really hard. 와 이거 이러면 아즈르한테 다 죽었다 그냥. Oh, Azir just gonna kill them. That was a crazy positioning from Azir, but that's now GG. Another loss for the Bardo. Copy. 바드공은 좋았는데 확실히 저 존냐 밸류가 장난 아니죠. I mean, he's trying to hold a wave, Thanatos is trying to like pick out the wave so they can't end. 이렇게 하면 장로 드래곤을 상대가 모은 것 같은데 they don't have a wave now, so they can't actually push. So they're just gonna get Elder Dragon. The game technically hasn't ended yet. It didn't end, but it's virtually over, guys. 아지를 근데 플래시랑 존냐 빠지긴 했는데 집에 가면 또 존냐 가 나오더니.
Elder and Baron.
They're gonna get Elder and Baron. Yeah, this game is over, guys. Go next. This game is over. Not to mention everybody on C9 use flash as well, so they don't have like flash Renekton onto a zero or anything like that.
And even better, it's not just the fact they have both buffs.
Smart Renekton? Yeah, Renekton getting out is pretty big, but I don't know. Not big enough, because Claw's gonna complete the Zonia's now.
But it doesn't give you that much combat power.
Oh, that Seeker's arm guard value is so huge there. That board ulti was so good. 탈리아 W가 정말 타이밍 잘 잡았으면은 근데 바드건 끝나는 타이밍에 존나 누르기 전에 CC 맞고 죽을 수 있긴 하거든? I mean, like, oh my gosh, I thought that was I'm just so sad. How sad is that?
The punish Loki, he unfortunately doesn't respond in time, and then Quad is immediate with the response.
Good try, Mr. Bordo.
So much damage coming out from this Azir.
Jeez. Well, that was...
Vulcan's had some great ults this game, but
it
just hasn't quite been enough, and that team
Holy team fight damage! Talia did 573, that's lower than Bordo!
I mean, he is.
바드보다 딜량이 낮으면 어떡해요?
When was the last time you saw a game where someone individually was 6.5?
탈리아 지금 너무
I don't remember that.
힘든데? Oh wow, Bwipo is actually getting caught out again.
C9 don't find the
But he
trigger.
just Sunyasen gets up.
Masu ran in. That was one auto, not even full shot, and Sven almost got
뭔가
executed.
Bwipo는 볼 때마다 죽으려고 하는데
Freely taken
게임을 이겨 있어.
FlyQuest. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's could not be said.
T1을 언제
It
하냐고?
seems super
T1은
simple
18일 날
doing.
하는 걸로
Gold
압니다.
lead,
그래서
Thanatos
토요일
can't get in
날
for a flank. The
경기가
range
있는
is
걸로
from the
아는데.
C9 have minions into their
아니면 내일인가?
Nexus turrets already. One down into the dirt. Sven trying
플라이
to defend the
이겨라?
other as Masu. He gets a little bit of
FlyQuest
push, but he has
붐이
a
2랑
chance up. The other will soon fall. It's only a matter of time.
I feel like it's so hard from this position. You know, you still have 40 seconds on the Elder. You have to stall out for that, but Thanatos is in trouble.
He's got a GA. He will be executed first, though. And remember, with the Sterix gauge down, it could be a free pick. Even this Poppy can do
Oh,
it.
Thanatos exploded the GA pump. Toron, Bwipo running it down, but doesn't matter. Boom. Boom. You're about to explode. Vulcan has to go into the base.
Simple soldier. But he may as well be a super
Goodbye,
soldier at
Bordo.
this point. FlyQuest. Another
7.
target to be taken down, and they're just playing with their food.
Another loss for the Bordo. Bard needs to get buffed ASAP. Thank you. 바드궁방.
That's nice. Tempered fate, but Masu has a false shot, and Loki can't
Tower's
step
like
up.
10
Again, has to
HP
be
is like
careful here,
literally
getting
dying.
zoned out as Masu, but the Nexus Tower
Bordo's
will take
exploded.
it. Take it
Goodbye.
all. Quad moves to legendary status.
GG.
And the rematch of LTA North is a resounding success.
FlyQuest, definitely just a better team. I don't know.
Quad, you know, he was
Mid gap or what?
He had to go up against Knight when he was playing BLG, and it was a struggle. But
바드 패배.
he made it clear that he was the
바드
main
MSI에서
character in
승률은
this
좋은데
match.
지금 오늘
FlyQuest
두
with a
판
really
다
strong
줬어.
performance.
Bard actually had a good win
Poppy
rate in
had a lot of
MSI.
good plays, and they will go through
I think
to
Bard
that
was like
bracket
6 wins and
match
2 losses or
against
something.
G2.
바드 승률이 6승 2패였나? 그랬거든. MSI에서는. 오늘은 하지만 아쉽게도 두 판 다 져버리는 바드.
At least it is another grudge match for you.
진짜 C9 여기 와서 괜히.
Honestly, G2 obviously had a good performance.
C9 뭐야? 팀 리퀴드 어디 있어? 고장전 선수 어디 있냐고. I mean, at this point, I wonder Team Liquid is better than C9. I don't know. Because like, I mean, C9.
Definitely something you're thinking about tonight.
Team Liquid, we have like Core JJ. No, we have APA running it down. I think APA Talia is way cleaner, but maybe just Loki just had a bad game, but the Talia was not it. The gameplay was not there.
He really wanted to make that impact, but it just wasn't to be. And they're still in the tournament, right? They're still going to have an opportunity. We'll see them play later today and see if they can bounce back against Furia.
Kon has like the anime protagonist hairline. Like, what is that?
Well, I'm curious to hear because
it's a compliment, by the way.
Had a fun game on the Gragas, and he scaled into it. We're going to hear from him on stage as we talk with the winners interview.
Good chat.
Yeah, this is your Amazon winners interview.
And
with
Bwipo, of course.
Started off EWC on a really strong note here, and it was up against the rival.
코드 화이팅 뭔가 코드 뭔가 호감이.
I mean, normally I guess if we were playing back home, but playing an international event, and I mean that was the most NA game I've played in a while. So I mean, I was a bit disappointed, I guess.
Most NA game.
I don't know. I was just like.
I mean, it's definitely an NA game
and
for
then I
sure.
made a mistake,
Let me turn
and
off
it
the sound a
didn't matter
little
that I
bit.
made mistakes. I feel like the pressure of playing internationally against the
Oh,
best
it's
teams in
fine,
the world is
actually.
like, if I perform the way I did against, you know, say a BLG, T1, Gen G, like, I'm gonna lose the game. And that kind of pressure is what makes it exciting. Is like you really feel like you need to be on your A game at all times. You're super alert. I felt like here I was just like waddling on the side lane, playing a little bit drunk, you know. Like,
Wandering around and playing like a drunk
I just
person?
didn't feel that.
Why Buipo?
That being said, there's plenty of time to grow
Why
into this
Buipo? Why
tournament, right?
Buipo?
I mean,
Buipo
not
why?
really. That's the fun of it, right? Like it's game after game after game. We're gonna go up against G2 and then immediately get thrown into the playoffs format. So there isn't that much time. I don't think I played
Now
like,
we know
awfully or
why
trying to lose
C9
or
didn't
anything,
make
but
it to
definitely,
MSI, but I know
used
it's
up
just
on
best
my
of
games. We're
one,
gonna
just
1v
one
top
game,
4
but
at this
yeah.
tournament, which is what FlyQuest is aiming
Oh
for.
man.
G2 up next. You could argue that you've got their number after a phenomenal
COD
performance
is a
against them
fucking
at MSI.
menace.
How do you feel going into this one?
It'll be exciting to see if they've changed
코드
anything.
선수가 진짜 북미 1랑 미드 라이너가 맞는 것
team
같아.
have, you know, immense amounts of respect for Caps, especially, and I hope that they were able to learn from their mistakes at MSI because I don't think they played like their usual self. At least, I'd hope not.
Look, it's early days. You've just said that you want you and your team to go all the way here. Just have a quick look at this. You fancy that? How much do you want it?
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. I like that. No, I mean, it'd be awesome, obviously, to win.
The trophy?
Best of luck and thank you very much. Back to you guys.
EWC 트로피죠 저거. In the game, Buipo dies early, FlyQuest wins. Yup, I think that's true. Loki usually doesn't run it down, but GG, yeah. I think he just probably had a bad game. It happens to all of us. Sometimes you just have a bad game. 그 뭔가 트런들 정말 임팩트 최저하긴 했어. I mean, I don't know. I think Trundle pick perhaps a mistake. 트런들 되게 일찍 나오긴 해가지고 a very early Trundle pick, and I was like, you're matching that with Renekton, you know? What would be better than that? Maybe a Jarvan would have been better, like T1's comp. T1 actually played Jarvan Talia, and that was really broken. But T1이 했던 그 자르반 조합도 괜찮을 것 같았는데 뭔가 트런들보다는 오히려 자르반 픽했으면 어땠을까? 자르반 콤보에 그 탈리아 W랑 같이 해서 막 좋았거든. Have a good rest of your night? You're sleeping? We were sleeping right before the Hana game though. Well, if you need to sleep, you should go sleep. Good night. Yeah, Hana and Koi are playing, I think, right? 이렇게 되면은 아직 오늘 경기가 많이 남은 걸로 아는데 11시 아닌가? Wait, isn't this... Do we have more games today or no? Or do we have it tomorrow? 아니면은 경기들이 내일인가? 잘 스케줄을 일정이... G2 is flying. 4 more! Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. Better grab some water, guys. 다들 물 챙기시고요. Make sure you hydrate yourself. 뭔 소리야? I hear some ghosts in my headset. What is this like rewind stuff? League Pro Game Marathon? You're doing like marathon or what? 아니 이거 진짜 새벽에 끝나겠는데요 여러분? 막 아침 4시까지 들어갈 것 같은데요? We're gonna go until like 4 AM guys. Huh? I was gonna kosher him I was gonna kosher him NNC, NNO I think. Someone actually messaged me to kosher him NNO. I don't think I can then. I'm not gonna have enough time for that.
We'll see them in just a little bit. Welcome back, Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez, and unfortunately here for Medios, Cloud9 not able to put it together.
Holy moly.
No, did not go their way that time. I think that, you know, FlyQuest
today games have on to losers bracket.
And Cloud9 tried to
so we're
punish
doing the whole
like
upper bracket, I guess.
With, like, Renekton Trundle early on, but FlyQuest just managed to slow the game down. Azir scaled really hard, and yeah, they just weren't able to pressure hard enough early. They did get the soul, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, for sure, it was a very sleepy game. It kind of felt like we were sitting back watching Jin and Karma
Sleepy
just kind of
game?
sit in lane and farm. Same with the Azir and kind of farm. And there was that one fight that C9 had around the Drake where like Thanatos was coming around and they had the nice Bard ult on top of the Jin. But that was really the one opportunity they had. Outside of that, I feel like their execution
I guess
wasn't the
at least we
best.
get to see some
Like,
Bard
there were
gameplay, but like
answers and there were ways in for them, but they couldn't quite hit it as clean as they needed to. And Fly were just the cleaner team this time.
Yeah,
I've been up since 2 a.m. my time. Nova, go sleep, go take a nap, come back, go take a nap.
North American
Actually, go take up a nap after last game.
A lot of farming, a lot
Next
of
game, I meant.
inactivity, something happens, and maybe it punishes you, maybe not. I mean, kind of, he felt pretty disappointed that was the way it went. I mean, it must feel the opposite side for Cloud9, where
하나 거의 안 맞는 수준. 그러니까 근데 수준이 차이 나는 그 모습을 또 보고 싶단 말이지. 뭔지 알잖아. HK 팬이나 하나 팬들은 다들 그거 보고 싶거든요. 근데 그러다가 이제 갑자기 막 코이가 엄청 잘해서 막 난리가 나면 또 재밌는 거야.
I think FlyQuest just did a good job with their laning and their swaps and lane assignments and whatnot to just really prevent C9 from
이런 거 대회 주최하려면은 돈이 어마무시하게 들어서 Like that portal, man. Make a portal downward, Mr. Portal. 바드 관문 너무 아쉽고요, 진짜. 밑으로 탔으면 되잖아, 전령 뒤쪽으로.
Which got him the feats of war. So, yeah, you know.
We should portal, Mr. Portal. That portal makes me so sad. Because he almost saved him there.
I just feel like, you know, especially on that fight, like Inspired just kind of, he went in there, he saw the angle, and C9 were kind of, you know, it wasn't the cleanest thing, right?
After Korean HLE, it's G2 face 5? Yeah, and EU, we gotta watch that too, huh?
Early leads, you were winning.
I guess we're gonna be in for a long ride, guys. We're gonna be here for a while.
We were talking about a lot backstage, the lane swap that we saw from FlyQuest, but at the end of the day, you know, just some good execution on that team fight from FlyQuest.
And as it got a little bit later, we had one more big fight on the top side of the map that we felt like was the decider. It started with Whippo getting caught, and we're like, uh-oh, 4v5 for FlyQuest. Will they be able to turn around? They're able to do so here in this replay.
Yeah, it started well for C9. You know, Whippo kind of got caught, instantly died. But then C9 got a little over-eager here, over-chased a bit. I think Loki ended up getting caught on the wrong side of his ultimate, got grounded by the Poppy W, and went for a big catch, but didn't work out. And FlyQuest managed to run away with this one.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about jet lag. It did feel like Loki was going a little bit too far. You know, there were some overextensions, I'd say, from both sides. I think that was what Whippo was talking about when he was calling this a bit of an NA game.
Well, to ask a little bit more about the NA game, let's send it on over to the reigning NA champ for LTA North. Busio is joining us here. Good to see you, brother. How
Busio
you
here!
Doing pretty good, yeah.
Yeah,
Busio.
It's been quite a run, but let's start here in this specific match. Like, how does it feel
Wait, what
to
the hell?
defeat Cloud9
Wait, I changed my outfit!
definitively in a best of one?
One sec.
I mean, that game was something that felt low. Like,
there we go.
We had the
We're
right
back.
idea about what we were doing.
Full morning.
We are looking a little rusty, a little jet
change
lagged,
outfits
and
into
execution
low
wasn't always there.
starters?
So I think the game
No,
got
we're
very
back,
messy
Spell.
for no reason.
인스파우더 진짜 개 잘한다고. 인스파우더 선수 요즘 진짜 폼 말이 안 되긴 합니다. Inspire just best in jungler.
Sorry, Medios.
It's alright, I'll forgive you in time.
Yeah, Valdez, what you got here for Busio?
I mean, so it was very NA. It was very not the cleanest. I thought you guys looked decently clean, to be honest. There were some big mistakes, obviously, but overall, you did feel like the better team. Now you are going to be going on to face off against G2, I believe, in the bracket, the upper side of the bracket. Are you guys confident to go there? I mean, you've had some really close best of fives against some strong teams in recent times this year. Do you think you can do a best of one against G2?
Yeah, I mean, we 3-0'd them at MSI, but honestly, they were close in some games, so it's best of one. Anything can happen, but I think we'll win, yeah.
How does it feel going back to best of one after doing Fearless for so long? Because does it change your approach too much, or does it just kind of feel like you're going into game one of a Fearless series?
It definitely feels weird, even just playing like a singular game.
Fly vs G2 gonna be crazy, though.
Makes it maybe like a slower game.
Global
like, this game
ulti?
was mega slow.
Yep, that guy's definitely
like a lot of
ulting
people
it.
were afraid to fight.
You better win, Fevi. And what am I winning?
Best of one, you know, like one mistake can cost you the whole game.
Do you think I'm competing? Because I ain't competing, guys.
Just, like, playing well as a team overall.
while you need to be very clean in a
Win
at
life,
but
easy? Okay. One guy who wasn't afraid to fight
I don't know if I'm winning
Quad.
at life, guys.
He had himself a hell of a series, especially going
I
up
play
against
League of
Loki,
Legends for a living.
Budding rivalry in the mid lane, both of them coming
Looking
from the
Doom,
LCK
guys.
system. How'd you feel like his performance was today?
He was strong the whole game. I was pressing tab and my Zero was always at least half an item ahead of the Talia. So that made just our game plan pretty easy. That's probably why you didn't see we were too desperate to do anything. We just had to take our ground when we were stronger and
Busio, Pisor, 미드 차이.
Yeah, the artist formerly known as Solka.
Busio says mid
the
gap.
former
What do you
Hungu Life
think?
Esports Academy product. It was in those team fights. It just felt like
Feels bad for Loki.
Quad
Every time I look at his
aware of what
gameplay,
he
I'm
needed
like,
to do
man,
and kind of sat back. Whereas Loki
just getting
tried to
gapped by
step up and make
Quad.
those plays
I only
wasn't
watched
quite
like
able to,
2
and it felt
games
like a lot
though.
of pressure
be
on
fair.
the side to be able to do so here.
Yeah, I mean, Quad went absolutely insane that game. We were looking at like the individual gold differences between players, and he was up, I think, almost 6K gold over Loki toward the end of that one. So yeah, definitely monster Azir game. One question I had for you back in the green when we were watching, there have been a lot of lane swaps, especially in MSI, and you guys had another one this game where it seemed like you were ahead bot lane, but then you swapped as Dragon was spawning to go top, and then ended up giving C9 over the Dragon. Is that like, as a viewer, it doesn't always make a lot of sense why teams swaps. Like, what are the reasons that lead to those situations?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, like the first layer is just we're strong versus their top laner, and our top laner is strong versus their bot laner. So that's one reason to swap, but that's the pretty obvious one. Then the second layer is more like looking at wave states. Like if we swap top here,
it's
will we
wave
get a
states,
freeze?
100%.
Or for example, if you're gonna lose push top and lose push bot in this scenario, then you might as well go top and stack a wave so you're at least have push somewhere. So it really just depends on the situation and teams.
Yeah, I mean, how can Riot stop swaps from happening
every
though?
time, so you kind of just have to pay attention and see what they gain from it.
Busio sub gap?
Right,
I don't know. Bard actually played pretty good, but 첫번 바즈보단 그래도 그나마 좀 잘하긴 했는데 바즈가
Thank you guys for watching, and
확실히 좀 아쉬운 부분이 있네요. 한두 번.
Busio, everyone, congratulations on the victory. We'll see that in just a
Busio,
little bit
Giga Shots
against G2. Don't go anywhere.
Karma
We'll
win.
set up our first qualification match into the knockout stages when we come back. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Boulder. And we might actually see more of it coming on. I think Busio explaining how lane swap works to the average viewers. 아니 거북목 뭔데? We pulls the turtleneck. His posture's not good. Like he has like the little like scooped. Like his neck is, his head is like way ahead of his body. Really bad posture, I think.
Reach your impossible.
거북목이 근데 안 생기기 빡세긴 하겠다 진짜. 하루 종일 이제 컴퓨터 앞에서 하니까. Out time, let's go. Oh man. They can probably copy Wildrift to Wildrift lane actually swap. And so is the objective. Oh. What? Objective swap? I don't get it. Thank you for continuing to explain. I think Fevi must be quite tired. They can't stop lane swapping, it's just stupid on stopping strats for the same reason the proper lanes have to always be forced together. Yeah, I guess so. I think this is just gonna be part of how League of Legends works. Like swapping is just gonna be part of League of Legends now. 그냥 수업 자체가, 그러니까 라인 수업 자체가 그냥 리그 오브 레전드와 함께 할 것 같아요, e스포츠랑. 이게 더 이상 이게 라이엇이 어떻게 바꿀 수가 없거든요.
It's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance, for everything they carried with them.
The only thing I can think of is like having more objectives in the bottom side. That way you want to have more players in the bot side. 그러니까 오브젝티브를 바텀 쪽에 더 많이 만들면은 수업을 바텀이 탑으로 수업하면 오브젝티브 다 뺏기니까 바텀 쪽에 있는 거를. 근데 그렇게 막 오브젝티브를 추가하다 보면은 게임이 너무 많이 바뀌는 거 아닌가. I don't know. There's no way.
to fix it, honestly. Yeah, we still have like 4 games left, guys. We have 4 upper bracket, 2 upper bracket and 2 lower bracket games left. 아직 많이 남았는데 이러면은 아직 많이 남았습니다 게임이. At least the lane swap don't happen at level 1. Yeah, 100% true. 확실히 근데 1렙 라인 swap은 너무 재미가 없긴 해서. Because like right now we see 2v2s. 2v2s and 1v1 still happens. Like remember? 1v1 solo bolo coming through from Broken Blade into Guigo? Yeah. 그러니까 G2 프리아 전에서 탑에서 1대1 솔킬 장면도 그렇고 뭔가 2대2 바텀에서 2대2 장면 뭐 이런 것도 나오긴 하거든? 그러니까 라인 수업이 1렙부터 일어나지 않으면은 괜찮긴 해. 근데 솔킬 장면들이 나오긴 해서 그래도 어느 정도 전보다는 좀 나아진 편? 새벽 3시까지 해야 될 것 같다고? 한 3, 4시까지는 갈 것 같아요. That's just sad because I thought we were going to be able to watch the NNO Cup game, by the way. 오늘 그 중계 다른 거 하나 더 해야 되는 게 있었는데 그거 안 될 것 같은데요? 이거 새벽 3시까지 되면은 이거 안 될 것 같아요.
Movistar Koi finally getting over the hump and getting themselves their first LEC championship under this banner.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what a run it was. And I am quite excited for this game. I think this should prove to be a banger because these are 2 teams that are not afraid to contest each other. These are 2 teams that are not afraid to fight. And these are 2 teams that really dislike giving things up.
Games are gonna be like what?
That is bound to create a very fun atmosphere on the Rift that hopefully results in some really good fights.
Yeah, let's
7 p.m. Europe time is gonna be what time?
Valdez gives us his take on the earlier matchup we got to see. Maybe a little
3
happy gaming in the top lane.
Yeah, I just feel like Zeus is, there's been a lot of talk about jet lag today, and I feel like every team is dealing with it, including HLE. They were actually on the same flight as you and I.
우스. 얼굴 가려버렸다요. Sorry.
Or not you, Digon. It was Atlas. Sorry. Another guy who's also working here. But yeah, they haven't been here too long. Zeus was having a lot of fun, and he is a guy who's not going to give stuff up. He will try to go all in the lane, even if he doesn't need to. And I feel like HLE is a team that deserves that amount of respect. Not just Zeus, but like Peanut can do crazy things when he feels like he's much better than the team. And to be honest, I think they should be the heavy favorites coming into this one. And I do think that
I think this is going to be a stomp. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I
am
think
sorry.
what it's gonna come down to is honestly like
it's true.
For jungle. I think that is the lane with
EU, my region.
Most high impact of the lane. Sorry, the lane.
Everyone plays Zeus, yeah. Some me and coach. I'll bring out the Bard top.
And Alvaro
promise will work out.
Kind of play style and how they kind of like to impact the map and play fast on both side lanes. And I feel like going against someone as routined as Peanut and someone with as strong skills to engage as Light, I think this is a quite tough matchup for them.
Koi is gonna stomp HLE, you think so?
An equal game state as we get to some of the team fights, as we take a look at Hanwha Life's team fight earlier against CFO around the Drake, where it just feels like I want to see both teams at their best with the hands. Like, I feel like we're gonna see who gets a lead, who doesn't. Zeus is gonna continue pushing waves. Merwin's gonna use his magic to try and counteract.
Oh, everyone look at Bard.
Bard
completely misses the Q. W, ulties, auto attack,
both squads will get to fight it out. I think HLE will be able to do it, but I also know that MKoi aren't shying away from those impactful moments, which is what makes JoJoPian so good.
Gets out.
Yeah, one thing I was a little bit surprised by in this first game is that I feel like CFO didn't really challenge
Portal
that
Why
much. Like the early game state was pretty good. They were able to punish Zeus a lot, that's for sure. They got the early gank, they forced him into an awkward spot, but when it came to the team fights,
definitely
it
a
was
useful
just
champion, guys.
Like,
Bard is definitely a useful
showed a lot
champion.
of respect, and I think partially that comes from the way that CFO did play at MSI. Now I'm worried for them.
There's less than 1% chance that Koi will win.
Like,
wow.
Do they show as much respect?
That is very low chance. 1% is very low.
He does this all the time where it's like, oh, it's
yeah, Zeus has some
random team, lower
exemptions.
stages at the LCK. Let's just do whatever we want.
Not for EWC, but for Asian games.
Right? And I think they've done that a lot.
For Olympics and
Asian
Asian Game has League of Legends and Esports.
Back to bite them. So I am a little bit bit worried
as an
for
official
Italy
category.
in a best-of-1 scenario.
Well, I would hope they're delusional enough.
I
to
believe
disrespect Koi,
Zeus,
because if they do, I
Faker,
think they're gonna get
Chovy,
smacked
Ruler,
on the
Kanavi,
forehead by
and
the team.
Carry
Because I
On.
think, like, it makes me
Got
happy
military
to think that
exemptions.
I think they might disrespect them, but I really think Koi at their core play really fast. And when you play really fast against a team that disrespects, that's when you get really big leads.
Well, to hear their insights against MKOI is Zeka standing by right now with an interview.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-game interview between MKOI versus Hanwha Life. By my side is the mid laner, Zeka. So I wanted to ask, you guys are up against MKOI for the next best series. So who do you think is going to be the main focus that you guys are going to lock down for the game?
일단 제카 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 다음 상대로 이제 엠코이를 만나게 되셨는데 엠코이를 상대로 좀 어떤 선수를 좀 주로
역시 시작 예정이라고? 근데 시작할 예정은 아마 한 10분 안에 시작하지 않을까?
얘기하는 도중에 이제 엠코이 경기를 봤었는데 또 이제 엠코이 미드 선수 조주펜 선수가 잘하는 것 같아서 네 제가 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
He's praising Jojo
I have watched the MKOI games after our match against CFO, and I saw Jojo Pyun was very good at his play, so I think I have to definitely stand up for that.
And I wanted to ask Zeka, did you know that Jojo Pyun calls you Zeka? So I wanted to ask, is it Zeka or Zeka? Is he wrong or right?
이제 조조편 선수가 제카 선수를 이제 즈카라고 부르는데 이게 맞는 건가요? 즈카가 맞는 건가요? 제카가 맞는 건가요?
저는 처음 들어보는데 즈카라고 부르는 거를 제카라고 부르는 게 맞지 않나 싶습니다.
Actually, that's the first time
Why
I get
does
called
Jojo call him Zeka?
Zeka? Zeka is the right word.
Zakar.
Thank you, Maddox.
It's like calling Fevi like Fevi. Some people call me Fevi. feviknight.
No other versions matter here. I feel like the guy who named himself will know what he's
시작
named.
진짜 안 하네요. 뭐
We
이게
should have known.
아까도
Who
계속
could have
안
known it was
했잖아.
Zeka? I don't know.
오래 걸린다고 생각하시면 됩니다.
Not Jojo. Speaking of Jojo, let's take a look at Movistar Koi's lineup here. It will be that matchup in the mid lane. Jojo Pyun against Zeka.
I keep covering the top lane.
Elyoya, Supa, and Alvaro.
Supa.
Rounding it out on the bottom side of the map there.
Yeah, I know Supa has talked quite a lot about Viper regionally.
포기하면 편합니다, 그러니까. 그냥 뭐 옆에다 틀어놓고 다른 거 하시면 될 것 같아요. 뭐 폰을 보던가 뭐 게임을 하던가. 그냥 그런 분위기를 원한 게 아닌가? 이 정도로 스케줄 빡세게 할 거면은 근데 하루 종일 걸리긴 해서.
Yeah, I think for me, just kind of.
I mean, Femi gets the courage. She's nice to be there doing the interview page. What do you mean? It's the way he is like 50 times more pretty than me, and smart, and good at languages, and good at interviewing. Hello?
Yeah, for me watching this game for MKOI, obviously Jojo Pyun had that one really awesome team fight. I do feel like he wasn't challenged all too much in this game. Like he did look good, don't get me wrong, but up against Zeka, glad we know the pronunciation now. He should be facing
Wildcard Region's just having a rough time.
So
Wildcard Region's not showing up.
Because obviously he's shown
they did pretty good on MSI, but
Sony MVP
looking kind of rough now.
This game, I know that you shouted out the jungle support matchup.
Like American sports, there's a lot of breaks, so it might be a bit boring for the viewers.
Which I think is the best European.
Yeah, I think they're aiming for more like a yeah, exactly. American sports kind of like TV.
I think this guy is
just like turn it on in the background kind of thing.
He has great engages, and he sees the game so lucid, so clearly, and he's really good.
For me, I think it's gonna be Peanut in this game.
NNO, yeah, dude, someone team. When is the NNO game, by the way?
He doesn't show a lot of respect. He can kind
Messi
of
of League playing in the NNO.
At this tournament, he has shown a lot of respect, at least to CFO. In the one game we've seen, if he's on his game, he
1.5 hours. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to watch that. So I'm sad. I actually got contacted by NNO staff. Like I got contacted by NNO the tournament staff, and they asked me to co-stream their tournament. And I was like, I was so happy. I was like, oh my gosh, someone like asking me. Sure, I would love to.
Yeah, again,
but I can't now, guys. Like, I already have EWC co-streaming. Like,
sadness of not making it to MSI.
And EWC is taking a long time.
And then the performance for MKOI, knowing that they're capable of more. I think on the line here. If you win, you move to the knockout rounds here at the Esports World Cup. And
I wonder if I can like stop EWC co-stream, go co-stream.
Yeah,
I don't know.
look, it's been a tough month.
And then come back and coach me WC. Coach room everything. Just coach room life at this point.
Would be crucial to regain our stance on the world stage. And
are you coach rooming worlds? I would love to. I would love to.
It's bound to happen.
Coach rooming worlds.
For the LCK squads,
oh, dream come true?
It
yes.
feels like when they come back to the LCK,
I always stream it anyways, but I cover the screen because I can't show the screen. But maybe this time maybe we're gonna have the rights to coach room. That'd be amazing.
You know they're gonna be wanting to prove themselves here up against MKOI.
All right, Hungu Life Esports trying to right the wrongs from
풀케가
several
G2
months
꺾고
ago.
8강을
MKOI trying to bounce
풀케가
back from
G2를 꺾는다?
MSI's results, but now
오늘
they have the
G2
chance to
무섭긴
do so
한데.
here against each other. Both can qualify, but only one can do so right now. It is MKOI, it is Hungu Life Esports for a spot in the knockout stage.
Cover multiple games at the same time. 4, 3, 2, 1. Zero. Zero.
We've made it through the first wave. And now as the group stage intensifies, it's all about taking.
If you consistently coach room events, Riot recommends you to be eligible for it. Yeah. I mean, I had MSI coach rooming, so maybe Riot will give me Worlds coach rooming as well this year. MSI coach rooming was absolutely fun, by the way. I really enjoyed
it.
it.
A bigger share of that $2 million prize pool, and of course, obtaining the smoothest road possible towards this, the ultimate goal, the trophy.
And now it's time to introduce our next teams. And for the first team, from LCK to EWC, they've been looking for a deep run here in Real. It's Hungu Life Esports.
MSI was so fun, I hope we can do Worlds too. Yeah, I know, right, Kara? Everyone gotta pray for me, guys. I pray. Zeus!
The LEC
Gotta cheer for Zeus, guys.
Strong on the stage, and they are hungry to prove they belong among the world's elite. It's Movistar Koi.
우재야 왜 하나 거 들고 있어? 점점 선생님. 여기서 그러시면 안 됩니다. 어허. 눈물을 닦아내고요. Wipe the tears. Zeus. How long was their break? I think break? Are you talking about between games? I'm thinking like maybe 20 minutes between games so far. Like, it's pretty long actually.
Thank you so much,
Fearless
gentlemen.
Worlds is going to be peak, yeah, 100%.
See who is going to be joining
Worlds
all
is
the
always
rest
peak in general.
the knockout stage. Is it going to be Movistar Koi or
후재야
will
잘 살아.
HLE
거기서는 행복해.
continue their dominance here at EWC? I feel like if tournaments aren't called MSI, HLE are looking pretty good
so
far. Yeah, this is a good sign for the bounce back.
It is. I think we saw a clutch performance from JoJo in Movistar Koi's last
HLE
game.
since last
Remember,
official
both
game,
of these teams
I think it's a
actually
month ago.
had a relatively losing
But apparently
position
in an
the early
interview,
game of the
Zeka
Ever
said
series,
they
and
were
able to turn
prepping
it
for
around with
2
some really
weeks.
cool team fights.
They were
I feel
prepping
like
for
the way
2
that
weeks now.
Movistar Koi did it was arguably more impressive with JoJo's really awesome 3-man with the ult on the Yone. How careful he was, how slow
제카
he
선수가
played that.
그 팀이 지금 2주째 준비 중이라고 하거든요. EWC 2주 준비하고 온 거라서.
And it was Zayas in particular who was making some very bold moves, let's say. I think we'll see maybe a little bit more measured.
Is that beard? Why are we
Hungu Life
zooming in so
Esports
close?
moving
I
into
can
this
see
one.
the beard from
When we
Zeus.
were watching Hungu Life going into that Flying Waster match.
Hello?
Okay, it's been a while since we've seen this team. They came off of a really rough streak. We didn't have that much information about
zoom-ins are a little bit too close to the face.
And I think now we can pretty clearly say, based on our first matches we see these two, Hungu Life Esports are massive favorites, but they still need to tighten up some of that early game.
Yeah, I would agree. And I actually think it's really interesting because I think the problem
이틀 잠안 재워도 코이는 이긴다? 에이, 코이 무시 너무 하진 않는데. Like we're zooming in so tight. I'm like.
He still allowed an
주민을 너무 많이
ambassador to
땡기니까
go,
좀
like, kind of even in
부담스러운데.
lane against him on the Aurora, which is not
이
necessarily how
정도가
that is
적당한
supposed
거.
to go.
Like
And
like
then,
this
like,
is fine.
Zay's died
This is
5
fine.
times, so I
Like when
think
you're
that
zooming in
is gonna be
full
where a lot
onto
of
the
that cleaning
face,
that you were talking about is going to need
그러니까
to occur. Let's see whether
불편하긴
that
한
is
것
going to
같아.
start in the draft as well. As wow,
And even though
HLE banning the Yone, like they've got Zeus and Zeka.
And they also banned the Vi, which Peanut was able to play earlier on and in the MSI qualifiers. But I think even though it's not fearless, obviously, because it's best of ones, you get to adapt on a day like this, right? You get to see
아까 그
JoJo's
경기
Yone
보고
and go, I
요네랑
don't want
오로라
anything to do
밴
with that. You get to
가자는데
see
they're banning
Merwin's
out
Aurora and say, I don't want to
Aurora
have
from
anything to do with
Merwin,
that,
and they're also
in
banning
this
Yone
game.
from Jojo Pan.
And on the side of MKOI here, they are going to take away the Popular, take away the Talia. The Vi is already banned, so they get this extra flex spot here. It's either the Azir or the
That's a respect ban, I
Varus. I
think.
think they're thinking about the Azir looking incredibly strong. This does leave open the Pantheon, though, because they did opt for that Poppy on red side, and it will be snapped up by Peanut
플레이를 갈
instantly.
거야.
Yeah, I feel like the
판테온으로.
Poppy Talia bans are actually really interesting. Of course, the like anti-dash
I think it's over,
champions
guys.
are now off
You're
the
giving
table,
Pantheon
so it
to
does allow you
Life
to play a lot of other
Esports.
things, but I also think
Koi
it
smoking
really
some copium, I
shoehorns you
think.
into the Azir ban.
Shin
Like,
Zhao,
Talia
Pantheon
being
matchup
banned
yet
on
again.
the red side is just makes things a little bit difficult because I feel like they have to go hand in hand. They still managed to get their hands on the Prince of Demacia, though, as the Xin Zhao is going to be locked away, and there is the Gwen as well. So double circles, immunity circles are pretty strong there, Wolf.
We can just see the Rumble picked up on the opposite side of the matchup.
I mean,
for
Gwen,
Zeus
Shin
that
Zhao
he
is not
played
too bad,
earlier
but then you
into
give
the
over
Gwen now.
Pantheon Rumble.
This is kind of a face-up early Gwen in this draft that allows Zeus
Zeus.
to feel very comfortable with the Rumble that pairs
Are you
incredibly
gonna
well
lock
with
it in?
Pantheon. You just lock someone in place, drop an
Zeus의
equalizer on them, and
Rumble?
burn them to death.
I mean,
And
he's
it
not
also
really
allows,
famous
I
for
feel
his
like,
Rumble,
for
though.
a pretty easy pick-based
He can play.
composition to come
깎아오긴
through
했어요.
here for
옛날에는
Hanwha. Like
그때
Zeka
데우스
can play
선수가
Annie again.
럼블을
Could
별로
also
선호하지
potentially
않았는데
just see
요즘은
something like that
웬만한
Ahri.
탑라인은
Looking
다
for a little
럼블을
bit
하는
more
편.
consistent damage and wave
It's
clear,
decent,
though,
yeah,
a
it's not too
different
bad.
identity with this Rise.
He definitely has
But
struggled
the
on
Rise
it
works well with the Pantheon globally,
when he
but I
first
feel like
started
the
his
Ahri
career,
is
but
just so
now he's...
obvious here. It's so easy to set up. It's one of Zeka's best. It's been one of his favorites since
Zeka,
Ahri's
Ahri,
rework.
I don't know, guys.
But
Ahri's
instead
kind
they
of
hit it to the
bad.
bar. So
바루스가 훨씬...
champions
그래,
with
바루스!
completely different, they do completely different things in this draft. that they were
바루스가
thinking about
열려있는데
doing
바이퍼
with the
선생님의
Viper's
바루스?
bars.
이건 게임이 끝났죠. 게임 is
he
GG.
certainly has been
Viper
playing this
Varus?
game pretty well in the past, as of course we're
It's
LCK
a GG,
commentators.
guys.
We were watching in 2021, where he took all of our hopes and dreams away of a back-to-back for Dam1 Gaming at the time.
So many
you give over Varus to pick Ezreal. You give over Pantheon to
Varus
pick
in
Shin
lane.
Zhao.
We saw it as far back
You
as
know,
first
I don't know,
stand.
guys.
And,
You know, I don't know.
Kalist was trying it. It has not found a lot of success internationally to try to challenge this guy with a mid
Zeus.
prio. You're going to lose the bottom lane 2v2s that could be quite tricky without a range support. So a bold choice here for Supa. We'll see if this does work out ultimately in the end. It's a very safe pick, especially into the Pantheon and the Rumble. And so now picks, obviously, that we're thinking about here are that Global Rise, right? The Ahri, the Nico that works incredibly well with the Varus is what they're going to look at first here. But I think that Ahri definitely needs a look.
Yeah, it's sort of gone up in priority. That being said, like, as soon
Nico
as the
bans?
Ahri is banned away, then you just pick the Rise. Like, maybe they're like, well, we can't ban both of them now that we've banned the Nico.
I wonder if
Let's
they're gonna
focus
play,
on
like,
support. Let's not
Alistar.
let Delight have his Rakan, for example. Let's not let
Alistar는
Delight have his
어떡할
Alistar,
건데?
for example. Like, one of those things could be the decision, as of course, you could still pick it away. We'll see whether they do leave JoJo's pick for the
감히
counter.
빵태를 줘?
Yeah,
그러니까.
the Annie I mentioned earlier also works really well. Surprised to see Hanwha Life ban the Ahri.
제우스 하나팀 있는 거 이제
themselves
적응이
here.
된다. 처음에 충격이었는데
Xin
굿바이
Ahri is just a
제우스.
thing, so
It is a
maybe
thing.
they
거기서
decided that they
행복해서
don't want to play into that.
참.
One of the options.
And it is obviously pick priority to red side here, so if that was going to be a higher priority, it would go into the hands
Any
of
balance
Supa's
is
pick there, and they
interesting
would
as
have taken
well.
it away. Question becomes what that last ban is
Alistar
going to
ban,
be.
there we
It's
go.
that-
Alistar
Every
자르는 거
single
잘하는
time,
것
blue
같기도
side
하고.
Alistar, you can't get that R4 safety
Rise?
Alistar. The
Oh.
Rise could now, to a certain extent, match the rotations
I don't
of
know
the
about this
Pantheon with
Rise pick,
Rumble.
guys.
It's not as simple as it sounds, but it is helpful.
Okay, like
in a lot
Koi
of
is
those
cooking,
skirmishes
overcooking a
inside
little
lanes
bit,
to be
guys.
able to match
As a
that
matter of
lane.
fact, I think they're
You know,
cooking
there's a
some
strong
burnt
side lane
foods.
champion in
What
the
is
Gwen,
going on,
too, that
guys?
you can pair with. So the Pantheon tries to punish the Gwen, you follow.
조합이
with the
근데
Rise.
코이가
Very
조합이
strong
너무
pick here
좀
for
구린데.
MKOI.
Yep. This is a pretty classic one. Orianna just kind of outranges the Rise just a bit, and so they are just going to lock that one away. A lot of power on this patch as well. We've seen Orianna find a fair bit of success.
라이즈 자체는 조합이 좋지만 그웬이랑 실다운이랑 같이
engage here for HLE, and so much layering of CC and AoE damage. Chains of Corruption and Equalizer together are so incredibly devastating.
I think
Orianna and the Rail on top of Rumble. 렐이 한대 이니시하는 그곳 위에다가 럼블 궁 한 번만 뿌려도 거기에서 끝났는데 거기에다 오리아나 궁에다가 바루스 궁에다가 판테온 글로벌 궁에다가 What do you mean? Huh? The ults from this comp is broken. Rumble ulti, Panther ulti, Orion ulti, Baru스 rare, but then we also have a problem where their lane phase is strong too.
Gwen that has really strong power with this Rise to follow. Side lane pressure is really good. The Ezreal is safe.
Koi might have been trying to look for.
When it comes to Hungu Life Esports and their early game here,
what are they trying to look for?
They have a favorable matchup in top lane, played perfectly by Zeus. They have that range with the Orianna into the Rise, a very strong matchup there, and then the Varus into the Ezreal.
Giving all the broken champions.
It's the early lane.
It's a best of one though. If it's like a best of four, a best of four, best of four though, best of five, it makes sense.
And get through the early game
like,
pretty well.
Game one, have enemy team pick all the broken champions at once, so they can't pick it again. Fearless draft.
Well, if you took off the nameplates and I asked you which one of these teams is HLE, I think you'd probably say Red Side. Yeah,
I would pick MKOI by mistake.
It is a very HLE style draft, and yes, that will
20분 안에 끝나지 않을까라는 예상을 한번 해봅니다. Maybe we can see the game end in 20 minutes.
Well for them in the past as well. So I like you bring
I'm kidding.
It up.
I know MKOI is scary.
MKOI are in a pretty good spot to try and make something happen, but like you say, early priority could be a difficulty here. And this is a guy that just went 0-5, and now he's angry. And I imagine Merwin's not going to exactly have the easiest time there towards the top side of the map, because this time it's Zeus that's wielding the flamethrower into the scissors lady. And we know how that goes, even if this guy is playing the Gwen. So it could be a rough time. We'll see how they're going to be able to band-aid it, as Jojo looking locked in, and he absolutely was last time around. The savior of Europe, we'll see whether he can do it again, get to the knockout stage.
Yeah, look, he's actually 50 months early. Of course, welcome back to the Maple Valley.
If ever I've seen one to really start your run in the main event.
Yeah, I don't know.
BWC.
Best of 3 would be too much though. They need to make the tournament like instead of 4 days, maybe like 7 days. If they want to do fearless draft,
going down towards elimination.
That's
You're taking too long, guys. It's taking too long.
Would be a huge boon.
Best of 1 itself is taking a long time, but imagine having best of 3.
Play twice the same. Like you get both sides of the same matchup essentially here. That we saw him play Gwen into the Rumble. Now we get to see the Rumble attempt, and that's fun to see because he's confident on both sides.
지금 플레이 안 하고 있는데요, 선생님?
They pick the Gwen first, and it's that same summoner set.
바이퍼 선생님이 지금 근데 바루스를 하기 때문에.
Really a test of
Hyper
Merwin's mettle here in the second game for him at EWC 2025.
Level 1 poking coming through. They just go home though.
I feel should go realistically in all 3 lanes significantly.
And there's
in
still a lot of
Life
games to be played for.
favor.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
we haven't even started seeing the
a little bit more of a difficult time.
top teams.
I guess it's somewhat even.
Top teams play tomorrow, guys.
Battle junglers here for the early game, but right now it's all about who has that prio, because the jungle is not able to quite.
하나가 무조건 이 시대를 통과해야 젠지랑 T1 안 만나고.
We'll see who's going to be able to get that leg up in this matchup. Zeka versus Jojo. This is going to be an interesting one.
근데 이 시대를 통과하면 웬만하면 근데 1등으로 통과할 겁니다. 하나
But
이거.
so far some even trades. Now Delight just crashing down immediately. Finds the very late knock-up onto Alvaro there, but does
pretty
have
even trade all across.
A little bit of a heal from that Gleaming Quill.
I feel like this type of trade really favors Hungu Life Esports. Viper decides to use the Q to help clear these minions so they can get level 2 first. And even though Alvaro does have a little bit of a heal there, does get caught by the edge of that crash down. And
they're gonna get
this
first
is really
push.
looking good for
확실히
the
이제
side of Hungu
패시브
Life.
돌리면서
See, ends
미니까.
up being a pretty even trade of the minions.
Oh, he
across
missed the
board
Q
here.
though, so he's gonna miss out on the
Spamming
passive. Ezreal passive is
Q as well
gonna.
out of this Rakan really is a lot of healing these days.
Once you miss the number 1 Q for a level 1 Ezreal, you're not gonna have 5 stacks for level 2 timing.
Now you just keep hitting it. This is something that Orcs really loves to talk about all the time, but you keep hitting it, and you're going to have a fair bit of sustain in the lane.
It's not my favorite ability, but
the Raptor.
It is certainly, it adds up.
아니요, 우재 화이팅! Everyone's cheering for Zeus and HLE. Is that what happens? Huh? What happens?
That feels good. Jojo taking a bit of damage here, but able to offer a fair bit back as well, as we can see. A little bit of a cheeky room prison as there's the level up. Level 3 pretty good here for Zeka, who does eat the last remainder of Jojo's mana. Yeah. Jojo able to get some decent push here in this lane, has that last
they're just gonna go home both fast no mana.
Cheetah recall, try and get that tier
하나가 없어서 둘이 그냥 집에 갈 것 같고요, 미드는.
Mirror with gets some vision of where Peanut is.
Peanut is just full clearing. Same thing with Shinzhao for full clearing as well.
In the river at the moment.
초반 갱 안 하고 그냥 풀 동선 돌면서 각자 바위게 나도 먹을 것 같고요. Nothing too crazy happening except right now.
Actually has to use the exhaust here as the grand entrance does catch Viper. A little bit of damage off it back, but no blight going to be popped there. So Alvaro going to be all right.
I think it goes without saying, but for
둘
those
다
who didn't
연운
notice yet, it is obviously going to be lethality Varus in this game.
Yeah,
연운 이즈리얼, 연운 라이즈.
Yeah, and he is very well known for his lethality Varus. But really good trades and good laning here by Supa and Alvaro. Really, subverted my expectations here. See the TP
그렇게 하는 동안 이제 탑에서 다이브를 가지고 있는
teleported in. They do manage to get that stun down. Let's see whether Peanut's going to survive here. Is one last turret shot and he's just dead. That's first blood. And that was can I do it? How do I do a real life question mark? It's like in my brain.
It's the second time we've seen something like this. This time it was Peanut committing with Zeus to the play. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on this one, Atlas. Like, I get the idea of like, okay, just TP'd back in, let's get an advantage. Now Zeus might find himself in trouble as well. He has this ward, luckily, but he should be able to get out of here. But he's still not going to be comfortable with the current
I am in big trouble.
state. But man, you could go for that type of play, but you need to drop the turret aggro faster and just try to push. I don't think you can go for the play. Actually, I'm really trying to salvage this for them, but no, it's just.
It was a full health Gwen on the turret. Yes, if they managed to kill her, it's a massive advantage, right? Because he just used teleport.
통나무 무게를 오히려 줘가지고 뭔가 데우스 선수의 그 슈퍼 캐리를 더 빌드업을 하는.
It just did not eventuate that way, and
Peanut like had flash as well, and just like didn't flash
use it. Yeah,
I think he thought that maybe he was okay. Like the calculation was just a bit off. I'm not entirely sure, but I was, we were watching that, and it
this play just now is disrespectful to the opponent, 100%.
One of those things that go really
and it was a foolish pick Gwen with all summoners. It's just not gonna happen.
Standing there with his arms up, and he's like, no.
Really unfortunate.
That's what it kind of felt like to me.
It did feel kind of like that.
Well, there's the flash forward. Jojo actually taking a lot of damage as well, but Zeka will be taken down, and that is 2 on the board now.
Koi is here to win.
Not so great.
I mean, they had the lead in
They are here to play, guys.
Obviously got turned around because Supa and Alvaro played the lane really well.
Koi, 설마 이래 내는 거야?
Kind of a disaster.
What is going on here? Oh, that Q connect from Supa. Q 맞췄으면은 혹시
now they have
모르겠잖아.
only a slight farm lead for Peanut. That's all they have in this game, and it's unforced a lot of these errors. So just quite bizarre here, but it's not something that we've never seen from
Koi's just having better
we
early
have certainly
movements
seen so
across
many
the
of these games where Hanwha does not respect their opponents, plays weird in the early game and then catches up later on, but
그러긴 한데 그 변수가 우리 한국 팀이 LCK 팀이 플레이하는 데 있어야 되는 거고.
Picking up the 2025 title here.
괜찮아. 어차피 바이퍼 선생님이 해주시겠죠.
I think there's certainly some housekeeping to be done, and it can be done in this game. Like you were saying, it's only 600 gold, it's not really anything to write home about. It's just not a great sign for the beginnings of this one. And with the money on both Moen and Jojo Pyun, like this
HLE is going full EU.
Exactly.
What do you mean? Koi is EU, not HLE. I know what you're trying to say, but
look at Elioya's vision. Like he knows exactly where Peanut is, so they can try to potentially set up a dive
Koi's
here.
Just scary now.
Speaking
Look
of
at
which,
that.
does have that scrap shield.
Hooking on Zeus.
Far back, but still 400. Is not a massive amount to work with underneath this turret.
He's got his equalizer, so he should be fine.
No flash!
Here comes the Pantheon ult.
But Elioya's there!
There's the flash forward, great position,
doesn't matter?
but that's an even better
matter.
shockwave. Still, it's a 1-for-1.
Look at the TPs from the support.
Also locked in for MKoi. Delight moving on forward.
The 2 TPs from support.
Damage from the attack dissonance
셀포가
combo.
서포트한테 온 거 진짜
Getting on the board
레전드네.
is good,
서포
but I
크로스.
don't think it's good enough here for HLE to feel better about the
Rel
situation.
coming from top lane all the way down, and then we have Rakan just flying from bot lane all the way.
think that's more valuable than Elyoya picking up the counter kill there on the other side, but
빵태가
a bit
손해다.
sloppy, a bit forced here.
그러긴 하지. 죽어
And
있으니까
seems
좀
like the
손해인
biggest
느낌이긴
enemy today
한데
of Hungu Life Esports
우리
has been
하나는 그래도
turrets.
풀렸죠.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say
I mean, we're not gonna kill back, so I think you take that.
Well, you know, I am saying that, I'm just saying it in a nicer way.
이러면서 any objectives.
As we will see the TP to come through here for Zeka back in the mid lane. We have Grubs spawning here shortly.
Do you know damage gonna
as they
take?
do
Come on
up
now.
right now.
Supports
Swap
can
of
CC.
Supa back towards the
Go
top
Beneco.
side of the map. Merwin will have teleport soon.
It's funny
I think
because the
we're gonna
TP is so
have a bit of a
delayed.
skirmish over this
So
one.
by the time you
Zeka
try
still
to
doesn't have
react
his
to a
ult,
play
doesn't
with
have
the
Fire
TP,
here in
the
mid
play
lane,
is already
so
over.
Actually feeling pretty good about just starting this up right now. Delight very
Unlike
aggressive.
before
I
where the
mean,
TP ends.
Not sure about this
really
one.
fast.
Yeah, he does have that shield, but that's going to wear off,
Jojo.
and that's a rune prison onto Zeka. Dodges the Q. That's going to feel a little bit
Jojo
better.
is
They're still just
popping
getting
off
to work
today?
here
I don't
with
know.
these Grubs.
If we stack up,
already goes down.
If we stack up all the things Hungu just did, I mean, Viper was backing, right? Elyoya is on Grubs, they notice. They don't have mid-prio, they don't have Orianna ult. They still try to contest. Now, they will get the Dragon here, but that was really risky there on the top
하나
side.
용
for
먹은
no
거는
reward.
되게
It
좋은
could
거
have been
같은데
worse, but at
그대로
least we did
코인은 이제
trade
탑을
objectives.
다이브를 준비하고 있는데
Viper,
they're actually planning to dive top lane? Is Viper gonna be able to live this? That's the question. Oh, Rel going in for his ADC. Oh, 다 써먹는다. Oh, he's gonna have to flash. Oh, that flash is too late.
From Elyoya is not going to be enough, and Viper is just going to put him down with that arrow from
그래요,
point-blank range.
이거거든요.
Now Supa could be in trouble as well.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
They
Hello?
found a window and they dove through it.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Overplaying the welcome, I think,
Delight
from
is able
Koi.
to buy time there for the rotation.
They already
over
had
of Zeku. Doesn't
the
even
boy
need to
Grubbies.
use his shockwave. Still has it. Will self-cast it and
Bit of a hula hoop there. Sometimes you just want to do some aerobic fitness.
Orianna just used ult.
Myself. Thanks, Zeka, for that one.
Orianna just ulted himself for what?
Supa there and push him out. Yeah, so this chains of corruption into Delight actually getting the crash down over the wall, plus the double Q here connecting. This does so much damage. Now
Koi kind of greeted here. They already got grubbies.
Ends up getting caught by this Q.
공허축을 이미 먹어서 하나 턴을
And
집을 가는 게 많았다.
decides, okay, might as well go back in because I'm also
코인은?
dead here to try to buy space for Supa to get out.
턴 게임인데 턴을 너무 오래 잡으면 저렇게 된다요. 하나를 더 땡기려고 하다가
Yeah.
혼전이
And Viper
나버렸고.
passes, but you know you miss every shot you don't take.
Orianna 노공이요.
Now into the mist.
Orianna ulti.
It's
gonna be back up
Level
though.
9 is of course a big power point for the Rumble, getting all the points into your queue.
Doesn't know.
As now Viper
My guy doesn't
is
know.
gonna have to try and kill Jojo before
Alvaro?
he's dead, and he's not going to be
Bonina.
able to make that one work. There's a Realm Warp. That's an interesting maneuver. Viper is very dead, guys. We're just making sure that Jojo gets killed.
Alvaro
and he
is just
certainly
popping
does.
off in the
And
Rakan
in the
though.
meantime, Elyoya is also
You know who else is popping?
Merwin also gonna
Merwin
suffer
is
the same
popping.
fate by the looks of things as Delight. That's how you tank up a turret. As I thought that maybe the turret was still interested in him. It wasn't.
We almost had
And
it!
that is just going to be
Throw.
HLE getting a trade up.
Really
It is a
tragic.
trade up. This is a bizarre game.
If HLE tidies up the first 7 minutes of the game.
아니 근데 하나 뭔가 초반이 좀
No,
많이
it's certainly true.
불안해는 불안정
But it was still a good play on the
불안?
Viper there on the top side. Look at where the gold is though across the board now. Like Zeus' start was
모먼트가
pretty
있었는데,
rough,
그래.
but now he's
해프닝이
quite large. He has a
있었는데,
20 CS lead against his opposition.
지금
The
보면
struggle
아주
is
마음
big.
편하게 봐도 될 것
And, I
같기도
mean, plays
하고요.
like this,
I mean,
you gotta
Elyoya
respect the
just
global
got caught out
pantheon when
again.
you've just shown your
But
rise
honestly, it's kind of
topside.
unfair for
They
him
know
because
there's
no one's there
counterplay.
to help
They know
him.
they can dive you here.
This is what happens when
And
Rakan
yes,
goes top to kill the
yeah,
Baron,
there's a turret here, and
but
no one plays this well,
the other side of
they're
the
just
map
gonna get
is
the light
empty.
barely out of the aggro
Meanwhile,
range
Rel's
there, as
group
you were
spread.
talking about.
그러니까 렐은
Yeah,
합류된
Jojo
상태인데
Does
라칸은
have to walk down the red
그
carpet, but he
탑에서
just gives the
바루스
thumbs
잡는
up
거.
because he can just
누가
walk off to the
못했다
side.
잘했다 이거보다는
There's a great knockup
살짝
onto Viper as well, who's once again suffering. Alvaro will take
저기서 근데
another
서폿이
shot.
본진 합류하는 게 맞긴 한데 요즘 라인 수업 때문에 그런 게 일반적인 그런 합류 상황이 또 아니죠.
And Supa, I
수업
don't
때문에.
think is getting out of this one. There is still some CC
No,
available, I'm
fucking
pretty
God.
sure. Shattering strike, that's a great cat and jack, but that means
Angry
Peanut
Peanut,
is
Angry
there for
Peanut.
the flash Q takes down the Ezreal.
Flash and forward
Another one
Q.
on the board here for
꼬챙이
HLE as
봐.
they move that gold lead to about 1.2k.
This game has all just been about drive-bys.
이거
Like, did you get the kill?
거의 뭐
Are we gonna
솔랭식으로
really hard
되게
force?
템포가
Didn't
되게
quite get it?
빠르다.
Oh, you got punished.
I mean, it's like 10
And,
kills
this
at 12
case, it
minutes,
required a
as
flash
opposed
there
to,
from
you know, that
Peanut, but got
C9
Supa's flash
FlyQuest
from Fence,
game
so
that
now
had
it's
like
a
no
summonerless
kills
Ezreal, so you
up
feel
to like
pretty good
20
about that
minutes,
trade
no
for
kills.
sure.
I want to go back to what Finn was
오히려
saying as
구미가
well
훨씬
on the chess,
느리고
because I
지금
think think
이거
he hit the
하나
nail on the head. And that was
경기에서는
both
되게
of
킬이
these
많이
teams just
나옵니다.
want to fight at all times, no matter
창을
what. It's
던져.
like not about It's not about like which objective is available. It's not about like what can we get? Is there tempo here or there? It's about is there a champion and can we kill it? And the answer may just be yes. The phase rush comes in and I am in fact made a liar.
If you
gets out of there.
If you
That
draw
was fast.
a line across the rift where the river is, just from diagonally,
That was really
like the
fast.
rift's equator, so to speak.
It's an Nimbus Cloak coming through from phase rush as well. 그러니까 이게 어떻게 된 거냐면 난입이 터졌는데 거기서 이제 난입 속도를 받은 상태에서 플래시까지 쓰니까 그 Nimbus Cloak 그 빛의 망 민첩한 망토? No, what is it called? What is that rune called that where you get the 빈망. 그게 더 같이 터져가지고 엄청 빠르게 된 겁니다, 방금.
It was the circumstances more than his play that was the problem. Yeah, I would agree. And I'm glad that Super's not like looking up
빈망
play again
버프.
there because that was a dope cleanse. Like,
yeah,
that was a great cleanse. We like those. As Viper parking himself
It's so funny how both supports just taking spellbook every game. And if you see everyone else in the support is going Cosmic Insight, I mean, Inspiration Tree as well, right?
Try and punish Zeka here.
Inspiration, everyone echoing
Just spent
Inspiration.
so much time alone in this bottom lane while everyone's fighting in mid or he's shadowed by Peanut.
제우스한테 럼블을 풀어? 그렇다고 구해는 풀 수도 없고 참.
For free basically got so many plates down
Peanut's
there,
gonna
as you
grab
guys
another
could
dragon
see.
here.
Was able to pick up 3 in total, and
the thing is, Koi's not gonna be able to secure the dragon top side, so.
It's a push from JoJo onto this top turret, and he is putting a significant amount of damage onto it, but
I
just feel like this isn't worth an exchange. This Rumble is getting so huge, whereas it's just like a third of the turret.
There's already a stone on JoJo Pion's shoulder, yeah.
And the fact that there's a
JoJo has
global
to carry.
jungler on Hanwha Life side and the split
I mean, he's
pusher
playing
has
good
the
this
global
game,
ability on the
but
side of MKOI really
rest
does
of his
hurt
team
you in these types of game states.
kind
And
of
Hanwha Life
struggling.
are playing the map really well.
kind of struggling. 빈망, 난입, 럼블, W까지 맞아. Okay, JoJo. He's just gonna rip the outer one. JoJo! Booking run! Oh! W! Alvaro played that so well! Wait, Alvaro is popping off on this recon though.
I feel like I just
Alvaro
keep watching the
잘한다.
same play over and over again.
I'm impressed. This guy's like actually popping off. 약간 진짜 잘하는데?
Yeah. Anyway, it was a good play there from JoJo. Just barely gets out. If he gets interrupted by Delight there, it's a completely
I think
different
JoJo's
story.
ult was really clutch.
And
방금 Q2에 근데 레일 Q2에 나는 잘리는 줄 알았는데. Oh, Zeka I think is very.
As now Muin, he's got the exhaust. The turret is just not going to help enough.
와, Gwen 저 미친 템플 저거 어떡하냐? Look at Gwen when portal belt, that's crazy. Portal belt Gwen, you're not going flash because you're Gwen. But then you build portal belt so you have the extra dash. That enables you to be able to reshot to the enemy team, right? Aoyuya basically runs over the rumble, takes no damage. Oh, but Aoyuya might. Oh, the move speed from the little vision plant saved him! No way! 저런. 아니 근데 저거는 그 시야 그 이속을 주거든요.
It's unfortunate for Hanwha Life that that's Xinjiao who does have Crescent Guard and is, despite a really good equalizer
The vision
placement, they're
plant
going to be
was
able to
very close by the
walk
way.
it
Look at
off.
that.
Go back
Okay,
to
we
this
have to
play here
realize
on the bottom side.
한판 경기라고.
Side here, Zeka just TPs into this one, eats a ton
한판
of
딱 한
damage.
판만 하는 거라서.
And I mean, they need to
아니
work
근데 오리아나가 이거 사이즈 안 된다니까. 오리아나가 못 봐고. Viper's getting caught out. What is going on? Hanwha Life Esports.
He needs to dodge the next Q, but Super was rooted up and so isn't able
What
to
is going
actually
on?
get that one in
What is going on to
When
my
Viper hits the chains of
That's a
corruption
good team.
defensively,
Hello?
just stop chasing.
EU?
As JoJo doing a lot of work here as well.
Oh my
Alvaro
gosh.
moving
Zeus
himself
has to
up.
run.
Phase rush going to get procced here as Zeus will get himself out with just a
Ezreal
sliver
ult
of
coming
health.
through.
That
이즈코?
will mean
이즈코
even more
없고요.
priority goes
이즈코
over
없어.
towards MKOI here, towards the top side of the map. And
Ezreal
300 gold
doesn't have
is
ulti
all
right now.
that separates these two teams. One objective to get those feats of strength
You
as
high-fiving
well.
us a
And the
fight.
next one should be this Chemtech Dragon.
My concern is that the lead for Zeus has just completely fallen off, right? Like, The fact that Maroon is
뭔가
able to get that kill
비벼줬어,
bottom
이거 지금
side
다.
is second of the game.
Hana's
They're gonna get
actually
this top
behind
turret
in
pretty
gold
shortly
now.
here as well. You have to think
Koi
maybe
is
not on this
ahead in
wave,
gold
but it
in
is
round
them standing gold. You can
700
pick up in the
gold
Gwen,
leads, yes.
supported by that Ryze Realm Warp in the side lane is going to be such a bigger threat than this Rumble. But I feel like map control can become MKOI so quickly. So I was talking about earlier when I said nameplates off, I like their draft more in an even game state. We hit 17.5 minutes in. It is that even game state. And let's see what they could do with it, because I feel like this is a lot of potential in this draft. Israel getting closer to that 2-item spike for Supa. And while Viper has had some great moments defensively here, we haven't really seen that poke land yet in a 5v5. We haven't seen a traditional 5v5 just yet. But I think that when we go into those 5v5s, I favor MKOI's setup if they play the map well.
Is this the same HLE that beat Gen G?
Even though Viper has
I mean, they didn't really beat Gen G. I mean, yeah, they won 2 games into Gen G.
But elsewise, here in the mid lane especially, he has just sort of had to burn summoner spells, and they haven't been able to get anything on a cross map, right? It has just been a little bit of bullying by to try and hold him down. And
질겜 하기에는 근데 200만 달러가 작은 돈은 아니거든.
is
200만
absolutely
달러.
terrifying. So it's understandable that they are going to put their focus there. They do have
선수도
now
2주
the push
전부터
control in this
연습하고
mid lane.
있는데 믿어야지.
Looking forward to this Chemtech Dragon that's going to be up in 40 seconds.
It's a 2-item Gwen here before Zeus has hit his 2-item spike, and going to get control over this
솔랭
bottom
느낌이
wave
좀
here.
나는 이유가 제 생각에는 수업을 통해서 이게 인원 분비가 프로에서 나오는 그런 게 안 나오다 보니까 그거가 조금 MSI 안 뛴 하나가 수업이 좀 잘 안 되는 느낌이긴 해요. 첫판 CF전부터 제가 얘기했잖아. CF전에서도 그 수업이 제대로 민원 분비가 안 된다니까. 오히려 CF가 수업을 더 잘했어. 왜냐면 MSI에서 유행했던 거라서 로투 MSI에서는 그렇게까지 나오지 않아. 그건 벨트 대박.
In this game, they did get his ult though. That is absolutely something that they achieved. As now the fight is on. The flash forward.
Oh, Delight saving his team with that engage. And of course,
comes through as Peanut. Maybe a little bit of an overextension is never mind. Merwin getting in amongst the thick of things.
Peanut is angry. Look at that.
And they're unable to take
Peanut
down
is
Delight.
mad.
The snap of the fingers.
Q 딱 한 번 더 맞추고.
And they find their target. Peanut throwing some buttons around, not going to be able to get super there. But
okay, I mean, Delight is just a monster. I don't even know.
And HLE, they're going to get soul point.
He has spite as well. Maybe they go for Atakan as well.
I
don't know if they can though.
Yeah, I mean that flag.
아니 방금 그냥 렐이 혼자서 그냥 통나무를.
Oh yeah, it's you know we all know. Once again, Delight turning the game around just like he did in the series
Delight
against CFL
carrying his team on
with
his
some of
back
these
on
incredible
support role.
engages. The Flash Magnet Storm was a game changer in this last fight, and
네,
he just finds his
개사기.
angle.
맞아.
And we'll watch it here again.
그 MSI에서 핑계를 제일 높은 챔프가 미드 탑 이런 게 아니라 뭔지? 네. Rel has the highest pick percentage in MSI, by the way. You would think like a mid top or like an ADC would be having the highest percentage, like pick percentage. But no, it's Rel support, and now we see why, right?
Over the day as well. I think
The fact that you can just literally hard engage anytime.
As well. So like most of the kills that have happened here for HLE. Another equalizer, great position once again for Zeus, but it's not a
다들
full commit.
원챔이라고 네,
Corruption
맞습니다.
comes through, they get some roots.
Okay, they do have smite.
Well. True Shot Barrage doing decent damage.
Started by Peanut! Peanut securing the Atakan! But Viper says, 오 잠시만 이거 근데 오리아나랑 다루스가 다 쏠리고 있거든요? Oh, look at this double man knockup! Oh, what the hell? They're all living with 1 HP. Alright, just running with Ghost? Goodbye. Oh, he's gonna get the smack! Or is he trying to run? He's trying to run. Oh, 그냥 타워를 그냥 맞고 죽어야 되는데. I think he should have smashed into the tower and then probably just died. Because he's probably like highly likely he's just dead
I'm not
anyways.
entirely sure the exact full setup there that MKOI had.
Are T1 playing? No,
The,
T1's playing in a
the
couple
icon
days. I
where
think they
thought
play on
had
the
an angle
18th.
there. They obviously were faster grouped, right? You can see it when we jump into this replay. But Hungu Esports are they're just one step away, right? And this is not enough damage to burst an icon down this early into the game. The
equalizer
is pretty high value here.
스마가 있는 것도 아닌데, I mean, no spellbook smite or anything, they're literally just flipping this. You can't even blame the jungler, like, you can't blame Elyoya here, because
And Merwin is chasing Viper.
And Merwin played pretty good this fight, but the rest of the team just died.
But everything else is just so split up. Supa does very little damage to this fight because he's been completely zoned the whole time. And then Merwin's almost, with his triple knockup, able to make something happen, but almost isn't good enough. Same with Supa. If Supa's there when that happens,
와, 여기서 라이즈라도 살아있었으면 그냥 어쩔지 몰랐는데.
play just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, the charm was actually really good. Merwin's having a bit of a giggle, having a good time, regardless of the result. Of course, no one's keys are in danger.
아니, 봐봐, Gwen. Look at Gwen's damage, 5.2k. That's crazy.
So they do have to be a little bit careful, but I guess you can relax somewhat. Just glad that spirits are up.
Oh, Yuya's
HLE now moving towards this inner turret, towards the top side of the map, and it really feels like they have garnered a whole lot of
뭔가
control.
펀테온이 탑에서 다이브 이상하게 가지고 불안했는데.
Alvaro goes in, and Peanut will tank a fair bit here as Supa does have that 2-item spike completed.
지금 신짜오 지금 보세요. 1200 골드. 1.2k gold ahead.
Scary, but
the Pantheon.
The red gold leads will have gone away.
These player counts are so freaking horrible. I don't know why they keep like zooming in so close.
Jojo in the bottom lane moments before, but
like why do I need to look at like
now answered by
pimples and like hair follicles and stuff, you know?
You know, there's no Baron or anything like that, but it's not HLE starting to break open the map completely. They have some deep vision that had to be cleared.
Not everybody has
side,
super good
it's a
skin,
job there,
so
clearing that away by MKOI as well.
I kind of feel bad for the players because like it zooms in so close.
You know, one real
I feel bad for the players.
After that, I think it might just be lights out though if they end up botching it.
I guess you can say it's like second-hand embarrassment. I kind of feel embarrassed.
Pressure, they're going back to clear
second-hand
that vision I was just talking about there on the top side. And setting up for Baron. Clear these mid waves, get all that vision around Baron.
Yeah, the angle is a bit weird
here in just 1 minute's time. And Jojo once again,
Baron and Dragon.
I think the angle itself is okay. It's just a zoom in for me. The zoom in is not the problem for me.
Some pressure back.
He has to do stuff like this so that he can pull.
This game seems unwinnable unless Hana makes a mistake. Yeah.
The mega cone of death. As Jojo does get the flash.
Oh, Jojo is actually getting out though.
Just realm warps his way out. Never mind, he was never
very clean actually from Jojo.
Well, and unfortunately, I just don't know if they're going to be able to get anything out of his survival.
I think they have to give the Dragon though.
He had to use a lot.
용이 나오긴 하는데 이거 용싸움 가능한가 거의? 안 될 것 같은데요.
Too pushed up in the top lane or anything that they can punish. You know, Zeka's just chilling.
I mean, look at how fed the Orianna's now. 오리아나도 그리고 6킬이나 먹어서 팀10 나올 거 다 나왔거든.
Taking that vision away, but it ultimately means very little. It means they get a little bit of vision around the Baron pit. And, you know, Jojo survives, that's a small win. He's actually so far away from his Rod of Aegis completing. It's going to be a lot of experience he picks up when it does, but yeah, I don't know if there's a real fight here for MKOI. They have the better prio right now. Hanwha are not going to trade for Baron. They want this soul.
Well, they're going to see what MKOI are up to here in the river. Zeus also moving around for a flank angle as Jojo gets some vision down. Zeus not wanting to face check, but still in position to get an ulti off and does have the flash to try and get over that wall. Peanut looking for a bit of an angle, just going to break that blast cone to not allow any of that funny business. True Shot Barrage not going to quite connect. As Zeus, you can see, has joined the rest of his team. They're just pushing this Gwen away from the fight, though, and HLE wanting to try and single out the MKOI members.
They're playing for the 50-50.
Yeah, they go in. That is
oh, that's huge. Elyoyo actually secures the kill. But can they win the fight? I don't think so. 럼블고기. Bro, oh, this is so broken. What the hell, bro? It's basically like hell on the rift. I'm like, I don't know.
Deny the soul.
If it was a more even game state, some of these plays from Alvaro could be actually game-changing, right?
Yeah, you might be right, man. This guy's real good.
But I mean, the setups are so good. His CC
has been phenomenal. He's had so many
럼블공 보셨잖아요.
럼블공만 한 번 긁어도 이미 한타가 되게 불리하다.
The poke here from Supa just isn't doing anything, and when Delight comes in for the engage, like, yeah, we'll
Look at
trade
that.
Dragon for a team fight win. The
깔리고 나서 불에 타는 거 보이시죠?
Gets a double knockup. But where's the follow-up? Supa is zoned away again. Cannot actually get involved in the fight. Same with Jojo. And now Baron is
what
in
did
the
the
hands
icon
of
next to the
HLE.
timer mean?
Yep. And there's no one here that can take that one down. Alvaro, I did notice
that one
that
is the Baron timer, I believe. Yes, and this one is the Dragon timer.
So it didn't have it available.
Dragon timer.
And so HLE now with a purple buff. And looking very, very strong, moving towards these side lanes.
I guess they don't have the actual name
it starts
of
to feel
the
like
buff.
you have to draft the obituary because with Baron buff here and the amount of map control that Hungu
종을 사면 바로는 드립니다. 그러네.
it just becomes impossible to play out looking for vision control.
그래 이게 하나 라이프 e스포츠지. 초반에 또 이번 판도 초반이 좀 불안하긴 했는데 결국 돌고 돌아 하나는 의심하지 말지어다. Just don't doubt on Hana Life Esports. They have some very questionable early game plays, but like Zeus kind of ran it into CFO in the early game, but he ended up carry. Same thing happens here with Peanut. Peanut kind of ran it with the top dive. Now he's 2k gold ahead of Elioya Shinja. Look at this Pantheon, super fat.
They really are. Yeah. Organization-wise, I mean, look at Orianna. I mean, sitting on about to be a death cap here, full stacks on the Dark Seal.
Maybe this is the time where you can find
그냥 이게 체급 차인가? 뭔가 초반에 실수가 있든 말든 초반이랑 관계없는 중후반. 아니면
He's been pretty reckless with these engages, but he's just going to be
Could we
allowed
make a
to,
mistake?
If they're able to support him
Yes.
as effectively. Okay,
Yes and no.
to come forward as MKOI looking for the angle, but the answer is
Orianna ulti! Tekka Shockwave finds the wall!
Jojo goes golden, so they walk past him for a few moments
Holy
before
moly.
going back to burn
My
him
region?
down.
Yeah,
And
I mean
now
honestly
Fuve
that
will
was
get
a
out the
really
flash,
nice attempt by
as
Alvaro.
HLE diving Nexus turrets now is a
약간은
little bit of an
방금 되게
overshoot, but they'll still be
날카로웠는데.
able to take this inhibitor and
That
look to put
Link
the
angle
last
was
few
kinda
nails
crazy
in this
to
coffin.
I was just in
Ezreal
my
just
head,
does
don't
no
take that
damage.
realm, don't take that realm orb, and Delight looked at me and he was like, they
이즈가 그냥 딜이 안 박혀.
They did take that realm
Ezreal
orb, and he
E forward,
pressed R.
0
I
damage.
think
It's
he also
okay.
pressed the GG button as
It is what it is.
Just gonna take this one in a commanding, dominant fashion once again.
Conor Live Esports,
Messy
ladies and
early
gentlemen.
game, but maybe it just doesn't matter when your team fights in the
Yeah,
mid-game
maybe
are as
you shouldn't
decisive
give
as
over
Hungu's,
Rumble,
and you can
Pantheon,
just get those
Varus,
leads, and once again,
Rel,
Delight
and
drags them through
Orianna?
that rocky early game and says the mid-game
그
fights are
판테온
mine.
럼블
They belong
바루스를
to me.
주는
My
순간
engages today
경기가
are
좀 어려워지지
flawless.
않았나.
And Hungu Life will
초반에
ultimately
좀
win
이상한
and
플레이가
be the first
나오든
team to
말든
advance
상관이
here
없다.
from
우리는
groups into the
어차피
knockout stage at
럼블,
EWC
우리는 어차피
2025.
판테온,
Joining
우리는
the
어차피
rest of their
바루스.
LCK brethren that are waiting there in Genji and T1,
시끄만 그냥
seeing
걸까?
what they can do
유럽
when they're playing in that
1위인데
knockout
거의
stage.
is
Some
number
big
1
grins
EU
on the
team,
faces here
but
of HLE, but
even if
I'm so glad
Hanwha's
you bring it
third
up. Delight
LCK,
has been amazing
we're
today,
talking about
and that's
Hanwha
what
Live
was
Esports.
missing when they got swept by T1 in the road to MSI. It just wasn't quite that performance out of Delight that we
First
saw on
time
that day
champions,
as it was here today, where he was
LCK
just
Cup
basically
champions.
perfect.
I think on the side of MKOI, I like their draft. I like the idea behind this composition.
바이퍼는 미모가
Some of the
위로 올라가고
plays from Alvaro could have, like I said, really turned the tides. I think there were a few
그런가요?
errors of judgment in terms of when to team
어깨가
fight,
굉장히
how to team fight.
넓으시긴
There were
해,
a few
근데.
desperate calls towards the end that made the
비율이 정말
fights look
좋으시긴
silly,
해요.
but I think MKOI was super desperate. There was very little opportunities they had there at the end, but they still have a chance. They're not eliminated just yet.
Yep, not just
이번
yet.
판
They can
졌으면
still
피넛
fight
요거
for
엄청
their
많아.
lives
아이고
and for
초반에
their
다
key
탑
as well.
다이브는
But now we've got
솔직히 좀
Fancy
많이
standing
아쉽긴 했지만
alongside with Zeus for the interview. Let's hear what they have to say.
Thank
설마
you, gentlemen.
졌겠냐고.
We are back on stage with our Amazon winner interview. We have this here after
제우스!
an amazing win. So
Zeus is here.
first of all, I do want to ask, you guys have done
Yeah, as long as you
very well
don't
during
zoom
the
in
year.
like super
You might have
close.
missed MSI, but you've been able to come back here with a clean win,
I
and
don't
now
know.
you're heading to the
These
quarterfinals.
camera zooms
Is there
are
a
too
particular
much for
team
me,
that
I
you're
think.
looking to face?
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 MSI를 진출에 실패하셨지만 그래도 이렇게 또 EWC에 또 오게 되면서 좋은 성적으로 또 이렇게 8강에 진출하게 되셨습니다. 이번 플레이오프 때 상대하고 싶은 좀 팀이 있는지
의자
궁금합니다.
인터뷰.
일단은 MSI 진출하지 못하게 된 것은 저희가 실력이 좀 부족해서 못했다고 생각하고 그래도 전년도에 T1이 우승을 해서 저희가 이제 나갈 수 있게 되어서 굉장히 운이 좋다고 생각했고요.
전년도에 T1을 얘기하면은 마음이 아파요.
네, 뭐 한국 팀이나 중국 팀 다 꺾을 우승할 수 있다고 생각해서 다 꺾고 우승하고 싶습니다.
So yeah, missing MSI was our own fault because we didn't perform well.
He's talking about last year, T1,
won last year,
and how he
I
played
think
with
that's the
T1.
reason why we're here at the EWC. So props to T1, and that also reminds me of our challenges towards the playoffs because I think we need to beat all the top 4 teams in the MSI. So that being said, I want to face every single team and just win it all.
He's
playing. He's talking third-person perspective, but he won
the trophy once
with
last year with a
last
different
year.
banner, and now you're looking to prove yourself with this roster. How would it feel for you to be able to lift this trophy again?
마침 또 작년 우승 얘기가 나왔는데 그래도 작년 우승 멤버시고 챔피언이시잖아요. 그런 의미에서 이제 또 다른 로스터와
자기 출전권을 자기가 따왔다고?
이번
그렇게 생각하니까
좀 어떤 의미가
그게
있을지
맞는데?
좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 작년에 우승을 했었던 당시에도 정말 힘들게 우승을
영어
했었기
잘하신다.
때문에
감사합니다.
올해도
Thank you very 감사.
매우 힘들 것으로 예상이 되고요. 그래도
The color of the cam is weird. I actually don't know.
그냥 너무 기쁠 것 같습니다.
Yeah, since it was very challenging last year as well, so I think this is gonna be also a big challenge for me this year. But still, that being said, it will be also exciting when I lift the trophy.
Absolutely, can't wait to see what happens next. Back to the studio.
Oh, that's like all perfectly timed with the rise of the. 오리아나 궁 타이밍 진짜
Thank you very
레전드네.
much, Fancy, with the translations
체크.
by Maddox. Great to hear from the god of thunder himself on the Rumble, toasted the opponents here and able to get the victory over Movistar Koi. And
why is he doing that?
Taking a deep breath. Shouldn't feel too bad here. It's Hungu Life Esports. This is a great team.
He's patting himself. He's like, good job.
They had it after that early
Good job,
game.
Zeus.
I feel like MKOI came
He
in
smurfed it.
swinging, and I feel like they did so
추워서
many good things.
아.
But time and
그러네
time
입이
again,
추워 추워라고
sometimes
한
we
것
get a
같기도
little bit
하고.
sloppy defending the place
I think
of
it's
Hungu
because
Life,
it's cold.
overreaching a little bit too much, and I feel like they were their own enemy because I feel like MKOI could have
Rise
had
ult
it,
was the
and
gates of
that's
hell,
what makes
yeah.
it so
Ulting
frustrating.
really rage
This
into
is a
that
story
comp
we've
is
seen
crazy.
so many
but-
times where like a Western team will come in against
I mean, I don't
an Eastern
know.
team
Koi's
like
comp
Hungu
is
Life
just
Esports, and they'll
really
perform really
horrid.
well in like the first 10, 15 minutes and be like, hey, they're bringing it to them, they're playing really well, and then they make like one or two mistakes here and there, and then
Jungle
just
Chai,
the
Jungle Chai.
consistency of Hungu Life Esports just smacks them down, and the team fighting was insane. We'll get to some of the highlights later, like the lights and beaches and stuff like that, but you can't afford to make any mistakes against them. But big props to MKOI. They
아니,
made it
에어컨을
interesting for
얼마나
quite a while. I
빵빵히
think they actually
틀어놨으면은
had a bit of a slow start, but
부럽다.
also they were trying to be proactive.
저도
and
에어컨 좀
MKOI
클까요?
was like, no, we actually take you down.
요즘
So it
날씨
was pretty
좋아서 에어컨
interesting
안
for a
키고
little
있긴
bit,
한데.
but not enough.
Yeah, I like the fact that I think it was Atlas that called it out, being like the plan to try and
드럼
kill
반팔로
Viper
경기한다고?
was not working for MKOI,
오,
and then they would
안
just
돼.
accept a peanut kill, a couple of peanut
반팔
kills there
금지.
early on, but then eventually at the team fights, it was too close to equal, and then things didn't quite work out.
Yeah, monster game by the light, I would say.
또 이분은 또 반팔 입으시고 계시죠? 예. 몸에 열이 많은 사람들은 또
one of the best, if not the best, engaged support in the world.
괜찮을지도?
And I feel like when he gets stuff like Rel, stuff like
나르는
Rakan,
굴이
he
나가신다.
just finds these
CFO
angles out of
into
nowhere,
GAM
and
now.
he
We're
always
gonna
makes
watch
sure
CFO GAM.
his team is set up really well in the team fights.
Yeah, right
It's
here.
elimination
Alvaro
now
tries
for
to get
CFO
the
GAM.
engage, does not get it. Asking for someone for a battle
this is a
dance, and
game
Delight sees it
winning
right
hard
away.
engage until
And it's
then.
just
I
insane
think
the
Koi
angle
actually had a
finds,
chance.
they were saying on the cast.
저기에서
I think
그냥 게임이
Wolf was
끝났죠.
breaking down the replay where it's like it doesn't look like he's looking for that angle, but the instant that it forms, he sees it and he just turns the play on its head, and the follow-up is immediately there. Like the crispness of the follow-up as well. You know, obviously the flashy
레일은
play
과연
was
뭘
from
너프를
Delight,
해야
but the fact
될까?
that everybody immediately presses their buttons right on top was really
저런
cool.
거를 못하게 하면
What's
레일
something that
챔피언
you'd like
자체가
to
너무
see built
구대기니까
upon by MKOI
초반
after this
라인전이라도 너프를 하면은
Let me think about it. I do
좋지 않을까요?
like their draft. I mean, I didn't really like the Rise pick, but I like the rest of the draft, and I like how proactive they are to cross map. But a lot of the times when MKOI was making, like, they had a play making top side with Alvaro and Jojo, and then they had
Valdez has a
defend
really
bot
like
side to make
nice
sure Mirwin
posture.
doesn't get Doven. What happens then is that Mirwin and
Look at
Elioya
Brendan
splits up
Valdez
for
like
short bit,
posture. Look at
and
that.
then actually
Complete,
insta-punish
like, 90
and kills
degrees.
Elioya, and then sadly
Very
Mirwin follows
relaxed.
as well. So I feel
Both
like
foot on
when
the
they
ground.
defend the place of the opponent's team,
No,
they need to be way more
you know,
coherent. They
cross-legged.
need to be playing on the same screen, doing the same play at the same time.
빨간
to make sure
머리랑
those
신발이
creative
깜매침이라고.
plays by Alvaro to that, like attack side lane doesn't get too punished.
빨간 머리가 아니라 빨간 머리시긴 하죠. 근데 디곤
Over at the Otakon at 21
LCK 그
Yeah,
영어
look at the
쪽인데
Rumble ult being used, and here MKOI feels very
진행자.
pressured to turn the fight because they they feel like they're getting chunked, they're being approached on, and then Alvaro turns the trigger, but the Pantheon
LCK 영어 쪽 해설자분들이 다 오셨어.
He's just taking so much damage from the Atakan. He has lost so many resistances. Mirwin tries to make a Herculean task here, trying to finish off the Orianna, but I think when all his teammates are already dead, it's a little bit too hard for him to make a
오징어 게임 우승자머리.
It was just kind of him that was very fed, right? The rest of the team was doing
오징어 게임
okay
여러분
for
그때
themselves. They weren't that far
망했다면서요.
behind, but when the fight gets broken up
듣기로는
that much
요번에
and your main carry is out of the
시즌
fight for
3
so
조금 안
long against
좋다는데.
Viper, who was like doing okay, but he took
Try
Mirren out of the fight
Alvaro.
essentially. It
Goodbye.
wasn't on purpose, but he baited him very far away, and then the actual core of Humble Life Esports got so much done over the Otacon fight, even without the Rumble.
I feel like you can appreciate the idea from MKOI and dropping the Herald as well to try and put multiple different variables in the decision-making way of Humble Life Esports, but they chose right. They got themselves the victories. We take a look at the updated bracket here. It is Humble Life Esports moving to the knockout stages, so LCK will get all 3 seeds on in as expected. So congratulations.
Guess Hana makes it in, guys. Hana made it in.
We'll have to wait
So you're gonna be seeing the
tomorrow
CFO
to see
GAM
who they will
Esports,
face
and then the winner of that plays to Koi. Koi goes on to losers bracket. So Koi still has a chance, by the way. Koi's not out. 이렇게 되면은 근데 아까 리매치 성사가 될 수도 있죠. 그래서 감이 이기면. 근데 제 생각에 CFO가 이기지 않을까. I think CFO's probably gonna defeat GAM. I think CFO definitely is a good team.
Another European matchup here. How do you feel?
Despite them losing the first game.
After watching the games today,
To be fair, they
I came
played
in
into
today a
Hungu Life
little bit
Esports,
defeated.
so
I was
it's
like,
pretty rough.
Man, I hope we don't repeat the mistakes from MSI. I just want to see my teams play well, you know. Now, I'm up here. I am on Cloud9. I am the one flying across, above the clouds, and I think G2 is actually coming in as my personal favorites after seeing them both play earlier today. I thought both FlyQuest and C9 looked a little bit too jet-lagged, maybe. I feel like they were really slow and a little bit clunky in their setups.
True.
They weren't
I
really
mean,
proactive.
they're
Meanwhile, I saw a
obviously
G2
jet
that
lag
was
is a huge
revitalized,
issue for
and a
every
Broken
team
Blade that's
that
finally
just played an MSI.
playing as we expect him to.
그
Like,
진짜
Broken
근데
Blade, he
시차
is
이거
this
진짜 크긴
creative
해요.
strong force in the top
우리도
lane and has
힘들잖아,
been for G2
솔직히.
for so many years now.
방구석에서만 보는 경기를 보는 사람들도 새벽 4시에서 보다가 갑자기 이제 오후 6시 경기를 본다? 빡세거든.
Yeah, I do feel like G2 did look strong,
홍큐가
but I
미쳤다.
also feel like Furia didn't
CF
really
홍큐
give them
정말
much
잘하다.
of a
Onti's posture.
challenge. You know, it did feel like G2
I mean, I
looked
don't know.
great,
My
but
posture
also
is
you
really
have to
bad.
consider that, you know, it wasn't really the
My
biggest
posture's really
match for
bad.
them as Furia. They are a better team than what they showed.
You guys have good posture or what?
For FlyQuest, definitely
The
messy
bro
as
better
well,
not be on the
but
Nautilus.
I think it's going to be close. I would still
Someone just
favor
ban
G2
Nautilus,
actually in this
please.
one. I think they should be able to get the win,
Nautilus,
but
so
I don't know. FlyQuest
we don't
are a
play
really strong team,
Nautilus
and
on
they beat them in MSI as well.
Not
G2
enough
support.
North America bias here on the desk, so we're going to take a short break. Get Mediosani in here to defend FlyQuest, which feels weird after FlyQuest beat Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
하나 진출! 축하드립니다. Congrats to Hana for making it to the next round. As expected. 뭔가 근데 밸런스가 안 맞긴 했어, 근데. They're just miles ahead of the other teams, I guess.
Built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
That's what I'm saying! Posture! Hello?
Your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers.
Okay, Faker.
Artists, backing your every move.
I guess we'll have to wait about 20 minutes until the next game? Yup. I'll catch you guys in 20 minutes, okay? Maybe I'll take a break too. Just kidding. Okay, so we have 3 games left. We have FlyQuest G2 coming up. And then GAM CFO coming up after that. And then Koi into GAM CFO, whoever wins GAM CFO. How are we 4 hours delayed? I don't know, Danner! I don't know. We were supposed to be done right now. 지금 끝내고 지금 다른 거 중계하러 가야 되는데. I can't stream the NNO game. I'm so sad. 감 아니면 슈퍼들 중에 한 팀이 프레스 당한다고. 그런데 드디어 우리 그걸 보는 거야? We're finally gonna see like the little triangle thingy. Like we're gonna see like press. Hello, what the fuck happened? I know, that's what I'm saying, Donner! What is going on? Hello? What NNO game? The game with Bossy. Vitality is also playing today. I got contacted by the NNO staff and they asked me to co-stream their tournament. I said yes, I would love to! Because I would love to. Sadly, we are unable to stream it because EWC is taking so long. EWC 지금 벌써 끝나 있는 상황이어야 되거든? 근데 지금 우리 4시간 정도 딜레이가 있는 거야, 이렇게 되면은. 지금 딱 지금 시간 12시 정각에 이제 끝내는 타이밍 봤어야 됐는데 지금 아직 경기가 3개나 남았거든요? 이번에는 그냥 부신다. 이번에는 기계를 근데 제대로 앞에서 할 예정. 딜레이가 여러모로 여러 가지가 있었습니다.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Meteos for another matchup. NA versus EU. It is FlyQuest against G2 in our qualification match. Again, winner of this will move on to the knockout stage. Loser still has a second chance in the second chance qualification match.
The way we're missing Bossy to watch NA vs EU.
Yeah, you don't want to go down there. And best of ones, you don't know what's gonna happen. So getting this win for G2 will be quite nice for them. Not will. Notice my word choice there. I mean,
like Ellis tweeted just now. Ellis is like, no way we have.
라이프님 멤버십 가입하냐고.
I 인터뷰 라이프님 감사합니다. Welcome to me. 감사합니다.
I don't know if I'd be too overconfident. G2 did
디스코드도
win
안 오셨으면은 디스코드 많이 들어오시길 바랍니다요. Make sure to join my Discord, guys.
I still think
you don't have to be
pretty
subscribed
good.
to join my Discord.
G2 did get Pantheon in their win, and that champion
Fevik, you're
pretty
back?
strong. He's been doing a
I
lot
am
of
always
winning.
back.
I don't know if FlyQuest will let him have it.
I mean, it's just hard for me to take FlyQuest.
At least EU will win this time, right?
Like, they had to play
My
against
region.
NA team, so I can't really take much away from their victory there. So, I don't know. I think G2 probably has it.
Alright, let's take a look at the
작년 조장이 이긴 팀한테 본인 띵거 넘길 때가 진짜 표정 리얼이었다고. 와, 그때 진짜 중국 팀한테 지면은 이게 그 프레스 대응 당해가지고 그 뭔가 그 한국 중국 요 그 라이벌 그게 좀 있잖아요.
Yeah, I think in MSI it was a lot about top lane that we were looking at, but when I think about the MSI match,
how long is day one gonna be? I don't know. I think we're gonna be going on till like 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Yes? In that series against G2,
4 a.m. maybe.
He was just on a tear. He was playing so well, and he was just everywhere on the map.
I signed up for the membership because I felt like I learned so much today. What did you learn?
Step ahead of Skewmond, so I really hope maybe if Broken Blade can keep his form up as he did against Furia, maybe he can help Skewmond a little bit to kind of get through those rough stages of the game.
Ooh.
Yeah, G2 definitely looked better, especially Broken Blade. You know, he faced a lot of criticism in MSI. He kind of had not his best tournament, but he had a great game against Furia just earlier today.
If day one will be 2 days, will day 2 be day 3?
And like you said, I feel like the jungle matchup is
day
still gonna
3
be very, very
becomes
FlyQuest
what?
favored. And
day
in
6?
their previous series where FlyQuest won 3-0, they put a lot of priority into getting Inspired a good jungle matchup, one that he could just bully early game. And basically
오늘은 8게임이고 내일은 4게임이고 모레는 2게임. 맞아.
And you know,
그다음에
just
이제
individual leads as well.
마지막 날에는 딱 결승만 딱.
what FlyQuest can look to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to this G2 roster, you have to find a way.
내일이 아니라 오늘이다. 시간이 언제에 따라서 문제냐에 따라서.
Run away with the game if they get ahead.
Can be from the stream. He learned something copium. Okay, someone ban Banner.
An Asian team, a
ban
team
the mods.
from the East, and to do so, they
Wait,
gotta
ban
get
yourself.
a win now. They can only play the opponents in front of them. First match against Furia.
마지막 날에 3, 4위전도 있지 않다고?
Against FlyQuest. And standing by right now with Kitty is Broken Blade for deeper
3,
insights
4위전도
on this
있구나.
matchup.
그럼 그게 맞지 그러면.
Welcome to the second round. We have G2
3, 4위
Broken
결정전까지
Blade.
마지막
On my side,
날에.
you guys are going against FlyQuest. First of all, thoughts, opinion, thoughts. What are you going to expect out of this game?
Excited. We were kind of hoping to play FlyQuest anyways, because they beat us last time. So now we have a chance for revenge, which we are going to take.
And honestly, be real, between you and Bwipo, who is better at yapping?
Well, I think we might have to have a yapping contest at some point. I do think his yapping is very natural. You know, he can. But I think I can contest him very hard there. So maybe we have to battle ourselves outside of this game in yapping session. You know.
Yeah, you guys can yap outside of game and then inside the game. I wanted to ask, so what do you think makes FlyQuest so competitive right now? Because they've had this really big resurgence from the last 2 years.
I think they are very good at swapping their pieces around the map, especially in the early game between top and bot lane. They do it every game, if you notice. They did it against us as well. We kind of got caught off guard. The duo lane, they like to freeze the wave a lot. They like to deny a lot of creeps. And for me as a top laner, that's not nice, so I have to avoid that today. I'm gonna do everything to avoid that, so...
Alright, praying for BB's lane. Alright, back to you guys.
Praying for BB's lane.
Thank you very much, Kitty. I love it.
Do we cheer for FlyQuest or do we cheer for G2, guys? I think we're gonna cheer for G2. No? Or FlyQuest. 배꼽이 눈에 들어. 아니 선생님, 알겠다고요. 진정하시길 바랍니다. Hello, Fabius of Crew. Hi.
Charismatic leader. He is the one that drives this team forward. He is the one that sets the standard for FlyQuest.
Can he really out-yap Bwipo? I don't know if that was a little bravado or if Broken Blade is truly a yapper, but if there's one thing Bwipo can do,
일 끝나고 왔다. 시영님 고생하실 거예요. 어서 오세요.
I will say that I'm a little bit delusional about Europe sometimes, but I think Broken Blade's delusion there was a bit too far. Like, you're not out-yapping the Yapmeister 3000, but I will say that after what I saw today,
cheer for EU in this economy.
Shaky. Like, okay, Broken Blade praised him.
I like Busio
Masu,
but
the Bwipo I saw.
Of course, we have to love Bwipo, right?
Sure, he was strong in the game.
Do we cheer for Bwipo or do we cheer for Broken Blade?
He kept walking in, kept getting caught, and I want to see G2 kind of hone in on
this. I think
Inspire
just gonna gap Skewmond again.
During their setups,
그냥 인스파이어드 선수가 스큐먼드 G2 정글보다.
Well, that's
아 여기서 포크 보러. wait.
When FlyQuest don't get their proper setup,
바드가 관문을 제대로 뚫은 그 세계선은
sometimes they get too overeager,
다르지
and
않을까.
sometimes where they fumble.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, right, just kind of making sure that they're pushing the right amount and not biting off more than what they can chew in terms of the engages, in terms of
궁은 잘 썼는데 관문이 좀 관문을 잘 쓰는 세계선.
Tempo lead based off wave state, then head on down, maybe take a Drake.
지금 방송 지금 6시간째 하고 있는데
Busio's
4시간 더 할 예정.
When we asked, hey, what are the reasons why you swap lanes when you have priority on the bottom side of the map? Drake is up, and they think about the lane state, they think about where they are in terms of the game state and their champions, and it sounds like it's the right type of questions to be asking for a team that wants to find international success, that wants to find, be able to play against some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, from what Busio told us, it almost sounded like you
다음 라운드는 언제 함?
there were so
다음
many
라운드는
conditions, and it was like
이따
if any of these conditions are
저녁에
true,
오시면 될 것
So
같습니다.
it kind of feels like, because that's what we saw at MSI, there was a lot of
영혼의
swapping,
꽃 온천
especially
바드
early
나오면
on,
귀여울 것 같지
even at times
않나요?
where it didn't totally make sense to
아니
me,
근데
but
바드는
I
모든
guess if,
스킨이랑
you
잘
just wanna
어울려서
get some
귀여울
sort
것
of
같기도 한데
advantage, deny their top laner.
뭔가
I think
온천의
also just the element of surprise,
온천의
because
요정 같은
like
그런
Broken
느낌.
Blade was saying, they weren't ready for it, they weren't used
있잖아
to it.
스튜디오
And
지브리 같이
I know for a long time, those kind of
토토로
macro
이런
things
것처럼
that
그런
if
느낌.
one team understands how to do a swap correctly and the other doesn't, you can fall really, really far behind.
생각 치료에서
So
나오는 그
it sounds
온천
like
이런
G2's
느낌.
gonna be more prepared for it this time, and maybe they'll have a better answer.
A little over a minute before we head on down to the stage. So, Medios, I'm going to you first. Tell me how FlyQuest gets this done over G2.
I
mean, I hope they
ban
Pantheon this time,
tough.
right?
I think they just get inspired on a good jungle matchup. They get
slow motion on the mic.
And you know, we saw it 3 times last week.
Slow motion on the mic on his face.
However long, I don't know.
방장님 티어 어디시나요? 마스터 그랜드 마스터입니다. 아니 빨리 하라고 게임도 선생님.
I know G2's gonna take this game. Why? Because they will play the side lanes masterfully.
More caster, low caster, analyst-esque than the actual game.
Circles around Quid, and he will be so. This is gonna run into a wall and get smacked. I think also G2 has just taken so many lessons. As you said, these swaps they won't get these easy leads anymore like they got at MSI. I think G2 has really evolved.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out in just a little bit.
The next game will start around 12:35.
And we've got a little bit
You're right,
more
it's
time here
12:26
on
right
the
now.
desk, so hang tight, we'll get you there in just a little bit, and all the information once we get updated ourselves. Let's go down to a matchup that you want to see here, Meteos, like just head-to-head. Obviously inspired, going up against Scumond is one that I think is FlyQuest's favorite, but what is one that you're afraid of here when in terms of for G2 side?
갑자기 계정 아웃한다고?
I think obviously G2's
최근엔 좀 지고 있어가지고 점수가 좀 떨어지긴 했어.
He's just such a good player, and one thing that I think kind of went wrong for them at MSI is potentially overvaluing the TF. I think, you know, it's funny when you listen to all these pro teams talk about Twisted Fate and Kalista, the champions that just didn't get a single win at the entire tournament. Everyone's kind of coping, being like, well, you know, the champion's actually not bad. It's just, you know, XYZ reasons.
Yeah, bad state, you know, it's played by the other team.
Yeah, you know,
bad losing
just, it wasn't a good situation for it. But I think, you know, you could kind of use that argument for any champion ever. I think some champs are just not as strong as others, and I think TF was kind of overvalued, and it didn't work out very well for G2 or any other team playing it. So I think if they move away from that and put caps, you know, on champions he's more comfortable with, champions that can
never drop TF again. That's champion is cursed, guys. 투페는 진짜 하면 안 되는 챔프로 찍혔죠. 이게 MSI에서 LCK, LPL도 투페로 1승을 하지 못하고 그대로 영승 엔딩. 영승 엔딩.
Yeah, I already spoke a little bit about the jungle, so I'm not going to repeat that, but I also think that I am
send TF to the Shadow Realm.
In team fights.
I don't know, TF is so broken in solo queue, but pro play just hasn't been very impactful for TF.
That is something that I don't want to like allow him to get into that position. I want him to attack Mazu early, so he's like, he doesn't end up in those positions like when he's even around like 30 minutes, 25 minutes.
If I picks Kalista, I go to bed. Okay, Nova.
Dangerous. So I really want to try to shut down that early because in
the FlyQuest gonna play Senna, I think. FlyQuest가 아마 세나를 꺼내지 않을까라는 좀
high praise here. High praise.
느낌이 좀 들긴 하거든. 마스 선수가 또 세나를 굉장히 좋아하셔가지고.
The fallen kings of Europe trying to find their way back to reclaim their crown up
아까
against the
하나생명
reigning
플러스
champs
이번 경기 승자가 3시드 가고 오늘 오후 최종전은 승자가 4시드라고.
rivalry between the Atlantic. They do battle here at the Esports World Cup.
4시드면은 3시드 4시드면은 T1 젠지 만나겠네. 다행히도 한생은 근데 T1 젠지 피했습니다. 이 시드로 진출해서 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going in, guys. Finally! 12:29. And I think we're gonna spend like
another crucial
5 minutes yapping here.
Is up for grabs. And it is between 2 regions.
5 minutes yapping? So
it's NA versus EU once again, but this time it's personal. They faced off earlier this month at MSI, and the result was very dramatic.
The winners of that one called it a statement. The losers, a bad day in the office. Whatever it was, it's time to run it back.
이 부분은 솔직히 다음 연도나 다음번에는 이 부분 빼도 될 것 같은데.
They've sent their North American rivals down to the lower bracket.
그냥 그 처음에 팀 소개를 다 하니까 바로 그냥 앉아서 뱀픽으로 바로 넘어가도 될 것 같은데. 개인적인 의견입니다. 물론 다 생각이 있으시겠지만. I think they could take out the section. Probably just go from analyst desk and right away to champion select right away. Because they do introduction of each team at the beginning anyways, right?
At the beginning, we saw every single team introduce themselves and the team logo. My personal opinion, it's gonna cut out a lot of time if they cut this part out.
Buckle up for our last upper bracket battle of the night. Let's get into it with our
V4가
casters
캡스랑
who
팀이었을
call
때가
the
엊그제
action.
같았는데
Thank you so
V4가
much,
이제
gentlemen,
북미로
for those
넘어간 지 꽤 되긴 했죠,
introductions.
지금.
And man, a rematch this quickly is not something
100m
we
밖에서
generally
봐도
see
알아보겠다.
after a team
어.
is knocked out of an international tournament. This is an absolute treat to see whether G2 can grab some revenge.
Yeah,
캡스
looking for
선수는 참
redemption
근데
here for sure.
한결같이 잘해주죠 항상.
And you know, FlyQuest played a pretty unique game.
I'm
leading
actually
into this,
looking
right,
forward to
go the
Quad
upper
vs
bracket
Caps because
here.
Quad popped off on
Very
Azir.
slow scaling Azir
C9 got
gameplay.
absolutely
I do
gap
not think
mid,
that
so-
G2 are going to give them the
How's
opportunity to
Caps
play
gonna
that champ again.
play
I
to
don't
him?
think
I
the
don't know.
Pantheon is going
We'll
to be
have to see
seen
how
in
Caps
this game
performs.
either.
Yes.
I think both of those champs are going to hit the ban list, probably on red side. But how the draft develops is going to be quite interesting because I feel like obviously so far in this tournament we haven't seen Caps' champion pool fully unlocked, something that we know over the course of his extremely long and successful career he has such a massive list of. Maybe that could be an angle here in this draft, because just letting Quad sit back and scale slowly to a 5,000 goal lead I don't think is on the cards here for G2.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the game plan on G2's side, and I think that especially in that best of 5 that they played against FlyQuest earlier
His
at
length is
MSI,
greater than his
I
width.
felt like almost every draft was
Are we
just
talking
a
about wide
bit
Reaper?
wrong. When I was looking at it, when we were watching it, it just felt like something was missing. And you can imagine that they have retconned that extensively since their last look-in. And of course, like blaming draft, that's cope, all that sort of
아바타
stuff.
이쁘다고.
Absolutely
감사합니다.
true.
Thank you.
FlyQuest played way better on the day. But I think that there are certainly some adjustments as far as the champions picked that is going to be pretty important to look at here for G2 as well. Going into
We'll
this
see how
matchup
it
that is
goes.
still very fresh in their minds. Of course,
If
it's
Fly
not a
loses,
bracket,
we
no
blame
one's
the
going
draft.
home
If
after
they
this
win,
one, but
we
this gets
congratulate
into
the
knockout
players.
stage
Is that how it
immediately,
goes?
and you don't need to even worry.
Hey, wait, that's what I do with T1. I'm like, wait, draft
destroyed
gal?
in the next matchup.
To be able to go
Like how
to
they lost?
knockouts through
Clearly it's the
this
draft.
matchup,
We
to
don't
do
talk
it
about how
in
it
G2's
went.
way to prove that they are the
In-game
stronger
copium.
team. They've done it twice.
Blame
Or
the
rather,
draft.
FlyQuest, way,
Exactly,
we can do it
Femi, you're
twice the
learning.
same way. For G2's case, to get revenge, to
Always.
be able to go would feel
Always
so
has been.
good. And you know, moving into this, it's a best of one, right? Strategies, tricks that these teams might have up their sleeve are going to be quite valuable here. Pantheon's gone, right? Yeah. I imagine the Azir will be that final ban here alongside the Varus for the side of G2, unless there's a counter pick that Caps has in mind. If Quad's just going to first pick it, they're going to look for that scaling
Varus,
Azir once
Pantheon,
again.
Azir,
I feel like it wasn't about
Bandouts,
the Azir as much as it
Azir을
was about the
배내야
game state
되겠지?
and how slow
We
that
all
was
saw how
played
it
out.
went.
But still, I think it's a ban worthy of
Wait?
respect. And instead, they'll just ban the Talia.
Huh?
That's super weird because I'm thinking that this is just a definite Azir lock-in. They are
Azir
hovering
are going
Kai'Sa
to
for
be
now,
first
but I don't
picked.
think that is going to be the first pick. Priority on that is not necessarily that high. And if it ain't broke, just don't fix it. I would recommend
Azir은
just locking in that
오픈인데요.
Emperor of Shurima and letting Quad do it again.
What are you gonna play
That
into
is
Azir
precisely
then,
what's going to
Caps?
happen.
And I don't think this is an
Caps
accident or
Orianna
a
angle?
mistake necessarily. I think Caps has
Quad's just smiling.
Yeah.
아니 아지르로 하드캐리 한 판이
Silas?
있었어가지고 기분이 좋을
it's
수밖에 없거든.
Takali Neferi, straight out the gate. Let's go.
Kali
They don't
go.
have to show their hand here. Obviously, they can
Annie?
go for a bigger prio jungler.
Here it is.
They're just going to slam
Caps
the
Annie.
Annie, though, instead. So can go for the Annie.
Shinzhao? No.
And
I'd like Annie Wukong.
I think Wukong
Annie
is probably
Wukong
better.
also good. Annie Viego was a
Rumble's
common pairing, but I
open.
would not
럼블도
prefer it in this
오픈이긴
particular
하거든.
draft.
I don't know if you want to pick
I think
Rumble
Annie
either.
Poppy also makes a lot of sense just because the Azir has been locked in already. Inspired
럼블
looked great in their last
상대팀한테
game
줘도
on that
괜찮나라고
champion, and
하는데
it felt
불포
like that
선수가 또
had that,
럼블을
sense of
안 하거든.
inevitability as Skimont hovering his signature pick in the Nunu just for a moment, but will be then
Vi.
locking away the Vi. And,
Yeah,
that's a
Skimont
big one that
apparently
actually
played
managed to
Nunu
get through
before
the
his
draft that
pro
we didn't
debut.
quite mention because we're used to it just being taken away or snapped up first pick every single time.
It doesn't
Inspired,
have the same
what are you gonna
durability
play?
as a pick like the
Are you gonna play
Shinzhao
Poppy?
in team fights, but the pick
What is it
potential
gonna
this
play?
comp already
Shinzhao?
has with the Annie setup is incredibly
Why?
strong. Looking for a potential Sejuani here.
Are we gonna see like Scar? Okay, we're gonna see
Yone
Sejuani.
is banned, right? Like there's other picks you can play with this Sejuani in the top lane.
레네톤 오늘 되게 좋은 모습 많이 나오는데 역시 결국 등장하네. And we're gonna see the Renekton Rumble matchup again. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have Fearless Draft, because we're gonna see the same champions again and again.
Top side here to line things up.
I mean, it's the best of
like
one.
I'm getting a lot more aggressive vibes from G2.
Obviously, they're just gonna keep playing the most broken champions.
And the Annie.
이게 제일 좋은 챔피언들을 하기 때문에 요즈마라 is here. 요즈마라.
And then if you get your hands on something like a Jhin, anything that can
맞아.
offer a little bit
I
of
was
utility,
watching,
also
yesterday.
in something like an Ezreal, it would be very powerful.
I think if you have
Broken
there's
Blade
like
has
3
finally
picks
played
really
Rumble.
that come to mind here
Yep.
for AD carry.
We're gonna watch the
Jhin
Broken
you
Blade
mentioned,
Rumble.
The Ezreal. You could look for something like a Xayah, but I wouldn't really prefer it here. Senna, in a similar vein.
Like how many
Also, I
times do we
feel
see the
like
Renekton
Jinx
Rumble
in this
today?
draft is just so free, just simply because you can use it
Over
as a
half the
counter pick.
game
You
was
can
just
try to
Renekton
outrange your
Rumble,
lane
맞죠?
opponent because Masu and
Gwen,
Busio will have to
Renekton
show their
Rumble,
hand
Gwen,
first as they're
Renekton
on
Rumble.
blue side. And you have so many ways for the Jinx to get excited. And we've seen the rise of Jinx slowly through MSI. We saw
FlyQuest
it
잘안
in the
죽는다.
MSI
든든하죠,
qualifiers here at the
세전이.
LCK for our region. The Nico will be taken away. I wonder
그냥
if
뭔가
that's a
세전이
consideration
보면은 너무
here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
든든해져.
worried because
레넥톤
as soon
세전이.
as Nico gets banned, I'm like, oh, they're just going to lock Kalista Renata.
Yeah, Kalista Renata is very strong. I think a Renata
Senna
ban makes
bench.
100% sense here.
Both
for
teams
Fly.
like playing Senna. Hanzama likes
Otherwise,
Senna.
you could end up in a
Massive likes
situation
Senna.
where even like a Draven
So
could be
they
played
banned
with
it
this
out.
draft to incredible potency here for Hansama. The Kai'Sa works well as follow-up, but man, it feels like G2 have so many strong AD carry picks here that are either incredibly strong with the follow-up for the dive or incredibly safe and can follow up,
they picking,
and do a ton
Jhin?
of damage and be hard to punish with this Renekton Azir. So
I think that the Draven that you mentioned, the more I think about it, the more I like it because they do have just a lot of damage.
MF, I'm thinking
level
MF, I'm not
6
thinking
onwards,
Draven.
right?
Yeah.
In this competition.
얘를 가져가지 않을까?
Yeah,
They're
you
gonna play
can,
Rel.
You can certainly facilitate
Rakan
getting
or
some
Rel?
of those resets,
Okay, Rakan.
or at least some of those adoration stacks cashed in. But that is going to be the Rakan, the lock-in first. They're going to save Hansama's pick until last.
I mean, honestly,
Are we gonna see something crazy like
Kalista Renata works really well for FlyQuest now, though, with the lock-in of this Rakan.
I was thinking Renata.
I think you try
Renata
to
되게
deny
좋은 것
Xayah
같은데.
Rakan by locking like something like
or
this,
they're gonna go with the
instead
Jhin.
they're thinking
Jhin
about
Brawl.
I mean, Jhin works well when you have this front line.
Jhin Brawl 나오는
Jhin is-
건가?
I mean,
Or
Jhin-
Alistar?
I mean, Jhin is
Jhin
very strong
Alistar?
for both squads, right?
Ooh.
We'll see the Alistar to get locked here first.
T1
And they're thinking
마지막
about that
뱀픽
AD
생각.
carry a little bit more.
어허.
I think Kalista loses a little bit of value in this lane, but it's still playable. I
Bard?
know everyone hates Kalista right
No,
now.
I don't think we're gonna
its
see
win
Bard
rate in
again.
MSI was 0.
Bard's already 0-2 right
but
now.
It is an option. Jhin is safe. Kalista is safe.
Bard's
And you have
already
the scaling
0-2. I
Azir
don't know
in
about
this
that.
composition already, and I think they are just going to go
Ooh.
with the Jhin because it's both strong for their comp and also a strong denial for Hansama. Will we see that bold Draven? Will we see something like a Jinx for the resets? Or even something like a Zeri, I feel like is not out of the
Saving
question
Bard from
here
a
for
nerf?
Hansama.
Yeah, thanks.
Could be an option.
Thank you.
I just see
Vulcan.
Rakan and the Xayah's still up, and I think that they're probably just gonna.
스킨 주인 썼으면 달랐다?
I
캐리어
like it less,
선수가
but, I mean, it's just
T1
what's
바드
gonna happen.
꺼내면
As the
멋있긴
good old
하겠는걸?
Busio comes in, keeps
T1
the
파이크, T1
theme
바드?
as far as color coordination as well, very on
I
the red
mean,
side
look
of the
at that.
spectrum, and allows them to align.
Look at the
and
color
I think that that's
of
very
the champions
important.
there.
I think
다
Fly has almost
시뻘건데?
0 damage,
G2.
and I'm really worried.
So I agree with you, but I think the damage that Quad will have later on can make up for it a lot of the time.
I
Especially with
mean,
the
for
front line of
FlyQuest, they
this
just want to
Renekton
farm it, I
and
guess.
Sejuani. I like FlyQuest draft way more because when I look at the draft of G2, it's got a serious range problem. You've got a lot of engage, and yes,
They
Jhin is
do have a
relatively
range
immobile,
problem,
but you have to
they're
get past
correct.
the Alistar. You got to get past the Sejuani, you
궁으로
gotta get
만약에
past the
G2가
Renekton,
궁을
and
썼을
the
때
Xayah
대박이 안
has an ultimate
나면은
that can get you out of
아지르
dodge,
진
can get you
터지고
out of
막
the
난리 나야
Renekton, maybe
되거든요.
can get you out of the Sejuani, but
만약에
you're gonna be sitting on top
아지르가
of those
살았다?
sand soldiers in a team fight. You have no
정리가 안
range,
됐다?
and FlyQuest could just sit back
그냥
and
게임이
fire
터지는 수준.
away with this Jhin, and that's where I get most concerned. I think for the side of G2, you need to be brawling constantly, you need to be constantly forcing fights. You have to have vision control the whole
이번에
time.
근데
If you lose
부시오
control
선수가
even for a
바드를
second,
진짜 맛있게
and the
써서
scaling is here,
MSI에서
comes across
부시오
here for
선수
Quad once
바드가
again. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I do think that it requires Quad to be playing really well and to get a decent early game going. Because if the Azir isn't absolutely deadly, which is exactly what we saw from him in their last matchup.
그러니까
if
G2
it's not deadly,
조합은
though,
근데
it's
저게
going to be
MSI에서
G2
되게
being
자주
able to
나온
just
조합이긴
take
한데
any fight that they
LPL도
want. They
즐겨 했던
have
조합이거든.
the I've decided that
I
you're
mean, the
dead
comp
button in the
G2
Vibe. That's why
pick
she's
is a
so
very
permanently
LPO
banned
type of draft.
most of the time is
just
because you just so very
the
easily
combo
get to decide
completely
when you want
explode
to
the
kill
team
someone,
fight.
when you want to fight.
I mean, I think these comps have completely different
Completely
identities, which is
explosive
super
fight.
exciting.
Yeah.
You know, you have the late game Azir, the range versus I'm
최근에 근데
running at you.
젠지도
It's a question
결승에서
of can
애니조합
G2
해가지고
close the gap?
졌거든요.
Can FlyQuest
급한.
play keep away and survive
그러니까
and do
애니가
that
이게
damage?
생각보다
When does Quad
이게
get his on
초반에
guard?
못
When does he
걸리고
get that
이제
zone he has completed for extra safety? Such a fun
막
matchup to be
아지르,
had here at
빅토르
North
이런
America versus Europe.
애들보다는 확실히
Good old NA versus EU, a tale as
후반이 좀
old as
딸리긴 해서
time,
어쩔
but
수
still
없이.
just as exciting as it ever was. And we are onto the rift here to see who is going to be advancing forward first.
There it is, we're starting it.
FlyQuest, of course, with an extra
We're starting
life
it,
in the
let's go.
tank. And so we're not going to be saying goodbye to anyone just yet, but being able to promote this early is going to feel absolutely fantastic. Joining Humble Life Esports, who have already made their way up there with their last victory. As Caps just go on base skin on the Annie, which I find quite interesting because Annie has
Science
so many
500
skins.
or 550
Yeah,
range?
ridiculous. Reverse
525.
Annie being probably one of the best in the game. It's just so cute.
티어 어디에요?
I like the
티어는
base
마스터
skin.
그랜드
I don't know what it
마스터입니다.
is. I guess it's because when
다들
I
원챔이라는
first,
점을
started playing
염두에
games,
두시고.
I didn't have any skins,
다른
and I liked
다른
playing
챔퍼는
Annie back
마이너스
then,
1000점.
so
In season 1, Annie was my most played.
very fun chat.
Annie most played in season
around here, but I don't think FlyQuest
Uncle
will get
moment.
punished.
Unk
Yeah,
moment.
this is very interesting, actually, as
Huh?
Cap's going to be moving forward.
What are you talking about? Season 1 was like what?
Otherwise, not too much more. They do manage
2009?
to do infinitely more
No.
damage to Fly than they took in return.
That is
2010.
true.
So there's that. That's an Atlas useless stat for you, everyone.
코드 선수 하면 이제 이렐리아 카시랑 이렐리아 딱 두 개 생각나는데
Busio, as Broken Blade is continuing to try to fish for these harpoons, will finally land a second one there. But let's see what happens with this level 1. Masu, they hit that first shot, and I guess it won't really matter. But sometimes you get in that brush, and things change in the lane.
Hey?
Yeah, and this I feel.
If you last shot like that though, you're
could
gonna get
actually
pushed in.
Disco really G2 favored. It's not exactly the most power. Of course, Jin in lane is actually pretty strong, but level 1 Alistair is probably not what you want if you want to go toe-to-toe in that 2v2. As Quad and Caps fighting once again. I feel like this is such great news for
Look at
Quad,
the
though.
look
His
at the
Azir was
Alistair
so good in
runes
the
like
last
phase
game,
rush
and he
into
just
what?
gets to continue on
Full move
down
speed.
that
Nimbus
same
cloak,
track.
Celeri.
We'll see how he's going to
Kinda
do
crazy,
against Caps
guys.
instead, of course. Different
알리스타 룬을
opposition.
보면은 이속 중심 룬을 지금 4개를 갖거든요.
Play against one another at all?
Yeah.
I know that you know when Quad was Sulka, he did spend some time down in Challenger.
I think they just missed each other. I'm not
Doing my
so
sheet
not
mask,
sure about
Kara?
that, but I think they missed each other by a year.
I need to do sheet
as like it was
mask
a bit of
too.
a later come up there on Hanwha Life.
I've been getting like
As down here in this bottom lane, like you said,
little
the
thingy
Alistair level 1 a little
thingies.
bit weak. Lebrov's, doing some great sustain. Bit of a trade happens here. Also gonna do that bouncing grenade.
Oh, I mean the Q connecting
curious
kind of makes
how
him
this early game plays
go on top
out
of the trade.
for the side of G2, because the big difference between picking something like a Draven
Is
that we
Spire
were
doing
potentially
Kronks first,
hyped
and
to
then
see
he's gonna
for
go to
Hansama,
red.
especially because he's so famed for
That's
it,
interesting.
versus
I guess
the side
he's
of the
being
Draven
careful
can
'cause,
fight early. Once everyone hits
maybe
level
if
6,
five
you
baits
can look for that early
at
cash,
red.
and you can explode early and try to punish some of the scaling elements here of FlyQuest. But now with Zaya, you're a little bit slower. Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, Bwipo just going to be a
Weepo full combo onto the minion.
That being said, that minion was very surprised about what was going on, but Broken Blade going to be able to find
EU
the
top
harpoon
laner,
here.
more like NA top
And
laner.
not going to quite silence
Holy.
himself just yet, but managing the heat really
Oh.
beautifully. And Bwipo is
Mr.
just
Bwipo.
not allowed to head towards this minion wave.
북미는 과연 어떤 것인가, 여러분.
Failed stun there, unfortunately.
아니 레넥톤이 방금 미니언한테 풀콤보를 박았는데 이게 맞나?
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen, but
Mr. Bwipo, Mr. Bwipo.
He did counteract it though with the emote very nicely as the double fold comes down here towards the bottom side.
Countering with the
Blade Not
emotes.
quite connecting
Busio
on
might have to
Masu,
heal,
but the
yeah.
heal is
It's
still
fine.
going to have to be employed here by the Fly bottom lane as G2 fighting this one pretty aggressively. Broken Blade continuing to try and keep the pressure up as in goes Bwipo. This time he's going to be able to find the stun.
Passive, W,
Permafrost coming down as well. I think Bwipo is going to, Broken Blade is going to be absolutely fine, but still down to 200 health, might be teleporting early.
That does relieve a lot
근데
of pressure
이러면은
of
레넥톤이
lane there. That
아까
was
딜견
looking
좀
like it was gonna
실수한
be
거
frozen in a really
확보했죠?
tough spot. He's able to break the freeze
덕분에.
here. And
However, he's getting
Soliman
ganked here.
is
Look at that.
lurking. It's not going to commit any
Good
further
ward
here.
though.
Does
Good
get
ward
that
to stop it
control
up.
ward but
A lot of vision
Mind
that
control
Oppo's gonna
millions
be,
of people?
dealing with here towards the top side.
Yeah,
A
you just
lot of
made
the,
millions of
early
people
game
across the
between these
world
squads
laugh.
There's been a little bit of hands checking, a little bit of
I don't know if
aggression.
millions are watching
on
this
both
right
sides,
now,
but
but
you look at the gold lead. I mean, it's 0-0.
everybody
right?
who's
we
watching
don't
it
have any big plates
laughed.
going down or anything like that, but it's a pretty significant lane lead across the board here for G2. Caps has a significant one in mid lane. You can see that, you know,
MSR
Broken Blade was able to
rematch?
stem the
Revenge.
bleeding there with the attempt from Inspired. He's just chilling, had a massive lead, had denied a ton of farm from Bwipo. And these small advantages do stack up. Yep.
I don't know if you want to
Bit of a
trade
lane
right
swap
now.
coming on through here. As Midios was talking about before, sometimes there's like a million different reasons as to why you swap.
빅포는
but when
플레이가
down
뭔가
swap
재밌다.
is kind of what I got from it. And that is
예측할 수
what
없는
G2's going to do. The Dragon is going to be
가렌을
spawning
하는
here, just a
탑라이너는
lone
역시
Chemtech to start us off. Is going to mean that adds a little bit more power to the potential
Revenge or more
souls that we're going to
humiliation?
see in this game. Only
Oh.
one Chemtech soul so
So
far
far,
today is
GT's doing
absolutely
better.
fine. Good work there, Ox. Thank you for not inundating us with too many of those. As Busio coming on over, saying yeehaw
Broken
in the
Blade
mid
Rumble,
lane
CS
because
Lee,
of
not
the
bad.
cowboy skin. So many times it is just the cowbell.
Yeah.
Right? Because like that
챔피언은
skin is so
누가 더
cool.
좋아
I mean, there's
보이나요?
also, like, the
저는
war
개인적으로
one that, you know, Mahens and Beryl like to use, but
제가 말하는 게 항상
we don't see
틀리긴 하지만
cowboy quite as much, and that was an old favorite. So I'm glad
저는
that we're bringing
레넥톤
it back.
세주안이 아지르가 그냥 너무 좋은 것 같은데
Here,
알리스타 안 해가지고
Yeah, Equalizer goes in. Inspired
뭔가
coming
되게
down, but Skimmer's
튼튼해서
in
잘 안 터질 것 같아.
position,
애니 공
and it looks like
콤보 해도
neither team wanting to fight. It's a gentleman's agreement. Just a bit of a thumbs up there. Now Caps moving forward, finds a speed up with the Molten Shield. Once again, the answer is going to be there, and there's the Emperor's Divide.
Q.
Caps electing not to use the flash yet.
평타.
And there's not quite enough damage on the table.
Where's the
so
W?
it doesn't actually have to at all. A 2v2 here. Annie and Tibbers versus Quad and Iskal.
Alistair, I thought he was gonna bop the W
I think he was
back.
going to headbutt Caps back in.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Exactly.
missed it.
Conster was confused
maybe
too.
like got caught on minions or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe he used it to get in.
Maybe he did use it to get on the pole, and I just missed it. But either way,
마술
Going for a bit
포켓몬.
of a dive here is the Blade
Eeper!
Call is so good from
How's about with the
Marcel,
E-Flash? But he actually
try and
muscle
get out
living
of
with the
that.
10 HP! What the hell? The heal coming through!
Masu thought he could
What
find it
the
with the fourth
hell?
shot, as the Q is
와
gonna be
진짜
enough.
최선을
And
다했는데.
first blood over to the
Zaya
Zaya
played that
feels
so well, by the
fantastic
way.
for G2.
oh man, he thought he had the damage
The
on that fourth shot. I mean, that's all you have to
E-Flash.
hope for, right? He was able
Really
to just
hard to
heal
react
up
to unless
barely
you
with
kinda
that
like
bot
think
to
ahead of time.
survive long enough to look for it, but this
그거는
early in the game, he just
가능하기
did not have
굉장히
the damage there.
빡세죠.
Ultimately does die using his
뭔가
summoner spells to
예상을
try to trade
하고
one back. That's a huge lead
플래시
that,
쓸
that
준비를
Hungu
하고 나서
already
해야
has,
돼.
you know, in terms of the
되게
80
잘했다,
carries, and with
자야가.
him dying there,
자야
that
땄으면
lead will
되는데?
continue to
자야가 잘했다,
grow.
이건.
As
진도
it's the
최선을
lane leads I
다했다,
mentioned earlier
저건.
that continue to snowball here. It was 500 gold.
I mean,
Now with
maybe
that
if
kill
she
going
flash
over, it's
the
1,500
flash
gold here
spots.
at just below 7.5 minutes in. As
Mr. Busio.
still looking for that kill onto Caps.
I mean that happened because Alistair roamed mid. 알리가 미드 갔는데 플래시도 안 빠져서 근데 캡스 선수가 플래시도 안 썼죠. Caps didn't even have to flash for the Alistair roam. So the reason why this happened at all is because Alistair roamed mid, by the way, and tried to go for the kill on Annie with Azir, but just didn't happen. Oh wow, and Lebrov tanked tower perfectly, but which almost got him killed, by the way. 힐이 있어가지고 근데 일부러 알짱거리면서 와, nice played by Lebrov as well, honestly.
Very close. Not enough. Void grubs are going to spawn here.
건질 돈 차이 많이 난다. 방금 죽어서 이거 웨이브 다 타고.
Over this map right now. Caps is unable to join, but I just don't think there's enough FlyQuest here to deny.
Yeah, a bit of battle in the mid lane just to try
소포의
and
로밍
fully
한 번이
flood
그냥
away, but you can see FlyQuest
게임이
still
좀
going to look for it.
불리해지는.
He does have access to that curtain call like you were talking about, and Quad has the inside track, finds the Emperor's Divide as well, but Broken Blade has made his way over the flash out from Quad.
What
But
looks
the
that?
harpoons are going to land, and he is in
Less?
so much trouble. Not able to shift the sands, and Cool Guys don't want explosions as
저거는
G2
방심을
grabs their second kill
했나요?
of the game.
I don't think he realized Broken Blade's gonna be there. Really good romance from Broken Blade, I think.
And the lead here is
이게
just
럼블
exploding.
위치가 놓쳐가지고.
Yeah, this could be one as they layer the CC real nicely.
Oh, Lebrov has oh, they're all that. Look at that.
It's a warfare. And G2, I think they took that 3-0 at MSI pretty seriously.
Yeah,
and personally, as you
아니 G2 근데 진짜 잘하는데?
really look like they're
LeBron gets out again?
Once
Oh
again,
no.
avoid death here, getting away from that curtain.
Oh,
Hit by the last one there.
Oh, Busio!
Does have the Featherstorm available as now Busio might find himself
he's sad.
overextended because Skimon gonna give him the good old death.
와, G2 잘한다 근데. Wait, G2 is actually popping off? G2 is actually popping off, guys. G2 is actually popping off.
I mean, we're starting to talk about nearly insurmountable gold lead here at 9.5 minutes with the snowball that is really rolling down the hill here. We talked about how
010.
They need to stem the bleeding early. They need to make sure they
Rufus
get
only
through
one
the
who hasn't
early
done
game
yet
so
on
the
team.
Azir can be relevant later on and they can play that game
Broken
of
Blade
just
looks sad.
outranging. Broken Blade may be a casualty here though in the bottom side.
Yeah, I think he may die. So Alcove Gaming is not going to save him there. And he is just going to get taken out. Deals with the minion wave.
애니가 애니메이션 승률 73%였다고.
Making their way down. Still, FlyQuest are now on the board.
Certainly are.
캡스 선수는
I just don't know if it's enough.
코드의 아지르가 무섭지 않은 건가? 밴을 안 하는 것도 그렇고. Oh, Weeper actually using Lebrov as a bridge. Lebrov actually saved it because if it didn't give the E. Right.
And he's looking a little worse for wear. Still
I mean, he didn't die, so I mean, absolutely not dead.
확실히 근데
absolutely alive, very alive.
북미 1위 팀이랑 해가지고 G2도 그래도 강팀이긴 하죠. MSI보다 훨씬 폼이 많이 올라온 것 같기도 하고.
Yeah, well, it's.
I don't know. I mean, it's still winnable for both teams, but
Whippo does fail. He flashes to get the slice and
definitely
dice
looking
away,
like
and
a
then stick around just a little bit too long there. Lebrov ends up being the one who bites the bullet there. As you can see, the gold difference
draft
over
difference
time.
post jet lag, is that what I meant?
Here, it does shrink quite substantially.
And practice as well.
You know, we were looking at a 3,000.
Broken Blade's been
now
practicing.
we're looking
G2's
at
been practicing
just
a lot.
1,500 here. So basically,
a lot of
cutting it in
players
half.
were
That
criticizing
said,
them.
Still a great position here for G2. Yep. And I mean, we're moving into
G2
this mid game
선수들은
where
제가 듣기로는 브로큰 블레이드 선수 집 가자마자 럼블로 솔랭을 10판을 돌렸나? 럼블 케이스 연습하려고. The moment the compliment Broken Blade is that.
Not even close, says Whippo as he just cuts him up.
And I don't think they can cross map, unfortunately. Masu is very well aware of the fact that since nobody was helping out
칭찬하자마자 바로 그냥 죽어 있는데요.
is just going to let this wave crash
Never
into
complimenting
the turret
Broken
and say,
Blade
I'm not going
again.
to lose my life for
0-2
this.
now.
I mean, do you know what? I can feel Meteos backstage just like
별판 가지고는 역시 쉽지 않다.
He's like, no, it was never that G2 favored. Don't worry about it.
탑 감수성 해달라고.
The lead is shrinking just a little bit, sure. As Busio now,
have
with
his
that
cue.
unbreakable will, does just make sure he's able to escort Caps towards his inner turret. He does use the flash. They were waiting for that one, as he now just takes.
They're gonna turn it though.
He'll take a bear to the face.
이러면은 그냥 알리스타 터지겠는걸?
Burn down. The last hit not going to quite be enough there with the Leandries that was just put together. Still, he is going to be able to make his way out.
알리스타 높으죠. 저게 어떻게 사냐고. I think it's the heal debuff, right?
The big story that we weren't watching was the
힐
fact that Masu,
패시브
like I said,
때문에
he had
산
to
거야
walk away from
방금.
the turret.
아니
He was
어떻게
like,
된
oh, I'm
거야?
not
그걸
gonna die.
살라니.
But he did just walk away from the turret and give up several waves.
부시오가 좀
and then
아쉽다고.
also lose his
부시오
turret
좀
and
알리스타
couldn't
숙련도가
farm,
좀
the
의심되는
entire
장면들이 좀
time.
있는 걸.
Yeah.
저도 알리스타
The
굉장히
Jin
못하긴
really didn't like
하는데.
how that all of that went to
근데
pass,
확실히 우리는
unfortunately.
뭔가 마타
As
선수
this gold lead here for
코칭을
Hansama
받은 캐리아
is the
선수의
biggest in the
알리스타 뭐
game
이런 걸
by
보고
far
왔기
at nearly
때문에
2,000 at this point, and this Zaya is ready to
딜라이트
team fight.
알리스타부터 해가지고.
I think I'm ready to get back on my
롤은
original
체력이 안
opinion
돼서
of Jin,
10년 전에 하다가 접었다.
which was that I just didn't like him very much. I gave him a bit of a pass for MSI because he
10년
offered a bit of
전이면은 제가
utility,
롤을
right? If you
시작하는
add a
그
lot of
타이밍에
extra carries
접으셨는데.
to the rest of the map, you do need
시즌
your
5인가?
AD carry to take a bit of a back seat. Not in this game.
I was just gonna
I don't think this is
dash
the
out like
game
that.
where Masu wanted to be.
I mean, games
on
actually
something
kind of
like the
evened
Jin.
out
I
again.
think the Jin is
Like the
an
goal
issue
goal
when
gap
the rest
is
of the map is starting to fall apart and you're kind of left on the wayside.
mostly on
by
Zion,
yourself.
if you look at the goal
I
gap.
do think that when we come
And
to
most of
team
the
fights
goals
later
from
on,
FlyQuest
because he's so far
related.
behind, he will look useless
골드 차이가 근데
unless
원딜
things
골드
change in
차이가
that big
굉장히
way.
많이
I mean,
나는
because he's
중
massively
지금.
behind
캠
right
차이도
now.
봐봐.
It's going to be
Like
tough
Jin doesn't
for
even
Masu
have a
to
supposed
kind of
item right
prove
now,
my
but
point about the range and the way the
Zion's
team
stacking
fight
Yuntal.
composition can work. But right now,
right
if you're a Jin anti, you're feeling pretty good because it just isn't
Boss is
looking like
playing
with this
Jin
game
again.
state he's going to be able to do a whole lot. The lead here for Caps is pretty significant as well. And so getting to that game state for FlyQuest, the late game where they can come back into this one, it feels so far away. It feels unfathomable to imagine, you know, a 35-minute game state where suddenly Quad is really hitting and they can fight the way they
thanks for the 18 months really special. The results
want.
and welcome to the people family really special.
There's a few opportunities here in this mid game, like for example the Herald that's spawning here for a big team fight win before things get too out of hand.
뒤에서 W랑 궁만 써주면 되는 거예요.
As
아지르가 본
G2
체임.
once again pulling into a significant lead now, nearly 2,000.
Inspired just AFK? Or is he caught or are they caught?
Busio from getting in, but he's still
Busio!
pulverize. Flash out comes on through his Caps.
Oh, they're just running it down.
He's going to have to get rid of that CC. Is
What?
that LeBron just like with an insta McHale's? That was kind of sick, to be perfectly honest. That is a very dead
just
Skuma.
dead.
I was a little bit concerned about the split of the CC there.
Are they called or
you
are
know,
they
I
called?
thought, okay, just focus Skuma on and you get him for
아니
sure. If they do
뭔가
ultimately get down that final
플래퀘스트가
shot there from
볼드는
Masu.
뒤쳐지는데.
And now Hansama is actually left out to dry here. TP
wow,
coming through from
FlyQuest.
Labrov. Can they save him?
He is going to get in there. There's
I mean,
the
it's 4 people.
Can Hansama find the angle?
What the hell, Labrov? Your Rakan is so clean! What? Oh, Broken Blade with a really nice ulti to take down us here. And Inspire gonna go down as well. And they get out.
just really turned it around here.
와, 라칸 진짜 미쳤는데? Mr. Labrov is angry, guys. Look at this gameplay from Rakan.
Oh dear, yeah. Caps wants to get that auto, actually finds the Incinerate over the wall, and down goes the cow.
Labrov, Rakan! He
He
ran it down on Nolan's trace. I was a little bit worried, but
perfectly honest, it's like a whole bunch of animals
my guy is
in a
popping
gym
off.
on the side of Fly.
커드 뭐하냐고.
Broken Blade is going to get a ton of damage done to
아니
this
방금
turret as well.
뒤에서
He
근데
crashes 2
럼블군 맞고
waves
죽은
into
건
it.
어쩔
It's
수
a long way
없는데.
for Quad to get back over to this top lane. Doesn't have
같이보기를
teleport. He might
방해했죠.
actually escape
그것도
the whole
멈췄을
thing,
시간?
frankly. As we go back to this play, this was from a while ago, where Inspired was hiding here. They do end up getting the root here onto
this play
Skuma. And then
was
the ult
good.
here from Inspired actually goes on to Caps as they get a little bit greedy, hoping they could get both. And that's what I
Flash
was
kill.
concerned about.
Boom.
But Masu gets
Flash
that final
kill.
shot there. The 4th shot will be enough damage, so they still end up
Let's
getting
watch
him.
here
This
what
is a heroic
happened
play
to
from
Khan.
LeBron. So
Why did he
unseen
die so
teleport
quickly?
here. The ult from Hansama buys enough time. He gets knocked up. It gets the charm here to allow Hansama to get there. Triple knock up, and then blocks the shots.
He shouldn't get tower and he died.
He opens up the curtain call. Look at this.
He was just there, auto-attacking tower.
Then charges in with a knock up.
타워를 평타를 때리다가 죽었는데. He did 0 damage that fight. He had ult, flash, and everything. 아 이게 뭔가 아지르랑 같이 그냥 뒤에서 적당히 다이브 보다가 텔포 온다 빼자 타워만 쳐 막 이랬는데 타워 잡은 다음에 같이 하면 몰라도 서로 그냥 합이 안 맞았네요.
And as we can see, the result is a 1.4k gold lead for
How old are you,
Hansama on
Fevi?
this Zyre. And
I'm older
I'm
than your
looking at it
grandma.
and I'm feeling like the amount of late game damage potential out of this Zyre is going to be absolutely obscene. And what it means on top of
Grandma
everything else
Feviknight.
is the fact that you can eliminate
Abandon the
these
Zir, yeah.
neutral objectives so
I feel like the Zir call for just grabbing tower there is the correct call if they channel so much TP. At the same time, if no one's helping you, maybe it's a bad call,
It's the
right?
first Ocean dragon of the game, as we have Ocean Soul here.
Never ask a
completely under
lady
the
their
control
age?
of
Yup.
G2. And this is where things get a little bit
Ask
tricky
a
for
lady
FlyQuest
their
because they want to sit back
age.
at scale. They want to just say, Quad
League
TP
player.
him, but maybe just leave him on the side instead.
Their
They need
IQ.
to use this dragon wisely. And I think trying to force a fight here is probably not going to be it. Trying to get that top inner, though, could be a good thing if they can slow this down.
Lebrov's on vision, but he's able to grand exit out of this one. Deadly Flourish, not going
My
to
grandma
be
doesn't have 20s
to
growth
hold him in
voice.
position, and that is just
Yeah,
gonna be
your voice ages too, I guess, right?
It is, oh dear, the flash over the wall.
Oh, Quad is just solo boloed by Broken Blade.
The pigeon to a crisp.
와, Broken Blade! 럼블 10판 이거 히트인데요.
But because
Broken Blade Rumble
Broken Blade
popping
doesn't
off
have
now.
TP, but he's like, oh, if you're gonna stay, I'll stay.
Oh my, he
we
might
already
be
have
dead.
Dragon Prio, and I'm pretty big. I will
No
just
TP.
kill you. All he has to do
No
is
TP.
flash the Emperor's Divide, and he does. And down goes the
They're
Azir,
committing.
and they get nothing.
Is
He may lose his life, though.
Push mid though.
Yeah, this might be something.
미드
They
타워
can
근데 두
actually
개 밀리게
get the
생겼는데
kill.
이거?
The answer is pretty good though.
It's
on the other
yeah.
side, Inspired actually takes a lot of damage, but they'll take down the outer turret, and they're going to look for the inner at the same time. As Skumon
That's
trying to get
not
himself
worth
back
if you
in,
lose
actually,
2
with that
towers
Ball
for
Breaker, and they'll
1
just finish
kill?
this off. So 2 turrets in
세주원이?
trade for a rumble,
and a kill on a
근데 이게 세주원이가 먹는 거는 근데 너무 맛없어서 이거 타워 2개 너무 뼈 아픈데 이거? I don't know, FlyQuest is
getting
absolutely dismantled by G2
right now. That was
right
the
now.
only play they could make, and they were at least able to get that much, but
앵그리 G2
it just
MSI에서
FlyQuest한테
털렸거든요. 근데 이거
to be further and further in G2's favor.
럼블 궁큐 존냐만 눌러도 피 갈릴 것 같다. 럼블 이 정도 성장이면 그래도 나쁘지 않게 잘 끄는 중.
And going to that moment here, this is Broken Blade who's like, well, I was going to come over, but I guess if you're going to stay, I don't have TP. Drops Equalizer on him, has his heat charged here for the full maxed out Q damage, and then flashes the Emperor's Divide. And
Broken Blade!
And cooks him. So
아까부터 뭔가 컨디션 좋아 보였는데, 와.
to be that late game damage threat for this team. I think it was the
아니,
right
아재를
call,
선픽해가지고
but he gets
공상공.
outplayed.
Yeah, he did.
First picking a 0 into 0 through 0.
Thought the Emperor's Divide was going to be enough, but as soon as that
Monty,
flash
thanks for the
happens,
emails. Really
Broken
appreciate it.
Blade,
Welcome
you're
to the
never
Maple
actually
Family.
going to
Really
be
appreciate
able
it.
to do enough.
Support. Mr. Monty.
And you're not going to be able to outrun him.
I hope you had a fun time at
And so the man
MSI.
with the double masks is
I
gonna
saw
be
you guys
able
were
to take
eating
him
some
down.
really
2-3
good food every
now
day.
on
Like,
this
what?
rumble, but as soon as the
Hello?
second item comes on in,
I was jealous.
this is going to be a very, very
So if you guys don't know, for
scary
MSI,
order
some of the memes
up
meet
there
up.
towards the top side
Met
of
up
the
in
map.
Canada
As
and
Caps is going to be clearing out this wave. Whippo
it
lying
looked
in
really
wait.
fun.
Wanted to give away his
Yes.
position too early and is
Vancouver
eventually just going
popped
to catch that wave and throw it back towards G2. Headbutt Pole going to come
Lindsay's
through
not
once
sharing
again.
now, that's
Deadly
what I'm
Flourish
saying.
as the follow-up, and Lebrov almost loses a health.
Broken Blade this time might
Oh,
actually
Broken
die
Blade
to a
might be
champion that
caught.
wants money.
Yeah, perhaps.
Broken
He's not
Blade,
gonna
is he
come
caught
down,
or are
but
they
Broken Blade
caught?
is in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
He
he's
does get pushed
caught.
back kind of a way that he wants to, but
Oh, that's a
Masu
huge kill
was
for
there as
Azir.
well. There was no way out here.
That is
and,
exactly
I'll
what
make
you
that
want
one
on Azir.
8-2
방금 킬 근데 너무 맛있을 것 같은데,
Has been
아재를.
playing a little bit fast and loose on the sides without enough vision to support that. And
I mean, G2 has to not throw here because FlyQuest comp is front to back really strong now.
Putting on a lot of pressure.
I mean, these are the types of ways. I mean, it's going to take like 3 or 4
아직은 CS를 못
more plays
먹은
like that
건
for
너
FlyQuest to get
아니라서
back in this game,
성장을
but that is
또
exactly
잘하고
what you
있거든.
want. As Humon's here, Bwipo needs to get out of dodge. Does have his Q charging, has ultimate. They're not going to commit any further, but the amount of time that Quad has been able to, despite the deficit here, despite him being 1-3,
복구의 시장. 이럴 때면은 그냥 유리한 팀이 아타칸 먼저 치는 것도 괜찮긴 해, 근데. 부르는 거지. So basically you're ahead, so G2's like, okay, I'm gonna just force a Atakan, and you have to come here and contest this. Right. Oh, Smite at 500! Smite at 500. If they can just walk out, I think it's worth it. Oh, Lebrov has to dodge it. 와, 이걸 또 살아가네. 와.
It's a little bit of a shot from the Sand Soldier, and then a nice invisible deadly flourish to try and lock down on Sama, but it's not enough.
On FlyQuest as well, you just give it.
Because
Like,
he used
okay,
it,
whatever.
obviously, in that last
I mean, it'd be
play
nice if they
alongside.
solo
It's
buff,
just now
you know.
coming up, but even if he has ult, tries to flash for it, Hansama could just ult him and just be like, all right, I'm chilling. Nice try.
방금 근데 자야 깃털 버스 하려고 1을 딱 썼는데 그것 때문에
Perhaps if they had
스마트
just kind of
타이밍
slow
좀.
played and contested and let
I think
Quad
Inspired
sit in
could
that
have
bottom lane and maybe
100%
take
tried
out
to
an
steal
inner,
it,
that
but
would have been the better
Lebrov I
play,
think
but
had
he
Smite.
TPs in and they're unsuccessful.
Spellbook Smite was
And
ready
again,
for
he was
that.
burned by sitting in the side
I
lane
kind of want to
topside last
rewatch
time
to
by
see if
Broken Blade.
Lebrov actually
This
changed
time
his
he's like,
mind.
well, I'm just going to TP in and look for it, but fortunately not able to get anything. A big Otacon play for the side of G2.
커드 억까 그만해. 저는 억까한 적 없습니다.
Back up again. There's the knock up from Lebrov as well as they found Masu, and he is just
That is the wombo combo that we're talking about. Bwipo is in the wrong spot. Bwipo's fucking wrong, I think.
There is a blast going to allow Bwipo to escape, but Inspired may not be so lucky. Him and Bristle are able to escape though, and G2 unable to get their fangs into anyone other than this Jhin. Okay, never mind. Maybe they found Bwipo.
I think Busio should.
Coming on through.
Yeah,
I think Busio's trying to steal, like, keep him alive.
He does.
Oh, Busio's gonna die though.
That is the unbreakable will back off cooldown now.
Okay.
As they look for a bit of a dive.
He's actually alive. 아니 알리스타 또 살아 저걸? Oh my.
They are looking to back away. Is now Hansama.
Busio just keeps living with 10 HP every single time.
Respawned. So they have to be a little careful. They will be able to
Alistair
back away.
broken champion
Low
confirmed.
health bars here, and I think that's what FlyQuest wanted
Alistair
to
broken
pounce
champion.
on and pressure, but
몇 번을
G2 are
사는
now
거야,
grouped back
저렇게.
up again, right? And I think that starting this dragon is completely realistic. Even with Quad having flash and ult up, just not going to be able to get in to look for a deny. And
Inspired nowhere in sight here as well. He does finish hysterics, but he doesn't have teleport. He cannot join the fight, so that is going to be soul point picked up. There's another Mikhail's
Mikhail's cleanse.
Never mind, it's actually a cleanse. Still, Hansama at full health. The curtains have been
Oh,
called.
Caps is tanking for his ADC.
The equalizer's good from Broken Blade though, and Inspired he agrees. It's gonna give him a good old thumbs up for that one. As
Inspired
they make their way out
yoink.
scot-free.
G2 don't have to use any ultimates outside of
아니
the
근데
equalizer
뭔가
there. They're just chilling.
차이가 막
They know their
엄청
limits so
벌어져야 될 것
incredibly well. They
같은데
know, okay, we can't fight here, let's
G2도
back away.
좀
Okay,
차이를
now we're grouped on Dragon, they
좁히
can't do anything. Checkmate,
그러니까
we grab
차이를
Dragon,
이게
we
벌리지
away.
못하고 있죠.
Thanks for the
Like
ult,
they're
Busio.
not
Like, you're
actually
gonna
able
get
to get a
anything from
good
us
enough
here.
goal
And they
lead
know
to
exactly how
close
much
out the
they can
game because
walk
they
that
actually had a
fine
4K
line of
lead.
taking the Dragon
And look,
kiting
the
away
goal
and not
the
being
goal gap
punished,
is
even with
basically
Azir
even
having
now.
that ult up.
The
So
only thing is maybe the dragons and
FlyQuest are
the
keeping themselves
Atacon.
alive in this one. It's
That's
just
the
a
only one.
2,000 gold lead.
They feel like
You know,
with the
lead has
flowers, they
actually
don't really
gone
have that
over
big of
in
a
the
flower
mid
gap
lane to
either.
this
Like
Azir
it's
that
only
spent
8
so
flowers.
much time in sides.
Think
And
out.
he has to be the win con
G2's
here. We said
bleeding
this about
gold,
Quad
yeah.
so many times, so much on
G2's bleeding gold
Cassiopeia
everywhere.
oftentimes in the past.
G2 계속 손해보고
On
있어
this Azir,
뭔가.
just like in the previous game they played earlier today, he has to be the win con. He has to be that
이러면은
supreme
또
late
누가
game
이길지
damage.
모르겠는걸?
And on the other side, it's
I don't know who's gonna win anymore. Because look at that. Quad actually has a goal lead into Caps now. Caps is behind in gold now. Despite being 3-0 and having a gold, shutdown gold on top of that. 근데 골드가 아지르가 앞서 보이는데 오히려 그 현상금 골드가 애니 머리 위에 아직 476원이나 있거든요.
The side of G2, Baron
I don't understand the
in just
shutdown
10
gold.
seconds
How
time.
does that even
That range
operate?
advantage will be significant despite a
Like
gold
how does
deficit, so
Annie have
you
a
to play
nearly
this up clean
500
as
gold
G2.
shutdown on his head? How?
So mistakes could cost you big.
How does that
Because
happen?
even with the 2,200 gold lead here for
I mean,
Hansama,
Azir has a
can't
gold
hit
lead now.
autos. It
The
doesn't
shutdown gold
necessarily
should better
matter.
go
And if they start to
go
lose map
away.
control as they are a little bit
Having
here
shutdown gold
in
on
this
Zaya
mid
makes
lane,
sense, but
that's
on
maybe an
Annie
angle
it
for
doesn't make
FlyQuest
sense.
to get back in. I feel like FlyQuest down, but certainly not out in this one.
사이드
Now
운영할 때
G2 have the group, they have a
골드
ton of vision
따라잡힌
removed
맞아.
here. That Scuttlecraft is
애니는
about
계속
to fade as
합류해야
well.
되는 챔프
Threatening
중에
a potential
하나라서
Baron
결국
is very
물론
smart.
당연히 사이드 미니언도 먹을
That's
수
what they're going to
있지만.
look for. Flippo with a bit of a wrap around as they don't have a lot of information.
Oh,
There is the
Busio
flash.
going on
And
Broken
headbutt
Blade?
flash pole from Busio, but it doesn't quite get the angle that they're looking for.
Skewmon Mikhail's really nice actually. Oh, that is a decent rumble ulti, but they have the run. If Skewmon dies here, it's a GG. Oh, Flash! Flash was needed, I think. If he was trying to charge his Q, Busio would have just comboed his ass, cancelled his Q.
I think they have enough damage to start this
I
up
think you
100%.
have to go for steal
Gonna get
here.
that teleport out of Labrov. He does have on
Skewmon
shield, so he
has
can just
smite.
get right back
Maybe
on
can
the
look.
right.
Broken Blade could be in trouble as Whippo
Okay, Labrov
unable to get
TP's
through the wall. That was a bit of a sad one. He has a Pengu
Spellbook
ready,
TP
so
back
once
from
again,
Labrov.
the emote
Not too
game
bad,
is
I
good,
guess.
but they're not going to be able to kill the
바로는 안
Rumble.
되는 걸로.
Not
라칸이
confident enough with the
텔포를 바로
teleport for
복귀해서
Labrov. They know he has unsealed.
정글을
And
주는
they're also
것도
a bit
아니고.
split, like you said, chasing there, looking for the kill on
와우.
the Broken Blade, who lost his flash
한치
moments
앞을
before, and they do end up losing
모르겠는데.
control of this. Labrov is
I don't know
recon, so
what's gonna
probably
happen
fine.
here,
Caps
guys.
is just lurking, man. They're trying to bait so hard.
Caps really should just grab the wave,
I
man.
don't need
He's
a reset.
losing out
I
on so
can't
much
afford my
gold and
next
XP in
item.
the
Void
side.
Staff's not ready yet, so I'm just
I
going
don't
to make
know.
sure that they're not going to get on
Broken
top
Blade
of this Baron.
again. But
Oh,
remember,
Broken Blade is
Flashless, this guy's
Broken
gotten caught so many times.
Well, I mean, there is a teleport from Quad, so he can actually be here. Empress
Oh,
Divide goes
Broken Blade
down
has the
as
fucking run.
Inspired going to be a little bit
Oh,
late,
no
but,
CC!
now Empress Divide, the teleport is free.
He's gonna match
Just
it.
TP top side, back to the top lane. 와 이거는 이거 텔포 판단 되게 좋았다. Sejuani is so far! Sejuani is on the other side! The con! Seal it! G2 gets it. 플라이커스 너무 방심했는데 이거 바로 쪽에서 세전이가 너무 멀어가지고 이게 이렇게 된다고. 럼블 잡았어도 이게 바론이 나가긴 했겠다. Even if they killed Broken Blade, the Baron's gone. I think. Sejuani was way too far inspired. Had to be on top of that. Oh, Weeble Flash, but nothing is gonna happen. I think this one might be done. Or is it? 아이고, 진이 또 이게 궁이 좀 안 맞았으면 몰라도 궁이 안 맞아가지고.
Cannot really get there to get these auto attacks down, and they will be able to find Inspired, and down goes the Azir before he can do anything at all. And G2 are just slaughtering this fight. Look at his damage.
Goodbye.
There's so much damage in this choke point.
Revenge completed.
He's trying to do the
Revenge
same,
completed.
but it's just too little, too late. Hansama carrying this game on a Zaya pick I had doubts about, but he got an early lead and he just will not be stopped. Fearless or G2 and Matu. Looks like he's going to be the last to fall in this exchange, but man, 7,000 damage. Tier 3 boots now in
I don't know why
Zayas
Moss is there, but you know.
I think FlyQuest were wise to try to take that fight in the choke point,
아,
but
뭔가네요,
they just weren't able to
정말.
do it. The wallets are heavy here on the side of G2. They will get the Ocean Soul.
인스파이러 선수도 오늘도 뭔가 판단 아쉽다요. 뭔가.
It feels like maybe this is the end here, and I think FlyQuest are feeling the same. Quads in this position. The
Inspired and Busio just keeps trying to play so aggro on two tanks, I feel like.
And as they decide, okay, the Jin ult is gone, they go back in. Hansama's untouched. As we're going to jump out of the replay, he just sits there and does 7,000 damage for free.
It was absolutely ridiculous, and now he's going to do even more damage. As that's
Look at Hansama, God lie.
Emperor's Divide going to get Quad out of dodge, or does it? As the cease and desist comes on through, they're looking to try and dive.
I did criticize Hansama's gameplay at MSI, but he's angry Hansama now. Angry Hansama.
G2 going to continue pushing forward.
Today?
Minions that are all buffed up by the Baron.
Yeah, Bippo's going to try to trade this bounty inner turret for the inhibitor. I think this is a wise call coming
그래, 이게 한스싸마거든요.
He does have TP. He's going to pick up a ton of money here.
브로큰 블레이드도 솔직히 뭐 이 정도면 잘해주고 있고 G2 확실히.
I mean, G2 have all but broken the back here.
LeBron, most of all, I think the way LeBron is playing this game is crazy good. Definitely a huge support gap coming
trying
through.
to keep Broken Blade in position. The curtains are going to get called. One shot is actually going to connect here, as Broken Blade is going to get cut down with that Cull the Meek. One shot.
Compliment Broken Blade. Next moment, Broken Blade
one shot's enough
in game, of course.
to actually help secure that one. I mean, Quad.
I guess.
He
Someone
is
else go
really
bot lane
hanging
too.
on in this game, isn't he? He's like, hey, give me any money. He's about to have his death cap. Doesn't quite have it.
바위가 있을
Rapid
봐.
fire cannon now on Masu. He's got 3 items.
아니,
Yeah,
바위가-
there's 4 items on Hansama.
I do feel like if you're even vision, everything's set up on both sides. The
다이아를
range advantage is a problem for
잡는다면은
G2 with some of the
어떻게
over-aggressive
되나?
plays, like what we
다이아를
saw
무조건
from
잡고
earlier.
시작해야 되긴
There can be
하거든.
a problem, but
I don't know. They have to kill
issue
Zaya,
here
but
is
it's
Hansama's
impossible.
damage.
Look at Hansama
So
just
if you
space
can't kill
gliding
this
on you.
guy, and he just gets to auto, it doesn't matter how big
잘 큰
your
자야만큼
zero is,
무서운 게
'cause you'll
없긴
never
해
be as big
근데
as this
잡기가
Zaya right
굉장히
now.
빡세서.
This is a problem that Skumon goes too far forward here, does end up getting punished.
Vi
Broken
just
Blade
threw
gets
it, and then
TP'd on, and
Broken Blade
dies, and
also
this
gets
does
caught on both
really
sides
take a
as
little bit of
well.
the wind out of the sails here
So G2
for
keeps throwing a little
G2.
bit, but at this point, like Hansama is going to be able to carry or what?
Same play, and it works again. What the heck?
Just walk into the bush?
The unbreakable will is going to break.
아니 저 부시에서 사고가 몇 번이 터지는 거야
Now the
진짜.
equalizer is going to have to be walked over here by Masu if he wants to get out. There's the
Oh,
cease and
Skumon is
desist.
going in.
The follow-up is not quite there, and Masu does have an inner turret, but actually never mind. The Vi is just enough
진나 구려.
to wipe out this Jin. And
Buppo trying to keep his team in the game here, like keeping the
doing
minions.
what he can to hold back the waves and waves of minions.
뭐 이렇게 되면은 게임은 안 끝나겠는 걸? Buppo is actually delaying the game from
With
ending.
2 down here, 3 down rather, I should say, for FlyQuest. He may get punished here. Doesn't quite have his flashback up. The blast cone is denied. He should die. This does buy a significant amount
Full
of time
combo into
here
any no damage.
for the rest of the team to respawn.
That was something.
Yeah. But I mean, this is
여기
like the
부시-
new grinder that is Hansama.
여기
Sejuani
부시에서
can't
몇
be
번을
an
당하는
auto
거야.
attack range of this
진짜
champion.
레전드네.
It was the
And
same
Alistar
play.
Alistar can't be an auto attack range of this champion. He is actually like, he's more than a fountain laser. I don't know what that is. But
Oh my gosh, that thunder sound was so loud, I got scared.
if there were like
밖에
3
천둥
fountains
소리
next to
겁나
each
커,
other and
레전드.
you walked into all 3 of them,
I'm
they
scared,
all overlap,
guys.
that's what
The thunder
Hansama's
sound
doing
was
in
so
this
loud.
game.
It's like you're playing the easiest levels of a tower defense, you know, and it's like the first wave. It's very, it's looking dangerous. As Quad also just going to get jumped on here by Skumon, who doesn't quite have the same answers as the rest of his teammates with his flash on cooldown. Did have the ulti.
It was like so loud. I was like,
but
huh?
isn't
What's
actually
going on?
going to employ it.
I mean, this
doesn't have the ult now.
This is significant because they have the mid push here with the super minions, and now Quad doesn't have ult.
And
for
he has a
potential
ponytail,
Baron's
you're
up in
pretty
30
high.
seconds. I think G2 could just
Long
do
hair
their due
feviknight
diligence
is
here,
back.
put some deep
Long
vision
hair
up,
feviknight.
and look to start this Baron up with a nearly full build Zaya. They just auto it down so quickly and just sit there and go, well, you don't have engage, you don't have a great way to stop this. Good luck. And I mean, for FlyQuest, how do you respond
근데
here?
게임이
Without
안
that
끝나냐?
ultimate from Quad, you kind of just have to deal with the mid push and
아니 뭔가 우리가 알고 있는 리그 오브 레전드 골드 차이가 좀 나기 시작하면 게임은 끝나는 게 정상인데. I don't know, the game's just not ending.
And they're going really like deep into the dream state as well. There's the flash forward.
Oh, Moss is flashing out, but he just can't live. Look at that. just can't live, guys.
Equalizer, so there is just nowhere good to go. Finally, the grand entrance is going to miss, but Inspired is not going to be in the same situation. He does have to
I don't think he's going to be living, guys.
Keep him alive as Caps is going to follow him, finds a fire blast.
I think Caps is trying to flash on his ear, but
Busio now
just couldn't get range.
Around like a rag cow.
Oh man.
And Ansama is very
ragdoll, more like rag cow.
The Empress Divide is back up against Skimond. Is going to go down to his GA, but G2, man.
Good try, FlyQuest, but I think G2 just awake. Like, they're like, why couldn't we have this version of G2 at MSI? It's okay.
They'll be moving on to the knockout stage.
All smiles
they're moving on.
as well, and we saw that.
이러면은 G2 진출하는 거죠? 하나랑 G2.
Sejuani, the Alistair, and just grinning ear to ear. He had a phenomenal performance on this Xayah, generated a huge lead, and was always where he needed to be. His positioning was fantastic, was never punished by the Azir. And Broken Blade, yeah, he may have had a few overextensions in this one.
No, he was drawing pressure, Wolf. He was drawing pressure.
The one time where he was able to TP out and they got Baron was really the final
just
straw, I think, that broke the back.
해자적
They could never recover after that. They lost their inhibitor.
유어프레스 드디어 보는
There
거라고?
was just never any way back in. I think there were some good decisions made by FlyQuest Quad trying to look for the inner top side.
풀캐 아쉽네 개인적으로 이거네. 풀캐도 뭔가 아까 진짜 잘하긴 했는데 첫판은 되게 잘했거든.
They get the revenge. They're the second team in the knockout stage. And Europe.
I mean, FlyQuest isn't out yet, guys. They still have a chance. They have a chance.
That was a huge step up from G2, and it's so interesting, right? When we get to see the rematch so incredibly quickly, and being able to get some instant revenge. Of course, FlyQuest have the ability to fight back, right?
Caps
they are
is
not
smiling.
out of this just yet.
It's nice to see the Caps smiling, but FlyQuest looking frustrated. You know.
That would be absolutely ridiculous.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not a fan of Busio's Alistair. It felt kind of off to me.
Fountain laser standing alongside for the interview.
알리스타 뭔가 플레이가 좀 아쉽긴 했어. 부시오 선수 되게 잘하는 선수인데.
Your quarter finalists here.
There he is.
Last time you went up against these guys, they dominated you 3-0. That was at MSI. Not even that long ago.
Do you guys remember
now.
Hansama when you wore glasses and stuff?
Did it drive you coming into this matchup here?
I mean, for sure, we had to take our revenge against them. They really played very well against us in MSI, and we had to really figure things out as a team. And I think we're in a good momentum. I think we are learning a lot as a team from this MSI, and coming up to this EWC, we can be stronger.
Speaking of momentum, you are now 2 wins today going into
아니 지금 한없이 대기 중이잖아. 이게 선수들도 피곤하겠죠. 우리는 방구석에서 앉아서 누워서 보는데 비주얼 1등인 것 같다고 한스사마. 진짜요? 저는 비주얼 프로 선수 중에서 바이퍼 선생님이나
Like the table and stuff, the headset, like for sure.
비주얼?
It helps,
비주얼적인 건 바이퍼 선생님 딱 생각나는데 최근에 봐서.
And you were
he had a glow up
and
around
enjoying
2023,
every
yeah.
moment of what was a phenomenal game
Hairstyle
from you
difference
there.
and like
Are you
glasses
expecting
difference
to
as well.
just keep getting better and better on this stage?
Well, I think I did well. I think my team did super well.
비주얼은 쿼드? 쿼드
really
선수는
much as a
잘생겼지.
team and felt like we were always going for the same place. So I can expect us doing more of that and be playing even better than that.
Now, before this show is over tonight, after our final matchup, we will do our quarterfinals draw.
Owner going to the gym and then removing his braces?
Or BLG. That
Yeah,
will be
Owner
determined
also
later on, but if you could pick
definitely
right
had a
now,
glow up as
who
well. I
would you
think a lot of
pick and why?
pros take care of themselves.
I'll probably pick BLG because I feel like we have to beat them. They beat us all the time before, even in the MSI, and I just want to take the revenge against them as well.
Just want more and more.
캐리어 선수가 제일 잘. 캐리어 선수는 뭔가 근데 잘생기긴 했는데 뭔가 좀 귀엽다고 해야 되나 그런 느낌이라서 물론 캐리어 선수 본인이 별로 안 좋아하는 걸 수도 있긴 한데.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. It was great to hear from a victorious Hansama as they win the most recent battle between EU versus NA.
맞아, 귀여운 상으로 귀엽게 잘
getting staying close for a little while until just G2 showing the class that they're at, and BB smile right there.
BB just smiling it the whole day.
Right now here on the desk. I know you can't see it.
I mean, LeBron just smiled too. Like they were calling gameplay was there.
Oh, we're so back.
I don't know. I criticized LeBron a lot during MSI because he was playing really off. But honestly, like, holy, there he is. He's back. He's back. Angry Lavrov. Angry Lavrov. Look at how someone's damaged though. 아니, Broken Blade 럼블 이거 깎아온 거 맞네? 이거 딜량 레전드인데? I mean, Broken Blade literally practicing rumble after MSI ended. Like, I don't know, man. He's working really hard.
Nah, it was a good game by them. They definitely showed up and they managed to do what C9 wasn't able to do against FlyQuest, which was, you know, draft the early game champions and punish the Azir. This Azir looked way different. He wasn't nearly as fed.
2주 전쯤에
and he just kept getting killed. So yeah, I think G2 had a good game plan executed on it.
Yeah, and also something I touched on before the game was that I really wanted to see how Sama tried to dominate the lane phase.
첫날 10판.
After that early
첫날
game
10판이니까
dive
몇 주
onto
됐으니까 좀 많이
Massive
했겠죠?
he really had the wheel and he was turning it left, right, and center and just driving all across the rift and just farming so much, getting so strong on his side.
I don't know, guys.
He made it so difficult for FlyQuest to even phase shift their own jungle. He was there.
Yeah, definitely a great pick to be slippery, to have a lot of attention on you, but be able to matador with
it's
such
bedtime for me, guys.
proficiency
1:20
that led
a.m.
to G2 getting the
Good
victory.
night.
Despite some scary moments as they were looking to close out, but they're able to get it done. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had here. We start off with the first one on the top lane, and it was the dive save. It was the communication between the squad.
아니 여기에서 진짜 라칸 이 플레이는 나는 아직도 너무. Oh, we're calling just saving.
Teams would just leave their, like, tell their AD
they get out, they get out. It's crazy.
Fine, but all of G2 come to rescue him. All of G2 come
and
to
he
save
tanks
their little
the
boy
shot
AD
as
carry
well for
and make a heroic entrance. Another heroic entrance right now is Skumon, who's joined us after his game, and he should have an honor for that game, defeating NA.
Yeah, also taking my job here, Finn. Welcome, Skumon. Congratulations on the victory. How do you feel?
Thank you. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good, yeah.
EU greater than NA confirmed.
I was kind of not always in the place with my team. I didn't feel like that much connected in the early game. But I mean, yeah, definitely happy with the win. In a way, we got our revenge. Obviously, like, it's pretty sad that it's only best of one, but we take it.
Yeah, congrats on the
미스틱이 제일
win.
잘생겼고
How did
플레임
you feel
선수가 제일
playing against
잘생겼고.
Inspired today? Because I know that
플레임
in
미스틱?
your guys' last matchup at
한국
MSI,
프로분들
you know,
중에서
he had a really good series, but
확실히
today
플레임
you got
선수 그
the best of him,
물병
so
그거
what
마시는
did you
그 짤.
change? Like, did you adjust anything?
물병 이거
going up
마시는
against
거
him today?
있거든.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean,
거기서
in
되게
the last
환하게
best of five, I
웃는데
just
그
got
웃는
really
그
hard to be
얼굴이
honest. Like, it was definitely
엄청 유명하죠.
probably like my worst series I ever played in my life. Like, I really just wasn't.
The first time EU has won against NA?
And yeah, I mean, for sure, some
Since
adjustment.
Worlds
and, like,
23. It's been 2 years.
And reflected.
Worlds 23 was 2 years
How
ago.
we played, and trying to see on how I played, like all of our mistakes basically. And yeah, I mean,
time for
I just
another
took the
20-minute nap.
out
Yeah,
of,
good night.
what he did, and took some good lessons from our games. And yeah, I mean, obviously again, I didn't play that great today, but I'm still happy that at least I wasn't 5k behind.
2 wins. I think that's still
At least I wasn't 5k behind.
Right
no,
Skimo.
It's okay.
We have a
I mean, during oh my gosh, into FlyQuest, Inspired was gapping him so hard. He was 5k gold behind every single game into Inspired.
If you can remember, I know there's a lot that happened today, but
I still remember that.
Yeah,
I was like, I couldn't believe my eyes. How behind it was every game.
With TP, and we just decided to rush the Nash.
진짜 근데 스키몬드 선수가 인스파이어드한테 MSI에서 거의 5,000 골드 차이로 계속 막 2, 3렙 차이 이렇게 됐었거든요. 콩그래서. 근데 오늘 보니까 훨씬 플레이가 전체적으로 G2 선수들 개개인 기량도 많이 좋아진 것 같아요. MSI보다. 왜냐면 정글에서 5,000 골드 차이 나기 쉽지 않거든요. 정글에서.
You spoke a little bit about your MSI journey and how you feel like you reflected on it.
G2 24년도부터 부미한테 그러니까 그 이후로 23년도 이후부터 계속 부미가 이유를 닦았다고 하는데 드디어 오늘 복수를 하네요. 유럽 팬분들은 굉장히 큰 날인 것 같고 It's a big day for EU guys.
As a jungler, you kind of know like what you need from your laners and like how you see the game going right. And I got punished a lot, even though I kind of knew what was going to happen, but I didn't really take responsibility on asking like some wards or like just some little details by my laners that could have helped me in some tricky matchup. And yeah, like I just got punished really hard. For example, on my Vi game against Wukong, I just knew like he can just level to invade. I didn't really just put any single ward, so it was kind of obvious that it just came in, and I felt behind a lot from that. And
I guess
yeah,
he
I mean,
reviewed a lot of his gameplay. 피드백을 되게 많이 했네요. 본인 플레이랑 그 경기 장면들을.
Really want to ask.
수정해서 온 거야. 그걸 다 이제.
That you are joining an established roster with one of the greatest players ever to play in the West, one of the most stable and consistent top laners across EU and in North America.
패자자에서 패배하면 그대로 끝. 맞아요.
So much. Is there a
그냥 바로
사우디 도착하자마자 and now they're like, no, you gotta tell me
사우디
what
도착하자마자
I mean, for sure, like
바로
in the beginning, it was a bit
탈락했죠.
like this. Obviously, like I'm coming from ERLs, and I just play with Scavs, Broken Blade, Hansama, and even my coach is right. You just gotta respect like the players. I've been watching them for so many years, and obviously, like you listen a lot to what they say, especially in the beginning. And yeah, I mean, right now it's like more 50-50 in a way, right? Like everybody respects our opinion, and it's just like a good relationship between each other. And yeah, like if somebody is like making some mistakes, or like we just try to learn with each other and make ourselves learn as a team.
Medios, any final questions here for Skumon?
Yeah, one I was curious about is we got to see your Nunu at MSI.
Yeah.
Kind of a rare champion, not something you see in competitive too often, and I know you like hovering it a little bit too. So, is that just like a pocket pick? Is that a champion you really like, or what's your story with Nunu?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I used to, when I granted to Challenger, when I rolled swap to jungle, I was just a one-trick Nunu, so I just kept playing it, and I just kind of got Challenger with it. So, I mean, I know the champion really well. It's definitely like my most played champ ever in my life, I would say. I think so. And yeah, I mean, I kind of hover it for fun, but one day, you never know, I will just pick it. Obviously, like, the game against GAM wasn't the greatest, but I hope that
I mean, the MSI Nunu was not the best, but maybe he'll bring it out again.
Come on, any final words here to the fans? Because I feel like it's not only fans of G2, but fans from Europe, fans from the West, because so much of the interview, showing the spotlight, goes to those vets, but here's your opportunity to address them.
A continuous matches, bro. This is today, so I think A continuous matches is okay, but definitely the delays between games has been getting
just like
getting a little bit too long. We're gonna have to go to bed quite late tonight.
International tournament, but I'm pretty confident that we can. With this
I do
win,
want to stick around for all the matches though, because I'm really curious.
Good performances, and I'm really looking forward for our next best of 3, which will be against an LPL team, I assume. And yeah, I mean, thank you for every people who keep supporting us, and I hope to show some good gameplay.
From one trick Nunu to quarterfinals G2 here. Thank you much for joining us here, Skumon. As we take a look at the bracket, I know I said that was the last question. Who do you want to play? Earlier, Hansama said BLG, but you got AL there as well.
But can you repeat the question, sorry?
Who do you want to play, BLG or AL?
Who do I want to play? Good question. I mean, to be fair, probably BLG because of the history with G2, right? And we also got smashed 3-0 in MSI. I also think that we've played kind of poorly this series, and I'm pretty confident that we can win against them. So probably BLG, but obviously, like if you can play against L, I wouldn't mind as well. It's like a strong team, so it will be nice.
Thank you very much, Skumon. There you have it. It is G2 making it on through to the knockout stage. That draw will be done
I'm gonna miss out on
later tonight.
now.
But
So
before
sad.
that, we've got our elimination matches. They start now. It will be GAM Esports up against CFO. Don't go anywhere. We'll break down that series in just a little bit. One more time. It was G2 over FlyQuest. They are in the knockout stage.
해설자 분들도 다 프로 출신이냐고? 다 그런 건 아니고 이제 메테오스 선수처럼 이제 C9에서 뛰었던 정글분이나 핀 선수도 이제 프로 출신이긴 한데 다 그런 건 아닙니다. 대부분은 그냥 해설자만 하시는 전문 해설자분들. Edge. Edge는 badge. Badge. Do you like 막걸리, Fevi? I don't actually like alcohol that much. The only time I have alcohol is like maybe for like an occasional beer sometimes. I know I'm gonna be controversial, but I don't actually like soju that much. I mean, soju is okay, but too strong. I only do like 4%, 5% alcohol. 소주는 근데 막 그 알코올 농도가 한 17% 정도 돼가지고 좀 너무 세요. 제가 술을 잘 못 마시거든요. 그래서 Koreans like to drink? Yeah. Drinking is a huge thing here in Korea.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was
A lot of
about
people
who
also
had
don't
to
drink
win.
as well nowadays for
This
health
amount of
reasons.
money is-
It's like
It's
I feel like a lot of
not
Koreans are
just
kind of
for
crazy
them,
about
but
health.
Everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game.
Beer
they can
belly.
make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance.
It's fine. I don't like soju either. I've been here for 3 years, but still not really fond of soju.
Why did Annie flash like that? Oh wait, this is CFO players. Oh my god, look, it's Rest and Doggo. Rest, what you been up to, man?
我在看比赛。
He said he's watching the competition. Who do you think is gonna win between G2 and Furia? 你觉得谁会赢呢？
Why did Annie flash like that?
会赢。
好呀，那 Doggo 呢？
也觉得 G2 会赢，因为他们阵容比较好吧。
Doggo said he also thinks G2 is going to win because their comp looks better. So we are currently at the player lounge where players can have leisure time while they are currently resting between games. So I wanted to ask, what are your favorite activities to do at the player lounge? 就是你们在这里休息室有没有遇到什么好玩的东西？
뒤에 하나 선수도 아니야 저거?
有那个物理治疗师吧，觉得蛮特别的，就因为平常。
So they have a leisure lounge for not only players but staff as well, I think, right?
So there's a massager here, and usually we only have it at the
trying to hype up the leisure lounge.
Quite cool. Doggo 呢？
跟他一样吧。然后我觉得这里食物。
I've been wanting to get like a massage chair, but those things are expensive, guys. It costs like $1,000.
Doggo also really appreciates the massager that we have at the player lounge,
뭔가
and
근데
also he thinks the food choices is lovely, and that he's able to grab anything that he wants to eat and drink. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Kitty. So cute, Kitty. Lower bracket group B.
It's a battle of the LCP.
선수들 대기실인데 대기하면서 막 여러 가지 할 수 있는 게 많다고 하네요. TV도 있고 막. 그러니까 이게 대기를 하면서 이게 우리는 그냥 이게 보기만 하면 되는데 확실히 선수들은 이게 계속 딜레이 때문에 또 대기를 7시간 넘게 하고 있겠는걸?
Days yonder when Medios was planning to make it.
음식이 맛있고 마사지 사가 친절해요.
You are out for the rest of the tournament here.
사장님이 맛있고
I mean, it could
음식이
be
친절해요.
one best of one loss where you didn't have your best showing. You know, you just came in, you were a little bit
다소
slow,
논란이
and then you just
되겠는걸?
didn't play well.
도장
And then
현판
you were in
깨기판인가요?
the,
네, 이거
now,
이제
the elimination match, and
지면은
you go down here. And then that's it. It's
자존심과
just two best of ones and you're
상금과
out.
모든
It's
게 다 그냥
unfortunate, but
깨지는.
you know that's the way the format works. You got to make it at least one win through to give yourself that chance, and we'll see how they do because this one should be close. I mean, the two top LCP teams have been very close throughout their careers this year.
Yeah, definitely, and I think part of what makes it challenging too is just having the energy going into this match because they played so much earlier today, and sometimes when you have to play early in the day and then you have a break and then you got to play again later on, it can be hard to sort of lock in once again. So I think that's going to be a big hurdle for these teams. And yeah, you know, obviously huge
guys,
stakes on this
check
match.
out
You know,
G2's
it's
Twitter,
one
guys.
game.
Check out
If you
G2's
continue or not.
Twitter.
Yeah, and last time these two teams met
Oh
in
my
the
gosh.
LCP, it was the grand finals, a best of 5 that went the distance. So the gap between these two
Absolute
teams
cinema.
very small.
G2
The
지금
familiarity
트윗
between these two teams
보시면은
very familiar.
캡스 선수가 무슨 뭐 로마 황제 복장을 입고 한스사마는 무슨 사무라이 복장을 입었는데 진짜 가서 한번 구경하세요.
We know
정말.
that GAM Esports can swap out the mid lane. There's a lot to watch
He's like
for. We
wearing
don't
like
have
a
the rosters
Roman
yet, so we don't
Empire
know. Are
attire.
they doing the swap? Is Driver coming in? Is Rest coming in? Is it Emo in the mid? We'll find out. But what we do have is an interview with the bot lane of CFO Doggo. Take it away.
This is hilarious.
Hey everyone, I have CFO Doggo by my side. Welcome into the pre-game interview. You guys are going up against GAM for the elimination series. So how do you feel right now?
欢迎 Doggo 来到我们的赛前采访。即将要面对的是 GAM 这个队伍，然后你现在感觉怎么样呢？
等待维持已久的败部吧，然后希望我们能有精彩的发挥。
I can't wait for this match, and I hope that we can do well in this game.
And for GAM, I know they have been longtime rivals for you guys in the LCP, so can you please let us know what is the main focus that you guys are going to be having going into today's series? Like, which player you guys are really going to pay attention to?
我知道的话，在 LCP 赛区，你们和 GAM 其实是一个很长时间的对手吧？那在今天的比赛中，你们的关注点是哪些？然后你觉得哪位选手是你们会比较专注于对抗的呢？
其实我们在赛段期间，我们都是一直注意对面的上野吧，因为他们的上野联动的非常的好。然后我们也需要 BP 注意一点他们比较多的什么夜群那种英雄嘛。
킹겐 닮았다.
I think our focus
그런가요?
mainly is.
Oh yeah, wait, where's my cam? I just realized I don't have my cam right now.
So I hope that we can do well in our
I'm
BP
back.
and
Oh my God.
our meta for this upcoming game.
Amazing, looking forward to
Ewc
your
G2 is
game
freaking
against
hilarious.
GAM, and
I
best of
love
luck.
their Twitter. It's so funny.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for the interview.
I live
Kitty
for the
with
memes,
interview,
you know.
And Doggo for
The
his
shit posting and the
insights. I
memes?
think that's a great
Hell
point.
yeah.
Top in jungle meta. Kiaya, probably one of the best
한스
in
사람
all of the
프랑스인이에요.
LCP.
네, 맞아요.
For CFO, they've got two guys that they feel
프랑스계
comfortable swapping back and forth. And then you look at the jungle, Junjia, who's been one of
중국계
the best in the
프랑스인인가? 아니면
LCP.
한국
And then Levi, the captain,
그쪽인가?
the
잘
leader,
모르겠는
the heartbeat of
캄보디아라고?
all of Vietnam League of
오.
Legends, and has had some of the
그렇구만요.
biggest upsets
나
in
한국계는 아닌 것
the
같았는데
history
중국은
of
아닌
League
것
of
같고
Legends
뭔가
international
이상했거든.
play. Update on the
Their
rosters as
shitposts are
well.
the best, yeah, 100%.
CFO have subbed in driver for rest, so it will be the normal one plays and
네,
the other
오늘
plays. So driver
패자조 세
on in.
판이
And
남은
then
걸로 아는데.
Emo
Are we
has
gonna have
subbed
3
in
games
the
of
mid lane
losers bracket,
for
I think?
RS, which RS I think had a pretty tough showing there, Valdez.
Yeah, I just think that it makes sense. You know, Driver's kind of the guy who is
It's
very
1 AM
reliable.
for you,
He plays the
yeah.
tanks in the top lane. You can
1:35
kind of
AM
just shove him up
in the
there. You're
Korea.
going to get somewhat of
It's a
an
sleepy time or
even
what?
lane state at least. It's not going to be
Oh,
very
Driver.
volatile. And same thing for RS.
Driver.
We heard earlier from the CEO of GAM where he was like, you know, RS is one of these new up-and-comers,
So
but he's
they're
still
benching
not
Rest?
100% adjusted to pro. So I think this
그리고
is a good
레스
maneuver for
선수가
both teams.
벤치로 가고 이제 드라이버
Yeah, I think
선수가
that Driver
출전하는데.
definitely had a better showing at MSI, in my opinion. I think he's probably the
I think
stronger
we're gonna
player.
see like an
That
Orin
being
or
said, I
Kazompe.
know there was a series where they opted to
Hmm?
go for rest in Game 5
Sion?
because Driver was having some issues with nerves. And, I mean, that's a huge part of being a pro player, right? And especially in a match like this, it seems that Drivers, you
After
know,
this
choosing
game,
to
I go to
overcome
bed.
those
Good
nerves
night.
because it's an elimination match. You really got to win this one. So
Debbie
I
has
use
a
Boulder putting
CFO
him
top
in.
laner?
And
No.
as far as
I don't know if
Emo
you guys ever
over
saw my top
RS,
lane
it seems
before,
like
but
GAM's
let me
mid
just
lane
tell
has
you it's a
kind
bit
been
of a trash.
troublesome area.
I
for
don't think
them,
you guys ever want to see my
but,
top lane.
You know, being from the same region, I
I need
assume
coaching.
Emo
I need
has
coaching
quite a
from
bit of experience playing against
fundamentals.
Hungu,
Alois
so
needs to coach me.
maybe that'll give him an edge.
I love your hair,
I
you
think it's
Koyore. Good
unique
morning.
now that
Hi.
at first stand, it
It's
felt
not
like
morning for you.
CFO
What time
could
is it?
swap either one out, and you're like, okay, they're both doing pretty good.
Long
For
hair.
GAM, it feels like
Ponytail.
which one has the hot hand, and let's try to find that one. So maybe Emo is the one that can come up big for GAM Esports here. When you look down, up and down this matchup, where is the lane matchup, or I guess role matchup that you're looking at first?
Almost 12
I
p.m.
would say, for me, whichever role is not being rotated out, I feel like, or maybe I phrase that weird, but I think whichever role has the 6-man roster is going to have trouble. It seems like, you know,
근데
Kiaya
아레스
is a really, really good
선수가
top laner,
벤치로
and I
가고
think
이모
either
선수가
Driver or
출전을
Rest
하네요,
will
이거.
maybe have some
서로
trouble with him.
이제
And then the same
식스맨
goes for mid. I
로스터기
think
때문에
Hungu is
이제
a very
미드랑
talented
탑이
mid laner,
각각
and both Emo
수업을
and
하는
RS
상태.
have kind of been struggling on the international
Emo is
stage so
in,
far.
guys.
So
RS
I
is
think that's
benched
kind
and
of
now
where
we
both
see
teams are
Emo.
going to try to leverage, and we saw in CFO's game earlier against
I have a feeling
Hanwha,
CFO is just
they
gonna
were putting a lot of
stomp
resources
here.
early toward trying to like
I kind of like
get
CFO's
rest through the laning phase.
jersey
They
a
were
little bit.
banking Zeus a lot, and it was actually pretty effective. But
A lot
it
of teams
just
are
didn't
opting in
really
for
ever
the
get to a
button up
point where
kind of look.
Rest was
button.
able to like, get ahead in the matchup, despite a lot of ganks put top. He still was kind of getting pressured most of the game. So
Rest is the all-in kill,
I don't know
yeah.
if they'll
Rest
for a
always go
similar
for like
strategy
Gwen
and try
top,
to, cover
Rumble
their
top,
weakness,
or
if they'll try to do something else,
it's
like
kind of a Yorick top.
get maybe mid or bot
And then
ahead.
Driver goes in
Yeah,
for the
I think
defensive
that's
top
definitely a very good
laners.
point.
Tank
And I
top
think
laners.
that the jungle players are going to be critical for that as well in terms of either trying to get those
Debbie, you're
weaker
cool.
lanes
You think you're
through,
cool.
helping Emo kind of
Ah.
get across the line, or if it's
You're cool.
Driver who's having
No,
a little
you.
bit of unfortunate issues against
No, you.
Kiaya, maybe you try to help him there. I was pretty pretty impressed by Levi and the way he was able to play. in their last match, so maybe he can do something, but Jinjia is always a tough opponent as well.
Yeah, those decisions are so fascinating to me because not only of the players themselves, but the coaching staffs. We have Archie here.
They wear the jacket outside. It's really hot here.
Who started out his career back with Saigon Jokers, had the opportunity to play on the international stage there, then have been one of the original
Apparently
members
it's cold in
of the
there.
GAM
Zeus
Esports
was
back
like
before
complaining about being
Marine,
cold.
They were Boba Marine back then. On the opposite side, one of the greatest
I just got a ticket for
players in
tomorrow?
all of the PCS
Wait, you're in
region
Saudi right now?
in
No way.
the form of Chowie. He came to
Enjoy.
NA for a little while, had some success, and now these two teams
You're gonna go see Faker?
for their tournament lives at EWC.
Black t-shirt and glasses in the crowd? Okay. You gotta have a sign. Big bars. Holy rich? Wait, not everybody who lives in Saudi Arabia is rich. Doesn't work like that. Or does it? 진정한 프레스컵 시작한다. 지금부터는 지는 팀들은 다 무조건 프레스 되는 상황입니다. 1코는 여기까지고요. 1코 더 이상 없다요. 110 degrees? Holy, 110 degrees, like what? That's an oven, guys. Does T1 play tomorrow? I think T1 plays on the 2 days from now, actually, not tomorrow.
Welcome back to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. If you are just tuning in, firstly, where have you been? You've missed some good
키아야,
stuff.
리바의 이모
But in
아르테미스?
reality, you've picked a really good time because this is where the cruel nature of this tournament really kicks in.
Our next teams woke up in Riyadh this morning.
7월 18일 한국 시간 오후에 경기. 오케이. 확인.
Losing your first opening match has serious ramifications.
Yeah, in this format, it means danger. One more loss and it's all over. Your key crushed for the world to see, and you're on the next flight out of here.
So let's welcome them to the stage. For the first team, it's Vietnam's finest.
43.3 degrees Celsius?
It's GAM Esports.
For the non-Americans, yeah. 43 degrees. I'm out here complaining when it's like 30 degrees in Korea. Like I'm complaining it's hot, but 40 plus degrees is like...
After a tough start, they are back, desperate to keep their key in one piece. It's CFO.
바짝 긴장되겠네. 여기에서 지면은 상금도 자존심도 모든 게 다 나가리가 될 것 같아. 근데 이제 선수분들 표정은 되게 좋은 것 같은데 일단.
It is the LCP Grand Final
후회 없이 하고 가면 되는
like I
거예요.
said with North America,
누가 이기든.
this one turns into a best of one, and this is
Good.
elimination time.
Typical car ride home for me.
He and I together.
Yo, Coyote, you need to get an AC. Like, what the hell? You don't have AC in your car?
And who
That's
gets another
crazy.
chance? A chance against Koi.
Too much heat isn't playable RL. Yeah, you can actually overheat. Your brain's basically like a computer.
Day one, you
Yeah.
barely arrived.
Your brain gonna
already have
overheat.
to go home.
Yep.
And to be the first team, I mean, we will send 2 teams home today, but to be the first would be.
저기도 관중 많이 오나요? 사우디라서 모르겠네요. 일단 첫날은 관중이 많이 없는데 관중이 안 보여주거든요. 그래서 관중이 얼마나 많이 온 건지 모르겠어요. 제 생각에는 이제 둘째, 셋째 날은 그래도 좀 오지 않을까. T1 젠지 플레이하기 시작하고.
Now they're talking about it on the desk. Emo coming in, and likewise as well, Drivers coming in. Now on the side of CDVC Flying Oyster, Driver played the majority of MSI. And Driver looks like right now he
too
is
much
the
heat
top
and
player
being
in
too
better
cold and
form.
rough while playing, especially
better,
in
I'd
long
say, with carry
series.
matchups as well.
Yep.
So it's interesting.
Dude, that's why they have these like little bags. You know what those bags are? Those are like heating pads.
They started off
like
strong.
heating bags or
on your
whatever.
Screen. Emo, as I said, on this drive versus Kiaya, that's going to be a good one. As Sion taken away. I mean, his Sion as well at MSI was insane, so granted on that ban.
Okay. And just Rumble, Varus taking off the cards. Talia still open and available. Nocturne gonna get taken
돈이
away.
땅에서 막 쏟아서 건적 없어도 될 듯하다고. 아니, 부럽다 진짜.
Pantheon
스폰 포인트가 얼마나 좋은 거야. 아니, 태어나 보니까 그냥 땅에서 돈이 나와. 레전드.
I think Talia definitely pick up. Don't want to leave open Talia Pantheon. You could even look towards something like the Poppy, maybe. Talia Poppy, really strong combat. I think you're pressured to take your jungle right now, though. But
I don't know what is up with teams and opening Pantheon like this.
Maybe priority 80 carry that's
kind of crazy, giving over Levi and Pantheon.
Quite nice and early, you know, things like the
Talia
Rumble as well.
Are we gonna see Jarvan? Because we did see Jarvan in the T1 game. I really want to see if it works for other teams. I don't know if Junjian wants to play Jarvan though. It's probably gonna play something boring.
Yeah, that first one from quad.
Maybe like a Sejuani or
The
something.
second one was different, but I feel like the game state was kind of impossible to play.
Are we gonna see a
Shin
Shinzao?
You know, doesn't always come through.
Shinzao 나오나?
Feel it.
Shinzao it is.
Like you're in, you know, the quiet bit before it starts getting crazy.
Is Zinzao you talked about?
Good pairing.
I wonder
Skarner?
maybe, especially with the Rumble.
I think Skarner Rumble maybe, but I don't think they're gonna swap Pantheon out of the jungle.
Pretty powerful combos.
So maybe we will see a Rumble right here.
What people say to counterpick like the Jax top.
키아야 선수가 럼블을 안 할 이유가 없긴
I feel
한데.
like Jax is sort of picking
I don't think Driver
like,
plays
you know,
Rumble, so you have to really rush it.
it.
There we go, we're seeing something new! Lucian Braum it is! I think we're gonna see Lucian Braum. 브라움이 진짜 개사기이긴 해서 난 되게 좋다고 생각하거든. Lucian Braum is super good, I think. I don't know why we haven't seen him more often today. We've been seeing some Ezreals,
in the laning phase. We'll see if it gets paired up with anything now, and they are going to go for that Braum immediately, so CFO...
I think Nami is too easily killed.
Or are they happy to go to the next rotation and leave their bot lane?
Driver is a tank player,
now, and then,
he's not gonna be playing Rumble.
It's kind of splitting bands.
너 럼블 못 하잖아. 너 럼블 안 하잖아. 이런 거죠. 드라이버 선수가 탱 유저라서 탱커 위주 챔프를 좋아하거든요. They're actually gonna blind Gragas top.
The Gragas also a flex?
Also a flex, in theory. Could end up going
is that a bossy?
If you really wanted.
That's the bossy Gragas.
We did see it earlier top. I would expect it to be top more likely.
Driver is apparently watches bossy to learn.
And you know, we've seen Lucian Braum have a lot of strength. I'd say you know, something we have seen do pretty well has been Zara Khan. Has been a pretty good matchup when piloted well.
Okay.
I remember in the road to MSI, Umayushi and Carrier playing that matchup pretty favorably. But it really still, a lot of it comes down on the players themselves. But Rakan has often been a good matchup into the Braum because it's very hard to stack up that passive. So we'll see if they opt to ban away that. And they do take away that Rakan pretty quickly. Orianna come through as a ban from CFO. Just limiting that mid pool a bit.
Maybe Rise, maybe next to get rid of some of the semi-global threat that comes from Pantheon Rise.
Yeah.
Where else could you go?
I mean, Aurora ban's not terrible either.
Yeah, we don't like a Wawa.
Did he actually say Aurora?
Sometimes we see
in my ears right now.
Decent into Talia.
Are we gonna see Alistar ban as well? I don't think you have to ban Alistar though. 알리스타를 굳이 밴해야 되나라는 생각을 하면서도 알리스타가 무섭긴 하거든.
Is it fishing for anything? Maybe it's just because Gragas is horrible into Yorick. Might show that the Gragas is top. I know Gragas really suffer. They get walled in on cooldowns and early on it's kind of annoying.
There's a fair few things that struggle into Yorick, you know.
But he's not. You know, at MSI they were blinding him, and that was silly. I was like, why are you? Because Yorick blinds is not really blinding, you know?
아크션 the way.
Hang on, hold your horses, cowboy. Look at you, getting up, you know.
아크션 얼굴 진짜 오랜만에 본다. 아니 프로에서 아크션이 나오는 날이 올까요? Are we ever gonna see Are we ever gonna see auction in pro play, guys? What do you think?
But if you get
We're just never gonna see it.
This is a really hard comp for Lucian to play into because at some point his wife just outranges him so incredibly hard.
감픽 좋다고? 오, 감 이거 튼튼하고 튼실하고 좋은데 일단 판테온부터 가져간 것 자체가. I mean, I don't know. The Senna pick?
This comp that CFO has really, I think it's hard for the Lucian to play into. The
Gwen is really good here, I think.
That comes out for Kiaya.
Gwen 좋다.
Obviously, pretty strong skill option.
감 이거.
I've seen
액조디가 조합 나왔다.
And the Sylas, you know, the lane matchup
Aurora
could be a little tougher.
to top
So
it
looks
off.
like might go towards the Aurora. We've seen Aurora have some fantastic value.
And it makes
and
more sense.
to follow up on something like the Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean it's a really strong mid jungle. You can obviously lean
아니
towards top
애니
side,
판테온 구현에다가 루시안 브라운
but,
바텀? 이거 질 수가 있나요?
that,
Can they lose this? I don't think they can
Gwen,
lose this.
Yep.
Who has
Not the
plus
Senna
scaling
Maokai in
behind her.
2025. You're playing Maokai support.
Champion Gwen, don't worry. I mean,
You're playing Maokai
Yeah,
support.
oh.
You're playing Seraphine support.
Enchanter. Surely not.
You're playing
Do we
Thresh
need follow-up
support.
Engage?
There's options.
Seraphine does offer that longer range engage.
여기서
as
집에
well.
나오신대
Talked about
설마.
the
아이
last
그래
being a problem.
알리스타가
I
맞죠.
think this is a much safer
Okay, Alistair
option.
makes sense. There we
Still
go.
the lane can be a little bit risky. Playing
I feel like
Alistair
Seraphine in
into Lucian
2025.
Form,
Oh,
there's a lot
it's
of power
rough.
there, and also
You
I
think
feel
Bard
like
has a hard time?
if they
Yeah, try
aggress
playing Seraphine. It's
onto
rough as well.
Senna,
They've been
and
to
then
Karma. I
Alistair
do want to
tries
see
peel,
some kind of
sometimes
counter
you can
pick
get
into
locked
Karma,
into a
like
situation you
the
can't get
Seraphine
out of
counter
because of
pick.
the Braum passive. So
Sounds fun.
it's a lane that Doggo and Kyrene really need to just survive, but they'll
아크션
sort
네가
of
왜 나와?
be
그러니까
rewarded if
그러니까
they get
아크션이
through the laning
생각보다
phase comfortably.
굉장히.
I really like CFO's composition.
Oh my
I think they get
gosh.
to the late stage of the game.
I don't
They're
know,
super
guys.
comfortable. They have the center. They have
I
that long
don't think we're
range.
ever gonna see
A lot of
Akshan in
disruption
pro
for
play.
Lucian
not
and
gonna
shorter
lie.
range tools on
감히
Gam to make their life
감사했네
hard, but
피게요.
I think you know the strong
누나는
playmakers
피긴
on the side
거예요.
of Gam.
괜찮은
They
거
can get the
같기도
ball
하고.
rolling. They can set up this
I think
Lucian.
Gam just
They
won
can
the
set up
draft
this Gwen.
so hard,
There's a lot
but
of
we'll have
people
to
to
see the
stack that
actual
Braum
game.
passive. I honestly wouldn't even mind
Finger
seeing like
gap,
an early
finger
level
gap.
1 invade
No matter how
or
good the draft
level 1
is,
plays.
really
When you
depends
have
on
a
your
Braum,
in-game
when you have a Lucian,
gameplay.
when you have a Pantheon and Annie, I think level
Sash for
1 you have
Enchanter
complete
supports. I
control
really want
over,
to see
so
more Enchanters
I
because
think we
that's
should
gonna
start
allow
the game off
more.
It's the best of one as well. That is the best environment to make things happen
Bard.
before the minions hit the tower.
And as you said, I mean, getting
Enchanter
the
is
ball rolling
definitely easier to play
in the
into
early
as
part of the
Bard
game, I
compared
think
to
quite
like
simply, if you're talking about range and you're adding scaling
you know,
elements into it on the side of
hard
CBC,
engage, Rel supports.
GAM need to do what they do best, and that's play a quick game. Now, coming into this, they've only had the start of the day. Of course, individually, both teams starting off with a loss. And
햄픽의 왼쪽이 인상적인 보던 맛이라고 엉추 저거라서 또 기대가 되기도
lost to
하고.
Koi a little bit earlier. Now one last best of one, and we will have our first eliminated team. And the key gets crushed. If you haven't seen it, it's cool. It's about to go down. The key is about to go down, you know, and
One
the
of the
game.
keys is gonna-
One of the keys is going to go down. Gets crushed, and then later
Have you
on,
seen one get crushed? I've seen them.
I've seen them get crushed.
Yeah.
But have I been there to see them get crushed like here? No.
It's intense.
This will be my first crushing.
Oh.
Yeah.
First crushing.
Oh yeah. Orcs told me
First
another story
crushing.
backstage about, you know, he was lying about what else got crushed. I was like, oh man, yeah, you scare me. All right, well.
LCP finals,
also,
let's go.
Talking about crushing my heart because one of
Oh
these
wait, you're
teams
right.
going home. LCP
Wait.
finals.
Oh,
rematch, best of
we're
one.
doing it. Yes.
Let's see if
그래 LCP 결승전 리매칭이네 생각해 보니까. We saw the LTA finals rematch. G9 vs
half one of these
FlyQuest.
teams is getting crushed. That's the thing. So, you know, feeling love towards one of these teams.
We
if
saw a
you're
lot of
fan,
rematches today.
Your hopes and dreams
과연
might be crushed
그냥
after this one. I mean, to go home
CF가
after
이걸
day one,
이기지?
it's so rare to have like a tournament format that's
가미
so punishing,
스포츠
so swift.
조합이 할
And there's
말이
obviously
많긴
tournament
하거든요.
formats where it can go wrong quickly.
하지만
but
체급은
it's
CF가 훨씬 좋은 것 같지
still
아무래도.
often recoverable.
MSI에서
you know?
봤던.
And it's just such a quick turnaround. And
LCK final
now,
rematch
going up
when we
against,
already saw T1
you know, the
Genji
team
like.
you've played so many times
Oh, we already saw
domestically,
it twice in MSI.
to see what they can do. We do see a bit of a level 1 invade coming out.
That's what you wanted to see, didn't you?
But it is just establishing
I
that
don't think
vision.
you
I
want to
feel
start
like more
W1
could
Pantheon,
have
so they're not actually
potentially
going to
been done.
come in.
Credit though to CFO for having a bit of a defensive line to not let
구현한테 빨리는
Also
순간 다
with that
터졌다고.
overall,
High wing.
You're right, that deep vision maybe punish instant flash away.
I think he should have been dead. I'm going to be honest because I think they could have applied the passive before they got vision of them. So
Probably
I
need to
think
hit the
Q
Q
didn't
before
actually
then.
hit before he flashed. And I think once the passive is down, like they you know, it's easy to follow once the passive is down and the slow is down. But either way, I mean, they get the flash from the Alistair. It's not even a hex.
I
flash,
don't think
Alistair,
it's a
so that feels
kill.
pretty good.
I disagree with the
This is a lane where
caster.
you really want to have the
You're gonna
pressure,
get the
have
flash and
momentum.
probably chunk him
Particularly
harder,
when level
but
2 is hit by the Lucian
even if
and
you hit the
Braum,
Braum Q first,
you want to put the hair down.
and you proc the Bone passive,
And
Alistair's still gonna
especially
flash
if you
out.
can find all-in windows.
Maybe a little bit like that. I'm just waiting to see.
Kiwon plays on Friday,
It's
18th.
pretty hard
Kiwon plays
at
on
level
Friday.
1
I mean, he does absolutely nothing, doesn't he?
without the dash on Illusion. But as soon as you have that
몇
dash,
개국어
that's
하냐고?
where you have
저는
the pressure.
4개국어 하는데
Levi just does a
영어,
free camp
한국어
and then maybe
메인이고
looks for an angle.
다른
There's good
거는
vision
그래도
in River. As driver just disengaged, bops away Kiaya.
배운 학교에서 배운 수준?
More so to see if that flash can also be punished. If Levi can do something here. If we want to talk about bot and see how bot kind of envelops this early game.
If it's a kill, they also follow flash. Yeah, but like you're telling me Lucian Braum should be flashing level 1 to kill Alistair? I don't know.
Pushing in, so Kyring kind of just gonna be sitting on the tower.
Did the screen just flash for you guys, or is it just me?
On the tower because
maybe I'm just like
combo. You obviously don't have flash headbutt knock in a turret. But if you get comboed next to the turret and there's a route afterwards, that can be scary.
Oh yeah.
But for the time being, I think just this pressure in lane is good. It's the start you want to have. Gaia also has pressure in the top lane, but you know it's a Gragas. You can kind of just try and stave off the pressure for the most part. I will say though, even with picking up his farm, the driver, he will be down in CS and
깜짝 놀란 적이 별로 없는 것 같은데.
Early with a bit more cooldowns. You're at least missing a couple on the turret, as you said. About 4 for now. 4-3 is... And Coming now has a bit of levels on him as well. Not much you can do here.
Wait guys, okay, someone in the chat pointed out, in bot lane it's actually like a husband and wife are fighting, because Senna and Lucian are husband and wife, by the way, if you guys don't know the lore.
You saw Artemis do like a short dash to get like a base trade on a Doggo. It did a lot of damage, but yeah, not really able to apply the passive or stack it up. But it's still a lot of threat from that Lucian Braum. Now they are looking for a potential dive here. I mean, as a Pantheon, you have so much burst when the Gragas is low, but this is
that's
not an
a very
easy
nicely
dive to
placed
pull
ward
off
from
regardless
Driver.
of how low the Gwen is, and with it being a Gragas, so maybe just offering that cover. He was spotted
아니 이거
on that
웨이브
wall, and I think
안 박히게 이거 기다리는 것도 그렇고 와드 위치도 그렇고 드라이버 선수가 좀 이게 누름미가 좀 나오는 거야. Really good ward location for Driver actually. Because otherwise maybe he wouldn't have hold a wave like that. And the wave would have crashed and they could have forced a dive on him, but...
If there is any more information as to his next path towards topside, but Levi right now is just going to continue farming up so that he can sprint it towards 6. We have a stable, pretty slow early game. When it's elimination,
oh yeah, pinning 2 matches at the same time? You think you can
I mean, especially elimination, but especially when it's an elimination best of 1. It becomes so much more tense, you know? There's no second chances.
롤은 10년 정도 했습니다, 롤.
And the thing is as well, with these two teams, you don't really feel the need to feel each other out, right? They have a good read on each other.
Oh, I mean, look at this TP location though. Tepo 이거 위치 맞아?
TP, by the way, is going to bring a bit of attention. Flash from Elio. Kaiwing doesn't have support
no
yet.
Flash on Alistar! Oh, there it is.
For the Comet Spear.
Oh, the E is happening, but can they do it?
Soon. In fact, they turn on Junja. The damage seems to be enough, and as he flashes over the wall.
Oh, Junja gets also. I don't know about Driver though.
Kiai ends up teleporting in as well.
이거 근데 구엔 템포까지 타는 거는 이거 swap을 하려는 거죠? So Gwen TP's here, not to help out with the fight, but she TP's to swap. So now Lucian and Braum are out of mana, out of HP, they're gonna go home, and they're gonna swap top. 탑으로 어차피 갈 거라서.
pretty quickly, so good moves, good proactivity.
그라가스도 풀 써서 이렇게 되면은
I definitely want it on the captain.
6렙 타이밍에 구엔이 킬각이 나오나? 그라가스 상대로.
I love when teams play around those summoner cooldowns. So Kaiwing's gonna get his flash, but now you have 2 more targets he can potentially set up from. And this skirmishing power, this CC setup is so powerful from this team.
I mean, look at that TP. He's like so disrespectful, I think.
For this flash Q, the follow-up is there immediately.
I mean, really well played from GAM, I think. GAM도 잘한다.
The Braum Lucian
GAM
this
Esports.
trio is so powerful these skirmishes. That even though the health bar
브라움이 그냥 개사기야 저 챔프 아무리 봐도. Braum is just broken champion. That passive is just
gives some free time to Doggo in the top lane. Oh, they're looking.
Doing it again. I mean, the Orleans fantastic, isn't it, Doggo? Just trying to shroud as best
okay, but Artemis is down a level though, because Senna's been pushing top the whole time while they were fighting bot lane. 바텀에서 루샨이 막 킬 이거 어시 먹을 동안 세나는 탑 밀고 있었기 때문에.
You know, when the Senna gets engaged on like that.
골드랑 레벨링 차이가 조금 나긴 하죠. 살짝.
Kiaya is like almost 30 CS up.
Yeah, this is a huge lead, you know, and we talked about how the Gwen, you know, can obviously run away with games, but this is already a monstrous lead, monstrous advantage over this Gragas.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a very comfortable
I'm waiting
spot,
for Braum
this
nerfs
is the sort of win con you really need in a game like this.
I'm not even joking, like I lost so many games into Braum recently.
Yeah, that was Elio.
Every time I meet Braum, I just lose. I don't even know
anymore.
Were
fantastic. This game's going to be obviously a very different role, but Kiaya.
I know you guys don't care about my solo queue games, but
GAM,
I care about my solo queue games.
It's kind of got the talent to pull out something special.
Just a trade.
Quick little burst trade here towards mid. It's going to be what Annie does as usual. Emo good side step backwards as well as Divis tries to burn down Hungu. About 45 seconds before Grubs and before the potential of that dragon.
Yeah, both objectives going to be up at the same
I
time.
think Tipper's tanking tower like that and steeping back to Annie is like,
does
I don't know.
potentially leave the prospect
So
of like a
busted.
trade with them taken at the
Annie
same
pulling.
time, but we'll see.
Tipper's
Yeah,
should
it's
like
moving down towards the dragon.
take more
There's a
damage
ward
from
there.
tower maybe, I don't know.
Levi's close, so actually a little bit risky from to start this one up.
For Braum was nerfed today,
especially
base
from
armor
earlier,
47 to
with
40.
his unsealed
Nice!
spellbook.
Time Lord! Let's go.
Means that
Very actually
Junjo could be caught napping here. I mean,
touching
Levi has
properly.
level 6, but he's going up towards his top camps. Ellio's trying to get some vision, coming Hongu covering.
Time to play solo queue then.
Gamma just saying we're giving it up.
Just
for
kidding,
the
I
time
need to
being,
go to
but
bed.
Not like anything else
We
is
have more
starting
games
here.
tomorrow.
Teleport also burned from Emo.
Big games tomorrow.
Yeah, I think just the fact Lucian hadn't bought Emo have to reset, and although he TP's in a little late, they opt to go for the trade. He's going towards those
용은
grubs.
그냥
Instead of just
주는구나.
trying to
이거
rush for the
그냥
fight, they
공호충
still have
용
to be in that
이렇게
position, like, no,
판단.
we're just going to take this trade.
I mean, just half enough trade. Just grab boy grubs, give the dragon.
Every 5 autos with that combat spear.
Okay.
Grubs go down mega
I think
quick to the
Gam's pretty
champ.
happy though with how the game's turning out.
I think it's also something to take into
초반 근데 이
account.
정도면은
we talk a lot about junglers and their ability to
기분은 좋을
secure
것
objectives.
같은데.
It really varies from jungle to jungle. You know, Lee Sin's an example of one who's really good at it with like the executing the Q.
T1 match ended? No, we didn't have T1 today. T1 plays on July 18th.
And I think it always makes it scary when you are starting an objective, getting a low. Pantheon is able to combo that with his smite.
And Gwen has a 600 gold lead on the Gragas now.
Still with that big deficit.
Yeah, what can he do? 30 CS maintain.
New hairstyle? Yeah.
I mean, at least Gragas is one of these champions where
he's always got something, right? He's even if he's down.
He always has CC, but also, I mean, it looks like he's got a similar build. I mean, not the exact same, because Whitful had like the Rod of Ages, Winter's Approach.
Yep.
But it looks like he's on the Rod of Ages. You get a bit of AP behind him. You can just clear waves. You can be quite defensive. It's easy to like play in a defensive way. I say that.
As yeah, explosive cast, barrel
아니
roll,
이렇게
but
쓰면은
now
이유가
we need to work
이
out.
Junji is coming. That's why they're doing it. But so is Pantheon. So is Pantheon.
Early on means nothing. The smite chilling.
He lives! He lives Oh my gosh, Kiaya's that too. Kiaya's gonna get flashed on. Oh, Junji야. 아니 그라가스가 저걸 살아? I thought Gragas went in too early. I was like, okay, maybe he should have waited for Shinjao to get there before he full combo like
Such a big dub for CFO there.
드라이버 진짜 이게 탱커 유저의 품격? 탱커 유저가 이게 그 본인이 살 수 있는 거 되게 잘 보거든. 저게 다 계산의 영역일 수도 있어 진짜.
But now his jungler is just monster fed.
That's a 400 gold play, and Driver didn't even get any of the kills. He got both assists.
I mean, just tank mains are just so good at calculating like how much damage they can tank up before they die.
So much better about that situation. We'll see the
it could have been just lucky, but like he went in a little bit early. I was like, oh, maybe he doesn't realize that Pantheon has a gold ulti and he's going to be using a top play.
Knows his jungler is coming. The Pantheon comes in, but
Pantheon 궁 위치가 조금 멀긴 해서 플래시로 급하게 들어가려고 했는데. I mean, the Pantheon ult location was too deep. Yeah, Levi like flashed W. And then
with the W as well,
he couldn't reach
and then he had the flash, had to get 2 autos for the healing, the cleanup, but yeah, really well played.
Insane.
He sort of whiffed his arm.
Yep. I love it.
아니 근데 그애는 진짜 너무 짜증나겠다. 라인도 다 잘해놓는데.
Double kill over to Junjo. Like I said, Driver didn't get the kills, but we're talking about it
이게
before.
이렇게 되네.
Utility that comes through from this Gragas, he doesn't need it. But the Xin Zhao getting early dueling tower
그것이 리그 오브 레전드다.
getting to a match where
리그 오브 레전드 1대1만이 아니죠. 2대2, 3대3, 5대5
That's a
결국.
1k gold lead, and Junjo is that jungler again. I feel like a lot of people who watched the LPL the early days, when he was on EDG, when he was sharing time with Clearlove, will know what this guy can do with the lead and when he can carry a game. Is need to work again, but look who's in the right spot at the right time.
Oh, but look at this Gragas, he's
dead.
dead. Yo, Kiaya, yeah. Holy moly, Ayaya's angry. Fear of Warfare is secured by Junjo though.
He's off to the races.
Driver tries
판테온이 늦었네요. 저런. He could freeze the wave.
Junjo's there to answer back, and now 3-0, and Junjo's always been that player. Even when he joined the LPL,
he's rephrasing the wave versus Yoongi in the
wave.
wave.
Korean solo queue, always top ranks, and very mechanically gifted, very strong
yeah,
individually.
Junjo is
you give him 3
really
kills
crazy
in a champion like Xin Zhao, and he can take over games. Doggo with a good sidestep there.
Goes because of Unsealed Spellbook, brings back the heal for
Stop
Elio.
behind,
Look at
bro.
replay though, because
yeah, let's watch this again.
Kia this time was able to get the damage down.
So the difference is because he used his Q there. This time when he ults, he doesn't have the Q to slow, and because he hits the wall, he's a bit closer. So the first time that play happened, he had more distance. He slowed him. He wasn't able to follow up.
True.
And Junja, it was close.
GAM is a Vietnamese
honestly,
team.
but,
Yes,
able to
they
finish him
are.
off. Always gotta be a
CFO
bit
is
cautious
Taiwanese,
around
and
those
no,
wins.
GAM is
Passive healing's always nice as well. I'm remembering every
금연사
third hit
진짜
that Zinzao
깡패다. 아니 지금
Phage picked
아무리
up off the back
너프를
of that
해도
800
저렇게
at 100 CS
A
now
tier
too, with those
탑라이너.
kills on top. I mean, Junja's
럼블과
massive,
그웬
and we haven't even seen the power of
너프를
Zinzao
해도
play yet.
해도
We haven't even
솔랭에서
seen
지표가 안
like a
나오지만
full-on
프로에서는
skirmish. Just
계속
been some of these
밥
lane ganks. So CFO are
템프처럼
now bringing some of those
그래서 나오는 중.
pressure points down to the bottom lane with this wall from Hungu looking to get a start.
You see, CFO already have that dragon in pocket. Mountain Drake would be nice to pick up. They are setting up, but this looks like it's definitely going to be a contest from GAM.
I mean, GAM has to contest it. Just like, why wouldn't they? Oh, look at Junja going in though. Oh, emo. The Annie just deleted. He can't do anything. And he flashes 써도 그냥 저거 뭐 아무도 안 내죠.
I just don't understand why you go
CFO
for that
just
play when your Lucian isn't there. You know, the numbers were in favor of CFO. They're able to make the play, but also the reactions from Junja there, immediate when the Braum tries to go for the play.
아니 그냥 이거 정글 차이로 끝난다고
going
이게.
down towards Doggo in the mid lane. Dragon's gonna get picked up here.
I mean, like there's a
for
draft
CFO
gap,
as
and I was
well.
like hyping
It's
up
only
GAM's
1,500 gold lead,
call,
but it's
but
feeling really positive for CFO so far.
And again, it was
And
GAM who
meanwhile,
started this
Junja
game
just
off
popping
really
off,
well.
I don't
The
know.
bot lane has started going, quite well again. Kill went over to Levi, but
크라가스는 웃고 있다.
it matters not when top has just shifted complete gears. Look at the gold difference. Tells a really stunning story of how GAM has lost their grip on this early game.
Honestly,
A
there's
2,000
definitely
gold lead now.
like Kiai is playing
for the
very
first seed of the
cleanly.
LCP,
He finished this Gwen gameplay.
And this was a 5-game series. in an
크라가스는
LCP
그만큼
finals.
잘 맞고 있긴
I was gonna say, like,
한데
GAM did so much
키아야
damage,
선수도
and,
되게 잘하고
you know,
있죠.
the gap that was VCS and the LMS then became PCS now LCP.
안 시킨
obviously.
짜장면이 감히
Both
스포츠를
regions
배달
are, both
뭔
teams
얘기를
are,
하는 거야. 짜장면을 뭔
They
얘기.
closed up quite a lot, but again,
친다오라서
CFO
짜오
was
짜오
originally the first seed.
짜장면.
I think the biggest thing is that the story we haven't even sold yet is the range we talked about in draft, where
Oh,
Doggo
for
is just
Hillsong
chilling
Junja,
and
yeah.
slowly but
I mean, we
smiley
had
scaling
earlier, GAM
towards
actually had
what is
a
gonna be
game
late
where
game center
Levi
again.
had
I mean, the
5
fact he
kills on
already has
Wukong
this
and
big
he
lead,
didn't really,
he has cleanse as well.
wasn't able
The big
to
threats in
carry
this
the game in
really
the
are
end.
those stuns from
So
the
maybe
side
Junja
of
might
GAM,
struggle
the
with the
Braum,
whole
the Annie,
kills
the
to
Pantheon.
actually carry his
You
team.
have that
We'll
cleanse. I'd
see.
love to honestly see Kaiwing go towards Mikhail's. Looks like he's going Locket first, which isn't bad, but I think Mikhail's has a ton of value too. Cleanse just get in there. That is positive.
그러니까
from
탱커
GAM.
유저 특히
We'll see if they
성장을
can
좀
actually make
막고
something up. They
있죠.
are
여기
looking
계속 뭔가
towards this Herald.
근데 잘못하면 이제 킬각이 나올 수도 있겠는 걸.
Genji is over the wall with a blast
그라스가
cone
딜교
there.
저렇게 한 번씩 하면서 쌀짤이 내면은.
Back's going to be burned. Kiaya has to actually back his health bar, doesn't support it. So if there's a turn here, CFO will have their Gragas in first.
집을 먼저 보내는 그라가스 소생이.
There's that teleport finally.
Oh, Kaiwing's smart. Kaiwing's smart. Oh, Elio's ult is completely whiffed it. Oh, this Braum just destroyed. Oh. Oh, the Empire flash Q didn't connect from. Oh no.
CFO clear them out.
브라운 궁이 너무 안 좋았고.
Absolute stomp.
Such
From
a
ult
huge
is so
fight there
bad,
for CFO. So much value from the center.
Let's watch
Huge
it
ult that
again.
got shields on everyone. So much damage. The
And he
Alice
just
has
died
soaked
again, no
so
flash.
much with. I mean,
Wind
the ulti
tower's
was a little
gone.
bit late, but soaked so much in the
와,
start of the
역시
fight.
CFO 잘한다.
It just felt like GAM never
CFO's
really
like
got
5
on the
kill
targets they
ahead
wanted.
now.
Doggo didn't have cleanse, didn't even need to use his
LCP,
flash, and he was just free hitting
repeat.
that whole time.
It's going to be not first turret, but second turret taken
반전은
top as
없었다?
well, and that Herald finally goes through. Bit of extra souls for Doggo. And I'm sure we're going to get a replay right about now. But Kaiwing starts this off before
Look at
that
that.
TP even starts channeling.
Going
yeah,
in.
You get a trade of stuns, so Emo uses his
Braum,
stun, but on the Alistar,
seismic
Alistar
shots.
ults here, and they're trying to
They're
finish
going
him off,
on
but
him.
then
Boom.
Senna ult comes in to buy time, the
Bomba.
Braum's down,
2 people.
Zinzao goes in,
그라가스 이거
ults to
이
buy
배치기
even more
되게
time, and it just
좋았네.
feels like this
Gragas didn't even
huge
flash by
health
the way.
bars between the Alistar and the Zinzao.
CFO just literally just goes in every time and he just dies and he can't even live.
He has to walk so far in because he wants to do the damage on the Zinzao.
영혼
with the
어째야
Crescent Guard.
잘하냐고.
They're all in close range.
그 영혼을 계속
계속
사용하시면
좋습니다.
단어
외우고 뭐 문제 풀이하고 이런 것도 좋긴 한데 그렇게 배우면은 생활 영어가 안 돼서.
You needed that backline access. It never came through. He didn't punish Doggo. Every time he gets a Q off in that fight and the ult, he's getting so much healing, so much shielding, so much damage as well. And now you're in a situation where, you know, we talked about the massive jungle lead. We have the same lead in the mid and in the AD carry role. 2 items now for Doggo. He just picked up a black lead. He is so strong.
2 items, yeah.
We are still here and we still have 2 games to go, I think.
This is a
we gotta take a break after this, though.
One Weaver's wall, but Hungu's done well enough in the lane. Now a couple of kills under the belt as well, with a Rylai's soon to be on the way.
I feel like this game is so hard.
It really is, isn't it?
To play Lucian into in particular.
Oh yeah.
저는 영어가 확 는 상황이 그 중학교 때 영어 책을 많이 읽었었거든요. 해리포터 이런 거 있잖아. 재밌는 책. 책이라고 하면 막 어려운 책 어쩌고저쩌고 그런 거 말고 되게 유치하고 재밌고 스토리 재밌고 이런 거. 그런 거 보시면은 좀 많이 느는데.
Explosive cast gets Emo away, but he'll just come back in, and this is a nice pick, but the kill probably needs to go. This jungle to this mid lane up. Gonna go
해설 다 이해되냐고 당연하죠.
shutdown as well, but that's what GAM
shutdown
needs.
as well.
They
That's
need a
what
bit more
GAM
gold in
needs.
their pocket, so
They
they
need a
can
bit more
force
gold
this first.
in their
We keep
pocket.
talking about.
Yep, good pickup. You know, they'll get the tower as well. Is an objective bounty, so they'll get some gold. Likely will lose Dragon for this.
I'm selling a parrot, but people are asking if I'm Korean. With understanding English. I'm trying to quote what the casters are saying to prove that I do understand English and what the casters are saying.
Yeah. And she's going to be zoned away
I mean,
for
CFO
now.
just
with the full minion wave there as well. I
gonna
mean,
get
some
second
of the
tier tower.
gold willing
We
that
actually
they want.
can-
Artemis coming down too.
I think
but
GAM's gonna actually
that's
contest
maybe
this.
just to defend. Emo does TP, but Dragon, although starting now, CFO are going to commit the TP themselves as well. 5 members here first, and GAM are just way too late for the show.
다름은 그냥 이게 외국 원어민 분들이랑 이제 대화를 막 풀지 않고 하면은 좋아요.
Just kind of there to watch it go.
Can they get mid from it? GAM needs something.
That tower's very healthy.
It is indeed.
Oh,
Carving
wow,
turns into a
such a
engage. Artemis flashes away, but there's the Weaver's wall. Elio on the wrong side of a seismic shove. Planned, but not forgiven as stunned up.
Oh,
He is.
wow.
Pantheon ulting in, but they're under a turret. Remember, CFO might look unhealthy, but
아니 그 GAM Esports 이거 잘 사는데? Oh, the seismic shove on Kiaya though, and bomba. bomba. And 누가 just poking off. 카스가 그냥 게임을 끝냈네. 저 정도면 진짜 GAM Esports 정말 잘 싸우는데. Holy driver.
For that kill, they got him in the top lane, finds a beautiful angle.
It's over, guys.
Herald's gonna come down.
Look, GAM actually played super well. We have to watch it. The seismic shove and the Gwen was also really bad.
Has just spawned in.
Gwen tried W, I guess. Gwen is
lead,
leader.
CFO feels like this game's in the bag.
It really does. Every good fight, or at least.
저 한타 이기면 어떻게 앞타건까지 이어갈 수 있는데. Like, let's watch this again. They really want to force this. GAM was like forcing this for quite a lot.
They couldn't
At this point, they had to, in a way.
Yeah.
And they're looking for mid. This ends up very scrappy, but they do manage to get some decent value initially. Like, they're getting some damage down. They're pumping damage in the
with Alistair ulti, like, completely melted.
So heavily. This shove back keeps them invested, and then driving gets that
shove
huge
is so
angle
good.
with the engage. And immediately GAM know they've
많이
overstayed.
깊긴 했어. 근데 궁이는 알리스라서 안 죽어서.
Was because there was a member missing.
Bro,
They found that hidden member.
Such a nice engagement driver as well. You bring him in for the big moments like that.
Oh man.
Yeah, no words to spruik that one up. Well, I think Doggo scaled a little bit earlier than expected.
Lucian
and I
also
think
is healing
CFO,
their
as you said,
opponent.
it's very hard for them to lose this lead
Yeah,
now.
I thought the Lucian Braum was a good pick, but
he's getting a shy treatment, and I respect it.
Okay, no flash on Driver. I think Driver is getting 1v3. But the enemy team, look at the enemy team. They're just rushing down mid. They're gonna be trying to siege mid tower. 근데 잘 안 죽어. 근데 빨리 안 죽어서 이거 미드 타워, 아니 바텀 타워 밀고. I don't think they can get mid tower, but they can definitely get both.
I mean, they'll just. It's one of these things where you can't fault them for going for a play like this because what else are you supposed to
아직도
do?
외야근이 딜레이가 엄청나게 많이 써가지고.
Too much at the current point.
지금 벌써 한참 전에 끝내야 되는데 우리 지금 3경기 남았나? 2경기 남았나? I think we have 2 more matches after this,
right? So healthy, and CFO already moving to respond.
Yeah, we're gonna be here until 4 a.m. I'm telling you.
Over the side, Doggo just hovered because he wanted the 400 gold, or the 3.
We're gonna be here for a little bit longer, guys.
Maybe it was because he was gonna have like a rapid fire cannon, but I think he moved to mid.
2개나 더, 2개나 남았어.
We've seen plenty of Renans.
왜냐면 여기 다음에
come out of
이제.
centers, but third item is on the way. Regardless,
There's
Doggo's
2
definitely
more?
got a lot of
I
gold.
thought we have 2 more, no? 1 more or 2
trying
more?
so hard to catch back up, get himself an IE, get
Someone
himself
check
a
the
third
schedule.
item on this solution so he can jewel the hell
could be
out
wrong.
of anyone of CFO. But
Maybe the winner of this game just plays the coin
right
message.
now. This is a 6k gold
이거랑
lead.
C9
It's a solid
경기면
point. Yes, you
끝난다고.
need a Chemtech soul,
One
but
more.
you love Chemtech
Just
soul,
one
a
more.
minute 45, and it's coming up.
Honestly, like the
Yeah,
game matches
totally.
itself is just really
Yeah.
interesting. I'm very
Is it still
entertained,
your
but
least
I think
favorite?
the problem is definitely the
I mean, they did buff
between
it.
the
I feel
matches.
like
Too much
in a
yapping
comp
going
like
on.
this, where you have stuff like the Gragas and the Zinzao, there's not. It's
I know
like
it's
a
not the
zero
people who.
value,
It's not their
but,
fault for yapping. Like
you know,
it's their job
I
to
think
yap
GAM
and
are
fill up
happy
the
that it's
time.
a Chemtech Soul and not like a Hextech Soul, because then the game would really be super cool.
Oh, true.
But you know,
Yeah, like it's not Meteos and like all the other
It'll
like
work.
Kitty and all
Plus
that.
it's
Like
This
it's
is all
not their
they're doing in
fault.
this game.
Attack driver.
Just
It
kill
is what it is.
driver.
Okay. But he's out
What
this
major
time.
in comp site
Needlework
you
was
specialize?
used. Driver's OP.
After that engage,
What do you mean? What
it's
major
on
in comp
site.
site?
It's on
Comp site is a
site.
major.
And you just see, are they grouping up top?
If you're asking
And,
like
CFO
what
now
I
gonna get their
actually know what to
resets in.
do is like
They're going to find third items across the board, really?
He
I
doesn't know the danger.
do
He
a
just
bunch
gets
of
stuck
like
in that
front end
situation.
developing.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he sensed it.
He sensed
But-
Guys, I don't see 2 people on the map. I'm assuming
I
they're
never
gonna come
really
in
like
Definitely go.
did.
Yeah.
At that point
I
as a
need
top laner, you know, you
logic.
just
I never
like,
did
they
anything
come
crazy.
for me again, aren't they? And he's still up 500 gold. And
Yeah.
he's down 50 CS.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking that good.
Rapid
I
Fire
know.
Cannon just came in
I
for
was
Doggo
like
as well.
playing. I was too
You
busy
know?
playing League of
Yeah.
Legends.
We talked about how Lucian was going to win against his wife. This is where he's
During
lost.
college, I was too
He's
busy
lost the
playing
argument.
League of Legends and running it down. I mean, I got good grades and all,
He's
but
sleeping on the couch tonight.
if you want to be really good at coding and
Right, he
like
doesn't
complain
get
stuff,
anywhere
like,
near like.
you need
this
to
is
have
gonna
side
be,
projects.
it's
I
gonna be
never
Doggo's
did side
paradise.
projects.
80 souls, by the way, at 24 minutes.
You know what? He's in the doghouse.
He's in the doghouse. That was a good one, actually. That's good. I'll let you brew on that a bit more because.
And now a full-time bar down.
Yo, we got
Full-time
full
bar.
vision control. I don't know how they walk
Instead
in.
of being
I
a
guess
full-time
like that,
game
they just
dev.
commit.
I wanted to be a game
Driver again,
dev.
they
That's
see it,
my
but the wall
ultimate
behind
purpose.
Them now,
But
driver, is he out? Yes, he is. He has to flash bomber out as well. And
Driver lives again! Driver, oh, they flashed it! Okay, bad thing got him, bad thing got him. Oh, they have to run. They're getting run down by Senna. 세나한테서 도망을 못 가. 근데 W 세나가 이제 E를 킨 다음에 이렇게 따라오니까. Oh, rest in pieces, GAM. GAM's gonna be going home first, guys. GAM's gonna be going home first. 칸트 먹으면서 봐야겠다. 오, 개꿀인데. 칸트 개맛있.
Just desperately clearing waves, trying to keep the game alive. But
뭔가 말이 없긴 하네요. 간식 같은
right now,
거.
they'll look for that soul. Doggo going to do some damage to structures.
야식.
This game just going from bad to worse for GAM right now.
Not the quickest turret taker in the game.
그거보다는 야식은 모르겠고 일단 방정하고 샤워하고 자고 싶은데. I'm like a little bit sleepy though, because yesterday I slept really late as well. I didn't get to sleep that much.
Means that it can't be anything more.
Do you know why? Because I
I
ended
feel
up
like
ending
the Chemtech
stream
Soul,
like
who's
really
gonna help the
late.
most? It's
We
gonna
ended
help
the stream
Driver.
because
And-
Loser Stone's game was
You
like
know
really
what?
late.
Shout out Driver.
We had the stream like 5
I
a.m.
thought he was going to survive here. I feel really bad because he was so close to
Oh
living.
my gosh, look
he
at
gets
that.
this cast on Artemis. He gets the shield as well.
Look at him.
Whoa!
He's home free. And then Levi
Levi just flashes in.
Scumbag.
Driver must die.
That felt personal.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And yeah, the chase down comes
This
through.
Annie just
Artemis really
permadeath.
tries, but all the rocks around
프라가스
him.
잘한다.
Yeah,
어.
he was just cooked.
와 라인전부터 그냥 와 this driver is crazy. I don't know. This Gragas is crazy.
He's in the doghouse. It's been a great game from.
He's
I mean, honestly,
literally
I feel
the best
Junja's
like weak
had
sides
an
tank player.
insane game.
Junja's been so good on this Zinzao, and I feel like Zinzao's one of those
탱커
champions
탱킹을
where
잘하는 선수랑 이제 공격적으로 잘하는 선수도 다르거든. 창과 방패 그
definitely can
대결.
be a pick where sometimes it feels
It's
like,
like
you're just pressing the
Driver's
ult
like a
so you don't
shield
get
type
immediately
player,
blown up.
defensive
This has
player,
not been that. You know, I
and
feel like
then
mechanically he's been
players
playing
like,
well in those earlier
you
skirmishes.
know,
He's been in the right place at the right
Zeus, you think
time.
about Zeus or
And
something
now,
like they're kind of like
he
short,
just feels immortal. He's doing so much damage. He's
very
such a
aggressive
threat.
and
You know,
goes
it
to
feels
like
they're not
really
even
punish
trying to
you
kill
and
him
then
because they know
and
they
then
have to
snowball it.
invest so much. They're
And
trying to kill
carry
people
as well.
around him, and he's just too big of a problem to deal with.
I think when you think of a good tank player, what do you think of? Like, which champion? I mean, not champion. What player do you think of first?
It's going to be 10 with Baron.
Who won between FlyQuest and G2?
Outer turret, or rather inner, I'm seeing on the left side of my screen there.
The only person I think of is like Busio. Busio actually plays
covering the Baron
a
with
lot
three
of
people, and
tanks.
with a root up as well.
루스 라토레스 탑라인으로 바우스 선생님이 또 탱커 장인이시거든요.
Even Artemis too. Look at that.
Oh wow, look at Doggo just doing so much damage.
Just comes in with the Weaver's Wall. Now Levi running for his life as Doggo
그냥
outranges
오픈이다
him.
이거는
Look at
참.
him. Unstoppable,
This, I think it's an end. Open angle.
Unmanageable in this best of one.
Senna fully online. Emo needs to run away.
미드 밀고
Two
끝나겠는걸?
members left,
They're
I
gonna
think
try
this is
to end
game over.
match.
The Baron
But
can
we'll
push
see.
in. Not sure they can do much to defend here.
It's a crushing time.
The sad end for GAM.
Key crushing
I know
time, guys.
TK will be reeling in. It's
이
always great to have
장면을
them at an
위해서
event, but GAM
우리가
moments away
8시간을
from being the first
달렸습니다.
team
8
eliminated, the
hours
first team crushed
to
here
watch the key
at
crushing.
EWC, Kiaya and Emo, it's up to them to
I think
defend,
this is
but
it, guys.
Death time is now plus 10 seconds.
Oh, Emo got hit by the
Levi
W.
a little bit longer, running
Kaiwing
in.
is gonna
CFO
combo
wanna
it
end
or what?
here
No.
in 28 minutes. Kiaya brings out the needles, but that's going to need a lot of work. And Driver getting revenge for all the bullying that was done in this game. A triple root.
Oh, the
Junja
Junja R.
on point. It's
GG.
unbelievable with a triple kill. He might
I mean,
be
this is
delivered
expected.
for
Like
the
we all
corner
knew
as
the
well.
CFO
Hang on a
is
minute.
the stronger team.
Junja
Conjugate pentakill! Penta! Oh!
Steals the penta. But a quadrilly shows
That was
you
gonna be a
Junja
penta.
is
아니 저
worthy
펜타였는데
to go on
심지어
and stay.
루시안이 일부러 이거 거리 줬는데 펜타
Yeah, I
뭐라고?
mean, what a performance from
That's
this team. We've had
rude.
some great matches from
What do you
them
mean?
at MSI, and once again, another great
호키
performance
선수가
today.
그
They
나이가
will defeat
어리셔가지고
the opponent they faced
모를
down in
수도
the
있어.
regional finals, and
결국 CF가
with a
이겼다고.
convincing win. And I feel like we have so many grudge matches at this tournament, but you know,
와 이렇게
going
다
against a team
they're
they
all
faced so many
bowing, they're
times
all
before,
bowing, and then
now
they're
being
gonna
the one to
crush
their key.
They're gonna crush the
Just
key
like
now.
we said about all those attempts on Driver's life, it must feel personal.
It must feel personal. CFO, they'll stay alive.
나
but it's
이거
Gam who are going
잘한다는데.
home. Two best of ones later, they just couldn't pull out a win, and you know it's rough because you look at some
Time
of the
for
games
some
and then
key
you're like,
crushing.
yeah, I could have seen an angle where Gam could win. It's kind of like MSI, where remember Gam, you know, went to
Good try,
to
Gam
best of five,
time.
and you're like, oh, I can see where.
감은
where Gam can find a
MSI에서
win
오히려
here.
더 잘했던
I mean,
것 같아.
remember when CFO beat
I
GAM
think GAM played
domestically
better
to
at
make it,
MSI. Honestly, they
right,
had
it
better
was a
performance
3-2,
than
it was
MSI,
close.
but
There was
yeah.
moments in this where it felt close, and yes, eventually they did run away with it thanks to Junja. Fantastic performance, but even so,
여름 굴은 역시
a bit of a
무섭다.
heartbreaker. Bit of a heartbreaker
라이브?
going home on game one
Yeah.
and day one. Sorry,
Flying Oyster?
it's got a sting, and that's just competition. At the end of the day, it's ruthless.
I agree with you. Wait, what are we
Well,
talking
CFO
about?
will have a date with Destiny in their own way as well, right? Because
Sorry, I don't even know what I just said.
I mean, they're gonna verse
If
MKOI,
ever like I say
and
something like
AMSI,
kind of crazy and
CFO
I'm like,
were
well,
the
what
ones
should
that
say?
knocked
Like, I don't know.
MKOI out.
I'm just yapping it.
So Europe is once again at
Analysts
this
and
point where we
casters are
just don't know
yapping.
what's
I'm
gonna
yapping.
happen.
We're all yapping.
That'll be coming tomorrow, by the way. MKOI versus CFO again. We're just drafting. I mean, Orcs is he writes the script, right? That's what this guy does.
Yeah.
But we're just drafting revenge
I'm
matchups from the
losing it,
last
guys.
international.
I'm a
for
crash
people
out
to take
too.
out their, you know, their anger, their frustrations out on each other.
That means
And
old, yeah.
adding the key crushing, the extra element.
That's the thing.
The icing
right?
on the cake.
Yeah.
CFO needs to change their
Well, we
logo.
waited
They're
for that.
losing aura from the Thomas
Well,
and Friends company
who knew?
logo.
Oysters can fly.
Wait, what do you mean? I like CFO's logo.
Well, we've known that for
I'm used to
we've
it
known that for a
now.
while.
When
We have,
when I
but
first saw
every
their
time
logo, I
they
was like,
win,
what?
we're reminded
Like
Oysters can fly.
Oyster?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
I think maybe the name is
Yeah,
a problem.
I don't think this is. I think this
Nothing
is
is
kind of the
granted.
result
Everything is
we
earned.
were leaning towards. I think
Yeah.
CFO has been so strong, and you know they were the favorite team domestically. But even so, I think if GAM had gotten the upset, I think that definitely was possible. I do think the draft gave CFO some big advantages, but also just the way they played
와,
on the
세나
day.
상원이
I think
보소.
Junja in particular
Look at Sena's
really
attack range,
showing
crazy.
why this guy has been so respected, why
So
he was
low.
playing in the LPL
So
periods as
fucking
well.
low, he thought.
Doggo on top of that.
See you next
know,
time,
Senna was
Febby.
pretty flawless.
Let's call it a day. We have one left.
And
Ethan.
even when
Where are you
Driver
going?
got targeted early and started to fall a bit behind, you know, was able to stabilize,
chat.
make things happen for the team.
Don't leave
yeah,
me.
my heart kind of breaks for because his Gwen performance had that early momentum.
Yeah.
But those skirmishes went wrong a little bit, and it just kind of fell out of control.
Yeah, Junja smurfed it with that skirmish top, and I feel like
Yeah,
I mean,
just
all I can
spent
say
the
to you
whole
is I feel like
time
today, maybe the
doing
strong
damage.
2v2s are a bit of a bait. The The center lanes have been good today.
도고 선수 진짜 잘한다.
Before we get to our
Look at
last
Doggo's
game
center
later on
damage.
today, and Doggo apparently actually is standing by.
Welcome back to the stage,
Doggo
everyone.
popped off at
After a
MSI.
stellar win
Doggo's
from
popping
CFO
off at
against GAM. We
EWC.
have Doggo here for our Amazon winner interview. My first question to you, Doggo, is that you've been a star player throughout MSI and throughout the entire run for CFO in this season. Do you think that adds a little bit of pressure on you to help the team win?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，然后你其实是被称为一个明星或者是领袖选手，在你们队伍里的，不管是在你们的赛季这个赛季，还是说这场比赛来说，你觉得这会不会是一种压力？
首先我不觉得我自己是一个明星或是那个领袖啊，因为我的队友也都非常厉害，所以就没什么压力。
I wouldn't call myself a star player, honestly. I think all my teammates are playing really well during this season or this match.
Absolutely. I mean, you're selling yourself short. You've been doing amazing throughout the whole season. But I do want to ask you, you guys have been in international titles for a while, you specifically, and now you have a shot at winning EWC. What does that mean to you?
就是你们虽然也参加过很多国际比赛，但是之前可能一直没有拿下什么特别。
솔직히 첫 번에 근데 하나 라이프 아니었으면은 CF가 그래도 다른 팀들 다 무난하게 깼을 것 같은데.
尽全力嘛，然后希望我们这一次
운이 안 좋게 CF가 하나를 만나서 I don't know. CFO is probably second best team today, other than Hana.
And hope that during this,
I mean, maybe G2 can beat them.
I would just perform better than the previous.
G2 did play pretty good today, but
well, you know what's special about EWC is when you win an
CFO looks
elimination
really
match,
clean.
you get to crush your opponent's
Only
key.
reason they lost is because they played into Hana Life Esports.
Key crush for EWC 2025.
그러니까 CF가 애조였으면 이미 올라갔을 수도 있다. 그런 생각이 들기도 하고. It's possible, yeah. I actually think so.
而且你即将是要成为第一个队伍去就是压碎这个钥匙，你有没有很激动呢？
之前就只有在影片看过，然后
They should make it simple like what T1 did with their
蛮有
logos.
趣的。
True, but remember when T1 first changed their logo, everybody was like,
clips and stuff. I feel really excited to do it my own.
Well, yeah, you get to do it on your own. So please join me at the key
What are they doing?
Because you get to do.
They're crushing.
EWC
They're crushing
is
the.
all about crushing your
no.
opponent's key when you win an elimination match. So please go ahead, and I'll let you enjoy this moment.
And when I say done, it's okay.
But that one?
Yeah.
This is it, guys. Doggo is like, Mr. Doggo? There it is. 큰 거 온다. 진짜 뽀개짐? Does it actually break in two or no? It just bends, right? Oh, it broke! Holy moly!
It pained Doggo to crush the key of his fellow LCP team. However, it must be done. It is part of the Esports World Cup. And Doggo, although maybe a little regretful having to do it, when it happened, he did not flinch. He is a true competitor. That
Rest in peace, GAM Key.
Well, you know what to say. Leads must be
This
pushed
is really awkward.
and keys
Wait,
must
why?
be pushed. And he did it beautifully.
Bro, start crying.
Really
Why? It's fine, guys.
Is that how they say
It's been a long day, okay? I mean, that was a really exciting game, though. I really enjoyed like a lot of moments that game. I think there was so many exciting fights.
사우디 대회 감성
teams
진짜.
know each other by heart. The fact that they've played against each other so many times.
뭔가 한국에서는 절대 상상도 못한. 한국에서 저런 거 했으면 난리 나죠. 가뜩이나 이제 그 팀들 간의 그 싸움이 많아가지고.
Is not only did they have a lead and they took control, they also had a couple of highlight plays. I feel like that's something that's been missing from today. Not every game had the standout moment that you're like, oh, that goes in the clip at the end of the day.
국내에서 조입하면은
Some
큰일
that were
납니다.
procedural. There was two here for CFO, and it's both our highlights. Let's take a look at the first one, the Herald fight early on. That was just the one
I
where
hope we don't see like LCK teams play each other until like finals.
Yeah, I mean this was
결승에서는
really nice
괜찮은데
fight, actually,
결승에서는 그럴
because
수
they
있는데
played it so patiently. You know, they had their tanks in the front. The
I
Senna
don't
play
know.
from Doggo was absolutely excellent. He hit pretty much everybody on his team with the shield. He saved his Alistair.
I think
just
Hongu's
barely,
seismic
and
shots
it was kind
are
of a fight
basically
of
like.
attrition. You know, it took a little
그라가스도
while.
개
and there were a
잘하긴
lot of
했는데
low
근데
bars, and that
탈리아도
wasn't a super
W를 너무
flashy
잘
fight, but if you
맞췄거든.
look at the minor details of like
This
Doggo's
Talia was
positioning,
really
the
good
timing
from
of the ult
Hongu.
and stuff like that, it was really,
really
impressive
liked
from CFO.
all the seismic shots, all the W's connecting.
All the shields kind of got value, and it hit like 4 people with the
Compare
ults.
this
I
to
don't
like
think
the
Alex
C9
and
low-key
Senna will
Talia
do
made
that
that
much for fight, because the fight was really close.
really
leading up to
had
that,
some
and now it's just,
struggles.
like, the culminating moment that really solidified CFO as the winner of that fight. And I mean, in general, I feel like CFO are always playing so well, like together. They're always in the same play.
HLE could face T1 or Gen G. I thought they avoided it by
their health bars and get as much
winning all their games today.
squeeze as much
They still have a
water
chance
from the
maybe
stone
to
as they
face.
can.
Yeah, they definitely did
한국에서는
that.
안 될 것 같다, 레알.
We've talked a lot about the top lane and the swapping in between Rest and Driver, and now Driver has his moment on the Gragas
this
here
moment.
after an early
Really nice flash
by
from Artemis, but
yeah, and here we see the wall
Going
coming in. Brown did not block it, so he's stuck a little bit, and this
and then they try to
makes
like
GAM
save
think that
this
there's
play
something
but
to get
keep
here.
going,
They
right?
go all
Levi
in for the
drops
Alistar,
from
but they're just buying time. They're biding their
Seismic
time
shot
for
onto
Gragas to
Kiaya,
come in
boom.
on the flank,
The
look
bomba.
for the flash bomba,
Boom.
and annihilate all
They call it bomba
bars.
too.
What a beauty. That is the moment
That
to
is
live for
hilarious.
with
The
Gragas,
casters
and
call
I
it
think Driver's
bomba
gonna
as
go to bed
well.
tonight a happy man.
I think you could get into some play-by-play casting. That was pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
That was very nicely done, Finn.
Oh, thank you.
That's from the LCK play-by-play caster right there.
Oh, 감사합니다.
You considering?
감사합니다.
Beautiful. No, it was a great fight. It was a great fight. I think that GAM got very baited in, and CFO handled it very well. There were some moments where we were like, maybe GAM come back in this game. That was kind of one of them. But the second they get bombed by the 3-man body slam into the cask, it was just kind of over from there mentally.
Yeah. Let's put a bow.
Is Bossy playing right now? Talking about Bomba, I think Bossy should be playing soon.
In the LCP. They then have the opportunity to play the best in the world over at MSI and do so one more
Furia and
time here.
전패진이라고.
Not too far off the pace until this game against a team that they're very familiar with. What do you want to see from them building up
오늘
as
한
they
판
head
했는데
back on
졌습니다.
over to their
G2 상대를.
closing split?
I mean, the one word I think about when I think about GAM,
I meant
it's just
Cato
like
IRL? No, I
tenacity.
didn't.
They always work their way back. Like, despite the lows they sometimes face, they always come back to these international events, and they always give us something to be excited about. And I want to see that once again, and I know it's going to happen. I know GAM is going to go back to Vietnam, and they're going to start practicing hard, and they will be back here for Worlds, I imagine. And I just want to see them build on what they have. I want to see Levi go further, and I want to see a player like Kiaya
나쁘지 않은
achieve a
경기력이다,
little bit more,
퓨리아.
because I know he has what it takes, and
퓨리아가
I think
뭔가
he's one of the
임팩트 있는
best
경기력은
players
또 안
come out
나온
of
것
the region
같기도
ever.
하고.
All right, let's
전 잘
take a look
모르겠는걸.
at the bracket as we now have eliminated
저는
our
오히려
first
CF4,
team here at
G2
the
딱 생각나는 게 딱
Esports
이
World
두
Cup.
팀이
A
좀
very brutal format, but you gotta show
클라이퀘스트나
up and you
코이도
gotta
좀
perform. CFO after
막
an
엄청
early
막 그런
loss
느낌을
against
안
Hungu
줬습니다.
Life Esports,
코이가 감
bounce
e스포츠
back
상대로
against
이기긴
their
했는데
region mates
CF가
in
훨씬
GAM
더
Esports and now have
확실하게
the do or
이겼거든요,
die
방금.
moment against Movistar Koi
CF는 진짜
tomorrow
하나를
in the
만난 쟤
qualifying
때문에
match about
패자
that.
부활전을 간 거야.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be an
아니
interesting one.
CF가
I
만약에
think,
여기였으면은
based on
코이나
MSI and
감
based on
e스포츠
the
상대
fact
절대
that,
안 질 것
yes,
같은데.
CFO did lose today, but it was
저런.
against Hungu Life Esports.
I think CF
You
just
know,
unlucky.
can
They
we
got
really
matched
take
into
too much away
CF
from
got
that?
matched
It's
into
kinda hard
Hungu
to
Life
say that
Esports. Just really
any
lucky.
of these teams would have done well
Is this the
against
last
HLE.
game?
So I feel like
Oh
for
yeah,
me,
this game
I
coming
know
up
Finn's
apparently
right
is the
next
last
to me
game
right
of
now.
the
I do
day.
think that CFO do have the slight advantage, but I think that
4시즌인데
MKOI
버스
have
스탠드
also
우승.
shown some decent stuff as well.
It's completely valid to say that
4시즌인데
they have the advantage. I think
제카,
looking at the MSI
바이퍼,
performances,
응?
CFO was the better team at
페비나이트.
the tournament. Thankfully, we're not at MSI
피너.
right now. We're at EWC, and I am excited for a new revitalized
Don't forget the top
MKOI
laner.
because I think they took a lot of good learnings from that tournament, and I think what we saw
월드
today was
챔피언이 몇
a
명이냐고.
MKOI that went toe-to-toe with Hungu Life, and I think when both these teams played Hungu Life, right? And I think we saw a little
HK
bit
우승,
more life
APL
from
우승, 월드
MKOI.
우승자
Just looking at
보여준.
that, that's kind of everything we have to go on for now.
제카 선수도
And I
월드
think I'm
우승.
optimistic towards MKOI's chances
바이퍼
in this
선수
game.
월드
All right, so
우승.
we bid adieu to GAM
Esports
Esports,
월드
but don't worry, blokes and rats and everything in between. one more series
Rats?
left in our long
Did they
day
mention
of
Rats?
matches.
XD?
It is the LTA North against the LTA South. Furia versus Cloud9. We'll set you up for that one in just a little bit.
Rats
You're
mentioned.
watching the Esports World Cup.
Me? I think he's talking about you guys, chat. I'm talking about the rest in the chat.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to
FlyQuest
stay ahead.
vs C9.
So what about AI to generate new
SA
possibilities?
vs NA. South America, North America.
Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud,
안녕하세요. 어서 오세요.
imagine how
Hi, hi.
AWS can transform your business.
We're the meatballs? Yeah, true. You guys are the meatballs. Okay, final game, guys. Final game? 장미, 북미 구도도 재밌다. 이거 자존심 대결이지 이거. I mean, we for sure C9 wins here, right? Everyone thinks like, oh, C9, old C9, but current C9 is looking kind of weak though, which is surprising because Thanatos and Loki, like both Korean talents, both are Korean talents. C9은 뭔가 그때 황금기가 스니키 선수가 뛰었었던 그때가 제일 황금기인데. C9 was the strongest when they had the sneaky ADC. Do you remember, guys? Sneaky C9 sneaky. That's when they kept going all the way to quarterfinals at World semifinals. Like they would perform every single time. I don't know if they ever made it to semifinals, but they always made it out of group stage. 눈망울님 어서오세요. 하이하이. 마지막 경기는 어디 지역들이냐고? 프리아는 이제 브라질, 남미 쪽이고 이제 C9은 북미. LTA랑 LTA 사우스로 이렇게 나눠졌는데 이번에 자존심 싸움이다 진짜. C9 International event once in a blue moon. What do you mean? Maybe now, but in the past, maybe not. Have you seen the EWC Faker trophy pic? Yeah, I saw it. Really cute, I think. They were both smiling. Like the fans, like they're always like flaming, like they're flaming each other and like fighting, and meanwhile, like Trophy and Faker, they're best friends, like. Your best buddy.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, everyone. It is our final best of one of the day, and it is an elimination match. It's Baiano's Brazilian boys Furia against Cloud9. Mitos not here to represent the NA here, so I guess Valdez is going to have to do it.
Hey, you're more American than I am. So
all right, sure.
You can take this one, Digon.
I'll do it. Okay.
Well, so, Digon, what do you think about Cloud9's chances in this match here today?
Yeah, I think they'll be good, but actually, we're going to talk about Furia first. Let's take a look at the Furia lineup here. The LTA South representatives who did some
회사상 끝나고 경기가 또 있냐? 아닙니다. 경기는 내일 있는 걸로.
To get over the hump, but looking to try and bounce back against their LTA North neighbor here.
There it is!
Yeah, I think here we're looking at a bounce back, hopefully, from because I feel like they didn't really show that much in the earlier game today, and I would love to see them try to play more as a unit. I mean, especially I think Guigo didn't really live up to the hype I kind of set earlier of the day, because I think he has some
their
really good
outfit. I think it's because of Red Bull kind of reminds me of T1's outfit.
Off-gaming against BB, but going up against Thanatos, he really has to be on his A game, because Thanatos, he's not a weak laner. He will punish you in lane if you don't actually, if you're like sleeping.
Yeah, I really feel like top lane is one of our most stacked positions at this tournament for sure. And Squeego
이번 경기 8번째 경기라. 뭔가 8번째 경기면은 근데 MSI는 막 5곽이 2번 나오고 막 그러면
from beginning to end, right?
되게 오래 걸리는
really didn't
느낌이잖아.
show anything, and I think that he's much
아무래도
better than what he
이거
showed.
단판전이라서 다들 셋업하는 게 설정하는 게 오래 걸려서 중간중간 시간이 굉장히 오래 걸리는
That's kind of interesting because I think in the mid lane, it wasn't the greatest performance there
경기
by
전에
Lucky.
이거
Might be
선수들 막
an area where
쓰럽하고
Furia
마이크
are
패스하고
able to
막.
punish. But now for a deeper insight, let's send it on over to Gigo, standing by.
It's do or die between Furia and Cloud9, and by my side is the top laner for Furia, Guigo. So this is the first time we're going to get the LTA North versus LTA South rivalry for the Esports World Cup. So can you explain to me what the biggest difference between these two conferences are right now?
I would say like they are a little bit ahead in terms of actual game knowledge, let's say, but I think it's still a pretty even fight, and I hope we can win against them.
Amazing. And I spotted with my eyes, you have this nose tape on you right now, and it's been very trendy for a lot of players. So please explain the science behind this.
It's actually kind of OP, I feel like, because it opens up your strings of the nose, so you actually breathe much better. And I don't know, it works for me. Doesn't work for everyone, but...
Wait, I need this nose tape.
I'm definitely gonna.
I have a
look into
nose
it.
allergy.
Thank you so much, Gigo. Best
Thank
of
you.
luck on the stage, and we'll see you soon.
That's such a random question, but I love these random
Google
questions.
doing a battle
It's really
up
funny.
against
Have fun
yet
chat. I'm
another
gonna stay
in
away
the
from
top
social to
lane
avoid
here
Donut.
in Thanatos.
What do you
Let's send it
mean?
over to our
It's
top
okay,
lane
don't worry about it, Dewey.
connoisseur
GAM
to
tried their
see
best.
what he thinks about it.
Yeah, I
Alright.
like that he brought the nose
Good
tape.
try,
Maybe
good
he can
try.
sniff out some stinky American inters here.
It's okay, Dewey.
I think the top of the matchup though, he won't sniff out any inters. I think Thanatos
I
was
guess it's
my
the same
standout
though for
performer
every
in that FlyQuest
country
game.
and every community.
And
Like
on
when
the
your
rank
team
run, he
loses, a
looked
lot of
so
like
comfortable, just
stupid
having so
stuff
much
in the
impact in those
social
fights, finding
media.
really crucial flanks
Social
to really
SNS.
give his team some leeway.
I'm paranoid. Good night,
despite them
Fabio.
being
Good night.
behind. So I think it's very important we get Guigo
베트남
on a
분들
comfort pick. I
팬들도
want this guy to be on a
보시는
matchup he feels good
거였구나.
about, because I don't think he looked
GAM
that
Esports
comfortable in
너무
the Jax
좀
Raven matchup. They
아쉽긴
looked at
했는데.
practice, so maybe just make sure he gets a matchup he's comfortable in, so he can actually transition that
okay.
and make things happen.
GAM
As we take
Esports
a
look
at
really
the
good at
Cloud9
MSI.
roster. Valdez, let me get your thoughts here.
Gonna prep
How
for
they can
Worlds
bounce
now,
back
guys.
after a tough loss against FlyQuest.
Worlds. Okay, here
I
it
mean,
is.
it's hard to say
Thanatos,
that,
Blabber, Loki,
you know,
Sven,
they
and
played
Volca.
poorly. I would say that FlyQuest played pretty well. There were certainly some moments
뭔가
where
스벤 선수
we were all talking about how
좀
it felt like Cloud9 could have taken more
통통해지신 것
advantage of
같은데?
their
I think
aggressive
Sven's
composition,
gained
but
some
they kind
weight
of just
because I
ended
think
up
he used to
having
be
to sit back and
a
let
little bit more
FlyQuest
slimmer.
just scale to oblivion, and
He did gain
Quad
some
was like
weight, I think.
3-0 with a bajillion gold. So maybe
Is
being
the
a
NA
bit
food?
more proactive, maybe trying to play a
NA
little bit
hamburger.
around some of their
Oh
strong
my gosh, Blabber.
solo lanes, like Thanatos, who we mentioned. Try to get him ahead. You know, we already
I
saw
want
that
to
Guigo
see
apparently
C9
has
actually
a,
play around Thanatos
innate
more.
weakness to
I feel like his
Renekton,
Renekton was
at
gapping
least in
so
that
hard.
matchup, so maybe you can try to
But he was kinda
utilize
left
him a bit in
alone.
those solo lanes.
Yeah,
Maybe Blabber should
I
have help.
thought when I looked at Cloud9's draft in that game one, it was quite a challenging draft to execute. They had like their jungler was a trundle,
Fevi's
and their
replacing
support
every
was a
team's
barb.
top laner? Yeah.
And I mean, sure, you have the little fun combo there where trundle puts the pillar and you stun on the pillar. But in general, that's a comp that kind of struggles to start fights when you want to, because all you can do is walk at your
Too lazy
opponents
to
and
move
try
the
to bite
cam.
them,
My
and they
bad.
can just walk that away and get out of there, you know? So I kind of want to see Vulcan on more of an engage role, or I want to see Blabber on something that's really
thought she was gonna translate to
skirmish-heavy,
Spanish.
really aggressive, something like a Shincha, Pantheon, Vi
Ain't no
is what
way.
I'm looking for. And
If you're
just
talking
give
about
your
me, my
players a
Spanish,
little
I don't
more
know if you wanna
tools
listen to my
start
Spanish.
because I feel like against FlyQuest,
Really bad.
they were passive, but also because
Muy
their
malos.
comp was really difficult to really force things.
Yeah, I think it goes back
포즈가
to
어색하다.
reiterating this is a best of
극한
one.
직업.
We probably
프로
should be seeing a lot
선수들도
of the
참
same champions over and over again in draft based off of the type of composition you want to play. And usually Bard is a little bit further down when we're talking about Fearless. Usually in, you know, maybe game 4, game 5 of a
someone
best of
say
5,
Bard,
a pocket pick out here. So liking
someone
what
said
you're
Bard.
setting up here, Finn, for Cloud9
누군가가
on their
바드를
way to
얘기를
success.
하는데
As you see the players warming up, loosening up,
바드만
getting
들으면은
ready.
정신이 확
Kind
깨는
of
걸?
crazy that one of these two squads
Yeah.
not going to be moving on, and
Vulcan
you saw
did play
the
Bard,
key
he just
getting
lost on it.
crushed. One of those very
바드 해가지고
difficult
볼컨
moments that
선수가
you gotta
C9
deal
서폿
with.
선수가
If you
바드
go to
했었는데
a
졌거든요.
tournament, you don't get a single win, and
Bird
you
got
get to
destroyed.
keep crunch and get to, you know, like keep that one if they wanted to here, Valdez.
Caster's a
Yeah,
Fevi
I mean,
fan.
it's pretty difficult. Like it's
I
kind of
mean,
hard that
Valdez
GAM don't get a
and
second
Digon
chance. I mean,
has
I
visited
guess
my stream
technically
before,
did get a second
and has
chance.
hosted my stream
It's sad that they didn't get a third chance here at the
think,
EWC,
like,
but
Western
yeah, I mean, it's all down
casters
to
and
the wire.
analysts,
We're
they
not
love
gonna
Bard.
see a lot from
'Cause
one
Raz
of these two
also talks
teams,
about Bard all the time.
and you know, on paper, For me, I feel like Cloud9 should be favored, but We saw Furia that they looked pretty good at MSI.
Korean side, they always kind of shit talk bars.
They are absolutely better than what they showed. And I don't
Korean
want
casters
to say,
and analysts, they don't really like Bard
look
that much.
Bad. You know, it doesn't seem like they're here at this tournament.
Even if Bard played really well, like Carrier Bard played really well, no one really. I don't know, the Korean casters were not hyping up the Bard play as much.
They just got to keep their heads straight and say, well, FlyQuest are strong.
Carrier Bard always pops off.
We should be able to take this one down and
I'm always
try to
sad
bring all those things we talked about in the draft
how crazy this Bard
game
gameplay
because you know it is very tempting to play the fun stuff.
한국은 바드를 잘 모르는 그러니까 캐리어 선수가 바드로 진짜 DNF전에서 엄청 잘했는데
just play something that makes sense.
뭔가 해설이나
if you're not on your
그런
best game,
쪽에서
if you're feeling a little jet lagged perhaps.
캐리어 선수 바드를 얘기 많이 안 하더라고.
Even though NA being a for-fun league, like as you say, you gotta still draft serious champions, right? It's too easy. It's too easy.
I like how you say that because I ran into Coach Reaper, one of the greatest coaches in North America, outside, and we're like, "Hey, so what are you picking? What are you drafting?" He goes, "We're drafting Teemo." So no secrets there. You're right. You have to take the draft a little bit more seriously here. Obviously, they didn't do that, but
Kara, what language are you speaking?
It's not about being serious, but I think you gotta give your players some tools to make things happen. And
Kara speaks like 3 languages too, by the way.
If you're not Genji, basically.
Trending audio on TikTok.
Don't try to draft those comps that just require absolute perfection on the map.
I don't actually use TikTok.
No Bard for Carrier then, or.
He has to pass. Okay.
I guess so.
Yeah, again, we've got those teams waiting in the knockout phases already. And after today's matches, this final match, we will have the draw, despite the fact that we don't have 2 teams locked
I only
in
do
yet
YouTube
already
shorts,
for the
guys.
quarterfinals, because tomorrow's matches
뭔가
will be
틱톡은
those
별로 안 사용하고
qualification
유튜브
best
쇼츠는
of
좀
ones for Group
많이
A
보는
and Group
편인데.
B to see what the second team is. And then we will start the quarterfinal matches already. So definitely a little bit more to stick around for after this final Cloud9 versus Furia match. I'll get some info for you in just a little bit, how close we are to throwing to the stage. But Valdez, you already hit the point on it real hard. It is a long day. You've traveled on
very long.
Cloud9 guys that got in recently. I feel like if you're Furia, this is such a great opportunity for you to catch them off guard.
Like we're just watching, but look at these guys. They just have to yap like 8 hours, 9 hours. Okay, at least they're getting paid a lot. So that's
okay, we're gonna play Pantheon, we're gonna play Taliyah, Azir, stuff like this. But maybe this is the moment to pull out some of the weird stuff and try to catch Cloud9 off guard. I do think that NA as a region is one that is willing to pull out the weird stuff as well. So maybe
첫 경기부터 한 개
they
중이라고.
can't do too much, but. I do think that Furia have some stuff in the tank, and I would like to see something a little bit different, especially if they're not feeling
Doom Scrolls
totally
X?
on their
Wait,
game
how did
today.
you know, Danner? Actually, I Doom Scrolled.
In general,
I Doom Scroll X and also Doom Scroll YouTube Shorts.
When these days went really long, you could really
I've been trying to
feel
Doom Scroll
people's
less.
focus drop a little bit. I remember, I think I played a
100%?
series that was like a 2-hour-long pause. And we
Number one reason I waste my hours.
That game that we remade.
How many hours do I waste a day on my phone?
That was not
Minimum
League of Legends. And I feel like
2
this
hours.
is just proving that these players are
Maybe
human.
on a good day I only spend like 1 hour on the
When
phone.
the games go like this, when the day goes these long,
I
maybe
also
you can
like
actually adapt to that and
watch
try
a
to
lot
draft
of like
champions that are a little bit
YouTube
more
videos
on the
in
go,
general.
that punish these mistakes
Like
a little bit
long-form
harder.
videos.
Pick those early skirmishers. Like my mind goes to these globals like Pantheon Nocturne, but also champions like Lee Sin.
제 스킨은 아직 의지 비행사 다들 핑크 크로마인가요? T1
There's
바드지.
of course, like this is overly simplifying it.
T1 바드 나오기 전에는 우주 비행사인데.
Yeah, I think if you're the
그래서
better team,
카페
you
바드
expect
되게
to be the
좋아해요.
better
카페
team
바드
going
되게
into
귀여워서.
it. That's what you do. Have
좋아요.
Cloud9
이제
take the
누르면
more
감사해요.
dominant
Thank you.
snowball-y lanes, and then snowball your way to victory to try and crush the
다들
key
좋아요 한
of the
번씩.
opponent as we
좋아요
take a look at it
눌러봤자 뭐
one more time
알고리즘이 바뀌나?
from Doggo, just so
하지만 기분이
casually,
좋죠? 간단해.
nonchalantly pushes the button, and
기분이가 좋다.
that could be my key.
The way he looks at it and the way that the camera goes back and forth from his face
T1
back to the
바드
key
기본
to his
PS
face,
크로마?
he's like,
기본이 훨씬 예쁘지.
Look at his eyes, he's like embarrassed. I don't know.
He loves it.
I don't know. He's like trying hard not to show too much enjoyment. Meanwhile,
Doggo's
he's like
kinda cute.
loving it. Look at how focused he is. He's so focused.
Don't tell him I said that, okay?
And the new addition to this year, it's the actual
also like
pop at
the
very
like
end,
super
right?
thick eyelashes.
Well, it was like right
And
there.
you?
It basically was right there. All right, we'll see in just a little bit.
I think we were talking about who's cute like among pro players, and we were talking about the
on the stage for the final call out.
도고는 자신의 미래를 보다? 아니 그렇게 말하니까 슬픈데? 하지만 결국 우승은 HK, LPL 팀 중에 하나가 할 것 같은데 근데 이번 연도 LPL 좀 약한 것 같거든요? BLG가 많이 약해졌어. 너드남 귀엽다. 까라님도 이제 그 여성분이라 맞게임 시작한다? 들어가자. 그거. 인도네시아 치니까 라이브 샷을 가끔 이럴 때부터 봤었어요. 볼 것만. And let's go. We're starting, guys. We're starting the final match of the day. Losers bracket. AL은 겁나 무섭다. AL.
There is no easing into this one. Once again, a team is one best of one away from going home.
No more warm-ups, no more second chances. As we've already seen, you lose and it's game over.
Absolutely. This is where reputations are tested, styles clash, and someone's EWC run comes to a sudden end.
You win, you survive. Defeat, your precious key.
I don't even know if C9 is supposed to win here or
Bring out
not.
the teams.
Let's do it.
I don't know if they can win
around
there.
the world and they are putting it all on the line in Riyadh. It's Cloud9.
Cloud9.
And their opponents, they must be bold or it's back to Brazil.
My friend thinks I understand
Welcome,
Korean because I'm
Furia.
watching Fevi, but I'm speaking English right now. Huh? The only possible upset is Furia beating C9 right here. C9 definitely looked confused, but I feel like
Right. One final key shall be crushed tonight. Who will
Blabber
win?
just
And
play around
watch on
Thanatos,
as
just win the
it
game. Easy win.
shatters. It's
그냥
time to
정글이
find
탑을
out.
계속 봐주면 이기가 없거든? 타나토스 선수 하는 거 보니까
It's our final game of the day, and it's LTA versing each other again, but this time South versus North, Cloud9 versus Furia. Only one of these
I
teams
really
is
hate
with
the
MSI.
table.
And the other,
Hey, come
narrowly
on, come
close.
on.
We've talked about a lot today. We've had a lot of fun stories as myself and Orcs will be with you for this final game. Oh, Orcs, you're a classic. You're a bit sus.
They got a
people say, but
soundboard? Yeah,
you're
they have
all right,
like
I
one of
think.
those like
It's been an all right day.
interfaces.
Yeah, you're
After
all
all
right.
the time we've known each other,
You're all right.
you finally decide I'm
But
all right.
We're,
Thank
we're
you.
blokes, you know, like, and you're British.
You know what?
And the little Oswald is like the
alright.
cam.
You're not half bad yourself.
See,
So instead of having a cam on top of the
from
like
in
behind the
British terms,
monitor
jargon,
above, like
what do you
they
call it?
actually have it on the side.
That's
If you guys
alright,
noticed.
that's
Yeah.
good. Where would you like to take us first? What are you thinking?
I just think
Keeps playing so close.
both these teams, you know, Furia,
Yep.
I think both their series they had in MSI,
Right
even
next
though
to each
unfortunately
other.
didn't win, I think they showed up. You know,
I don't think there is a favorite, but I think
C9
C9 being
and I
C9
know
is
they'd love
expected
to
to
get a
win.
win and continue their
But
run
also
here.
it's C9.
I think for Cloud9, they didn't have the ability to show up because they went at the tournament, and this was their chance. This was then, hey, we are at EWC, we win at MSI. This is our time to show. You know, they talked about, Jack talked about with our desk what they did in scrims in Vancouver, and they wanted to show that on stage. They weren't able to demonstrate that up against FlyQuest, right? They got beaten by the team who beat them domestically. It'd feel really bad to lose against
Just blame the Bard
another
for that
team
game.
in the LTA
Blame the Bard, move it on.
and then go home.
Anywho's
Really,
moving on.
It's a lot of pride today. We've talked a lot about it, but
No
it
Bard
really
win.
is.
이번에
especially
근데
when Fury have a
피오레스가
lot of
아니라
proof that they
단판이라서
deserve, you know,
다들
not only to be
솔직히
MSI, but
오늘 바드
deserve
두
to
판 다
stick
별로
around
맛이
here.
없긴 했어.
The winner of this has to verse FlyQuest.
템포대를 좀 빠진 다음에 4세트, 5세트에서 바드 나오면 좀 맛있는
Again, going to
느낌인데
be LTA versus LTA. It's just about which version.
픽이 좋은 애들 너무 많이 열려있는 상태에서는 좀 아닌 것 같아. 부려버렸어.
And I'll tell you, they're right on desk. Like, it hasn't been that adventurous, but that's what best of ones give you. Best of one gives you the best version of draft. And there's been.
Are you cheering for Furia? Okay, Gabriel,
like,
do you want me to cheer for Furia? Let me know in the chat. Who wants me to cheer for C9 and who wants me to cheer for Furia?
I don't think anything's been that
What do you think,
wild.
Just been like B1 drafts. Sorry, Game 1 drafts.
You know what they say about fearless?
I was gonna cheer for C9 personally, but maybe I can cheer for Furia. Just on ulti? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
You know, we haven't really
I guess
seen
we're
teams
not cheering for
and
Furia.
again, the
We have to
format's
cheer for
punishing,
C9 then.
Teams. There's no real.
I was gonna cheer for C9
push to go
anyways.
too crazy at this stage of the competition. You play what you're good at. You play your best. You come in with your A game.
Does nobody believe in
that's what
C9?
teams are trying to
I guess
do,
not.
and need to do, especially in this match. You don't have a second chance.
I do want
after
Volker
this.
to win.
And
Board
have to keep winning
enjoyer.
on the back of this one.
And just a reminder,
아니 주민이 너무 많이 해가지고 부담스럽다니까요. I'm zooming at the much.
The losers bracket, but they're still in a qualification match waiting for.
Oh
well,
my gosh.
I mean, MKOI have CFO, which is going to be a very funny rematch from MSI as well, and then FlyQuest will verse the winner of this.
빡샷 계속 나오니까 이게 진짜.
And then
선수들도 얼마나 지금 당황하겠냐고.
from what I can
다시
see, we
보기
have Gen G and
보면은.
BLG debuting at EWC. Those are best of threes. As Digon said, after this we'll have the draw, so I'm excited to see
이런 샷은 왜
what our
보?
matchups are going to be, especially since you know, Gen G and
It's
BLG
too,
like,
it's
behemoths
too
is, like,
close.
next level.
It's too close.
Well, I mean, Genji T1.
이런 거는 좋아.
okay,
이렇게
Gen G T1,
손에서
okay, thank you.
주민이 돼 있는 상태에서 손에서 이제
I know, but like
So that's seeded
주먹
higher.
당기는
well,
거.
AL's next level as well. No?
Well,
이런
I know
것도
they're seeded
괜찮죠.
higher, but they're all quarterfinals.
근데 좀 너무 가까워지긴
Come on,
시작했는데.
bro. Easily cast their-
이 정도.
if you actually,
I know BLG didn't go as far.
이
I
정도?
know that.
요거도
it's even
괜찮아.
seeded-
이것도
seeded in a
솔직히
way
괜찮아요.
where, you know, the ones who
This
got
is
out of the group
okay.
first will go up against the.
저 정도 주민은
okay, you're right.
괜찮은데.
Let's go to pick and ban.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you
Jump
know
select.
what? You're right.
Starting.
Look at the seeding. It's important.
I see
Final
the
game of the day.
seeding.
C9 against
You
Furia.
gotta pay attention.
Let's see
I
this.
see the seeding, all right.
Yeah, for anyone who's not got the bracket in
LCK is
front of
better
them.
than LPL. I get it, guys.
They perform better at MSI. All I'm saying is those who got out of the group stage
마지막
will
선수분은
be
타나토스
rewarded by
선수.
facing the teams who didn't perform as well at MSI and came third and fourth. You know,
Thanks.
that's all I'm
Oh
saying.
wow,
Anyway,
they're
we are in the
insta
draft,
banning.
you know,
We're
and
insta banning
obviously
the.
with only one game ahead of you.
Rumble,
I think the thing with
Jax,
Fearless is sometimes
and Annie.
in
That's
longer
crazy.
series, obviously you can draft a really good composition, but you burn a lot of your picks early. Not gonna can come back to haunt you.
잭스는 되게
you
유연데.
just want the
그리고
power
Jax.
picks, and Cloud9
It didn't work out the first game, but
Thanatos before they went for their
첫
next
번째 판에서 잭스 해가지고 별로 맛이 없었거든. 근데
it is going to be reliable in the late game. It is going to be answered though with that Talia on the other
아직은
side,
살리가
which we
풀렸다.
did just see win that previous game.
하지만 그거보다 구엔이 더 중요하다는 픽해서 타나토스 선수 구엔, 타나토스 구엔.
And the biggest question is, does Squeago go for something like the Renekton as well? Talia shows, okay,
Are we
skirmish
even-
mid jungle. Pairing is everything.
Are we
here.
even
We
gonna
just saw
see
Xin Zhao pop
Azir
off and
here?
counter
I don't know
and
if we're
fire
gonna
up,
see
both
Azir.
gone. So, are you gonna risk giving Blabber an AD jungler with AP solo laners? I think for Tattoo, that's a really big thing. Wukong's
아즈르냐
also up, 'cause we know
탈리아냐
Wukong has
탈리아를
really good
바로
pairing, so you should
픽해버리는
head with something like the Annie as Ambessa.
Tots.
Try and get scaling option. I'm not sure about
Things
this.
tweets.
You know, we saw this
Top
matchup
two
a
and
lot in the
Toots.
LCK. Often didn't go well.
진짜.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Xin
Xin Zhao
I
makes
don't know
way
if
more
you remember,
sense.
there's a Xin Zhao match today where Xin Zhao popped off. Genjo was playing it, got a
yeah.
quadra kill.
안베사보다는 짜오가
that.
맞다.
Yeah, I remember that.
든든하죠?
Oh, but
That's,
instantly, I mean, this is such a strong top side.
Yo.
The double melee with Sejuani.
Holy moly.
Very good at procking those passives.
This
really
is like
a lot
the,
of skirmishing power between them. And especially a lot of people
Koi
talk about Cloud9's solo lane as being so strong.
코이가
These young
좋아했던
talents
그
from Korea.
요네.
They have the
세주아니.
backing from the
요네
Sejuani to really
세주아니
power through. And now,
네, 코이 그래?
you know, normally I look at Xin Zhao today, I'm like, that's a lot of skirmishing power. Is it enough? And the
뭔가 이게
Ambessa, I feel like, you know,
요네가 그렇게까지 좋나라는 생각을 하게 되는데 I don't know, is Yone even that good? I feel like Yone gets countered by
if you
Talia.
get ganked by the Sejuani, you could be in a lot of trouble.
And it'll be on repeat as well. Like, it's so easy. As you said, early cooldowns.
Oh, they're banning the board. 다들 ban.
They've set up their
No.
top solo lanes from both teams.
What's the board
Now
though?
it's about bot. However,
버드.
I think Furia. I mean, I think both teams really looking at these hard
07
engaged
Bard.
supports. Long range already taken away with the Bard, but let's see how they minimize it when things like Rel, Nautilus are obviously going to be the big powers coming in. Lucian's going to be the first ban by C9.
Yeah, taking that one away. Saw the Lucian Brawl melee, not really able to make too much impact in that
근데
game.
오늘 진짜 니코 한 번도 안 보이네. 니코 되게 좋은데 지금. I mean, Nico's like really strong right now, but we're not seeing a single Nico today. Maybe we'll actually see tier, but Jojo
You
Nico.
know, I feel like sometimes
뭔가 SK나 LPL에서 니코 중요도가 되게 높은데 오 밴을 해버리네. 이거 카르마 밴이 나오니까 Karma banned and they're like, okay, they're probably trying to play Nico here because Karma's like one of the only champions who can actually bash Nico in lane, right?
I'm just gonna lock that in. The long range.
이제 팬이 돼 있는 상황이니까 노선을 틀어서 세나를 픽한 것 같은데 물론 정확하게 모르지만
And you can pick more engage now for Cloud9.
클라우드9 질 것 같다고.
But what do you think about someone like a Kai'Sa here for Sven? Kai'Sa Nort lane.
9엔 세주아님은 이기지 않을까요?
Maybe they want more utility, more range.
Oh, I don't know about Jin.
Scaling.
Corki?
Mix of scaling plus lane bully.
Corki's been a bit of a favorite for Sven. Even early on when we started seeing the bot lane, it was something he talked about. So
I'm yelling it, guys. It's 3 AM over here. Time to sleep soon.
And help out with that Yone get in the back line.
Okay.
You know, I said the first picks, I really felt like Cloud9 had gotten a lot of value for themselves, but I think the Senna Alistair, this is
200k on the 1-1
like
ratio.
1.10
ratio?
And now really the onus is on Cloud9, like yes, their composition has a lot of skirmishing power. Yes, the Gwen
200k times,
menace, but you have that Senna who can just become a problem to deal with later. You have the Alistair to play bouncer.
Furious comp looks better.
Champions. I feel like that's the thing.
I don't know. Maybe because I just watched Talia Shinzhao pop off and like 1v1.
If you're playing like bouncer, you can.
You guys remember last game, right?
To close the gap again, you pulverize. It's like you can split the abilities up and have two ways of disengaging. So I think as long as
Junjia on
the top side
Shinzhao,
doesn't really run away with the game
Hong
for
Q
Cloud9,
Talia, that thing was
that
like
bot lane for
really
Furia
scary.
really has the opportunity to become a
재미는
menace in the
있다고.
later stages.
조합이
And
근데
Talia, I think has a lot of value.
훨씬 좋아 보였는데 버그인가? 뭔가 전반 경기를 봐서 그런 것 같은데요.
I mean, it has to get in there, doesn't it?
전반 신짜오 탈리아 세나를
Melee
봐가지고
solo lanes has to get in there.
너무
Corki's
사기처럼
only
보이는
solid
걸.
range, everyone else, it's their commitment. So as you said, the Senna
I'm telling you, zooming in too much. What do you mean?
It's a single best of one to stay in the tournament.
자,
It's
이러다가
Cloud9
진짜
versus
눈알로
Furia. It's
들어가겠다,
LTA North versus
카메라가.
LTA South. The first day of EWC done and dusted. We're gonna find out whose key's gonna get crushed next.
피리아 팩이
If
좀
Doggo
약간
was
더
like-
좋아 보이긴 하다고. 저도 그런 것 같아요.
I think he expected the key crusher to be a bit faster because it was coming down, and he started giggling like, "When is it happening?" But in the end, a nice result. He absolutely snapped GAM's key.
It was brutal.
It was brutal. It's a cool system.
And there's Cloud9's key.
Oh,
hoping they keep that intact. And obviously Fury hoping they keep theirs.
So where is Van will carry for the other team? Kari, what do you mean? Come on.
Nameplates off.
Okay.
5 versus 5. Let's go. And let's find out if Furia can give us a similar
There it
performance
is. Assaulting it.
to what we saw earlier, to what we saw at MSI. Or if Cloud9 are just too strong.
시작합니다.
He's in the sky. Let's begin. So serene. Oh yes. Pool party, yes. Sorry, Yone. Good time for it. I wonder what we get later in the year. I hope it's like a Freljord or something. You know, like snow around Christmas would be cool. That'd be really cool if we got Freljord.
Oh, for the
map. Because it's Ionia, right?
Yeah.
And so.
Oh yeah, Failure map would be so cool.
Oh, we got this Sephia again.
I think it's Tots is having some problems with peripherals, maybe.
Not Sephia. Sephiroth. Sepia. What?
Sephiroth mentions?
Sephia. It's Sepia. Sepia tone. No?
Maybe? I don't know.
Sephia.
뭔가 문제가 있는 것 같은데 미드가 정글인가? 프리아 쪽에서 문제가 있는 것 같아요.
No, that's an excuse for anyone who doesn't know what they're talking about.
퍼세요.
You're Australian. You say things weird all the time.
Like
I can't really leave right now though. I do want to get some more water.
Come on then.
There's only a little bit of water left in my cup, so.
Now you put me on the spot.
Have a go. You can't think of anything, can you? I'll give you one. He's called
C9 뱀픽이 압도적이라고? 아, 도찌님도 C9 뱀픽이 좋다고 생각하는구나. 퓨리아 뱀픽이 좋다고 하는 분들도 계시는데.
You can call it shrimp.
No, you can't.
방금 퓨리아와 정말 똑같은 뱀픽을 CFO가 해가지고 CFO가 그걸로 압도적으로 이겼거든요. 방금 판에서.
I've told this technical pause is for me.
All right, you know what? You know what it is, right? I went to Australia not too long ago.
Do you have eye bags with all these late streams?
Like a little.
Yup, Anonymous. I am literally like I think not even eye bags. I literally have like back problem. I need a back massage, honestly.
It was a dog.
But it was a dingo.
No, it was just a dog. And you know what? You know what I'm convinced happened?
I don't know what's wrong. Like, I stream every day, like playing League of Legends on my desk every day.
Mate, that's a dingo.
I think co-streaming.
You just pulling people's legs. It's like that drop
it
thing.
encourages like bad posture for me.
We didn't start that.
Because I don't have to use a mouse and keyboard, so I'm just like.
Oh yeah, whatever.
On the dingo.
Slouching my chair.
I'm just told apparently
slouching.
There's a monitor issue of some kind for Fury's.
Send me the color and eye mask.
So we're gonna sort that out.
Holy.
While that's being sorted out, dingoes are like they're dangerous dogs.
Just kidding. Okay? I have an eye mask. I just have to use it.
My wife has a friend who actually like tamed a dingo.
You're always like using eye mask and
you know you gotta
face
get them
mask?
young because they're very dangerous.
You know they're dangerous dogs.
Yeah,
you are too lazy.
Dangerous dogs, but they're dangerous dogs, okay?
I saw this.
I just like use like skin and toner.
Lying down in the
skin and lotion. I meant toner and lotion.
And it just looked like a dog chilling. So you know, I'm on to you, Jake.
Thanks for reminding me for posture check. Yeah, you guys should all sit up.
That's not a weird thing though. That's
not
a
conspiracy.
That's
Make
a
sure
weird
you
thing,
are
but
comfortable,
not a weird saying.
hydrated.
Like you could have gone with anything else. You could have gone with like fair shake of the sauce
자세를 잘 잡아야 됩니다,
because
진짜.
that would have been fair, right? Fair shake of the sauce bottle.
And now you've just done my work for me.
Okay, well, but I had to bail you out because otherwise I could never get out of this pause. Fair shake of the
1일
sauce
1팩을
bottle is
한다고.
like fair goal, but,
Holy moly.
I mean that makes
자기
sense.
관리의
yeah,
신.
fair shake of the sauce bottle. Our
자기
prime
관리의
minister
신
once upon a
카라.
time used to say that.
Didn't one of the
Bardo
Australian
isn't coming, yeah.
like just disappear one time?
He went for a swim and he never came back. I think.
Or how's like that?
I think it was that Bob Hawke?
Round.
I don't know. Someone from chat.
Hollow
really
dice.
I'm learning law.
No, Bob Hawke is the guy. He would he's a legend. No, one of them went for a swim and never came back. As you can see on
Of course,
Fury's side, by the way, there's the mountain. Not the monitor.
RIP sleep schedule.
Harold Holt. Oh,
It's
thank
over
you,
for me,
production.
guys.
Wait, I've got an Aussie in my ear. That's why. Okay.
It's over for me.
Well done.
They're everywhere.
He went, There's actually a lot. There's a lot that have come over here. And you just hear that. Like I've seen people I've worked with. I've seen people, you know.
Oh, and I've just unveiled the dingo conspiracy. They're all going to be after me.
It's not a conspiracy. They're dangerous.
It was a dog.
It's not a dog. Okay, it's kind of a dog, but it's like. hang on. Dingo. Are dingoes dangerous? That's why we have a computer, isn't it? Let's find out. They're no longer
목소리
wary
너무
of people
좋다고.
and often become
감사합니다.
familiar,
땡큐다요.
aggressive. Dingoes have bitten visitors severely and are capable of much worse. Yes.
The crazy part is if we end stream, I'm not even like I'm sleepy right now. And then you know after the game, I'm gonna end stream and I'm not even gonna sleep. That's the crazy
You're
part.
not wrong. Dingoes, yeah, okay. But they're not.
I'm probably
They
gonna
are,
lie
but
in
they're
bed
not,
on my phone and probably like watch a movie or like
what else?
scroll YouTube or something and then
of this. You know, I've been thinking of this a while and I didn't know how to bring it up to you.
stay up a couple more hours.
Yeah.
And then complain about being sleepy tomorrow.
I thought it'd be.
All right. I'll give you another one. I'll give you another one for free.
Okay.
Koalas.
It happens every time.
People think they're bears, but they're not. They're marsupials.
Well, that makes sense.
Like the same as a
I
possum.
think she's swapping the whole monitor. What's going on?
But people look at them and they think they're bears. So they're marsupials, so it means they sleep. They're meant to sleep during the day and then be awake at night.
What are they talking
Kind of
about?
like gamers.
What are the counselors even yapping about now? They're trolling
Gamers
it.
are marsupials, yeah.
I'm glad we could get to the bottom of that.
I mean,
Maybe doom scrolling, yeah.
like,
Baby phone.
I mean,
We
I
even have
shouldn't say
a
we, I have a
doom
pretty
scrolling
good-
mode in the chat.
you know, since
Baby
getting
phone
married
emotes.
and doing all that, like my life has just been
My bud's
stable
just
of like I go to bed at a normal time. I go to bed at 10.
Wow.
At 10:30. I wake up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
You've been domesticated.
I have definitely like, but as you get older, the ability to go to bed at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. it just changed. Don't you feel like?
탐미드
does that happen
한국인들
to you?
맞아요.
I mean,
C9
you're almost
중에서
40.
탐미드 분들이 로키 선수랑 타나투스 선수
I'm
두
actually
분이 한국 분이죠.
30 in a week.
30 in a week.
There we go,
Happy
we're
birthday to
back!
Orcs, and
Okay, that
as
was
he
actually
turns
pretty fast.
41, let's remember C9 and Furia had a
Why
bit
are they
of a tech
talking
issue,
about
and I'll
that? 'Cause
remind
they're
you that
tired.
Flip the screen
I'm talking about doom scrolling on my phone.
And now we're back in
My
the game.
bad.
Elimination, single game.
Doom
Let's go. We
scrolling.
talked about a little bit of front to back. We see good solo lanes from C9. Orcs told you before that if the solo laners get ahead and kind of get to spin the wheel a bit, then it feels like C9 will have a lot to work with. But otherwise, center scaling and all that.
바텀은 근데 확실히
확실히
콜키 레리 초반에는 세나가 노딜이라 Sena's not gonna have damage in the beginning, so Corki Rel's gonna push that in. So both supports, Alistar and Rel, both are going heal by the way. 와, 알리스타 렐 같은 이니시 샘플로 그냥 힐 드는 거 봐봐요 이거. 힐 너프 해야겠지? I mean, they got the board, that's actually super nice. I just think it's so cringe how every single champion in the game
You could argue that maybe
just
there's been
taking
more
heal
happening in
and
solo
support.
lanes, and maybe that's why. What do you
Bard
think?
takes heal, Rakan takes heal, okay.
I don't have to agree with
Braum
you.
takes heal, okay, that's fine.
I think
But
the lane matchups in general.
Alistar takes heal,
robust,
Blitzcrank takes heal, Rel takes heal.
It's kind of hard to
I don't know, guys.
have a matchup that's too favorable. You know.
심지어 이제 그랩 템프로도 힐을 가는 말이 안 되는 상황이기 때문에
Like one gank and it could fall
Heal,
apart, push
Nautilus.
to sustain in the center. And you know, like you have the Rel here, but what is Rel supposed to do in
Heal,
Talister really
Thresh.
to get the Corki close enough?
Yeah.
And all center has to
그러니까
do is
원딜이
just kind of survive
힐을
this lane.
들고
You feel
이제
pretty good about
당연히
it.
서폿은
There's a
점화
lot of sustain in that
혹은
lane as well,
탈진
like
이렇게
Alpha
뜨는
passive, what is it, 5-7 minions, healing, center piercing darkness.
I take heal because I mean, Kuro, taking
It's
heal is
honestly,
the meta.
like,
Look,
it's
the
kinda
pros are
crazy how
doing
much
it.
There is, you know,
You know?
It's not as like immediately obvious as like Rakan,
it's
who
fine.
can do it on demand.
Yeah.
But it consistently comes through. It makes a big difference.
I just think it's lame. Like,
Rel
I don't
Q
know.
had healing.
I want to see some spicy
No.
flash,
Was it hit Q? I
ignite,
think,
like
yeah, it was a Q. Q had healing. You know, it didn't
big
use the stone.
2v2 plays.
It used oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you now because I'm thinking about, like, that was their first iteration, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because Attract and Repel, that was the E.
All champions are
which I thought
taking
was a
flash.
fun play on word. Was also gave a shield. No, that had a stun in it. Remember the E had a stun in it?
Yeah, like a micro stun.
Yeah, and it was like, yeah, it was really small, but I think the iteration of Rel right now is pretty good. It's like, feels like
Oh yeah, old Rel.
Ego's doing pretty well in the top lane.
Old Rel
I'm not
was
gonna lie,
different.
I saw this matchup. We saw so much in
They
the
have to
LCK.
rework her.
And
그러네,
the
렐
amount of
생각해보면
times we
리워크
saw,
한
honestly,
게
Gwen, like,
지금
solo
현재
killing,
렐이죠.
Ambassador early. It was not pretty.
Yeah.
Like I lost
오,
complete faith
초반
in
그때
Ambassadors in this matchup.
C9
And we just
미드
saw
탑은 밀리고
players refusing
있고
to opt into it, and he was having a
세전이는
good
그래서
time,
바텀
so playing it
동선을
pretty
딴
well.
거죠. And mid top getting pushed in is to be expected though.
And now with Tattoo leading over, Thanatos in a
탑
comfortable
이거
spot. Will walk.
그웬 선픽했는데 이거
Two tower hits though.
세전이가 바텀을 갔다?
Yeah.
좀 아쉬운 부분인가.
Shield helped out a little bit, but
I don't think it really matters. I don't think
He
they
doesn't
go for the
actually
dive.
lose
I think
that much
Thanatos kind
though.
of backed away, handled the pressure well.
미니언 한 5개
yeah.
정도? 5 minions
at least
lost
worth
from
noting.
Gwen,
And
not
also
too bad.
ward spots out Tattoo on top side, so a couple of wards placed in River as he makes his return. Note that Flabber has actually already made his recall, so he's got the
9 hours
belt
already?
and
He was up
We'll
very...
pick up his grubs, not grubs. You know what I
We
mean?
saw
Sorry.
2 games of
Combination
Bard
wrong.
today and they both lost. Vulcan
And I
and
feel
Kai
like,
Wing both play Bard and they lost.
Yeah, I feel like after that push in as well, that nice reset, Thanatos now going to be walking up, holding onto his TP as well. There should be some attention. Maybe
2
getting
best
top
of
gear up
1s and
towards
2 best of
one.
3s
But
tomorrow.
it is hard to get up there. I mean, all that
Tomorrow about to
security
be a
and
long day. I think best of 3s are gonna. It's gonna
not
take
gonna be able to
way
get
shorter,
anything,
Kara, in my
That's good
opinion,
insurance
because
policy,
they don't have
honestly.
the players
You know,
doing all the
Blabber wants
setup
to play around the
again.
solo lanes. He wants
You
to
know,
make
unplug the
use of that
monitor, not one
And
keyboard,
very hard
mouse,
to
and
do
all
when they've
that
got so much
setup.
vision down.
League of Legends logging in.
I think it's good moves from Tattoo just to,
You know, boring.
you know, it did potentially threaten the prospect of a dive, but Thanatos reacted well. But
The
vision
games
just
itself
needs the
is
insurance
interesting.
for
I
his
just
top
find
laner.
the wait time.
So far, I do see a little bit of a lead
A
in terms
little
of
bit
farm, going
tiring.
over to Sven, but I think it's still really fine for Furious bot lane.
카이밍 버드는 본인 탓이 컸다고 생각하다고.
And he feels like he's, if you get a bit of lockdown,
아니 근데 바드 하기 어려운 판들이긴
then
해.
just sort of lay your armor and takes away your health.
바드 궁이
I mean,
조금 많이
he's also
아쉽긴
just used
했었지만.
so much damage as well with
Yeah,
extra
they do.
true damage, but it's kind of hard to get
바드의
range
안
or
좋은
effect
점이
onto
많이
the
나온
center
편이죠.
now.
Oh, ulti? Oh, away, sent away because
Oh,
of the
Loki!
There's
There's a Shin Zhao behind you.
Just
Watch
doesn't have enough
out.
to work with. Blabber's now on the way, and
Oh,
he's
wow.
going to do some damage into
Blabber
Tattoo, though.
just-
There's a permafrost, there's a flash.
Oh,
and a
it
follow-up
didn't
from Loki, but
connect!
out of range. Toots now in a great spot.
Oh,
Seismic shove, and Tattoo just
Blabber.
forces them through.
방금 he couldn't proc his passive. He couldn't proc his passive there. 신짜오가 저거를 근데 살려줬다. 진짜오 actually saved him there. The little knock up on the Q auto attack.
That was even more so to survive on that one.
I was to take a nap and this is still going on. RP Fevi.
Pretty fast when you just path next to the
walls. I'll be going to bed as well.
And trading up.
Shower to bed angle, guys. No movie tonight. We're tired.
Looking at the wave and Vulcan will just walk it out. Meanwhile, topside, Thanatos.
Best of 3 games are going to be less stompy because the teams will be closely matched.
Wave's not the worst, but
100%.
it does deny the cannon. So, I mean, Giga, that's twice that's happened.
LPL, LCK teams
wave, either because Tatu's there or
gonna play like what?
The pressure from the health trade. As level 6 is now there. Need to work.
18.
Giga's going to take the second and the third. Waiting for the full-on snip, and we now need another rotation, but Gigo is going to path back to his turret. His flash still
I mean, Dragon's being taken by C9, bro.
A bit low on mana as well.
이러면은 용 생기고 탑에서도
biscuits for Gigo in the inventory if he needs a bit of extra help, although
기분이 좋은 거 아닌가? C9 is going to be very happy here early game.
Back before they got nerfed. So we do
Because
just see
Shinzal
him reset,
popping
the
bot
swap
lane to
comes
Grub.
in. Survives against that ult. Dragon will be secured.
TP flying.
Oh, yeah.
I think
and
Span can just run
coming
out.
in as well.
He has ult still.
Not only will get the swap,
Oh,
you're
but
right,
he's
with the
hesitated.
flash available as well, he can
He's
get
trying to
into
push in the
range.
wave.
Jojo just needs
Jojo, why?
A little bit late though, he matches. But
Oh!
there you go. Public execution.
I don't know why Jojo stepped back. I was like, huh? 방금 뭔가 알리스가 왜 뒷무빙 쳤지라고 생각했는데 바로 그냥 큐풀 박아버렸고요.
A little bit further away.
Didn't even matter. Q flash into the bot back with the W.
Thanatos can follow up quite as well. Will also have his recall stuff, yeah. And pretty
Cinema, I think Corgi could have lived. I think Corgi could have lived if he just stepped back immediately.
텔포가
텔포가 보이자마자 그냥 바로 뒷무빙 쳤어야 됐는데 살짝 그 바텀 웨이브 밀어 넣으려고
Does delay the eclipse
뒤돌아서 미니언 한 대 때렸거든요.
Makes the all-ins hard at 4th.
Imagine Sven didn't turn around and he just like ran immediately. He had a better chance of living, I think.
As you can see, Thanatos, okay.
Sven is the support. That's fine.
Thanatos just waiting again for the next snip.
Okay, Thanatos will carry.
This is a pure 1v1. All junglers looking towards topside because grubs have now spawned. Priorities are up in this lane as
look at it,
Heck
Shrinker
even
complete.
where the wave state is, but you can see pings are getting spammed down. After mid got cleared, Loki wants to move, Toots is already there behind. Blaber's going to start up grubs, and we'll see how Tattoo gets in.
Yeah, they are looking to contest this
C9
one.
Weaver's wall.
C9 예전에 그 C9 아니에요. 타리안 has a really nice ulti gun. Wow.
Well decapitated fight. It's nice to see. Vulcan is
아니 신짜오를 바탕으로 밀어 넣는 이게 진짜 사기구나. I think this comp, like we already saw it from CFO, is just broken.
Assembled that fight so well.
Yeah, committed
like
immediately.
in the fights, what happens is Shinzao is going in, and then he has Talia behind Shinzao, putting Lego blocks, right? And then doing the cool combo. And then we have Zeta just healing, buffing, Wing.
Man, 3 grubs, 3 kills.
It worked last game. It's just working right now.
Oh,
but they're greeting
it. But Jojo's waiting over the wall.
They got it, but what cost?
Tattoo jumps back in. His Crazy Guard comes in handy. The Fate Sealed misses, and Blabber's going to die first. Ayu's behind, hitting from behind, and hitting well.
Corgi just lands, and Toss is just gonna go back, and he's gonna. Oh, C9 is just falling apart.
Just needs another auto.
와, C9 이거 두 번 연속으로 한타 쓸리는데? 심지어 저거 솔직히 말해서 신짜오가 3개까지 먹는 거는 like it looked like Shinzao greeted by the way. It looked like Shinzao greeted.
Such a miscalculation there from Cloud9. This is the first initial play. A little bit scuffed at times. The seismic shove takes him out of the center roll, but there's just nothing.
Oh, I knew it. It went down to 10. Oh. 720p?
When he's trapped in like that.
No.
And then it's a split fight.
Don't tell me it was 720p the whole time.
Clean him up. But the thing is, the ult, the present guard wasn't used.
I didn't even notice until now. I thought my eyes were just bad.
So I think it was a miscalculation from Cloud9 because they commit onto this.
I wasn't even sure. I was like, oh, maybe I'm just like getting tired.
Down to fight. Ult comes through. He dodges the ult from Loki. They end up taking down
C9 losing to Furia.
And suddenly Cloud9 realized their mistake. They realized they've committed to a fight they can't win.
What we're saying, Fury at MSI. I mean, there was so many good skirmishes, so many good fights like this.
What are they trying to do here?
Feels like it's their bread and butter. It's where they really thrive. And Tattoo in this game now has an insanely 1,300 gold as a lead. And
야, 원딜이 3대 싸기 초반에 10분에 3대 싸기 쉽지 않은 걸. 거기 dying 3 times already is really, really bad.
We're there again. Gigo's the same. And this center is
착해져,
well and truly
그러니까.
ahead. 0-3-0 for Sven. This early game is a disaster for Cloud9.
It's in such a rough spot.
내리 와도 뭐 할 수 없다고 이미 딜러들 다 물려고. 그러니까 코르키가 솔직히 좀 혼자 죽으면 안 됐다요. 코르키가 지금 계속 죽고 있어가지고 먼저.
And with that ult, he's so hard to focus.
근데 그만큼 또 퓨리아 선수들이 잘 무는 거긴 해. 근데 안타
This
집중도가
game is starting
높아서.
to feel pretty cooked already. C9, they need to find some plays and quickly.
Oh my god.
Ayu's
And
looking.
damage
Ayu,
is already mattering a lot with
oh.
Static Shiv. This is a 1v3 dive. Weaver's wall brought
Thanatos
him
just
down and
dead.
Toots is going to
W
make
is
sure
gone.
that no one
금연상
leaves the
빠져서.
ground. That's Thanatos kept in
Oh
pound.
man, even
Toots
Thanatos
with a
is
kill of his
dead.
own.
It's looking
Bot is
really
opening
doomed
up.
for C9,
Tatu's
guys.
covering. Blabber's coming in just to try and help this turret from falling down further.
Today is not a good day for
going
NA
over.
fans. I
Blabber's
think
in the
today's
vicinity.
not a good day.
There's some backup moving through, but they're
오늘은
not
그냥
gonna be there and trying to really do anything
국민은
other than
정말
just defend the tower.
힘든
And that's the
날인 것
thing, it's not like anything
같습니다.
is happening across the map.
I think
you know?
last
If
time
this play was
NA was
happening
winning
and
because
maybe
of July
Cloud9 were
4th
getting some,
buff,
you know,
no?
plates top or some
Independence
pressure somewhere
Day
else
buff.
or a kill, sure, but they kind of
No
just
July 4th
trying
buff
to
this time, guys.
stop the bleeding a little bit, but they're still losing out in these plays. 4,000 gold lead now for Fury. 4,000
Actually,
gold,
Fury is clean,
12 minutes.
It's not even the worst of it
Oh,
because
Ayu,
this
look at that.
fake tilt comes out and Loki gets hit under turret.
저음을 아예 못하는 느낌이야 이제. 많이 밸런스가 많이 무너져서
Ayu is
근데.
ahead of the clock for sure, and it's pretty bad when
Who
you
put
see a center that's
200k on
probably going to
C9?
get 60 gold by 17, 18 minutes. And it's already this
200k on
strong. Dragon's
C9
gonna be started here by
or
Tatu.
200k
First one
times.
went over to Cloud9.
At least it's
while
not $200k
Gigo just
dollars.
got himself a turret plate and top side as well. It keeps
It's only
growing
China.
in good news here for Fury for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, I mean, getting this
Not
dragon
better.
here.
200k times is
obviously
nothing
Cloud9 got
compared
that
to
one
NA
earlier,
getting
but
knocked out.
stacking towards that soul Mountain Dragon as well. The extra stack's going to come in big.
Copium.
Will be a Chemtech soul
Copium and a
again,
Copium.
which I think Cloud9 pretty happy again about when you're this far
I
behind.
mean,
Yeah.
Chemtech not the most impactful.
At least they got the dragon.
with champions like
early.
Jinzhao and Mbessa,
Could be worse.
but they need time. And
처음에 근데 C9
is-
용도 챙기고 뭐
elements of the
무난하게
combination with
잘해도
skill
안
as
됐어.
well,
탑에서도
right? We talked
괜찮았고
about before, like
분위기.
the you know, the Yone and the
갑자기
Gwen.
코르키
But you're
텔포
into a center, and
사용하는데
if you're
거기서
playing for time
죽어버리고.
against the center, that feels
I mean,
terrible,
C9
but
just feels like
right
they're
now,
kind of
the
confused with
4,000
the
goal
lane
lead,
swaps.
this early in the game, it
라인
feels
소화
dreadful.
메타
You kind of just
적응을
need to
못한
buy
걸
some
수도 있어
time and
근데.
farm up.
MSI에서
Whenever the
유일하게
enemy
지금
team has, like,
플레이를
full items,
MSI에서
you only have
안 한
full
팀
items on
중에
your side,
C9이랑
it's
하나
just
이렇게 두
so
팀이
hard to
있거든요.
compete. You need time.
나머지는 다
They need to
MSI에서
try
이미
and just
플레이한
stop
팀들이라.
giving away advantages to Furia right now.
50 by 14. That's right now what I'm seeing from Ayu. Not to get caught out on
Oh, wow,
mid-wave
got
though.
it.
He's stepping up to Sven.
Wow,
He
look
gets
at
some
his
good soul
damage
trading
already
once
at 13 minutes without even having those stacks. It
And I think
only has
that's
a
the one
49
fear I
stacks.
see, is that for Ayu,
49
what we saw a lot
stacks
in
at
MSI
14
was
minutes?
him getting caught out on
Bro.
mid-wave with Jojo. They definitely felt like the
잠시만.
weak part of the team.
14분에 근데 지금 스택이
to make sure
50개거든.
he tracks his jungle pathing as
미친.
into Sven. Look at that.
51 stacks
I mean, the
now.
problem is he's playing so aggressive.
But I guess he can.
But he can, you know? Like, this is a situation where you
51
might think, well,
stacks at
maybe
40
if you're
minutes,
playing this
that's
aggressive,
crazy,
you'll be
guys.
punished, but he's so
To
far
put into
ahead,
perspective,
they're not
usually you want to see
positioned
60
punish him.
stacks at 21
You see
minutes.
Vulcan hanging around just trying to
So
cover
like
Loki, but it just
very,
feels
very
like they're in
accelerated
such a
center, by the
defensive
way.
position right now, which
킬이 많이 나와서
have to
킬
be.
나온 다음에 나오는 영혼 이런 거 다
Things
주워먹고.
drawn in. Gigo has his ult. He's going
그래서
to
그런
burn
거
it.
같은데?
Jojo's here. It's
No
all about the
way,
follow-up damage now
Thanatos
with
just
Trample getting
dead.
another
First
stun. Need to
picking
work
Gwen
for-
into weeks. Hello? Knock knock.
Bit of healing. That'll help under
Hello.
turret. Gigo going deep.
Coming
and
back.
tanking up his Jojo for now. Gigo's going to get
Hello.
shield bash or at least a shield out. They bring it close, but the heal up from Thanatos is going to stay around while Gigo tries to get the turret.
No! 제가 예상을 딱 해드립니다. I'm gonna predict what's gonna happen. Vulcan's gonna go in. Nothing's gonna happen. Thanatos static speed. They back out, recall, and then they go top again. And they swap it. 아니 근데 진짜 1080 하니까 계속 끊기는데 700 이걸로 봤을 때 설마 like are we lagging because I swapped to 1080? Like actually crazy.
Yeah.
Actually crazy?
Out,
No
so
way.
not enough
트레버치
damage
한번
yet
하자.
just to dive through Thanatos, especially when Gigo just
720으로
doesn't have
보자.
that first item as well. But
아니 근데 아까 720 할 때는 또
you know, these
괜찮았었거든.
feel like
그래서
little
그런가
wins
라는
for
생각을 하게 되는
Cloud9,
걸.
But anything. They need
I mean,
anything
it's a clean
right now.
feed directly from EWC, but it is
Anything
YouTube.
like that, they'll take.
It is YouTube.
People had big expectations, like C9 might be second seed of LTA North, but this would be a big bow out in the tournament.
스크래버치 말고 안돼 그 다음번에 만약에 버퍼링이 있으면 세 번째 한번 하도록 하겠습니다. So there's a buffering one more time that we'll refresh and see if it fixes, and then if it doesn't, then I think we can just watch 720.
But regardless, Herald's taken down out of top side.
Hopefully it doesn't do any buffering this.
They should be taken easily.
Everybody stop praying for Sunday night internet.
His jungler's nowhere nearby yet.
I mean,
think my
Jurgis has
internet's
kind of been
fine.
everywhere in this game. And now he's in the top lane, doesn't find an angle into Loki, uses that.
Why is it always 7-1?
Just the pressure is constant, and I think Fury just haven't really made any mistakes.
What do you mean it's not 1 yet, it's 7-0.
Oh my god, and the damage as well, Fate still gets
Oh,
in
it's
the way.
about to be
He's liable to
7-1.
help out.
Oh, it's a 7-1. Oh, it's a 7-1. Oh, these were behind because of the buffering.
In a buff away from Jojo, his ulti helps negate the damage, so it becomes a 1-for-1. It's Vulcan over the jungler. But Fury still got what they
7-1 Brazil? Holy moly. Or 8-1 now,
they haven't made any mistakes. There we go.
First but third, the strike is
a bit of a flub there.
An ulti available as well.
Yeah,
like that was
feat of strike secured. 무력 행사까지 먹은 푸리야.
And it ends up backfiring.
타워까지
Decent influx of
밀었고요.
gold, there's a big shutdown.
Over to Yone.
But Fury still got that top lane tower, so
세나가 너무 세다. 지금 세나 스택 보자. 57.
When you're that far behind early.
한 3-4분 더 빨리 스택을 한 것 같은 느낌.
57 is again, I got it wrong, guys. Probably not going to get towards 60 before 18. It's obsession, isn't it? It's kind of like a dopamine.
Away. He could definitely get 3.
It's a dopamine hit though, like having that many, isn't it?
You could high roll in a wave.
Oh yeah. Or Sven just jumps up.
세나티오가 진짜 높은 것 같다. 맞아.
I don't think he would do that.
Come on.
세나를 어떻게 막냐 근데 지금 나올 수 있는 원딜이 확실히
근데
근데 LPL이나 LCK 팀들 오늘 하나를 보긴 했는데
Wait, Orcs. Oh, he didn't get that one. Did he get a
조금
assault from
더
it?
잘하는 팀들이 어떻게 대처하고 뱀픽을 어떻게 하는지 봐야 되겠네.
1735. Oh, wait. If only wards dropped them.
but I can't.
아까 클9 질 것 같다고 한 사람인데 역시나라고.
60 at 1747.
That's pretty good.
That is very
게임을
good.
좀 잘 보시네요 이거.
And
난 설마 지나 했는데 진짜 설마 지네. 물론 아직 진 건 아니지만. I mean, they haven't lost yet, guys. C9 technically can win. Chances of being able to win is very low. We need like a Yone super play into Gwen.
I think as well.
Gwen ulti combo.
Get to the point in the game when it's
just like a Jojo kill. You know, Jojo had a crazy Yone ult.
And that's not really that relevant because it's
아까 그 조조편 선수의 요네 궁 같은 대박이 터지면은 모르거든.
Furia, but it's very hard to do without committing in a way that sacrifices a lot.
True.
But like if you go into a fight,
티모랑
like
바드 빼고 다 너프됐으면?
IU has cleansed the flash.
라이엇이 패싱하는 방식이 다른 애들을 버프하는 식을 많이 하는데 버프를 해야 되는 것들도 많은데 듀오 프레스는 봐야 된다.
I don't know if you know this, Jake, but being behind in gold significantly in League of Legends, generally not a good thing.
What has happened to C9 though?
Usually I just run it down top.
Being behind to... Oh, okay, we're refreshing. One sec, guys. I have to make sure I don't leak the feeds link.
So
I have heard that.
Yeah.
And let me refresh, and then hopefully it fixes the issue.
He's not going to get in anywhere but mid is open. That's all out is open. Mid is open. That's all out is open.
I love the setup though that Fury have. You know, you have Jojo with the control in that side bush. They have the threat. They don't need to use it, but it just really puts the pressure on and just really pushing that lead some more. About a 5,000 gold lead at this point. It's not really blown up much more than where we were before, but
1080p GG, no, not yet. We're still 1080p, but we'll see if the buffering happens. Okay?
Gradually build up the lead. Gradually stacking up those souls.
남미가 북미 팀 옆에서 하는 건 어떻게 잡는다고?
You've read me well.
아마 좀
by the way, Vulcan just barried because he wants his flashback.
푸리아나 브라질 리그에서는 완전 그냥 축제일 것 같은데. It's gonna be such a huge event for Brazil if they can somehow defeat a major region. And put themselves into the next stage in an international
so
tournament.
It was. I have grasp now. I have electric.
That would be crazy,
like
by the
Dark
way.
Harvest, and like I'm slowly.
Has Brazil
stacking.
ever gone this far in an international tournament before?
I mean, it wasn't great. No.
I feel like everyone really misses this club.
국제대회가 첫 승까지는 아니고 첫 승은 전에 해봤는데 다음 스테이지까지 가는 거는 또 처음인 것 같아요. Oh, they are going deep though. Huh? 아니 중요한 장면에서 포즈하면 어떡하냐고. This supposed to get the very important spot. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have to change to 720p, but I can't really switch it right now. 결국 720. Oh, okay. Well, this game is over, guys. This game is over, and we're gonna watch the rest of the game in 720p. My apologies, guys. 720.
That's the sort of play where if it wasn't such a big lead, committing so deep, so heavily for a support, maybe could backfire, but they're so far ahead,
07 to 1080p and 07.
And Furia
720 근데
able
뭔가
to take
되게
another decisive teamfight win.
You think they might be going too far forward? They moved into a choke versus C9, but C9 can't pull it off, and
이상하다.
I can't believe I'm saying it.
오늘 1080으로 다 본 것 같아요. 720을 볼 리가 없어.
7K gold disadvantage.
Vamos, Brazil! Brazil!
While Senna is dealing with the top turret. Okay, only just.
Korean Yone?
He gets a solo kill and another shutdown. I thought that was Inting.
He got that gold earlier from that
하지만
kill.
이거 아타칸이 먹혀가지고
Loki had a bit of an unfortunate one earlier today.
슈퍼플레이를 한 거긴 한데
FlyQuest. He
얘네가.
won some redemption. Unfortunately,
Why is the Corki 0 for 0?
You can do about that, but
only 10 flowers.
Why is the Corki 0 for 0, guys?
There's still some hope. Actually, that's because Cloud9 has 20.
Corki 040 이거 맞아?
Yeah.
Guys, that's the week gone. Just farm.
No, bring back Berserker. Bring back C9 Berserker. 아니
아니
버저커 선수 왜 보냈어 근데 C9 진짜로. When they had Berserker, they were not that bad. I don't know. Am I flaming Sven? I think Sven's support is good. I don't know about his ADCs today.
Whatever he says,
that's good advice.
Yeah, it is. This fight still.
스벤 선수가 근데 서폿을 계속 했으면 좋았을 텐데 서폿으로 변경 후에 역할을.
Oh, Weaver's wall.
다시 이제 원딜을 하고 있거든.
He's going to have to leave with it, and maybe his death. Thanatos gets out, he flashes upwards. Flybers here to make it a 2v2 with the needlework as well. It's getting close, the needlework helps out.
Oh, wait, I think it's that too. This is a huge throw.
Cloud9 are right back into this. It was the solo
kill.
It was
huge gold coming over
to
Gwen. Yes, power gold as well.
Guigo went a little bit early. Loki's now taking this 1v1. He's got life still. He's hitting up the minions. Running on rotations.
No way they throw this, right?
Flash match, face shield goes
that shield is so huge.
Yakety sacks. 1v1.
아니 방금 시즈 레전드인데? 지금 서로 스킬콜 기다리고 있는데 Guigo's gonna have skills back up.
Guigo misses it.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
For a little bit, but Guigo gets him in the end.
I was gonna say he has more, so yeah. Like Yone actually has an advantage there. I mean, they got 2 towers though. They got 2 towers. Wait, they got top tower, and they got mid tower, and they got another top tower too. 타워를 지금 3개를 밀었어 근데.
This has been for a long time. A big influx of gold in the back of those plays. Thanatos with a huge play on the top side, and Sven and Vulcan find an opportunity too. Kind of crazy actually how much they were able to get on the back of that. You know, when we've kind of been ready to say, hey, maybe this game's done, they are not ready to go home yet.
It was a 7K gold.
And also grabbed the second tier tower top as well as
you said, down to 3 now. Let's look at the replay again. This was the top lane. Thanatos committed his flash after this.
And this is what we were
아니
talking
근데
about.
여기에서
This
이게
combination of like
와,
the
타나토스 선수 플래시 진짜 미쳤다. 방금 보셨나요? 금연상을 딱 그 바깥으로 해가지고 W가 안 맞았어.
Tries to turn it, but the snip comes through.
That is a crazy flash.
Big to Thanatos as well.
That is a crazy flash from Gwen.
And he now has a lead over
Flashing
Gigo.
some W moves away from
lead over Tuts.
Talia
So
W.
C9 solo laners who we really built this game around have come to life, and Blabber steps up when he needs to. 15 seconds till Baron. And remember, with all the damage that comes out, true damage and magic damage combined, C9 have a quick Baron. They've just got to commit to the pit.
던지는 게 무슨 느낌이냐면은 우리가 너무 세니까 저기 탑을 미네? 오? 건방지네? 탈리아군 그냥 박아버리기. 뭔지 알지? 타워를 그냥 주고 그냥 천천히 봤어야 되는 그런 느낌? 인정할 거 인정하자. 그래 우리 인원 비니까 여기서 팀원들 오기 전에는 앞으로 들어가면 안 된다 이런 느낌이었는데 워낙 유리하면은 근데 막상음이 있는 것 같긴 해요. I mean like Blabber's tanky but like how tanky he's actually gonna be living! He lives! Oh but Vulcan's getting completely the final hope, Thanatos dead, Loki's about to die, the Baron's gonna be gone. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sunoi. I think this is pretty much so. What do you mean 720 PS buffering as well? What do you mean? 아까는 괜찮았다고 갑자기 왜 이러냐고. 다행이다. 이거 하나전에서 이랬으면 정말 아쉬웠을 텐데. 아 물론 그때 프리어 신화인데요. 재밌긴 하지만 아무래도 SK 팬이라 보니까 EWS 인ter. 뭐야?
Back to where we started. Back to Furia's game to win. Let's watch the replay again because Blabber caught here. Has to Arctic Assault over.
I think we're having problems yesterday too with Los Ratones. We're having buffers as well.
But I think he was like, I have to get out. Maybe get a flash to combo there, but held it for so long.
이거는 근데 이 정도면은 그래도 퓨리아가 더 이상 아무 문제 없이 게임을 끝내지 않을까라는. I mean that was such a good like they immediately just flash on Thanatos. No flash Gwen just completely in this mantle that.
Ego's such a nuisance, and then Toots plays the left side of the fight so well.
Where's the Yone ult?
I think Jojo's having a great game. Yeah. Jojo had my reserves on an MSI, but like, as you can say, think card, he's standing on that one.
Where is the Yone ult?
But Sven ain't happy because again, it's back to where we started, as I said before. Yeah, teamfight damage is good here from the Corki, but
C9 speaks English, GG? What do you mean?
Playing on a nice set.
Of course
well,
they do.
And AU has almost 95 souls.
Of course C9 speaks English.
Keep counting because Furia not done yet. We've got a dragon in 2 minutes time.
It is
to be fair, it makes sense. C9 are LTA 3rd seed, Furia 2nd seed.
I think they're looking to get a bit more
I know,
in the meantime. Trying to push in the jungle. This is just over a red buff. Jojo engages.
Fighting this. Smite goes down.
Jojo's going very deep, but Alistair's really tanky. Wow, Yone ulti! Oh my gosh, this is going on 1v. Oh, Ambessa is just gonna destroy everybody. Ambessa's literally. Contra? Oh wait, Sven got one. Who's gonna throw harder? Natalia?
On the chase and wants a little bit more. He's got his cooldowns. He's got his straight count step, but out of range is Sven. It gets close to C9. Had a couple of good kills, but they're still so far behind. The fight goes to Furia.
That's the problem. They find a great pick on the center.
I am not impressed with this Talia gameplay, but at the same time, the KD looks fine, you know? 4-3-11.
So much AoE just shreds through the
rest
of Cloud9.
진짜 미쳤는데, 근데? Jojo's Alistair's crazy, by the way.
say though, considering how far behind Cloud9 are.
어차피 넥서스까지 밀릴 거였는데?
Yeah, he finds such a phenomenal
이
angle. So confident, just
정도로
over the
끝나는
wall
거 같은데요?
with the
바로는 거의 끝났을 것
able
같은데.
to catch onto
I mean,
the
look at
center,
that IU
gets
just
the
getting
damage,
completely
but you see
destroyed.
so much damage has been done here with the AoE. The Ambassador connects in.
진짜 암베사가 메인 딜러였고 Senna was a support, Shinzhao Ambassador the main dealer, main carry dealer.
Good damage there. Sven does get out alive in the end, but
main damage dealers?
Toots is doing so much. You talk about that AoE, that's the Talia.
You played so bad and we still won the fight, yeah.
This elimination now comes down to the next dragon.
Look at the damage graph.
But it is going to be a
Talia actually did a lot of damage that fight.
Yeah, I don't think.
He just kind of ended it at the end.
Ambassadors already, you can't give Gigo this Chemtech soul.
Gigo, Magnustorm, no, he's jumped in, he's going to ulti out.
Oh, the buffer and the R from Ambessa! Guigo is crazy! Ambessa 궁 타이밍 진짜 레전드네, 저거. He completely destroyed the enemy Sejuani and Yone. Oh no! That's it. They are going to push bot lane and CGG. 바텀 밀고 끝났다, 이거는. GG guys. I think it's time for feviknight to go to bed. I think this one is just gonna be a push until next is kind of angle. I do want to see 그 옆 프레스 하는 거는 보고 자야죠 그래도.
As you said against G2,
인터뷰까지는 모르겠고 일단 유어프레스 장면만 딱 보고 잠을 자러 가. Wait, they're not gonna end it? 알리스타 진짜 개사기네 저거. Okay, they're not gonna end. They're just gonna go to Dragon. What do you mean? You're not gonna end? 어? 이게 아무래도 G2랑 FlyQuest가 억지로 끝내려고 하다가 무시해서 되었거든요. 벤토. 근데 이렇게 하는 게 맞아. 근데 사용 챙기고 천천히 해도 되는 거긴 하지. 괜히 저거 넥서스 앞에서 알짱거리다가 난리가 나거든요.
And it just feels like that might just be the nail in the coffin. Sven now in trouble.
Another Weaver's wall. It's great, isn't it? I mean, Sven is just going to space himself, but he's dead.
페비나이트 강제 10분 지나고
I gotta say,
보내줘.
triggered by these stones.
아니 솔직히 나는 새벽 4시까지 이렇게 중계를 할 줄 몰랐다고. 저는 그냥 한 12시 정도에 끝나지 않을까라는 생각을 했었는데 단판이라서. I mean it's the best of both, so I thought it was gonna be over 4 hours ago. I didn't think I was gonna stream until 4 a.m. today.
The CC setup from Tattoo there as well into Sven. His team is playing with so much confidence. And they know they're in control of this game. You know, despite the fact Cloud9 try to answer back, try to find some windows back in. Fury is not
can't even tank
hesitating
anything
at all.
because
They've
they just have too much damage right now.
Yeah.
114 stacks on Senna.
And they are refusing to go home.
세나 상대로 원래 그냥 나올 만한 원딜이 스몰더가 좀 나올 만한데. I don't know. Are we gonna see more smolder Senna? Because like to counter Senna, like you have to play the other stacking ADC, which is smolder. The 2 stacking ADCs.
I will say that the fact that EU is, well, G2 already qualifying before. I'm not saying that because I'm an EU caster or Orcs. I just had to say it because probably EU needed something this year. But LTA are going to find themselves in a sticky position. As Furia look to verse FlyQuest. If they can win and finish this game. Now, Turret was taken in the meantime. That's gold for Loki, who picked up GA. But
Sven and Vulcan? I mean, Sven is farming well, but when you're 1-7, it doesn't matter how much farm you have.
They need miracle setup.
You kind of
the word miracle is very important here. Is 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, look.
그렇게 킬 먹어서 다행이라고.
The lack of it for Cloud9. Baron's about to come
PS는 좀 잘 먹긴 했는데도 골드 차이가 많이 나죠.
Just inviting Cloud9 in to the fog of war.
Baron's up again.
근데 여기서 갑자기 C9이 완전 막 요네 궁 9N0 대박 콤보 나오는 건 아니겠지? I'm impressed about how Guigo is playing. Guigo is playing so well this game. 아, 그냥 이거 한타를 봐야 되겠네. 프리하죠. Flipping Baron is the last thing you want to do.
Baron's not starting, which is good. It's good for C9. Get towards an Elder flip. If they can, but the engage is there. Jojo forces a flash. Tattoo on the left side is fighting the Thanatos. Spears again landing. The ultimate is from Gigo.
Guigo misses early.
That's good. Tattoo's ulti out as well. The Weaver's wall not
very good. They're Thanatos is
not bad as the damage on the backside.
Oh, you're just gunning down people. Oh no, look at that. He's running away. Is that though? 요네가 이걸? There's GA pops.
As the resurrection will come through, but Thanatos now being targeted and Tattoo will take his dues as well. It's a noble attempt, but C9 have nothing left alive.
Just getting flash minus.
Oh,
the BM!
Blood will go back, but one next card already
taken
down.
Tattoo, you monster!
This isn't going to be enough.
He
the team are coming in.
onto the cross and then hit the W.
They want to continue this competition.
거리가 이 거리가 안 돼가지고 W 거리도 이거 저 W 그냥 뒤로 무리가면서 피하는데. 안 되거든. 물론 별로 중요하진 않지만 자존심에 스크래치가 좀 나지 않을까? 저렇게 주고. 너무하다 너무해. 피도 눈물도 없는 놈아. GG.
Performance, honestly. I think Jojo on this Alistar.
I think this is huge for. 아 이럴 거면은 그냥 1080 보는 게 낫는 걸? I mean, watching 1080 is better at this rate. I'll try to fix it for tomorrow, guys. Make sure that it doesn't buffer like this. It wasn't buffering earlier. I don't know. 아까는 괜찮았는데 지금이 마지막 경기 조금 버퍼링이 있네요.
little bit messy at times.
그 다행이다. 아까는 괜찮았어.
Had a bit of a heartbreaker for Cloud9. They got to show up in this
방금 전에
tournament.
페비님께 너미의 퓨리아라는 팀이 C9을 이노베이션에서 탈락시킨데 왜 말하면 믿을까요? 개소리 하지 마세요. 크크로 넘기셨대. I'm losing it, guys. Let me refresh the page. One sec. I'm losing it.
Stage. True,
I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
Against FlyQuest, so it's going to be another LTA. North representative, but one down, one to go.
이렇게 된 이상 Let me refresh the page.
Standing by our winners in Furia. It's time to crush. Furia. It's time to crush another key.
1080p. 1080p. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. 1080p. 그래 이게 1080이지. 와 720은 진짜 붉게 못 됩니다, 여러분. 720 just really bad. 부수는 건 보이고 가야 된다.
I think there was like a few timers, like maybe 1 or 2 timers that we messed up some. We didn't play like on our terms, and that gave them a chance to come back. But I think after that we put ourselves together and we managed to win. So I feel like we're.
Wait, is he crying or is his eyes are just really watery?
You know, you're big in your
region. 우는 건 아니겠지? 눈이 엄청 빨간데.
Do you think this is to showcase how good you can be on an international level?
Yeah, I think.
Congrats, Brazil! Vamos, Brazil!
In Brazil,
Congrats!
People don't really trust that we're good at league, but I
웃는
think
것
we're here to show
같다고.
that we are good and we can
근데
beat these teams.
진짜
So I'm very excited to showcase this for the next few days.
Listen,
I mean, this is a very monumental moment for Brazil, right? CBLO and Brazil.
You want to say to your Brazilian fans watching at home in your native tongue?
Yeah, sure. Bom, pro pessoal que tá assistindo a gente, que tá torcendo pra gente, pode ter certeza que a gente tá dando o nosso melhor. Ontem tava todo mundo exausto e mesmo assim a gente decidiu treinar porque a gente sabia que isso é importante pra gente, então a gente colocou uns joguinhos aí pra gente poder tá em sintonia como time e tal. E pode ter certeza que tá todo mundo dando sangue pra gente ir bem, então pode contar com a gente amanhã também.
Obrigado. Right.
Obrigada.
Obrigado. A tough one because you've got a tough journey ahead.
브라질 통역사는 없습니다. Maybe someone can translate what he said. What is this? Hello?
Gen.G, who just won MSI, or T1, who won EWC here last year, and Worlds, of course, one of the greatest teams of all time.
Fluffy lagging? Yeah.
That's a daunting prospect.
Furia played G2?
So it's gonna be a
yeah, Furia played G2 beat Furia pretty confidently, but
I feel like as like being in Brazil, I feel like these opportunities are the ones you really
G2 beat Furia, Furia beat Furia beat C9.
We're gonna think that we can smash them, you know. So
C9
it doesn't
just
matter for us who we're gonna play against, we're just gonna play our game.
I don't know.
If we're good enough, we're gonna beat them.
Okay.
That's the confidence.
Speedrunning airport, guys.
Are you ready to crush a key here at EWC?
Oh, it's happening! There we go!
I'm not gonna lie.
Well, your time is now to come down here to us.
설마 프레스하는 장면에서도 이거 나오는 건 아니겠지? Are we gonna see this when we're pressing as well?
Fully eliminated from this tournament with a key crush here.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. The lag is even it's lagging even more than before, guys. Whatever I did just didn't work. Okay, one sec. 1 second.
With a key crush here. I'm going to step
720p
out of the way and let
back
you
we
enjoy
go.
every single moment of
At this rate, we're gonna start watching until 120p. 야, 눈이 빨갛다 진짜. He's smiling. All the players, they just awkwardly smile when they have to do it. Goodbye, C9. Goodbye and then goodbye. Notices what's the difference between the 3 games? 2 of them went to MSI, so G2 and Furia had an advantage. But Hanwha Live Esports didn't go to MSI. 어디까지 눌러? 안 깨졌는데? 깨졌다. 두동강 났습니다. It got crushed into
Thank
two.
you, Ian, for that interview. I have C9's Sven with me after
No,
we just saw
Sven, what happened to you, Corky, my guy? Why did you die like 8 times?
I want to
Hello?
start this interview with you
Bring
have
back
been with
Sneaky.
C9 for a while,
Just
but
kidding.
this is your first international tournament as a roster with C9. What do you take from this experience?
I think we have to work more on our physical condition. I think a lot of people here were very tired and jet lagged from flying and traveling, and I think our focus wasn't very good today.
True.
Absolutely. So,
No, I think it's
let me
the
just
jet
talk to you
lag and the
about
fact
you
that
for a
they
second.
haven't
You've been
really
known as
played
an
in a
ADC
while.
player, and then you swapped to support.
They didn't
and
play
then
in
now back to
MSI, so
ADC. Walk us through your thought process there.
I think chat
Yeah,
has a
I found
point.
some
Chat has a
short-term
point.
success as a support player, but
Playing
I
on
didn't feel
MSI
like I could
has
ever
a
be
big advantage.
as good as I was at ADC, and I felt like it wouldn't feel right if I ended my career as a support player. So,
Completely understand. So,
Wait, what's wrong with support players,
the,
huh?
season
Huh?
is going to be like for C9 moving forward
Hello?
as you still
The
have
board
more
support?
tournaments to play.
sorry, what?
Time to
You still have more tournaments to play as C9 as a roster. What are you moving forward to?
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta go back to LA and rest up and be ready for summer split. Split is very important. There's only 2 world spots potentially for the LTA North, so it's important that we get one of those. And yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview. Back to you guys.
아무튼 여기까지 하도록 하겠습니다. 저는 I think that's gonna be it for me today. Hope you guys enjoyed the co-stream. We're gonna be back tomorrow and hopefully no more circle thingies. Y'all,
tough game there. You see
very lag moments. We'll try to fix that up. Thankfully we only had that like at the end of the stream, so that's good. 수고하셨어요. 고생하셨습니다. 네, 감사합니다. Thank you. Thank you, very 감사해요. Thank you, very good night, yo. Thanks for watching, guys. 가수가 tomorrow. 내일 보도록 하겠습니다. 유방, 유방. 고생하셨어요. 감사합니다. 다들 좋은 새벽 되시길 바랍니다. Have a good rest of the night. Evening, morning, afternoon. Whatever time it is in your country.
Only one game was won by Ewc Esports, but now they get to